In the realm of the blue planet, Yili awakens to the malevolent enhancement system. With wickedness maxed out, he relentlessly accumulates points. In just half a month, he is granted admission, and within a year, he ascends to divinity. Talented individuals from various nations exclaim, "I can't believe it." The moment I announced my name, he rushed over with an ecstatic expression. Mystical beasts within the secret realm lament. When I saw him enter the domain with a supply list in hand, I felt the sky was about to collapse. The foremost powers declare, when Mr. Yili furrows his brow, it is wise to refrain from laughter. This is the advice of one who has been there. Witnessing this scenario, his peers stand dumbfounded. We are toiling hard to practice our skills, and you have already breezed through the realm of advanced martial arts. The systems of others advise, host, you should develop cautiously and conceal your true self. Yet Yili's system instructs, host, your next task is to subdue the contemporary pope. Ding. Detection indicates you have spoken harshly to your childhood sweetheart, whom you have secretly adored for over a decade. Malice points. 500. Malice system has been successfully loaded. In this martial world, the strong must humiliate the weak. Engaging in actions approved by the system will yield corresponding malice points. Current martial techniques. Flowing fist technique, mastery 78. Cloud-breaking spear technique, novice 36. Current malice. Points, 500. You may infuse malice points into relevant entries to enhance progress. Comment. Your notoriety is scarcely known. Yili was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. Is this my golden finger? Fool idiot! Upon hearing Yili's words, Shun Lian's incredulous voice echoed in the lounge. Her beautiful visage reflected disbelief, and once she regained her composure, she seethed in indignation. You got too far, Yili. I tell you, I have no time to waste with you. Hand over the participation token immediately. Otherwise, be wary that I may never acknowledge you again. Ah, what a delightful turn of events. Yili casually dismissed the interface and chuckled. A mere harlot thinks to determine my fate? Is your mind filled with nonsense? Speaking harshly to your childhood sweetheart yields 300 malice points. Shun Lian stood frozen in shock. She could scarcely believe Yi Li's demeanor was so atrocious that it felt surreal. Harlot? Did he dare to insult me as a harlot? In disbelief, Shun Lian gazed at Yi Li, her lips quivering as she exclaimed, You dare to insult me? I am indeed referring to you. Foolish one, Yi Li replied with a slight frown, his tone nonchalant. I will soon take the stage and bring your boyfriend to his knees. As for you, perhaps you should exit to the left and visit the neurology department at the Linghai Hospital, confronting a decade-long secret love with harsh words, evil points. 200. I am not ill. Shun Lian was incensed by Yi Li's derisive gaze, which seemed to regard her as a fool. Her face flushed crimson, as if blood might spill forth, her chest heaving violently. She fixed her gaze on Yi Li for a couple of seconds, then took a deep breath, gradually calming herself, her voice turning icy. Go ahead and be stubborn. Just know that if you dare to step onto the stage, Wang Run will undoubtedly have you questioning your very existence. Her words were laced with a palpable threat. With that, she turned on her heel and strode toward the exit of the lounge. As she made her way to the audience seats, her anger simmered, her teeth grinding. How infuriating! Does that taciturn fool, with barely any friends, not realize how I've cared for you all this time? Truly ungrateful. And you think you can defeat my boyfriend? That's utterly laughable. You might as well be left incapacitated. Inside the lounge at 8S, Shun Lian departed. Yi Li silently withdrew his gaze from her position and swiftly blacklisted her contact on his phone. He chose to distance himself from such a dim-witted individual, whose intellect seemed profoundly lacking. Subsequently, he summoned the system panel, his gaze falling upon the upper section. Current evil points, 1,000. This was the reward for humiliating Shun Lian moments ago. The system's judgment on misdeeds appeared to be rather stringent. The significant increase in evil points was likely due to the previous owner's decade-long infatuation with Shun Lian, which had consumed considerable emotional investment. Thus, just a few words had breached Shun Lian's defenses. It could only be said that the shot fired in the owner's youth had struck true today. With less than 5 minutes remaining before the competition commenced, Yi Li's eyes glimmered. According to his memories, There was a considerable disparity in strength between him and Wang Run. Until he comprehended the precise value of evil points, the prudent course of action was to conserve them, lest they be squandered. Therefore, his best strategy in this upcoming match was to endure for a few rounds before conceding. After all, losing would still grant him a restorative elixir. From his recollections, the original plan had indeed been along those lines. However, the very thought of Shun Lian's demeanor ignited an unquenchable fire within him. He was not the previous owner. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for individuals like Shun Lian and Wang Run. Should he lose here, no matter how he might console himself afterwards, a sense of discomfort would linger in his heart. Having endured the disdainful gazes of incompetent leaders in his past life, did he wish to remain subservient in this new reality? Preposterous. All he knew was that he was determined to unleash a torrent of wrath. Yili let out a sinister grin, waving his hand, a pale blue light screen unfurling swiftly before him. Patience is a virtue of the mundane, and timidity is the gambler's greatest folly. System, I'm all in, Buzz. As the malevolent energy was rapidly consumed, the progress of two martial arts techniques surged forward with astonishing speed. Ding! Consuming 100 points of malevolent energy, the first-tier martial art, flowing fist technique, has reached perfection, consuming 800 points of malevolent energy. The second-tier martial art, cloud-piercing spear technique, has attained perfection. Ding! Your diligent practice of the two martial arts has elevated your martial arts, ranked to the 5th level of the first tier. Remaining malevolent energy, 100. The light screen fluctuated, akin to a jubilant dance that, in an instant, Yili felt every cell in his body rejoicing and bubbling with exhilaration, as if he had indeed been honing his martial skills day after day, elevating his proficiency to such an extraordinary level. Not only that, but his vitality surged dramatically. Moreover, there was no discomfort in mastering these techniques. It felt as though, after regular training, his physical prowess had naturally enhanced. Is this the allure of spending resources? Yi Li's eyes sparkled with delight. He felt an unprecedented sense of perfection in his current state. Just then, the announcement echoed. 5th match of the guidance tournament. Class 39 of the martial sciences, Yi Li versus school team member Wang Run. Upon hearing the announcement, both combatants, please ascend the stage swiftly. The timing was impeccable, and Yili rose with enthusiasm. He casually picked up a spear from the weapon rack, a fierce aura emanating from his entire being. A slight smile crept upon his lips. Excellent. I am gradually comprehending everything. With a firm grip on the spear, Yili stepped into the passageway. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was a vibrant blue. The martial arts arena buzzed with excitement, filled with curious young men and women. Additionally, there were some self-media photographers wielding DSLR cameras, along with a few solemn school administrators. Before long, amidst the multitude of gazes, a male student clad in a sky-blue team uniform ascended the martial arts platform. IT was none other than Wang Run, a substitute from the school team. Upon his arrival, the audience erupted into cheers, recognizing his distinctive team attire. Wow, the 5th match is about to commence. What do you think? What's there to think? I initially hoped to learn something, but the first 4 matches were all one-sided victories for the school team, and not gaining any insights here. Don't rush. This match features a school team substitute against an ordinary student. I believe it may be a bit more evenly matched. You're overestimating it, my friend. The substitutes are still far stronger than ordinary students. I bet this match will end within a minute. Indeed, if it lasts beyond a minute, it'll eat my words. I beg to differ that Wang Ren is merely at the 5th level of the first tier, whereas my buddy, Yili, possesses the strength of the 3rd level of the first tier. Even if there's a disparity, it isn't insurmountable. What are you implying? I wager it will last 2 minutes. Amidst the discussions in the spectator area, the majority opinion among the students converged towards skepticism regarding Yi Li's capabilities. The members of the school team exert an overwhelming dominance over ordinary martial arts students in terms of skill proficiency and martial arts rank. Moreover, some members of the team have even awakened their innate martial talents. The disparity in their capabilities is indeed of an entirely different magnitude. Seated in the audience, Shun Lian sneered, "Yi Li, when you're left better than after the match, I wonder who will attend to you." In the center of the audience, on the martial arts stage, Wang Ren stood confidently. He He first waved to the audience before directing his gaze towards his opponent. There, a handsome youth clad in a white martial attire was slowly ascending the stage. The young man bore a heavy iron spear on his back, his expression indifferent, and his dark eyes exuded an icy demeanor. It was Yili. Liena informed me that you are unwilling to forfeit. It seems you are indeed resolute, Wang Rin remarked with a charming smile upon seeing Yili on stage. How peculiar. Usually you avoid me at all costs. Have you taken leave of your senses today? Like a dog with a bitch, it truly is an eternal bond, Yili replied with a faint smile. Insulting an opponent at the 5th level of the 1st rank. Malicious act value, 10. Indeed, such occurrences are rare, yet even the smallest fly is still meat. Yili sighed inwardly. Upon hearing his words, Wang Rin gradually suppressed his smile, his gaze chilling as he retorted, "It appears you are genuinely out of sorts, your mind clouded, suddenly unafraid." Of a beating, he unsheathed the long sword from his back, pointing it at Yili with a condescending smirk. "I must remind you, the exhibition match lacks formalities. Even if I were to grievously injure you today, the school would not hold me accountable. Fools should refrain from lecturing others about the rules. Everyone is well aware of them," Yili calmly replied, resting his spear beside him. "Furthermore, tell your father to keep his mouth shut. One more word, and I'll send you flying. Very well." A sinister smile crept across Wang Rin's lips. "You stubborn brat. I had intended to go easy on you, but now I've changed my mind. Today, you shall not leave this match unscathed. The match begins." Boomed the referee's voice at just the right moment. Rip! As soon as the words were spoken, a white streak suddenly darted across the martial arts stage, accompanied by a thunderous sound that tore through the air. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds in the audience, Yi Li, who had been standing still, suddenly surged forward, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow. Simultaneously, the dark spear in his right hand thrust forward with tremendous force. Whoosh! The spearhead glinted with a dazzling cold light, slicing through the air like a dragon, and in an instant, it was before Wang Rin. The chilling gleam arrived first, followed by the spear that surged forth like a dragon. The cloud-splitting spear technique. Wang Rin's cold smile had yet to fade when he felt an extraordinarily fierce wind pressure rushing towards his face. The threat of death loomed large. Wang Rin's pupils constricted sharply. In that moment, he could only hastily position his long sword before him. Boom! The pitch-black spearhead darted forth like a dragon, shattering the long sword upon impact. The tremendous force of the spear pierced Wang Rin's right shoulder, followed by a bone-chilling crack that echoed through the air, but a spray of crimson erupted from his shoulder, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing brutally against the edge of the elevated platform, sending shards of stone flying. A piercing wail escaped Wang Rin's lips as excruciating pain coursed through his shoulder, compelling him to writhe in agony that he hadn't even discerned the movement of his opponent's strike before being grievously wounded. It was too swift. Moreover, Yili had indeed spoken true, sending him soaring through the air. Beyond Wang Rin, the entire martial arts arena was enveloped in a profound silence. The students gazed in stunned disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. On the platform, even the usually composed instructors appeared taken aback. What madness was this? The school team had been launched, only to be dispatched in an instant. Such a monster existed among ordinary martial students. If you were this formidable, why keep it hidden? What era are we in, still playing the game of concealed strength? At this moment, Yili on the martial stage did not cease his actions. Amidst countless astonished gazes, he leapt forward, arriving before Wang Rin almost as soon as the spear hit the ground. The experience gained from 200 fervent comics in his past life imparted a singular truth. The finishing blow is of utmost importance. With a resounding thud, as Wang Rin lifted his head, a long, dexterous hand descended upon him, exerting immense force that slammed his head heavily against the ground. Under the tremendous impact, Wang Rin's vision sparkled with stars as he instinctively curled his body, reaching for the spear embedded in his shoulder, desperate to extract it. But a martial shoe descended, forcefully pressing down on his raised hand. Though his consciousness lingered, he struggled to harness the energy within his body, attempting to buy himself some time. As he squinted, he caught sight of a pair of cold, black eyes fixed intently upon him. The owner of those eyes had already drawn back their arms. Wang Rin recognized this gesture. It was the initial stance of the flowing water fist technique. A surge of dread coursed through him, and he could no longer concern himself with pride. Yili, too late. Thud, 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 thud. Yili swiftly bent low, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists that interrupted Wang Ren's surrender, sending stones scattering and causing the entire platform to tremble. The flowing water fist technique reached its zenith in this moment, publicly crushing a peer martial artist. Malicious deed value 200. Thud, 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 thud. Amidst the sound of notifications ringing in his ears, Yi Li's fists accelerated with fervor. Only when Wang Ren's struggles ceased did he rise again, his handsome visage now strikingly fierce. If a school team member possesses only this level of skill, then it would be best not to embarrass yourself by stepping forward. Useless. His calm voice resonated throughout the arena as he nonchalantly withdrew the spear and strode towards the edge of the platform, publicly humiliating the defeated martial artist. Evil value 500. Detected Wang Ren's confidence shattered. Evil value 1000. Congratulations. Path to enhancing cultivation unlocked. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Yi Li wins. It was only after Yi Li stepped down from the combat stage that the referee's hollow voice finally resonated. The audience, having been momentarily stunned, erupted into a cacophony of astonished cheers. What just happened? This is outrageous. The team member was defeated in an instant. Damn it, that move was unbelievably swift. A regular student? Is this truly an ordinary student? This guy's impressive. He has hidden depths. Who says ordinary students can't defeat the school team? In that moment, the students were filled with exhilaration. No one could have anticipated such an upset in an intra-school exhibition match. Shun Lian, seated among the spectators, was utterly bewildered. She felt as if her body had rooted to the spot, staring vacantly at the unfolding scene. The joy and sorrow of others felt distant to her. All she perceived was the raucous noise around her. Wang Ren lost. How could this be possible? She had divulged all of Yi Li's information to Wang Ren, hoping it would ensure an easier victory for him. It is worth noting that even as a formal member of the school team, it was difficult for her to defeat Wang Ren with such ease. Shun Lian clenched her fists, biting her lip, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. How did Yi Li accomplish this? On the elevated platform at the back of the audience, a group of teachers exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment palpable. The school team comprised the cream of the crop among students. Even substitutes possessed far superior strength compared to ordinary martial arts students. This was almost common knowledge that in a scenario where one's martial skills, rank, and talent are inferior to the opponent's, achieving victory against the odds is nearly impossible. The current situation could only be interpreted as Yi Li having concealed his true abilities. Principal Li, this student named Yi Li, is quite a promising talent. The head teacher of Class 1 adjusted his glasses, his tone betraying undeniable astonishment as he addressed the vice principal. Principal Li replied with a smile. Indeed, his vitality and strength are on par with Wang Ren, both likely at the 5th level of the first rank. However, he excels in martial skills. The two techniques he demonstrated, though not of high rank, exuded a sense of completeness. At his age, to have cultivated two low-tier techniques to perfection is truly a remarkable testament to his aptitude. This child must have undergone extensive training in private. Principal Li's tone was imbued with evident admiration. Xiaoyang, he immediately turned to a young woman behind him, whose face mirrored his astonishment, casually inquiring, "Is this promising talent from your Class 9? I believe he is entirely qualified to join the school team. Why haven't you reported him?" Upon hearing this, the head teacher of Class 9, Yang Shan, broke into a cold sweat. Principal Li, during the vitality assessment 2 weeks ago, Yi Li was still at the 1st level, 3rd tier. That I never anticipated his progress would be so rapid, she quickly explained. She understood all too well that the other party was questioning her integrity, suspecting her of deliberately stifling talent out of personal grievances. Li, the vice principal of Linghai No. 1 High School, was notoriously passionate about nurturing talent. He had once publicly humiliated a teacher who maliciously targeted students, forcing the individual to kneel and plead for mercy in front of the entire school, only stopping when officials from the disciplinary bureau intervened. That it was truly terrifying. To be honest, Yang Shan had a fondness for Yi Li. Having lost his parents, he lived independently and trained diligently. Aside from his overly honest demeanor and rather average aptitude, he had no significant flaws. Thus, it was utterly inconceivable to Yangshan that the previously reticent Yili harbored such extraordinary potential. It was simply outrageous. Is that so? I shall look into it upon my return, Li Haohan remarked, casting a penetrating glance at Yangshan before refocusing on the slender figure of the boy making his way back to the stage, clad in white. The youth stood tall and walked with a steady gait, exuding a vigorous spirit. He casually handed the long spear to the astonished judge, nodded politely, and turned to enter the passageway. Impressive, truly impressive, Li Haohan acknowledged, nodding with a smile as he observed Yi Li's performance. Principal Li, a teacher, ventured cautiously. Since Yi Li has triumphed over Wang Run, why not grant him Wang Ren's substitute position on the team? In just half a month, we will have the provincial interschool competition. The more outstanding students we have participating, the better our ranking will be at Linghaino. One high school. Upon hearing this, Li Haohan turned to the head teacher Class 1. Without hesitation. The Class 1 teacher nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Wang Run was indeed a student from his class. Seeing his approval, other teachers also nodded in consensus. Li Haohan cheerfully declared. Then it's settled. Xiao Yang, later, please assist him in applying for exclusive training facilities for the school team and inform him of the specific benefits granted to team members. I understand, Yangshan promptly replied. However, Principal Li, with the provincial competition approaching in a month, won't this decision to include Yi Li in the team? Yangshan's expression shifted to one of concern as she asked, might it incite discontent among the other team members? The formal members of Linghai No. 1 High School's team possessed a minimum strength of first level, 7th tier. The gap between Yi Li and them was indeed substantial. Should they find the school's temporary personnel change unsatisfactory, it is inevitable that they will marginalize Yi Li in the future, thereby affecting his state of mind. Yangshan harbored such concerns. Allowing him to learn patience can be considered a form of training, Li Haohan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Very well. After a moment of silence, Yangshan ultimately acquiesced to his viewpoint. Meanwhile, Yi Li remained blissfully unaware of the shift in the school's higher-ups' attitude towards him. After collecting his share of the spiritual medicine subsidy, he departed from the school and took a taxi home. Once back in his abode, Yi Li promptly retreated to his room, locking the door behind him as he delved into the exploration of his extraordinary abilities. Infamy LV1. Your infamy is scarcely known to anyone. Note: upgrading infamy will yield generous rewards. Current malevolent value, 1800. Gazing at the malevolent value, which had nearly doubled since his previous endeavor, Yi Li felt a wave of lightness wash over him. Indeed, gambling was a matter of intellect. Leveraging the accumulation from his former self, he had expended only 900 points of malevolent value to elevate 2 martial arts techniques to perfection. Not only did he experience no discomfort, but executing them felt as effortless as extending his limbs. Moreover, he had simultaneously advanced 2 levels in martial arts. The system's capabilities were becoming increasingly evident. This implies that as long as I commit acts recognized by the system as malevolent, I can utilize the acquired malevolent value to upgrade my martial arts and enhance my rank. Defeating Wang Run yielded nearly 2,000 points of malevolent value. Is this predicated upon the suffering of others? Yi Li rested his finger against his chin, lost in thought. He then recalled that after vanquishing Wang Run, the system appeared to have introduced a new feature. Pathway for cultivation level enhancement unlocked. Current level, first stage, 5th layer 2. Upgradable. As his gaze swept upward, a torrent of thoughts surged within Yi Li's mind. Previously, elevating 2 martial techniques to perfection had naturally propelled his cultivation to the first stage, 5th layer. This was merely a byproduct of enhancing martial arts. Now, with a dedicated focus on cultivation enhancement, the results would undoubtedly surpass those previously achieved. System, enhance my cultivation. With a flourish of his hand, Yi Li decided to expend 100 points of malevolent value to gauge the depths of this new reservoir. Ding! Consumed 100 points of malevolent value. Commencing cultivation enhancement. No external assistance detected. Your cultivation speed remains akin to that of a snail, poetically sluggish. Engaged in cultivation. End of cultivation. Current level. First stage, 5th layer 50. Comment. Due to the absence of any cultivation benefits, This yield is equivalent to your 6 months of arduous practice. Note, the yield from equal point expenditure may vary due to external factors. The yield varies based on external circumstances. Why was this not disclosed earlier? Yeli felt as though he had been struck blind, akin to the disillusionment of drawing from the wrong pool in a gacha game. Fortunately, he had not gone all in like the first time otherwise. He would truly have been suffocated by the gravity of his choices. There was still hope for salvation. Enhancements, is it? A trivial matter. Yeli opened the exquisite iron box containing the elixir and retrieved a small white porcelain vial. Within this vial resided the transformative elixir beneficial for cultivation. For a first-tier body refinement warrior, the vitality boost provided by this vial equated to 2 months of arduous training, making it exceedingly precious. At this moment, it was perfectly suited for his cultivation enhancement. As he twisted off the cap, a rich, fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating his spirit. Without hesitation, Yeli downed the entire vial in one gulp. The cool liquid coursed down his throat as he embarked on a new phase of enhancement. Ding! Consumed 1,000 points of malevolence. Commencing cultivation enhancement. Detected first-tier advanced resource transformative elixir. Your cultivation speed has increased by 20, finally resembling a normal individual. Accelerating cultivation. Cultivation complete vitality has significantly increased. Current level, first tier, 8 stage 90. Comment. The elixir has acted as a timely aid. The benefits received are equivalent to 8 years of your arduous training. This upgrade is akin to riding a rocket. Yeli felt his vitality surge dramatically, his eyes sparkling with intensity, his skin radiating a healthy glow, and his muscles robust and powerful. The numbers displayed on the panel indicated that he had ascended through 3 levels in the span of mere breaths. He was now but a step away from the 9th stage of the first tier. Yeli was utterly astonished. According to his recollections, even the most gifted prodigies found it challenging to break through to this level before entering a martial arts university. This signified that in less than an afternoon, he had transformed from an almost invisible average student into a member of the genius echelon. Such speed would make anyone exclaim in disbelief. However, in Yeli's eyes, it was simply a reflection of the painstaking effort he had invested over the past 8.5 years. Yet he had barely reached the pinnacle of the first tier. His innate talent was indeed lacking. No matter, with continued enhancements, my potential will naturally rise. Yeli consoled himself internally as he casually closed the panel. After all, based on the visible speed of his cultivation, who would dare claim he was not a genius? Enhancements were the very reason one could ascend to greatness. With 700 points of malevolence still at his disposal, he felt sufficiently resourced. Tomorrow, he would visit the school's library to select some new martial techniques, thereby enhancing his martial arsenal. Relying solely on one boxing technique, coupled with a single spear technique, felt rather insufficient. It was akin to a fragile warrior with maxed out attack points, yet devoid of any other skills. One must learn both offensive and defensive tactics to achieve a balanced skill set. After a brief morning routine, Yeli reclined on his bed. Only then did a wave of weariness wash over him. Having encountered so many events since his arrival, it was time for him to rest. He exhaled deeply, silencing his phone, and listened to the whispers of the wind outside his window. With his eyes closed, he gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, the cypress trees lining the road swayed gently in the morning breeze. At Linhai No. 1 High School, Yeli donned casual attire as he traversed the campus and ascended to the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Adjusting his sleeves, he entered the classroom and made his way to his seat, situated at the back near the window, a realm reminiscent of a king's homeland. Perhaps due to the guidance competition the previous day, several classmates cast curious glances in Yeli's direction, most of which were laden with complexity. He was well acquainted with such looks that, in his past life, a socially invisible classmate had astounded everyone at graduation with an unexpected display of remarkable talent, evoking similar gazes of astonishment in him. Fortunately, owing to his former self's taciturn nature, no one approached him with conversation until he settled into his seat. Yet, not everyone remained silent. "Yiga, you're finally here." As he sat down, an excited voice broke the air. Yili looked up to see Fong Ming, a fellow classmate and his close friend, eagerly rushing over. What's up? Need something from me? Yili raised an eyebrow. It's not me, it's teacher Yang looking for you. Fong Ming waved his hand dismissively, then exclaimed with palpable excitement. But before that, you were incredible yesterday. You left us all in awe. Fong Ming, who was quite formidable himself, boasting a fourth-tier strength, was no match for Wang Ren. Yet Yili had dispatched Wang Ren with ease. Winning against a member of the school team must be thrilling, right? Fong Ming inquired, brimming with enthusiasm. Not particularly, Yili replied nonchalantly as he stood, casually stretching before heading outside. Let's go find teacher Yang. Huh? Fong Ming was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Yi Li's calm demeanor. To him, defeating a substitute from a school team was undoubtedly a momentous achievement. Why did his friend appear so unfazed by yesterday's match? With a look of skepticism, Fong Ming followed Yi Li out of the classroom. As they ascended to the fourth floor, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Yi Ge, don't you have anything to say? That was a substitute from the school team. Nothing at all. Yi Li casually patted his shoulder before entering the teacher's office. Fong Ming stared at the closed door for a prolonged moment, ultimately sinking into a seat with a bewildered expression. Was the issue perhaps with himself? Is it not worthy of excitement to defeat a substitute from school team? After pondering for a moment, he extracted his phone and sent a message to his father. Dad, I triumphed over the school's substitute team member. The phone vibrated, and a reply came swiftly. Father, really? Wow, my son is making strides. Father, I've contacted all our relatives. Your father, shall host a banquet for the entire martial arts community of Linhai City tonight. Father, I just informed your grandfather, and he has torn up the family tree, declaring he will start a new one based on your achievements. Upon reading his father's messages, Fong Ming displayed a contented smile. Indeed, it was not his own issue. Brother Ye's character was still too honest. That flamboyant demeanor during yesterday's match was merely a fleeting impulse, after all. Fong Ming sighed and promptly replied, Dad, I was joking. I am merely at the first level, fourth tier. How could I possibly compete with him? Father, returning the phone to his pocket, Fong Ming felt a strong vibration indicating that the sender was evidently quite exhilarated. Inside the office. You've arrived. Yangshan set down the documents in her hand and turned to the approaching Yi Li, smiling as she said, Please take a seat. I summoned you to share some good news. Good news? Yi Li casually pulled out a chair, and Saturday Yangshan nodded, saying, After watching your match yesterday, Principal Li has decided to grant you special permission to replace Wang Run as a substitute for the school team. What are the benefits? Yi Li inquired. Certainly. Not only will you have access to a dedicated training room, but you can also arrange your training schedule as you wish, Yangshan said, her hands clasped together, smiling. This means you can forego the classes on your timetable, but in return, you must participate in the training regimen set by the school team. Additionally, you will have access to the third floor of the library, and there will be an extra monthly allowance for spiritual herbs. Wait a moment. How does that sound? Yangshan looked at the young man with a sense of pride, hoping to see a glimmer of surprise on his face. Regrettably, the youth merely smiled faintly and responded. That sounds quite promising, but he was indeed in need of new martial skills and resources, so he would not decline. Then it is settled. Yangshan beamed as she retrieved a silver waist token from her drawer and handed it to Yi Li. This is a special token for school team members and serves as a key card for many locations. After Yi Li accepted the token, her smile diminished slightly as she continued. Furthermore, since you are replacing Wang Run, the team members who were close to him may harbor some discontent towards you. Your current strength differs from theirs. It would be wise to avoid conflict to prevent any harm to yourself. At this point, Yangshan paused before adding, especially that young lady. Shun Lian, she seems to hold a strong opinion against you. I heard she vehemently opposed your entry into the school team. Should you encounter her in the future, it would be prudent to take a detour. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of her imagination, Yangshan sensed that the smile on the youth's face seemed to deepen after her words. Yes, that's so? He replied, nodding gently. I understand. That is reassuring. Yangshan exhaled a sigh of relief, and then smiled, saying, Well then, if you have no further obligations, feel free to proceed to the training building and select a training room. That appeals to you. Just head straight there. Shun Lian is waiting for you. Shun Lian? Yi Li raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Indeed, Yangshan affirmed with a nod, her tone tinged with exasperation. She insisted on helping you acclimate to your new surroundings. and even the instructor approved. Do exercise caution. Should she take the opportunity to create any disturbances, it would be wise to avoid confrontation. Understood. Am I to evade her provocations? Yili chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Calmly, he stated, then I shall make my way there. Having spoken, he accepted the way's token and rose to exit the room, his steps remarkably light. Observing the direction in which Yili departed, Yang Shan murmured uncertainly, this child seems to have changed a bit. It feels as though that he has gained quite a bit of confidence. The door swung open, and Yili sauntered out leisurely. Let us go, he called out to Fong Ming. Where to? Fong Ming inquired with curiosity. To the training building, Yili replied, displaying the silver waist token in his hand, casually adding, I've been accepted into the school team, and Teacher Yang has instructed me to familiarize myself with the training environment ahead. Chapter 5. The sudden emergence of 3,000 points of malevolence. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at the training building. Upon hearing from Yili that the person sent to pick him up was Shen Lian, Fong Ming's expression became quite intriguing. He had not expected that the girl who often treated his friend like an ardent admirer would exhibit such kindness by coming to assist. Although this was a benevolent act, there was an unsettling feeling about it. Fong Ming clicked his tongue, intending to warn Yili that there might be some hidden agenda. But considering his friend's deep feelings for Shen Lian, he found himself unable to voice his concerns. Based on past experiences, any disparaging remarks about Shen Lian would earn him a stern rebuke and end in an unhappy parting. Fong Ming felt a sense of helplessness regarding this situation. But after much contemplation, he managed to utter a single piece of advice. Yi Ge, if Shen Lian is once again asking you to test the power of a new martial technique, you should decline her offer. He spoke rapidly, fearing interruption from Yili. It's not that I'm against her testing, but she lacks control. Last time, she broke several of your bones. With the martial examination approaching, it was imperative for students like them not to suffer any physical setbacks. His words were earnest, almost pleading, as he implied that Yili should not become a mere practice target. In his memory, Shen Lian often used the pretext of testing new martial techniques to practice on Yili, leaving him battered and bruised each time. As a friend, Fong Ming couldn't bear to witness such treatment. Moreover, to speak frankly, having a first-tier 7th-level student test a first-tier 3rd-level student was akin to utilizing a moving punching bag, which was utterly disgraceful. Rest assured, I will handle it with discretion, Yili replied with a light chuckle, stepping into the training building despite Fong Ming's worried gaze. He recalled that there were less than 2 months remaining until the provincial martial examination. To secure a place in a coveted elite institution within such a short time frame, it was crucial to elevate his martial arts level to the 2nd tier. The immediate priority was to hasten the acquisition of malevolence points. Yet the system had not provided any guidance, leaving him to navigate this on his own. At this stage, inflicting harm seemed to be a straightforward means of accumulating malevolence points. As thoughts raced through his mind, Fong Ming followed closely behind. The two swiftly traversed the grand hall of the 1st floor and approached the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. At that moment, Yili spotted a familiar figure, Shen Lian. Dressed in a sky-blue training outfit, she bore an expression of resentment, her silver teeth clenched tightly, exuding palpable indignation. Upon seeing Yili, Shen Lian broke the silence first. Yili, she spat out through gritted teeth, you finally arrived. Lead the way. Yili lifted his chin slightly. Led? Not a chance. Shen Lian stomped her foot angrily, pointing an accusing finger at Yili as she exclaimed, Yili, I Haven T settled the score with you for what you said yesterday. Fong Ming was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such an aggressive confrontation, but soon his expression turned to one of realization. The wretched woman must have misinterpreted Yili's slightly raised voice as an insult. Fong Ming mused. Upon witnessing the calm expression on Yili's face, he became even more convinced of his assessment. Stepping forward, he spoke in a deep voice. Classmate Shen Lian, Brother Yi is merely here to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Familiarize himself? What nonsense! Shen Lian interjected, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot. With a glare filled with resentment directed at Yili, she exclaimed, It's one thing to win against my boyfriend through underhanded tactics, but to try and usurp his substitute position? You despicable thief. Malicious words poured from Shen Lian's lips, as if she sought to employ the most abhorrent language to attack Yili. Her reckless audacity stemmed from her formidable prowess, an impressive martial arts level of the 7th stage. Coupled with exceptional talent, solidifying her status as one of the stronger members of the school team. Although Yili had triumphed over Wang Ren, his strength barely reached the 5th stage, making it exceedingly difficult for him to contend with someone of her caliber. Shun Lian eagerly anticipated Yili losing his composure and confronting her, granting her ample justification to retaliate violently, perhaps even incapacitating him to the point where he could not participate in the martial arts examination. However, considering Yi Li's timid and meek nature, she doubted he would dare to lay a hand on her. Thus, she resolved to strike first. While Yi Li's parents had treated her kindly during their lifetime, Shun Lian was utterly indifferent to those memories at present. Her sole desire was to deliver a severe beating to Yi Li to relieve her pent-up rage. To this end, she had deliberately sent away the other members of the school team. At this moment, the entire training facility housed only the 3 of them. No matter how mournfully Yi Li might cry out later, no one would hear. Daring to block my contact, daring to insult me, daring to strike my boyfriend, and daring to seize my boyfriend's position, Yi Li deserves nothing less than total demise. In light of this, Shun Lian's fury intensified as she scoffed. Yi Li, do you even think you belong in the school team? You should have perished alongside your parents. What did you say? Fang Ming was incensed by her words. His face flushed with anger as he clenched his fists, channeling his inner energy. With his peak strength at the 4th stage, he believed he would not suffer too terribly, even if he could not best her. At that moment, a long, slender hand with prominent knuckles reached out, gently resting on his shoulder. Fang Ming turned to look at Yi Li's serene face, wishing to convey just how despicable the person before them was. Brother Yi, even if you have feelings for Shun Lian, shouldn't you come to your senses in this situation? In response to his gaze, Yi Li calmly shook his head. With a sense of resignation, Fang Ming released his hands, knowing that, true to Yi Li's character, he would likely choose to endure the provocation in silence. Brother Yi, he began, there are countless girls in the world, much like stars in the sky. There is no need for. However, Fang Ming abruptly halted his words, for Yi Li had already vanished from his original position. In an instant, he appeared before the astonished Shun Lian. Before anyone could blink, the youth spread his arms wide. And in the midst of Shun Lian's horrified gaze, his fist struck with the force of a shooting star, crashing heavily into her soft abdomen. Bang! With a dull thud, Shun Lian's figure was sent hurtling backwards. Her feet left the ground as she was propelled through the air, crashing down against the steps of the 2nd floor. Blood gushing forth. Detected that you have severely injured your childhood friend, whom you have harbored feelings for over 10 years. Evil value, 2,000. Fang Ming turned in disbelief, his body trembling. He beheld Yi Li adjusting his cuffs, ascending the stairs with measured steps towards the bloodied Shun Lian, his demeanor composed, and his expression tranquil. When I ask for help, I expect assistance without all these unnecessary words. Detected that Shun Lian's fear level has reached its maximum. Evil value 1,000. Current evil value 3,700 points. A panicked cry escaped Shun Lian's lips, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Yi Li, as if she were staring into the face of a malevolent spirit. Ignoring the pain that coursed through her body, she frantically retreated with hands and feet. Yi Li cast her a cold glance, and she immediately fell silent. Yet, the searing pain in her abdomen brought tears to her eyes. Fear and disbelief swirled within her heart. She could not fathom how, as a level 7 practitioner, she had failed to perceive Yi Li's earlier movements. She hadn't even had the chance to unleash her martial prowess before being rendered severely injured. Moreover, she could scarcely believe that Yi Li dared to lay hands on her. Where's my room? She stammered. The one on the far left of the 3rd floor. I can lead you there. Please, spare me. With a dismissive shake of his head, Yi Li chose to disregard her pleas. Turning away, he addressed Fang Ming in a calm tone. Let us go. At those words, Fang Ming awoke as if from a dream, stiffly raising his head to regard his indifferent friend. His throat involuntarily swallowed hard. If he recalled correctly, Shun Lian was a level 7 practitioner. Yet she had been taken down with a single punch. Was Yi Li at level 8? Or even 9? Furthermore, had his friend truly awakened his potential? Fang Ming's breath quickened as he ascended the stairs, glancing back at the curled-up Shun Lian in agony, unable to restrain himself from asking, Brother Yi, what about her? She won die. There's no need to worry, Yi Li replied flatly, stepping over Shun Lian and continuing up the stairs. He had shown her mercy by not delivering a fatal blow. Merely rearranging her internal organs was already a considerable act of compassion. Fortuitously, the recent gains have been substantial, sufficiently quelling the anger that resided within him. Indeed, he is quite the benevolent individual. Chapter 6. The Remarkable Surge of Fist Power. The training room is situated on the third floor, specifically designated for Yi, positioned near the edge. Upon scanning his waist token, the grand door automatically swung open. Yi stepped inside, surveying his surroundings. The training room spans approximately 200 square meters, adorned with exquisite and orderly facilities. The walls are inscribed with formations that gather spiritual energy. Once activated by the waist token, they significantly enhance the cultivation speed within the room. Furthermore, it is equipped with a fist power testing machine, a blood vitality intensity detector, a recorder, and a mental assessment device, all essential tools for training. No wonder Teacher Yang observed my reaction with such anticipation. This training room is indeed impressive. As Yi examined the room, he nodded slightly, his mood markedly improved. Not only had he received a sudden influx of 3,000 points of malevolence, but he had also acquired a training space free of charge. A facility like this, if placed on the market, would command at least several thousand hanxia coins per day. It certainly saved him a considerable sum. Fang Ming followed closely behind, watching the youthful, joyful profile of his friend, feeling an odd sense of unreality. In the past, Yi would have been entirely compliant with that Shun Lian. It was unthinkable that he would be anything but submissive. Even if it meant acting as a punching bag, he would comply if Shun Lian merely beckoned. And he would relinquish significant matters without hesitation. Fang Ming could hardly fathom that Yi had just unleashed a ferocious blow that left Shun Lian unable to stand. How astonishing! How impressive! The image of that earlier moment flashed through his mind, prompting him to take a deep breath and pinch his thigh hard, confirming he was not dreaming. The sharp pain radiating from his leg assured him that this was indeed reality. He swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, "Yigo, what has come over you today?" "What do you mean?" Yi turned to him, a hint of confusion on his face. Fang Ming gestured animatedly with his hands, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Why have you suddenly stopped indulging that Shun Lian? Why should I indulge her?" Yi frowned and replied matter-of-factly, "She was openly insulting me, practically daring me to strike her. Of course, I had to oblige." Indeed. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming nodded earnestly. Driven by curiosity, he posed another question. "Yigo, what is your current cultivation level?" Just yesterday, he was at the first stage, third layer. And now he could obliterate a formal member of the school team with a single punch. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, Fang Ming would never have believed it. Yi gaze swept across the formations etched on the wall. In response to Fang Ming's inquiry, he casually remarked, "I've just entered the first stage, 8th layer." The accurate answer was actually the pinnacle of the first stage, 8th layer. However, since Yi had only just advanced that afternoon, it was not incorrect to say he had just entered the first stage, 8th layer. Yi had no intention of concealing his true prowess. Firstly, he shared a commendable rapport with Fang Ming, establishing a foundation of trust. Secondly, he anticipated that his standing would soon ascend beyond this level. Nevertheless, Fang Ming's expression was marked by palpable astonishment. "Wait, my friend, you've been hiding your strength all along." Fang Ming exclaimed, incredulous. "What was the point of that? Had you revealed your abilities sooner, our school would have revered you like a deity." Perhaps that's a tad exaggerated, given the presence of formidable figures like Senior Sister Jiang. However, even without comparing yourself to her, Brother Yi, you are undoubtedly one of the elite in our school. There are scarcely a few in the entire team stronger than you. Senior Sister Jiang is one, and Vice Captain Lu Yangda another. Is there anyone else? None at all. Why should we even consider being substitutes? Brother Yi, wait here. I shall speak with Teacher Yang and insist she assign you a formal team member status. As Fang Ming animatedly counted on his fingers, his excitement crescendoed, leading him to abruptly rise and stride towards the door. "Please, close the door behind you." Yi gestured with a wave of his hand. "Sure thing, brother." Once Fang Ming departed, Yi leisurely approached the punching force testing machine. He recalled the last assessment of his punching power, which had been some time ago. The opportunity to gauge his strength was timely. Yi settled into a stance, channeling his internal energy, and then unleashed a powerful strike. His fist surged forth like a cannonball, striking the testing bag with a resounding thud. Boom, accompanied by a deep, resonant sound. The numbers on the testing machine fluctuated rapidly. 645 kilograms. Such a high figure? Yi was somewhat taken aback. This number exceeded the limits of human capability as per his memories from a previous life. Had he transcended humanity at last? Yi chuckled softly and turned towards the control center of the formation, placing his silver waist token within. With a hum, the formation's patterns on the wall illuminated in succession. As a gentle buzzing resonated, Yi sensed the concentration of spiritual energy around him intensifying. Time was of the essence. It was time to commence a new round of enhancements. Yi found a suitable spot to sit, as the appropriate cultivation boost made it the ideal moment to elevate his cultivation level. Current evil value, 3,700 points. Beep. Consumed 1,000 points of evil value. Commencing cultivation enhancement. Detected a high-level spiritual energy gathering formation. Your cultivation speed increases by 10. Accelerating cultivation. Cultivation concluded. Vitality has significantly increased. Current level. Peak first stage, perfection. Comment. The formation's enhancement effect is remarkable. The benefits gained are equivalent to 7 years of arduous training. Yi felt his vitality surge anew, the cluster of true energy within him rapidly expanding. In an instant, a torrent of vital energy surged through his entire being, marking the unmistakable sign of reaching the pinnacle of the first tier. The efficacy of this formation was merely a shade less potent than that of a spiritual elixir. Yet, while such elixirs were rare, this formation was a constant presence. As Yi reveled in the burgeoning strength within him, he murmured with a twinge of nostalgia. No wonder the school team possesses far greater strength than the average martial arts students. It is indeed a dual oppression of resources and innate talent. After a brief contemplation, he strode directly to the power testing machine, fixing his dark, piercing gaze upon it. With a simple adjustment of his breathing, Yi gently placed his palm against the testing bag and exhaled deeply. In the very next moment, as he released his breath, he twisted his waist and abdomen, pushing off the ground with his right foot, his hand curling into a fist. With a sudden, explosive motion, he struck. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated, and the machine's screen illuminated with a clear display. 885 kilograms. The standard for the first tier's peak punching power was 800 kilograms. Yet Yi's strength surpassed this figure by a notable margin. Observing the numbers, he maintained a serene expression, a subtle smile playing on his lips. It was only reasonable. After all, others had cultivated their prowess through arduous training, fraught with superficiality. His lips curled upwards as he thought. Whereas I have ascended step by step through the augmentation of the system. The distinction was stark. Unbeknownst to Yi, the power testing machine was directly linked to the campus database. At that moment, his punching power ranking soared to second place in the entire school, surpassed only by the universally acknowledged genius, Jiang Qingzhu. Meanwhile, the supervising teacher responsible for the data remained oblivious to this development. Chapter 7. Yi's provocation and Lu Yongda's fury within the confines of Linhai Hospital. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant. As medical personnel in white coats bustled about, inside one of the patient rooms, Wang Run, who had been knocked unconscious by Yi the previous day, now leaned against the hospital bed. With a pallid complexion, he gazed at the individual in the blue team uniform seated beside him, addressing him with respect. Brother Lu. I have something to discuss. The young man referred to as Brother Lu sighed, his gaze sweeping over Wang Ren, and added gravely, if this concerns your substitute position, there's no need to elaborate. It is Principal Li's decision, and I am powerless to change it. Wang Ren clenched his jaw, bitterness evident in his voice as he retorted. So my position is simply handed over to Yi? Do you have any other options? Lu Yongda asked with a cold smirk. Wang Ren gradually tightened his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Lu Yongda was the most likely person amongst his acquaintances to assist him. Lu Yongda, the vice captain of the school team at Linhai No. 1 High School, had reached the pinnacle of the first tier 6 months prior. In the past, prior to any changes, the team's coach would always consult him and Jiang Qingzhu for their opinions. However, this time was different. He was simply informed that a martial arts student named Yi would take the substitute position, leaving no room for dissent. Save your breath, he said dismissively. Lu Yongda placed a hand on Wang Ren's shoulder and spoke with pity. Your spot as a substitute is undoubtedly lost. However, considering your previous commendable performance, I will ask Yi to come over and apologize to you, and we shall let this matter rest. Yet, Wang Ren's face still bore an expression of unwillingness. The very individual he had intended to discipline had, instead, treated him like a dog. This was a reality he could not accept, no matter the circumstances. Enough, Lu Yongda said, frowning, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Did you not send Shen Lian to teach that kid a lesson? Do you think I am unaware? You even deliberately dismissed the personnel from the training building, clearly intending to inflict some serious harm. That lad will probably be bettered in for 10 days or more after Shen Lian is through with him. I've already pretended to be ignorant. What more do you want? Lu Yongda's voice was as deep as water. After a moment of silence, Wang Ren finally muttered, I understand. Lu Yongda nodded in satisfaction. Then I shall call him now and have him come over to apologize. I fear he may not even be able to walk at this point. Wang Ren added ominously. The disparity in levels between Yi Li at the 5th stage and Shen Lian at the 7th stage left him unable to fathom the extent of Yi Li's impending defeat. He will surely suffer some broken bones. Lu Yongda picked up the phone from the table, disregarding Wang Ren's gleeful expression, and dialed Yi Li's number provided by his instructor. Hello, who is this? The call was quickly answered by a calm and polite voice. You must be Yi Li, Lu Yongda stated flatly. I am Lu Yongda. You can call me Lu Gu. I have something to discuss with you. I do not know you. I am busy. The sound of the call disconnecting followed, leaving Lu Yongda stunned and his blood pressure rising. Wang Ren beside him was equally taken aback by Yi Li's audacity to hang up, staring at Lu Yongda in disbelief. This only added to Lu Yongda's embarrassment. He considered himself a person of significance within the school, always exuding an air of authority. He had expected Yi Li to comply and come over to apologize upon receiving his call. However, he had hardly begun to speak before the call was cut. Lu Yongda's expression grew increasingly grim. Lu Gu, Yi Li never dared to act this way before, Wang Ren remarked, snapping back to reality. Upon seeing Lu Yongda's face, he fueled the fire. He probably thinks he is important now that he has joined the school team, and he has become utterly arrogant. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongda's expression darkened. He fell silent for a moment before dialing again. As soon as the call connected, he exclaimed, Yi Li, I am the vice captain of the school team. I need to speak with you. Go ahead, came Yi Li's voice, laced with mockery from the other end. Your performance in yesterday's match was excessive, Lu Yongda began, his brow easing slightly as he spoke in a subdued tone. You also took Wang Ren's spot, which is a significant blow to him. Therefore, I would like you to come and apologize to him, and let this matter conclude. I understand, Yi Li responded monotonously. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongda felt a decrease in his anger and an increase in his disdain. Yi Li's capitulation came far more swiftly than he had anticipated. Upon discovering my identity, he indeed became fearful. A smirk crept across Lu Yongda's lips as he suppressed a sense of triumph within. Then added, You should go and speak with the guidance teacher later. Inform him that you are voluntarily withdrawing from the school team due to personal reasons. We are about to participate in an exchange competition, and your joining at this moment would be disruptive. I understand. Yi Li interrupted him directly, chuckling lightly. So the school team is filled with self-satisfied fools like you. At these words, Lu Yongda's eyes twitched slightly, and he abruptly rose to his full height. His voice laced with coldness. What did you say? The atmosphere in the ward instantly became suffocating as Wang Ren, lying on the bed, felt his heart race. Staring fixedly at the enraged Lu Yongda. I said you are a fool, and I suspect the entire school team is comprised of fools like you. Yi Li, on the other end of the line, dismissed Lu Yongda's reaction with a laugh. All right, Lu Yongda, now fuming, forced a smile that betrayed his anger and ominously threatened. I've encountered many sharp-tongued individuals, but I must admit, you are the first of your kind. If you have the guts, before he could finish, the phone abruptly disconnected with a beeping sound. Unbelievable. Lu Yongda's face flushed crimson as he smashed Wang Ren's phone onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Yi Li, you are nothing but a talentless fool in martial arts. How dare you be so arrogant? Just wait, you'll pay for this. Fury reached its peak as he spun around and stormed out of the ward, his back radiating an aura of lethal intent. Wang Ren stared blankly at the remnants of the phone, contemplating demanding compensation, yet fearing the wrath of Lu Yongda. He begrudgingly returned to his bed. It was then he suddenly recalled that during the earlier call, Yi Li's voice had been strong and unyielding, devoid of any sense of injury. A flicker of doubt ignited in Wang Ren's mind. How strange. Could it be that Shen Lian failed to apprehend Yi Li, allowing him to escape? Never mind. If he escaped, so be it. A smirk of schadenfreude appeared on Wang Ren's face. How dare you stand against Lu Yongda? Yi Li, you are doomed. One was at stage 5, while the other had reached the pinnacle of stage 1 6 months prior. The disparity in strength was glaringly obvious. Chapter 8. The Rare Celestial Treading Technique. At Linhai No. 1 High School, on the third floor of the library, a collection of martial arts techniques acquired since the school's establishment is housed. Students may borrow these techniques by paying a corresponding amount of Linxia coins. Not only are the prices significantly cheaper than those outside, but the variety and quality are also quite extensive, making it one of the school's most vital establishments. The first and second floors primarily feature first-stage martial arts, while second-stage techniques occupy only a small portion. Yili learned the flowing fist technique and breaking cloud spear technique right here. On the third floor, one can find martial arts techniques of the second tier and above, accessible solely to teachers and select students under special training. After scanning his identification badge, Yili ascended the stairs amidst the curious and envious gazes of many. The hostility from Liu Yongda did not weigh heavily on his mind, for after all, the two were separated by a mere phone call, making many matters rather inconvenient. One might ponder, what if there is no malice value? The answer lies in fervently beating one's adversary until they relinquish the requisite malice value. Thus, had Liu Yongda been seated opposite him, Yili would have been confident in resolving their discord. Casting aside his scattered thoughts, Yili stood before a vast electronic screen, perusing the myriad martial techniques cataloged therein. Second-tier technique, the mountain-crushing fist, priced at 100,000 Hanjia coins. Second-tier technique, the serpent's movement, priced at 120,000 Hanjia coins. Breathing technique, the flame's breath, priced at 200,000 Hanjia coins. Yili's preliminary intention was to select a suitable movement technique alongside a relatively advanced defensive technique. However, perhaps the system had inadvertently elevated his discernment. Amidst the dazzling array of options, he found himself unable to identify a suitable martial art. The reason for this was rather straightforward. It was not that they were inferior, but rather that expending malice value on techniques of such a tier felt somewhat wasteful. Although lower-tier martial arts do not possess a strict hierarchy, one can still discern their merits and flaws from the accompanying descriptions. Based on Yili's assessment, most of the second-tier techniques cataloged here were rather mediocre, merely abundant enough to satisfy. Thus, he decided to randomly select a few for the time being. Yili rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of frustration. As for the breathing techniques, they too needed to be prioritized. These could only be mastered after one ascended to the second tier. Despite being referred to as breathing techniques, they could also be termed second-tier practices. The grades, akin to martial talent, are classified from high to low into 6 levels. The breathing techniques recorded at Linhai No. 1 High School, upon inspection, peaked at merely the first level, and even that demanded a steep price of 300,000 Hanjia coins. Yet, Yili could barely muster around 100,000 Hanjia coins. He found himself in quite a tight spot. Alas, the martial arts high school merely required the placement of techniques here, whereas students in the martial science field had far more considerations. As he contemplated his selection of martial arts, a melodious female voice pierced through his thoughts. Turning to investigate, he beheld a literary young woman with round glasses, clutching a book, standing not far away, her head tilted curiously in his direction. "Who are you?" Yili inquired, raising an eyebrow. "I am Yu Qianqian," the literary girl replied with a smile. Sensing the confusion in Yili's eyes, she quickly added, "I am also on the school team. I watched your match yesterday. You are Yili, a first-tier, 5th-level practitioner, correct?" "Indeed," Yili acknowledged politely with a nod. "I am selecting martial techniques. Do you require something? You seem dissatisfied with the techniques available here." As Yu Qianqian stepped forward to stand beside him, she gazed at the electronic screen and remarked with a gentle smile, "I see you have been furrowing your brow. The quality is simply abysmal." Yili calmly expressed his opinion. "Indeed," Yu Qianqian chuckled softly, "the exquisite martial arts techniques are typically reserved by the school as various rewards. How could they possibly be openly sold here?" "All right, it seems I was mistaken," Yili said with a casual wave of his hand, turning to leave. "Wait a moment," Yu Qianqian called out, pausing for 2 seconds before inquiring. "Although there are no complete rare martial techniques here, there are some incomplete versions. Would you be interested?" "Yes." Yili halted his steps. "Then please wait a moment. I will check for you." "Thank you." Soon, Yu Qianqian scrolled through the screen and revealed a name. Second-tier martial technique. Rare, skyward void step. Incomplete. 100,000 Hanxia coins. "What do you think? Shall we purchase it to take a look?" she tentatively asked. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. For 100,000 Hanxia coins was no small sum, and she feared Yili might think she was leading him astray. Often, her good intentions led to unfortunate outcomes, a habit she struggled to amend. That sounds fine. To Yu Qianqian's surprise, Yili simply expressed his gratitude once more and quickly completed the payment, finalizing the order. Next, they only needed to collect the copy from the front desk. I'll go retrieve it for you. With her mood elevated, Yu Qianqian volunteered to dash toward the front desk. However, Yili suspected she merely intended to pilfer his book and followed closely behind. You must come from a well-off family, buying a 100,000 martial technique without hesitation. Yu Qianqian jested. Yili cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, I am orphaned. This 100,000 is my last savings. Successfully instilling a profound sense of guilt in Yu Qianqian, evil value 200. If I find it utterly useless, I shall have to subsist on grass henceforth, Yili remarked, his eyes brightening upon hearing the system's notification. Detecting increased guilt in Yu Qianqian, evil value 100. Taking a deep breath, Yu Qianqian forced a smile and reassured him. Rest assured, it will be useful. When it comes to martial techniques, I am undoubtedly the strongest in our grade. Yili nodded slightly. The two soon acquired the relevant texts. Yili casually flipped through the pages, only to discover that a significant portion of the text was missing. It was not merely the latter or former parts that were absent. Entire sentences were lacking, with some pages entirely missing. No matter how one looked at it, the material was utterly unlearnable. In summary, the 100,000 coins had gone to waste without a trace. I am so sorry. Yu Qianqian wished she could disappear into the ground, her heart crying out in despair. Why does this keep happening? Why do my good intentions always lead to misfortune? Alas, given the circumstances surrounding this student Yili, one could hardly argue against the gravity of his transgressions. Yili, for the moment, chose to disregard her, calmly perusing the tattered tome before him. In his sight, a faint blue panel, visible only to him, gradually revealed its text. Celestial Void Step Technique, uninitiated. Points available for allocation, current malevolence value, 3,000 points. Finally, a stroke of fortune. Chapter 9, a lightning-fast ascendancy, perfecting the art. This technique appeared to be a combination of agility and defensive martial arts. Its description indicated that the technique comprised 3 formidable stages, and at its pinnacle, it could transcend the corporeal realm, rendering one's presence elusive. Coupled with its peculiar footwork, it could evade the majority of attacks while simultaneously enhancing one's speed. Yu Qianqian, cautiously observing Yi Li's expression, chuckled awkwardly. This is undoubtedly a masterwork among second-tier martial techniques. It likely surpasses most third-tier techniques in intricacy. If only I could learn it. Apologies, but even if it is exquisite, in such a dilapidated state, I dare say even a martial sage would struggle to master it. However, I assure you, I was sincerely attempting to assist you. Could you refrain from regarding me with such disdain? I truly apologize and am willing to reimburse you a portion of your losses. Yu Qianqian, her head bowed in shame, covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly unworthy to face the dashing young man before her. Classmate Yu, apologies require humility. Is this not a fundamental principle you are aware of? Yi Li, suppressing his inner delight, rested his chin on one hand and spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianqian's eyes widened, her fair complexion turning pale as she stammered, Is that true? Of course not. What are you thinking? Yi Li waved his hand dismissively. He then added with a teasing tone, However, should you wish to apologize in that manner, I would not object. With her hands clasped before her, biting her lip, Yu Qianqian suddenly knelt before him with a thud. Her ample bosom pressed against the ground in a most proper gesture of submission. Were it not for the sparsely populated third floor, this display would have certainly attracted considerable attention. Forcing a young maiden to kneel, malevolence value 100. That is rather excessive, Yi Li remarked, gazing at her in surprise. I was merely jesting. I had no intention of making you kneel. However, given the impeccable manner of your submission, I shall forgive you. Yu Qianqian rose from the floor, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she said, It's the first time I've encountered someone who trusts me so completely, yet I was unable to assist you. I truly apologize. Yi Li sighed. Ultimately, it was I who wished to purchase this, and I never claimed to be unable to comprehend it. Is that true? It is in such a damaged state. Indeed, if anything, I owe you a favor. A look of gratitude spread across Yi Li's face as he regarded Yu Qianqian. In her perspective, that fragment of the Celestial Gang's void-treading technique was utterly incomprehensible, no matter who attempted to decipher it. The current assertions from the other party were evidently intended to appease her psyche while feigning strength. I comprehended this. Yu Qianqian pressed her lips together, earnestly declaring, "Yi Li, regardless of whether you can comprehend it, should I acquire any precious martial skills in the future, I shall undoubtedly share them with you." Upon hearing this, Yi Li merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Understood, you may proceed with your affairs." Yu Qianqian then smiled and nodded, turning to depart. Once she was out of sight, Yi Li redirected his focus to the interface. Yu Qianqian's anxiety was not without merit. After all, the fragment was nearly reduced to a fill-in-the-blank exercise, and even if it were inexpensive, practicing it was futile. However, with my immense determination and effort as a foundation, coupled with a touch of serendipity, I believe I can achieve what ordinary individuals cannot. Current malevolent value, 3,100 points. Fortunately, I did not gamble recklessly in the training room, forcing a breakthrough to the second tier. Otherwise, I would be left staring blankly now. Yi Li subtly exhaled in relief before commencing his new round of point allocation. Just to be cautious, let me try with 500 points first. Based on my experience, this roughly equates to 2.5 years of arduous training. 500 points of malevolent value surged into the interface, and the numbers following the Celestial Gang's void-treading technique began to fluctuate. Ding. Consumed 500 points of malevolent value. Commencing enhancement of second-tier martial skill. Celestial Gang's void-treading step. Detected insufficient resources of cloud mist essence and absence of a complete mental formula. Training speed reduced by 70. Would you like to consume 2,000 points of malevolent value to attempt to deduce the complete martial skill and eliminate the negative effects? Too exorbitant, I cannot afford the deduction. Moreover, attempting to deduce a martial skill of which I possess scant knowledge, if the system fails to yield results. Will you compensate me? No. Without hesitation, Yi Li opted for a forced allocation of points. Your speed is akin to that of a septuagenarian participating in a full marathon. Commencing a full-force assault on the threshold. Training in progress. Training complete. Successfully initiated martial skill. Celestial Gang's void-treading step. Initiation, 60. Byproduct. 2.5 years of diligent training dedicated to martial skills has rendered your mind increasingly resilient, and your vitality has experienced a slight enhancement. Indeed, I have incurred some negative effects. The speed reduction of 70 is outrageous. Furthermore, would it not be fatal for a septuagenarian to compete in a marathon? Is this truly acceptable? Yi Li's gaze scanned the interface, internally voicing his complaints. Yet, none of this held significance. What truly mattered was that it was indeed feasible. Even without having perused the texts, even in the absence of corresponding training resources, I can forcibly elevate my martial skill progression. As the saying goes, allocating points is the reason for ascendance. By force, I shall prevail, Yi Li murmured softly, raising a hand and slightly channeling his internal energy, beginning to circulate it along the designated pathways. His palm exhaled a faint mist, and the already pallid skin appeared even more luminous, exuding an ethereal translucence. Should this hand bear the brunt of an attack, the damage sustained would be significantly mitigated compared to other parts of the body. In essence, it provided a certain degree of damage immunity. This was indeed a treasure among the second-tier martial arts. Yi Li felt a stir within his heart. Initially, he thought that Yu Qianqian's assertion that most third-tier martial arts paled in comparison to this one was merely her attempt to salvage her reputation. However, at this moment, it seemed to possess a credible foundation. Yet, the consumption was considerable. It was apparent that it required the aid of a breathing technique. Yi Li sighed, realizing that merely refining the flesh of this hand had drained a significant amount of his true energy. Without the breathing technique to replenish his true energy in real time during combat, even a peak first-tier martial artist would struggle to maintain it for long. Moreover, expending 500 malevolent points merely granted him a rudimentary grasp of this skill. In the past, this amount would have sufficed to elevate a second-tier martial art to perfection. Unfortunately, Yi Li found himself at a loss for solutions at present. Setting aside the issue of sourcing the so-called mist essence, the expenditure of time and money alone was enough to leave him drained. With the martial examination approaching, his time was running short. Very well then. Let us go all in. Resolute in his decision, Yi Li did not hesitate to engage the interface and poured all his energy into this martial skill. Target set. Commencing enhancement of the Heavenly Gang's void treading technique. Current drawback. Cultivation speed reduced by 70. Commencing cultivation. Ding. As your understanding of this martial skill deepens, you recall similar techniques from the literary works of your past life and incorporate them into your training. Acquired bonus. Cultivation speed increased by 30. You transformed into an elderly lady. Donned the shoes of the venerable Adachi Ken and began sprinting on the track named the Heavenly Gang's void treading technique. Accelerating cultivation. Training completed. This endeavor consumed 2,400 malevolent points, approximately equivalent to 12 years of arduous training. Heavenly Gang's void treading technique perfected. Byproduct. Over a decade of unwavering dedication to training has allowed you to grasp this martial skill to an extraordinary extent. You have mastered the technique of channeling energy, resulting in a slight enhancement of your vitality. Yi Li exhaled a plume of white mist, his vital energy surging with vigor, akin to a boiling cauldron. He radiated vitality, his bones resonating, and his spine felt as powerful as a great dragon. He was but a step away from the so-called second-tier realm. Chapter 10. Breaking through the door and getting to the point. It truly felt as though he had activated a cheat. As he reveled in the sudden surge of his vital energy, Yi Li couldn't help but reflect. Just yesterday, he was an inconspicuous martial science student, having spent nearly 3 years barely mastering a first-tier martial skill. Forget the renowned martial academies. Even admission to an ordinary martial university seemed a daunting challenge. However, the situation has changed. Through steadfast determination and diligent effort, coupled with the refinement of several martial arts techniques, Yi Li's foundation in martial arts has been honed to a nearly terrifying level. To any observer, it is evident that he has ascended his prowess through relentless practice, exhibiting a robust vitality, exceptional skill, and a composed demeanor. According to Yi Li's assessment, with his current capabilities, it is unlikely that an ordinary pinnacle of the first tier could pose a challenge to him. He exhaled silently, feeling a surge of confidence for the upcoming martial examination scheduled in a month. Yet, prior to this examination, he must prepare for a so-called intercollegiate exchange competition. Compared to the solemnity of the martial examination, this exchange competition captivates the interest of the youth even more. Historically, the arena has been one of the most favored spectacles among the populace. Yi Li had heard Fong Ming mention the details of this municipal exchange competition on more than one occasion. It is said that an outstanding performance in the competition could not only yield precious martial arts rewards from the institution, but might also attract the attention of the only martial arts university within the province, potentially securing a direct admission. The date for the exchange competition is set for next week, and even as a substitute, there exists a chance to participate. Contemplating this, Yi Li's anticipation grew. The martial arts university is an institution every martial arts student yearns for, offering resources and techniques far superior to those found in a martial arts high school. Many of these universities have close collaborations with local cities, granting capable students the opportunity to venture beyond the city limits to hunt exotic beasts, thereby acquiring the resources necessary for their cultivation. The more esteemed the martial arts university, the greater the support it can offer. To gain admission into the desired institution, one must stand out in the martial examination and achieve remarkable results. Only upon reaching the second tier does one qualify to compete with the top echelon of students from martial arts high schools. Yi Li is tantalizingly close, just a fraction away from the second tier, which can be a hurdle for 50 practitioners. Nonetheless, for Yi Li, as long as he can accumulate sufficient points of malevolence, even with maximal negativity, he can demonstrate a breakthrough. The system has yet to clarify the criteria for acquiring malevolence points, but Yi Li has managed to glean some insights on his own. The suffering of others equates to his own delight. Meeting even a fraction of certain conditions can yield corresponding malevolence points. He does not perceive anything wrong with this, for in a world of high martial arts, the weak deserve to be humiliated by the strong. Of course, this is merely a reference, as there are instances where fulfilling both conditions does not yield malevolence points. Ultimately, the system holds the final interpretation. For now, it is best to return. Yi Li closed the tattered book and glanced at his status panel, feeling a pang of regret. The rewards recently obtained from Shun Lian have already been depleted in the pursuit of a rare martial technique. Current malevolence points, 200. It seems I must seek out someone to acquire more rewards. Yi Li sighed, rising from his seat in the library and making his way towards the training building. The rooms designated for the members of the school team are equipped for overnight stays. After all, he is alone at home. It makes little difference whether he returns or not. Sighing, when will he encounter those brainless, provocation-hungry antagonists? With this thought, Yili stepped through the entrance of the training building, ascended the stairs, and arrived at his training room. He pushed the door open with a creak and lay down on the bed, stretching comfortably. Soon, he closed his eyes, intending to take a short nap. The unexpected acquisition of the rare Tian Gang treading void technique had significantly lifted his spirits. At precisely 6 o'clock, a series of persistent knocks echoed from the door. Who is it? Yili sat up, the drowsiness in his dark eyes dissipating. It's me, Yu Qianqian. I'm here. Yili hurriedly approached and opened the door. Observing the slightly awkward expression on the bespectacled girl, he raised an eyebrow and curiously inquired, "Have you found a rare martial skill already?" "No, it's something else." Yu Qianqian quickly waved her hands, her discomfort becoming more pronounced. Noticing her demeanor, Yili began to harbor some suspicions. "If there's something, just say it." While Yu Qianqian fidgeted with her hands, Team Leader Lu wants you to visit his training room, the one at the far left on the 4th floor. Lu? You mean our vice captain, Lu Yongda? Upon hearing this, a hint of struggle appeared in Yu Qianqian's eyes, and after a brief hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it, you should not go. I have a feeling he has ill intentions." "Ill intentions?" Yili's interest piqued, and he inquired nonchalantly, "Why do you say that?" "He mentioned that he wants you to understand what it means that there are always people stronger than you, and to grasp the Team's rules." After uttering this, Yu Qianqian let out a sigh of relief, as if revealing this matter had drained her of considerable courage. Adjusting her glasses, she continued, "Did you have any past grievances with him?" "Just a minor issue." "Then that's it." Yu Qianqian clenched her teeth, exclaiming with indignation, "He is particularly petty. You should not go over there just yet. There are others in his training room besides him, 2 of his lackeys. One is at the 9th level, and the other at the 8th level, along with Lu Yongda, who is at the peak of the 1st stage. You will certainly not fare well. Honestly, he is just taking advantage of Senior Jiang's indifference to bully newcomers without restraint. This perfectly good school team is bound to be ruined by his little clique." "I understand. Lead the way." Yili raised his chin. "Lead the way? To where?" Yu Qianqian looked at him in astonishment and quickly said, "I'll find the instructor. As long as we wait for the teacher to arrive, he won't dare to do anything." "No, you're really going?" In the midst of their conversation, Yili had already bypassed her, waving his hand as he strode purposefully toward the 4th floor. As she gazed at his tall silhouette, Yu Qianqian widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend why anyone would deliberately charge into the mouth of a gun. Knowing full well that a tiger lurks in the mountain, one ought to steer clear of such perilous terrain. While aware of your 1st-tier 5th level, those unaware might mistake you for Senior Jiang. In the fleeting moments that Yu Qianqian was lost in thought, Yili's figure had already vanished from the staircase, appearing before the training room on the 4th floor. "Lu Gu, do you think that kid will dare to show up?" "Uncertain. When he spoke to me on the phone this morning, he was quite audacious. Perhaps he truly will come." A voice from within the room sneered. "Ha ha. He absolutely won't dare, Lu Gu. That kid is merely a substitute at the 1st-tier 5th level, if he dares to come. I could take him down with one hand. Lu Gu, if Yu Qianqian can't summon that kid, let us just go and confront him directly." Listening to the raucous banter from inside, Yili silently exhaled. Suddenly, he kicked the door. Bang! The door shattered explosively, splintering into fragments and revealing 3 astonished individuals within. Chapter 11. Defense and Counterattack. The perfect Heavenly Gang Void Technique. At the forefront was naturally Lu Yongda, who sat on the resting bench, his expression one of shock as he beheld the intruding Yili. The 2 other youths clad in team uniforms were equally taken aback, having not anticipated such a bold entrance without so much as a word. Indeed, a thorn in the side. Regaining their composure, the 2 immediately rose, a hint of mockery flickering across their faces as their internal energies began to circulate. "Never would I have imagined you could be so reckless." Observing the handsome youth at the door, Lu Yongda smirked. "By unilaterally damaging my room, I could easily petition the teacher to have you expelled from the school team. You surely don't think that being at the 1st-tier 5th level is something rare, do you? To be frank, students of your caliber are as trivial as a side dish to the school. But I am different. A peak 1st-tier student is a standout in any martial arts high school. Who do you think the school values more, you or me?" After delivering this condescending monologue, his companions erupted in laughter. They then advanced towards Yi Li, their expressions menacing. The atmosphere in the training room grew increasingly oppressive. Liu Yongda's arrogance swelled as he sought to discern any semblance of inferiority or panic on Yi Li's face. Unfortunately, Yi Li's countenance remained as calm as a tranquil pond, though his dark eyes burned with intensity. Liu Yongda furrowed his brow, about to speak, when suddenly, Yi Li vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he materialized before the two approaching youths. One of them, startled, could hardly fathom the speed displayed by his opponent. Without delay, Yi Li extended his right arm, his entire being resonating with vigor as his formidable energy erupted. He delivered a powerful punch that struck the man squarely in the abdomen. Boom! A force exceeding 1,000 kilograms erupted instantaneously, catching the man off guard, causing him to spew a mouthful of fresh blood as his body was violently propelled backwards, crashing heavily into the crumbling wall. Injured a first-tier 8th-level martial artist. Evil points, 700. Astonished. Upon witnessing this scene, another individual finally reacted, his gaze betraying palpable terror as he beheld the imposing and ferocious presence of Yi Li. Clearly thrown into disarray. In a moment of desperation, he hastily summoned his internal energy, crossing his hands to shield himself in a bid to buy some time for assistance. Yi Li had mastered the essence of the flowing fist technique, executing punches as fluidly as water. After sending one man flying with a single strike, he was already poised to unleash his second blow. Even before cultivating the celestial step technique, his punch force had neared 900 kilograms. Now, having devoted over a decade to the celestial step technique, his martial prowess had not markedly improved, yet his punch force had undeniably surpassed 1,000 kilograms. In an instant, as the young man raised his arms, Yi Li delivered a punch like a cannonball, shattering the young man's defenses as if they were subjected to an immense force. The sound of his arms breaking resonating clearly. The young man screamed in agony, retreating backwards, but Yi Li, like a shadow, darted forward with lightning speed, seizing the young man's face and brutally slamming it onto the shattered floor. Injured a first-tier, 9th-level martial artist. Evil points, 800. Struck by such force, the young man immediately succumbed to a slumber akin to that of an infant, collapsing into unconsciousness. Liu Yongda stared in horror at the unfolding spectacle, utterly bewildered by how a first-tier 5th-level martial artist could possess such terrifying speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, two individuals had been grievously injured. Were the roles reversed, he doubted he could achieve the same. At this moment, Yi Li rose to his feet, adjusting his sleeve with an indifferent expression as he regarded Liu Yongda, who was still in shock on the bed. "It's your turn." The youth's voice was icy. Having encountered such a rare opportunity for action, he had no intention of granting his opponent a chance to plead for mercy. "What realm are you in?" Liu Yongda, fixated on Yi Li's serene countenance, exclaimed in a mixture of astonishment and fear, "You cannot possibly be a first-tier 5th level. You concealed your strength yesterday." As he spoke, he abruptly stood up. Given the situation, it was evident that Yi Li would not let him off. Thus, if it had come to this, he resolved to engage in a genuine confrontation. Concealing his strength mattered not. He would demonstrate the disparity between them. With a furious roar, Liu Yongda's body illuminated with an extraordinary green glow as he activated his martial talent. A formidable martial talent, bone enhancement. His muscles began to swell, his already imposing figure expanding even further. Then, he stomped his foot onto the ground, and with a thunderous sound, his massive form began to surge forward like a moving fortress, charging towards Yi Li with reckless abandon. Yi Li remained calm, seemingly unfazed by Liu Yongda's terrifying momentum. With an air of indifference, he settled into a low stance, drawing back his right arm like a bow, the taut muscles coiling with latent power. His entire being surged with vitality, the robust essence of true energy continuously flooding into the meridians of his right arm, even causing his skin to emanate a faint, ethereal glow. Undoubtedly, the force behind this punch would surpass that of the previous two by a considerable margin. Boom! The entire floor trembled with each step Liu Yongda took, leaving deep imprints in the ground. Within mere moments, his colossal form surged towards Yi Li, his fist, resembling a stone pillar, tore through the air, harnessing every ounce of kinetic energy within him, and struck fiercely towards Yi Li. This was the mountain-crushing fist. Suddenly, Yi Li's body became ethereal and transparent, wisps of white vapor appearing on his surface, an extraordinary sight indeed. The celestial step technique. At that moment, Yu Qianqian finally arrived downstairs, greeted by this astonishing scene. She beheld Yi extending his left hand, which appeared almost translucent. In the next instant, Lu Yongda unleashed a full-force punch that crashed down. Yet the overwhelming might merely caused Yi's elongated hand to be slightly deflected, akin to a cow plunging into the sea. Lu Yongda's pupils constricted in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Immediately thereafter, Yi's figure spun rapidly along with the deflected hand, and once he steadied himself, his charged right fist was unleashed with explosive force. Boom! The air erupted in a ripple of shock waves, and Lu Yongda's massive body was propelled backward, crashing through the bed frame and smashing into the shattered wall. Amidst the cascading debris, the vice captain of the school team lay sprawled on the rubble, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his head tilted at an unnatural angle, unconscious. Exhaling a breath of white vapor, Yi withdrew his fist and stood firm. He then turned to Yu Qianqian, who stood there in astonishment, and offered a polite nod. Chapter 12. Breakthrough to the second stage. Yu Qianqian held a favorable impression of Yi. Although they had only just met, he was the first person who, after being tricked by her, bore no resentment whatsoever. This endeared him to her, and she had already considered him a friend in her heart. Therefore, upon regaining her composure, she hastened from the third floor, fearing that the three might harm Yi. After all, he was merely at the 5th level of the first stage, and despite his amiable nature, it would be difficult for him to avoid harm at the hands of 3 opponents. Yet, the unfolding events left her questioning her own eyes. In the training room, Yi stood with a calm demeanor, his back straight, his dark eyes cold as ice. Surrounding him lay Lu Yongda's 2 lackeys, collapsed on the ground, their breath faint and lifeless. As for Lu Yongda himself, he had just been violently struck and sent flying by Yi's fist, rendered unconscious on the spot. Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries. A profound sense of shock surged within Yu Qianqian. In less than a minute, 2 late-stage first-level warriors and 1 peak first-level warrior had been grievously wounded. What terrifying strength this was! It is improbable that he is merely a first-tier fighter. His true strength likely rivals that of Sister Jiang. In Yu Qianqian's mind, only the esteemed Jiang Qingzhu possesses the potential to achieve such feats. But who is she? She is universally acknowledged as the genius warrior of Linhai City, having surpassed the 2nd tier even before graduation and employing the ancestral breathing techniques of her family. Even if one were to amalgamate all the martial arts high schools in Ning province, Jiang Qingzhu's prowess would undoubtedly remain unparalleled. In contrast, Yi is merely a substitute who has just joined the school team. Contemplating this, Yu Qianqian felt a tremor in her heart. Her gaze towards Yi inadvertently tinged with trepidation. If he could effortlessly defeat Lu Yongda, he could surely do the same to her. Reflecting on her earlier concerns, Yu Qianqian found herself inexplicably amused. Upon sensing her gaze, Yi turned around, nodded politely, and gestured towards the 3 individuals on the ground, inquiring, "How should we handle this?" Quite simply, Yu Qianqian steadied her emotions and explained, "They initiated the trouble, so even if you have injured them severely, they must bear the consequences. In situations like this, the school will not hold you accountable." "I see." Yi's eyes brightened. "This is indeed a world of high martial arts. If this were in my previous high school, it would likely end with everyone receiving equal punishment." He pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you implying that as long as someone seeks trouble with me, I am free to retaliate as I wish?" Yu Qianqian hesitated briefly before responding, "As long as you don't go overboard, that should be acceptable." "Ah, I understand." Yi nodded and then turned his attention to the 3 on the ground, asking, "So, we simply leave them here?" "Of course not," Yu Qianqian replied, half amused and half exasperated. "We need to call the supervising teacher to handle this. However, I can assist you with that. You should go ahead and take care of your matters." Yi expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out of the training room, Yu Qianqian called out to him, "Wait, there's one more thing. Go ahead. Sister Jiang is our team captain, and according to the rules, she will speak with you in the next couple of days to get an initial understanding of your situation." "I understand." Yi nodded and departed. Yu Qianqian watched the young man vanish from view, murmuring to herself in a daze, "Another monster has arrived." Upon returning to the 3rd floor, Yi entered his training room and shut the door with a casual motion. The sensation of an impending breakthrough grew increasingly palpable. He was merely a step away from the 2nd tier, and after experiencing a battle, the true energy within him surged rather than diminished, his aura becoming somewhat chaotic. It wasn't that he couldn't break through now. He simply hadn't found a suitable breathing method, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. Well, it has come to this. I might as well attempt the breakthrough. Although the breathing techniques housed in the school's library were not of high caliber, the nature of breathing methods allowed for mid-course changes, making them somewhat workable in a pinch. At worst, one can simply wait until a suitable opportunity arises. Yili settled at the edge of the bed and summoned the interface. Injuring a peak first-tier young martial artist, evil value, 1000. Detected the collapse of Liu Yangda's confidence, evil value, 500. Detected a profound sense of fear from 3 individuals towards you, evil value, 1,500. Current evil value, 4,700 points. What a bountiful harvest. A faint smile graced Yi Li's lips. Although it could not compare to the substantial fortune acquired by Shun Lian, it nonetheless marked one of his most significant gains. Aside from that, it should suffice for him to break through to the second tier. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes gently, and immersed his spirit into the interface. Current level, peak first tier 9-fold, perfection. Ding. The goal of this training has been set to break through to the second tier, beginning cultivation. Second tier Jade Muscle Realm involves gradually merging the abundant true energy with the meridians and bones to enhance one's vitality. In the past couple of days, your relentless training in martial arts, coupled with nearly 20 years of diligent practice, has allowed you to master the true energy within your body, making this endeavor remarkably efficient. Gain, cultivation speed increased by 50. You begin to reinforce your meridians with true energy, nurturing your vitality. But due to the absence of a breathing technique to replenish your true energy, this process is rather slow. Negative effect, cultivation speed decreased by 20. Negative effect, emotional agitation. The moment the words appeared on the interface, a sense of agitation unexpectedly welled up within Yi Li. This surprised him. However, this fleeting anxiety did not significantly affect him, for he was merely engaged in the straightforward task of enhancing his attributes. Accelerating cultivation. Through persistent effort, you have successfully reinforced a portion of your meridians, resulting in a significant increase in your vitality. And you have successfully broken through to the first level of the second tier. Your punching power has greatly increased. Your reaction speed has significantly improved. End of cultivation. Comments. This cultivation was smoothly accomplished, consuming little of your mental energy, with a total expenditure of 200 evil value. As the final words materialized, Yi Li's muscles and bones suddenly produced a clear sound. Subsequently, a portion of the meridians underwent instantaneous transformation, radiating a lustrous sheen akin to jade, nourishing the vitality throughout his body. Yi Li's aura surged magnificently. The true energy within him flowed powerfully, having increased several-fold from just minutes prior, restoring his vitality to its peak state. The exhaustion incurred from the earlier battle dissipated in an instant. With a deep exhale, Yi Li released a plume of white vapor. Upon opening his eyes, they sparkled with brilliance. He raised his palm and channeled true energy. A wisp of ethereal white vapor swiftly surged from his fingertips, rapidly permeating his flesh, giving it a translucent appearance from afar. He executed the Celestial Steps technique. At this moment, he was finally able to unleash the full potential of this second-tier martial technique. According to Yi Li's estimation, when he exerted all his strength to employ this technique yesterday, he could only neutralize a mere 50% of the force from attacks by opponents of the same rank. However, now he found that with just a thought, he could mitigate at least 70% of the aggression from adversaries of equal standing. An impressive 70% damage reduction made him a formidable force in direct confrontations. From now on, any second-tier warrior daring to engage him would have to pay a heavy price. As Yi Li gazed contemplatively at the swirling white energy emanating from his palm, he felt a surge of exhilaration. With every breath, the consumed vital energy began to gradually replenish. At this moment, he realized that he could restore his own energy not solely through meditation, but also through the act of breathing. Although it was not as efficient as the breathing techniques he had heard of, it was indeed a hallmark of a second-tier warrior. In the past, he had found the concept of regaining health through breathing in games rather absurd, but now, the idea of replenishing his energy through breath seemed entirely natural. With a light chuckle, he dissipated the white energy from his palm, reveling in the changes within himself. At this juncture, he was certain that he had stepped into the realm of second-tier warriors, the Jade Muscle stage. Should he encounter Liu Yangda and his companions again, Yi Li was confident that he could defeat all three within half a minute, even without employing the Celestial Gang's Void Step. Next, he needed to focus on preparing for breathing techniques. Otherwise, every time he leveled up, he would likely incur a negative effect of 20 reduced cultivation speed. Chapter 13. Rumors abound. In the 2 days following his breakthrough to the second tier, Yili remained in the library, where he found a serene environment. As Qianqian had mentioned, even though the instructor who rushed in that night was astonished by the situation concerning Lu Yongda and his companions. After understanding the entire sequence of events, he took no punitive action against Yili. On the contrary, he eagerly requested the school administration to have Yili become an official member of the school team, demonstrating an exceptionally enthusiastic attitude. Upon hearing about the matter, Vice Principal Li Haohan immediately consented. He intended to have a conversation with Yili afterward to strengthen their relationship. But upon learning that the young man had been immersed in the library for the past 2 days, he refrained from intruding. Regardless, Yili was now officially part of the Lin High School team. Notably, that morning, on his way to the library, he happened to encounter Wang Ren returning from the hospital. Wang Ren had his face bandaged and was wearing a protective brace. Upon seeing Yili, who appeared calm and composed, an expression of disbelief washed over his face. And he exclaimed, "How are you unscathed?" Given Lu Yongda's involvement, Wang Ren had expected Yili to suffer a significant setback. At the very least, he should have been disheartened, looking like a plucked chicken. Yet here stood Yili, radiant and at ease, with a steady and profound aura. Where was the slightest hint of defeat? Could it be that Lu Yongda had not laid a hand on him? Yili casually inquired. "Why would I have something to do?" Lu Yongda, surprisingly, did not react, and Wang Ren instinctively spoke up, "Lu Yongda? Upon hearing this, Yili displayed a moment of realization, followed by a light chuckle. "I have already sent him on his way." "Sent him away? What does that mean?" "It seems that you two did not visit the same hospital." Yili shook his head with a hint of regret. As he spoke, he stepped forward, intending to earn some malevolent points effortlessly. However, to his astonishment, Wang Ren was so frightened by his action that he turned and fled. Watching the other's panicked retreat, Yili felt somewhat surprised. "I am not a villain. Is it really necessary?" With only about a week remaining until next week's exchange competition, there were only 6 official positions available. Yili was indifferent about who he had replaced. He was simply aware that the coach of the school team had successfully secured him a scholarship worth a substantial amount. 500,000 Hanxia coins had already been deposited into his account, enabling him to select a slightly more advanced breathing technique. The grade breathing technique, Fiery Blaze, costs 450,000 Hanxia coins. The grade breathing technique, Raging Waves, costs 500,000 Hanxia coins. The fragmented grade breathing technique costs 700,000 Hanxia coins. On the 3rd floor of the library, Yili gazed at the lines of breathing techniques displayed on the screen, feeling quite overwhelmed. There seemed to be no suitable options. The only grade breathing technique available was a fragment, priced at 700,000. If he wanted to supplement it through the system, it would require a considerable amount of malevolent points. Never mind, if it comes to that, I will simply ask the school for one. It's just a breathing technique. I doubt they would refuse me. After 2 days of indecision in the library, Yili's choice paralysis reached its peak, and he ultimately resolved to exploit the school's resources. Leaving the library, Yili made his way to the training building. Along the way, he was met with numerous unusual glances, most of which were filled with trepidation. It was at this moment that Yili recalled something. The day before, after he had incapacitated Lu Yongda and his companions, although the school had expressed no objections, for some unknown reason, the news spread throughout the campus as if it had sprouted legs. However, the version of the rumor was rather absurd. The newly joined substitute from the school team openly provoked other members, disrupting the team's atmosphere. Yili from Class 9 of the Martial Science Department was so arrogant that he had severely injured 3 team members. How could a substitute possibly defeat 3 official members? I heard this person's strength is merely at the 5th level of the 1st tier. He must have employed some underhanded means. With the exchange competition just a week away, what could his intentions be in attacking teammates? I too sense malicious intent, were it not for senior sister Jiang. The school team of Linhai No. 1 High School might have been ruined by this person. Most of these rumors were generally accurate. The gist of it was that Yili was arrogant, employing dubious tactics to severely injure 3 team members. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. And the power of rumor is indeed formidable. Such absurd rumors, reminiscent of a student challenging the principal to a duel over the weekend, swiftly became the focal point of discourse within the school. Yili, inevitably, found himself at the center of this gossip. Due to the malicious nature of the alleged actions, many gullible students developed a sense of trepidation towards him. It is universally acknowledged that those who spread falsehoods are utterly detestable. Yili shook his head in resignation, his heart not particularly invested in the matter. With merely a month remaining before the martial arts examination for graduation, when everyone would disperse across the land to confront the otherworldly beasts, such trivial rumors seemed utterly inconsequential. There was no reason to be distressed over a baseless tale. He vowed not to fall into the trap of self-justification, and with a slight nod, he strode into the training building, seemingly unfazed. However, indifference aside, should he ever encounter the miscreant behind these slanders, the wretched purveyor of lies, he would undoubtedly make them regret their actions. Just then, a celestial sound graced Yi Li's ears. Ding! Congratulations, your infamy level has risen. Infamy 1. Your notoriety is little known. Golden quality reward has been issued. On the 5th floor of the training building, in the team captain's office, senior sister Jiang sat with tears welling in her eyes. Addressing the person across the wooden table with a plaintive tone, this Yi Li truly cannot be allowed to remain. Not only has he harmed Captain Liu, but he also made an attempt on me. Had it not been for my quick reflexes that day, I might very well be lying in a hospital bed now. Opposite her, a girl with cascading black hair sat composedly, her exquisite features adorned with an air of cool detachment, as she perused a book titled Summary of Marksmanship. After hearing Shun Lian's accusations, Jiang Qingzhu displayed not a flicker of emotion. Turning to the next page of the book, she replied indifferently, "You should discuss this with Teacher Wang. Bringing it to me is futile." Shun Lian felt momentarily stifled, yet she had exerted considerable effort in spreading rumors. All for this moment. She was determined to have the girl reprimand that insufferable Yi Li. Gritting her teeth, Shun Lian insisted, "Senior Sister Jiang, you know that Teacher Wang never intervenes in such matters, but this Yi Li is different. With the intercollegiate exchange competition approaching, he is clearly attempting to sabotage our future by inciting internal strife. Vice Captain Liu has already been hospitalized. If you do not take action, no one will be able to stop him." At this, Jiang Qingzhu finally lifted her gaze to meet Shun Lian's, speaking calmly. "Shun Lian, your act of feigned victimhood is rather poorly executed." Shun Lian's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "Senior sister, I leave," Jiang Qingzhu interjected coolly. "No, senior sister. I shall say it once more." Jiang Qingzhu's brow furrowed, the atmosphere in the room chilling several degrees as she spoke in an icy tone. "Leave. And be sure to close the door behind you." Shun Lian, filled with reluctance, ultimately exited the room, her expression a storm of discontent. With a soft thud, as the door closed once more, Jiang Qingzhu lightly tapped her fingers against the table, producing a rhythmic sound. The atmosphere remained silent for 2 seconds. She picked up her phone from the table and dialed a number, politely saying, "Classmate Yu Qianqian, it's me. Are you currently at the training building? According to protocol, I need to speak with Yi Li. I heard you have a good relationship with him. Could you kindly summon him for me? Thank you." Chapter 14. A Natural Phenomenon. An innate martial arts talent. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yi Li hurriedly dashed into his training room. He closed the door and summoned the panel. Notification: a golden quality package is ready to be opened. Look at that, a golden legend. Yi Li's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the panel. It is well known that achieving a golden quality has always been the aspiration of those who draw cards, symbolizing the highest tier of rewards within the pool. He recalled that the system had specifically mentioned that an increase in notoriety level would yield substantial rewards. At this moment, it certainly did not deceive him. This marked the first occasion the system had bestowed a reward of golden quality. What could it be? Let us open the package. With a hum, as Yi Li focused his thoughts, a brilliant golden beam of light surged forth from the light screen before him, dazzling and clear, shooting straight up to the ceiling. Almost immediately, a powerful ripple of energy erupted from his room, spreading outward in all directions. Boom! The entire training building trembled under this wave of energy, drawing countless astonished gazes. The faculty and students of Linghai No. 1, as well as passers-by within a radius of several dozen miles, witnessed a strange blue light emerging from above the training building, soaring into the clouds. The grand spectacle shattered the clouds, illuminating the sky above Linghai No. 1. In the administration office, Li Haohan, who was sipping tea, first froze in surprise before abruptly spraying the tea from his mouth and leaping from his chair, leaving several teachers around him startled. "Principal Li, what is wrong?" Li Haohan paid them no heed. Hastening out of the room, his gaze directed towards the training building. His eyes filled with profound astonishment as he murmured, "Could it be that a high-level martial arts talent has emerged?" Such a phenomenon can only occur when a martial arts talent of great rank is born. Had Li Haohan not already ascended to the third tier of martial arts, he would not have been able to discern the specifics from this phenomenon. A phenomenon of this caliber would not be so exaggerated. As for a rank he scarcely dared to imagine. After all, no student with a rank of this nature had appeared in the martial arts high schools of the entire Ying province for decades. Thus, a rank seems the most plausible. Rank. This is a talent level that can manifest in only one among tens of thousands of awakened warriors. Li Haohan's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and even his hands began to tremble slightly. It is no wonder he has lost his composure. He has become the second individual among this cohort of martial arts students, following Jiang Qingzhu, to possess such extraordinary martial talent. His future prospects are limitless. After a prolonged silence, Linhai No. One high school is on the verge of rising once more in this martial arts examination. Li Haohan swallowed hard, his excitement nearly overwhelming him. He then turned to the two individuals in the room and inquired, "Who in the current school team has yet to awaken their martial talent? If I must mention someone, it seems Yi Li, who just joined a couple of days ago, has not yet awakened." A teacher responded after a brief moment of contemplation. Li Haohan redirected his gaze towards the training building, his astonishment gradually transforming into elation, murmuring in excitement, "What a remarkable young man! How much more do you have hidden within you?" Behind him, another teacher curiously asked, "Principal Li, are you considering removing that unawakened Yi Li from the school team?" It must be said, this student has caused quite a stir recently. He clearly has a restless spirit. Removing him from the team might be prudent, but Principal Li, what nonsense are you speaking? Li Haohan abruptly turned around, fixing the teacher with a piercing gaze, and said coldly, "Lu Shangshan, your nephew's hospitalization is entirely his own doing. As his uncle, you ought to educate him properly. What brings you here to complain? Let me be clear. Even if we were to expel both you and your nephew Lu Yongda, the school would not touch Yi Li. A martial arts student capable of defeating 3 opponents of the same rank signifies something monumental, as we both know." Lu Shangshan's expression immediately became intriguing. Inside the training room, Yi Li was enveloped in a whirlwind of spiritual energy, an awe-inspiring spectacle. A refreshing sensation emanated from the depths of his spirit, akin to his soul undergoing a metamorphosis. This phenomenon persisted for numerous breaths before gradually dissipating. Yi Li, reclining on the bed, opened his eyes. Within his dark irises, a vast golden radiance began to surge, accompanied by a plethora of information flooding his mind. "Congratulations. You have acquired the level martial talent, Indestructible Golden Soul. Indestructible Golden Soul 1, a survival-type talent that allows the resilient and transcendent Golden Soul to nourish the physical body. As long as one's mental and physical stamina has not been exhausted, the body can continuously heal itself until it is restored to its original state. Upgradable. It is said that in ancient times, a naturally endowed primordial being mastered this divine ability, causing considerable headaches for the divine emperor of that era. To follow in its footsteps, please feel free to accumulate malevolent points. Talent Ability 1, Gun Martial Sacred Body. Gun Martial Sacred Body significantly enhances one's proficiency with firearms and pole weapons, increasing the training speed of gun and pole martial skills by 500. Yi Li gazed at the exaggerated description on the panel, remaining silent for a long time as his heartbeat quickened wildly. Level Martial Talent, a classification he had never even heard of. According to his recollections, the highest martial talent ever recorded in the entire Ying province was merely level, and that was decades ago. The extraordinary talent in martial arts possessed by Yi Li can truly be described as one in a myriad, a child of destiny. His exceptional abilities, even when considering the nearly 1 billion souls on Blue Star, are so rare that it is debatable whether even a mere handful could be gathered. Is this what they call fortune arising from misfortune? Might the magnitude of adversity and fortune be too disparate? Yi Li's heart surged with excitement as he marveled at the newfound, mystical power coursing through him. He had anticipated something terrifying, yet he had not envisioned it to be this formidable. His mental preparations were evidently insufficient. Is this not invincibility within the same realm? Yi Li opened his mouth, stroking his chin. "Ah, well, it is I who possesses this boon, so let it be invincibility." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Yi Li rolled out of bed, concealing the extraordinary aura surrounding him, as the golden light in his eyes gradually faded. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the familiar figure of Yu Qianqian. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Indeed," she replied. Yu Qianqian initially intended to inquire if he had witnessed the recent phenomenon, but recalling the matter entrusted by Senior Sister Jiang, she directly stated, "Senior Sister Jiang wishes to speak with you. I believe I mentioned this to you a couple of days ago. Do you remember?" "I remember," Yili nodded. "I shall go at once." "Very well," Yu Qianqian said, preparing to leave. However, she suddenly paused, as if recalling something, and turned back, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, under Yili's calm gaze, she gritted her teeth and said, "There have been rumors about you circulating in the school these past few days. Senior Sister Jiang may inquire about this, so just recount the truth and avoid confronting her directly." "Is she fierce?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "Not exactly," Yu Qianqian hesitated, weighing her words. "Senior Sister Jiang despises those who bully others using their power and lacks flexibility. If you appear too domineering, she might reprimand you. I understand your true strength is formidable, and you possess great talent, likely unwilling to concede, but she was already at the second tier 6 months ago. Coupled with her illustrious lineage and top-tier resources, her prowess is noteworthy among the martial arts high schools in the entire province. Bowing your head to her is not a sign of shame." After speaking, Yu Qianqian anxiously gazed at Yili, fearful of any sign of discontent from him. Having witnessed Yili's performance a couple of days prior, she regarded him as someone who would not tolerate even the slightest loss. If possible, she wished to avoid becoming embroiled in this matter entirely. Yet, given that both Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu were martial arts prodigies, the consequences of a confrontation would be dire. The best outcome would see Yi Li incapacitated while Jiang Qingzhu sustained injuries. However, that would likely lead to defeat in the upcoming exchange competition, adversely affecting her own prospects as well. Therefore, if a few well-chosen words could persuade Yi Li to yield, it would be ideal. "Please, do not confront her directly, lest you harm yourself," Yu Qianqian cautioned delicately, believing her insinuation to be sufficiently clear. Even though Yi Li ranks among the elite of first-tier warriors, the chasm between first and second tiers represents a significant transformation in martial arts. Should a conflict arise, Jiang Qingzhu might sustain injuries, but Yi Li would undoubtedly find himself hospitalized. At that point, he might even miss the martial arts examination. Just then, Yu Qianqian noticed a smile emerging on Yi Li's previously serene face. "I understood then." He nodded and said, "Thank you for relaying the message." With that, he strode past Yu Qianqian and made his way toward the captain's office on the 5th floor. How wonderful! Just when I was troubled by my insufficient malevolent points, here appeared a talented girl who responds better to kindness than to force. I must demonstrate through action that the world is merciless, and those who are picky will not find happiness. Perhaps I should help her grasp the essence of suffering. Watching his figure recede into the distance, an inexplicable unease surged within Yu Qianqian, yet she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to summon the supervising teacher, just to be safe. Chapter 15. You said it, so I shall truly come. Inside the captain's office, Yi Li's punching power measured at 885 kilograms. Jiang Qingzhu gazed at the rankings displayed on the instrument, her usually composed countenance revealing a hint of astonishment. The rumors circulating around the school these past few days were indeed founded on some measure of strength. She recalled how, just a couple of days prior, her supervising teacher had excitedly approached her to reveal that Yi Li had concealed his true capabilities, which were likely only slightly beneath her own. It turned out this was no mere exaggeration. Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently. This punching power, within the first tier, was already indicative of a remarkable focus on strength. Even during her own time as a first-tier warrior, her maximum punching power barely exceeded 1,000 kilograms. And that was with the Jiang family's provision of top-notch medicinal baths and training equipment. Yi Li's background, reputedly quite average, made his achievements all the more commendable. It was no wonder he regarded his peers with disdain. As for the external gossip, Jiang Qingzhu chose to believe only half of it. She neither accepted that Yi Li was without flaws nor that he was as arrogant as rumored. For, in the past 3 years, she had never once heard his name. A clear indication that he was not one to seek the limelight. Were it not for the impending martial arts examination, he might have continued to conceal his prowess. Jiang Qingzhu mused. Such restraint speaks volumes about the tenacity of his character. However, admiration aside, it was undeniable that his severe beating of Lu Yongda and his companions was somewhat excessive, burdened with countless expectations. She could not afford to lose even once before driving all the exotic beasts out of Hanxia. Thus, relentless training was imperative, leaving no room to squander energy on such matters. This was also why Jiang Qingzhu seldom intervened in disputes. A gentle warning would suffice to ensure he refrains from harming his teammates in the future. After solidifying her thoughts, Jiang Qingzhu returned to the wooden table and reopened the book titled Essence of Marksmanship, studying it with utmost seriousness. This was no ordinary tome. It contained the insights and reflections of the masters of marksmanship from the Jiang family throughout the generations, serving as a guide for novice warriors to avoid numerous pitfalls in their practice. In fact, it could significantly enhance one's efficiency in mastering marksmanship techniques in the future. Thus, in terms of value, this book surpassed that of many third-tier martial arts manuals. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Qingzhu marked her place in the book, closed it, and said calmly, "Come in." She turned her gaze to the entrance, where a handsome young man in white entered. "Greetings," he said as he crossed the threshold. "I am Yili. I heard you needed to speak with me." His courteous demeanor reflected his principle of prioritizing respect before conflict. Jiang Qingzhu acknowledged him with a nod and gestured for him to sit across from her. With a cool tone, she inquired, "As a recent addition to the school team, are there any discomforts you are experiencing?" "Indeed, there are a few," the youth replied candidly, catching Jiang Qingzhu slightly off guard. Yet, she maintained her composure and probed further. "What specifically is troubling you?" "There are just too many fools," Yili sighed. Under Jiang Qingzhu's peculiar gaze, he began to enumerate. "There's Shun Lian, Lu Yongda, and 2 sycophants of Lu Yongda. That makes 4, and if we include Wang Ren, who recently left the team, that's a total of 5. With the substitutes, the team comprises only 7 members. They say like attracts like. And I cannot help but worry that you might be akin to them." Yili interlaced his fingers in front of him, seemingly resigned. Jiang Qingzhu's mind buzzed. She had never encountered such a forthright insinuation before. For a moment, she struggled to process his words. Was he implying that she, too, was a fool? The thought ignited a flicker of indignation within her typically composed heart, and she replied coldly, "You need not worry. I am far from idle." "Does that mean you acknowledge their foolishness?" Yili inquired with a smile. "I did not say that," she retorted. "Why not admit it?" Yili asked leisurely. "Surely, you do not believe you are of the same ilk as they?" Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath, realizing the conversation had veered off course. Her intention had been to admonish him to temper his reckless behavior, yet the discussion had strayed further away from that goal. She cast aside her disordered thoughts and, with a detached voice, stated, "I summoned you not to engage in such discussions, but rather to inform you of a matter." "Listen closely, a notification," Yili remarked. Reclining uncomfortably in his chair, his dissatisfaction not immediately evident. "Please, go on." "I received reports alleging that you maliciously injured several teammates." Jiang Qingzhu observed him intently and continued. "For now, I will assume there are underlying reasons for your actions. However, in the future, I hope such occurrences will not transpire again. With the martial examination imminent, everyone must contemplate their future. You should devote your energy to your cultivation rather than engage in reckless bravado. Bullying the weak is hardly a demonstration of prowess. If you truly cannot restrain yourself." At this juncture, Jiang Qingzhu's crystalline eyes sparkled with a glimmer of determination, her confident aura radiating from her being as she spoke in a voice as cold as ice. "You may come directly to me, and I shall remedy your predicament." Her words were imbued with utmost seriousness, complemented by the faint manifestation of her second-tier aura, which would undoubtedly instill a degree of intimidation in Yili. The chilling confidence of her voice reverberated throughout the office, and the atmosphere fell into silence for several seconds. Just when Jiang Qingzhu believed the matter was resolved and her admonition successful, the youth seated on the wooden chair suddenly lifted his vast golden gaze. Instantly, a heavy pressure enveloped Jiang Qingzhu's heart. Simultaneously, Yili's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, echoed in her ears. "This is what you asserted." Chapter 16. "I am too weary to reason with you. You are unworthy of listening." Based on the earlier emanation of energy, Jiang Qingzhu's realm should surpass his considerably, approximately at the 4th level of the second tier. Coupled with her so-called breathing technique and exceptional martial talent, her array of martial skills within the second tier was likely quite formidable. With this impressive configuration, Jiang Qingzhu had garnered considerable renown at Linhai No. 1 high school and throughout the entire Linhai city, hailed as the most gifted young martial artist in nearly 2 decades. Even when considering the martial arts high schools across the entire province, The young lady's prowess could be deemed as belonging to the elite echelon. Do you truly wish to strike at me? I advise you to reconsider. At the wooden desk, Jiang Qingzhu furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of icy blue light subtly surfacing in her clear eyes. Observing Yi Li's transformed golden gaze, she suppressed the flicker of unease rising within her and calmly advised. The disparity between the first and second tiers is far greater than you might conceive. Should a martial artist be defeated in their prime, the resultant sense of defeat can adversely affect their future breakthroughs. As she spoke, a chill enveloped the young lady's serene visage, and her aura began to emanate outward. For the sake of your own state of mind, leave this room now, and I shall pretend you have said nothing. With that, she no longer restrained her aura, unleashing the mid-second tier energy unabashedly within the room. The documents on the wooden desk were swept into the air by the gust of wind, and the wall clock swayed uncontrollably. The golden light in Yi Li's eyes grew increasingly fervent, and his own rising aura provided a tacit affirmation of his strength. You are also at the second tier. Upon sensing the surging energy within him, far surpassing that of the first tier, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Jiang Qingzhu's eyes. According to the information she received, if the supervising teacher did not deliberately misreport in the past few days, Yi Li should indeed possess a peak first-tier martial arts level. At most, he would be a rare contender among peers, posing little threat to a second tier. However, it now appears that the peak first tier is not his true strength. Jiang Qingzhu gently shook her head, her expression growing ever more indifferent as she inquired, given your formidable prowess, why do you resort to bullying those far beneath you? Do you not feel a twinge of shame in oppressing the weak? Her words carried an unmistakable hint of indignation, revealing her discontent. In Jiang Qingzhu's eyes, Yi Li was merely using his second-tier prowess to intimidate those far less capable than himself. Such acts of tyranny were precisely what she detested. Initially, her desire to caution him stemmed from the myriad of rumors circulating within the academy, but now, she found herself compelled to teach Yi Li a lesson. There are always those greater than oneself. Your behavior, if unchecked, will ultimately invite retribution, she stated resolutely. In response to Jiang Qingzhu's persistent discourse, Yi Li interjected. You wish for me to seek you out merely to listen to your moralizing? I must decline. Rising to his feet, he cast a frigid gaze upon Jiang Qingzhu and declared, I have no inclination to engage in discourse with you. You are unworthy of it. Verbal humiliation of the genius girl Jiang Qingzhu from Linhai No. 1 High School. Evil act value. 200. Excuse me? The evil act value for humiliating Jiang Qingzhu is unexpectedly high. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's hands gradually clenched into fists, a clear surge of anger igniting within her eyes. I understand now. It seems you indeed require a lesson. Since you are so determined to face defeat at my hands, let us change venues. I shall await you at the training ground in 5 minutes. Before she could finish her sentence, the wooden table before her was abruptly overturned by the youth, hurtling straight towards her. There is no need for the training ground. If you wish to teach me a lesson, you can do so right here. Yi Li maintained an expression of indifference. Boom. At the critical moment, Jiang Qingzhu remained unfazed, delivering a powerful strike that shattered the heavy wooden table into splinters, sending debris flying through the air. Just then, as the dust began to settle, a figure surged forth from the cloud of fragments, charging directly at her. Jiang Qingzhu looked up, locking eyes with a pair of cold golden irises, devoid of any fear or trepidation that typically marked the expressions of her adversaries. Yet she remained composed. In her estimation, it would take but a few minutes to subdue Yi Li. With a subtle shift in her stance, Jiang Qingzhu retreated, her crystalline eyes gradually illuminating with an icy blue glow. Her voice flowed like a crisp winter spring, sharp and clear. To have broken through to the second tier at your age is indeed commendable. Yet regrettably, you shall not triumph over me. In an instant, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes transformed into a crystalline ice blue, exuding an extraordinary aura. She exhaled a breath of white mist, and as it dispersed, the temperature in the room plummeted sharply, accompanied by the unsettling sound of ice forming within a radius of several meters. With her exceptional martial prowess, the Ice Maiden had manifested her powers. In the blink of an eye, the walls began to form thin layers of ice, and a chilling atmosphere swiftly enveloped the space. The entire office seemed to descend into a world of ice and snow, the temperature dropping below zero in an instant. Moreover, this frigid air showed no signs of abating, instead continuing to descend at an alarming rate. Amidst the swirling white mist, Yi Li, who had been charging forward, suddenly found his movements slowed. as if the joints of his body had been frozen solid. Each step he took felt unbearably heavy, as if he were trapped in a vast ice cellar, unable to break free from this bizarre confinement. It was over. Jiang Qingzhu's gaze flickered as she stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Yi Li, and without hesitation, she struck with a palm. Bang! The moment her delicate hand connected with Yi Li, his form became somewhat transparent, and a large volume of white mist surged from him. With a muffled thud, the terrifying force of her strike was significantly diminished. What should have incapacitated a second-tier martial artist was met with Yi Li's calm demeanor. End it. Utilizing the residual force of her attack, Yi Li smirked, spinning swiftly, and delivered a precise whip kick to Jiang Qingzhu's abdomen. Bang! A peculiar sensation arose within Jiang Qingzhu, akin to throwing a powerful punch only to strike a mound of soft cotton, leaving her with no leverage. Yet before she could comprehend this strange feeling, an overwhelming force surged from her midsection, crashing over her like a tidal wave. In an instant, she felt as if her body had been struck by a speeding truck, propelled backward with tremendous force. Boom! The wall of the office was indented, leaving a conspicuous crater surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks that spread outward. Jiang Qingzhu struggled to rise from the ground, gritting her teeth as she gazed at the figure before her. Upon seeing the billowing white mist surrounding Yi Li and his semi-transparent form, her pupils constricted in disbelief. The Tiangang Void Step? Chapter 17, A Direct Confrontation. The Tiangang Void Step, a rare second-tier martial technique, was something Jiang Qingzhu had only glimpsed in the fragments of ancient texts within her school's library. Despite being captivated by its described powers, the damaged state of the scroll had thwarted her attempts to grasp its essence. The other party does not possess any remarkable lineage. It is likely that he discovered this incomplete martial technique in the school's library and successfully mastered it. It is truly astonishing that someone could learn such a skill solely from a fragmentary scroll. Moreover, judging by the transparency of Yi Li's physique and the natural, abundant white aura emanating from him, it is evident that he is no mere novice. His every movement exudes a sense of perfection, and even his skin radiates a luminous white glow, suggesting he has perfected this celestial gang's void treading technique. Such profound comprehension. Could this truly be a mere mortal? At this thought, Jiang Qingzhu felt a tremor of disbelief. Unconsciously, her movements slowed. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Yi Li's figure appeared before her. Upon meeting his calm yet fervent golden gaze, she could not help but inquire, "Why are you so contradictory? If you are so powerful, why have you been silent for the past 3 years?" No one answered her question. At that moment, Yi Li spread his arms wide, his body leaning slightly forward, as an endless flow of perfected martial intent surged forth from his fists and feet. The perfected flowing fist technique. This torrent of energy resembled a raging river, imbued with unparalleled strength and momentum, rushing toward Jiang Qingzhu. Another perfected martial skill? Witnessing this, Jiang Qingzhu inhaled deeply, then with a flick of her wrist, a pure white spear materialized in her grasp. The spear shimmered with a peculiar brilliance, and in her hands, it exuded an aura that subtly enhanced her presence. Clearly a superior artifact, Yi Li's assault was so fierce that it warranted her utmost seriousness. Following this, Jiang Qingzhu's gaze turned icy. She wielded the spear like a dragon, launching a powerful strike that met Yi Li's multitude of fists head-on. Bang! 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 The air was filled with the sound of clashing forces, a chill reverberating through the room. Empowered by the perfected celestial gang's void treading technique, Yi Li's form approached a nearly translucent state, rendering him immune to much of the surrounding cold. Each punch he threw was delivered with ferocious intent, as if to shatter her spear. Under his relentless offense, Jiang Qingzhu found herself continually retreating. "You have already lost," she thought, her silver teeth gritting as she danced with her spear. With each exertion of her internal energy, the temperature in the room plummeted, nearly freezing the ceiling itself. Even the perfected celestial gang's void treading technique could not fully shield her from the cold's effects. Moreover, through her advanced breathing technique, the energy she infused into her spear possessed the ability to freeze the meridians. In each clash, she pressed this energy into Yi Li's body. Though he appeared unaffected, it was certain that his meridians and bones had sustained varying degrees of damage. Unless he had concealed some lethal move, the next phase would be a grueling tug-of-war over their respective reserves of internal energy. Bang! As the two engaged in yet another fierce exchange, Jiang Qingzhu's figure skidded across the ground, hurtling several paces before crashing heavily against the wall. She exhaled a breath of cold air, her expression grave, while the blood and energy within her surged uncontrollably. Despite the considerable toll her innate abilities exacted, her opponent was incessantly maintaining the heavenly gang step, suggesting that his expenditure was not significantly less than hers. Yili, having only recently entered the second tier and yet to cultivate a breathing technique, was at a disadvantage. Jiang Qingzhu believed her martial arts prowess far surpassed Yili's, and with a superior breathing technique continuously replenishing her true energy and sustaining her cold aura, victory seemed assured. Do you truly think you have already won? At that moment, Yili suddenly chuckled. With all your resources, you still struggle like this. I almost feel sorry for you. If I had brought my heavy artillery today, I would have sent you flying. Jiang Qingzhu frowned slightly, about to retort, when she noticed Yili charging at her once more, the white mist surrounding him dissipating somewhat, his form becoming more solid. An opportunity. His true energy could no longer support the full power of the heavenly gang step. With a focused gaze, Jiang Qingzhu stepped forward without hesitation, unleashing a powerful thrust of true energy with her spear. To her astonishment, Yili completely disregarded her attack, allowing the immense force to pierce through his shoulder. Blood gushed forth as he barreled toward her. What? This ferocious tactic left Jiang Qingzhu momentarily dazed. Yili's eyes glinted coldly as he hardened his fist and struck her squarely in the face. Bang! In an instant, searing pain enveloped her features, and Jiang Qingzhu let out a scream, her spear slipping from her grasp as she was sent flying, landing on the ground some distance away. Yet, Yili's demeanor remained as calm as water. Even at this juncture, she was still lost in thought. The scripted bravado was almost complete. One might mistake her for possessing a system. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu, stars dancing before her eyes, struggled to lift her head, only to widen her eyes in disbelief. Before her, the young man, once clad in white, now stained with blood, displayed an air of composure as he effortlessly withdrew the spear embedded in his shoulder. Although his brow creased slightly from the pain, tranquility quickly returned to his features. Astonishingly, the wound on his shoulder revealed a multitude of neural blood vessels, which rapidly healed before her eyes. What extraordinary ability is this? Jiang Qingzhu's gaze brimmed with incredulity. His marksmanship was abysmal, his reflexes sluggish, his mind as innocent as that of a sheltered young lady, yet he had the audacity to declare her defeat, reveling in his self-assurance. The golden glimmer in his eyes gradually receded, eventually returning to a profound dark hue. He then approached Jiang Qingzhu, raising his distinctly knuckled hand, and without reservation, delivered a resounding slap across her cool visage. Bang! The chaotic thoughts in her mind had yet to dissipate when an immense force suddenly struck again, causing the talented young girl from Linhai City to roll her eyes back, her head uncontrollably smashing against the ground. The scene appeared exceedingly tragic. In the fleeting moment of her fading consciousness, she heard a calm voice inquiring, Jiang Qingzhu, what kind of genius are you? Infuriatingly, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within her, and the mentally exhausted Jiang Qingzhu fainted instantly. Having defeated and humiliated the genius girl Jiang Qingzhu from Linhai No. 1 High School, Evil Points, 8,000. Chapter 18. The shocked teachers and students in the first-floor office of the training building. Teacher Wang was confronted with a pressing situation. Teacher Wang, Yili is not one to easily back down. If he impulsively engages with Senior Jiang, it could lead to complications. Yu Qianqian expressed her anxiety, addressing the figure seated behind the wooden desk. The middle-aged man, donned in a teacher's attire, was none other than Wang Yongfeng, the coach of the school team. His strength was but a step away from the third tier, and his primary responsibilities encompassed devising training plans for the team members and managing resources. I understand. Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly after hearing Yu Qianqian's report, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. Jiang Qingzhu was the crown jewel of Linhai No. 1 High School, a student upon whom the school and the Jiang family had invested immense effort. In contrast, Yili was a recently recognized talented martial artist who had yet to receive substantial assistance. The thought of a potential conflict was troubling. While Jiang Qingzhu might emerge relatively unscathed, Yili could very well suffer injuries. A careless encounter could result in serious harm, an outcome that Linhai No. 1 High School could not afford, especially as they hoped for a collaborative triumph between Jiang Qingzhu and Yili in the upcoming exchange competition and martial arts examination to bring glory to the school. With this in mind, Wang Yongfeng promptly rose, his voice solemn as he inquired, how long has he been gone? Not long, just about 10 minutes. Yu Qianqian glanced at the wall clock and replied swiftly. Good. They likely haven't clashed yet. Wang Yongfeng stated as he made his way towards the door, urging, hurry. Lead me to them. Just as Yu Qianqian was about to nod in agreement, her phone vibrated in her pocket, indicating an incoming call. She picked it up and, upon seeing the caller ID, turned to Wang Yongfeng in surprise, saying, Teacher, it's a call from Yili. Excellent. Wang Yongfeng visibly relaxed, a smile spreading across his face. It seems everything is fine. Answer it quickly. Nodding, Yu Qianqian connected the call. You classmate. Came Yili's calm voice from the other end. Do you have a moment? I do, she hurriedly replied. What's the situation with Senior Jiang? I was just about to inform you. His voice hesitated slightly. In brief, we have reached a preliminary reconciliation. That's good to hear, Yu Qianqian exhaled with relief. Subsequently, a remark from Yili lifted her spirits once more. However, she is currently unconscious, and I require your assistance once again. Unconscious? Yu Qianqian exclaimed in disbelief. Beside her, Wang Yongfeng was equally startled, whispering, What happened? Well, she fainted, came the calm confirmation from the other end of the line. Jiang Xuejia. Yu Qianqian endeavored to compose herself, covering the phone, and cautiously inquired, How did she faint? I did it, replied the voice on the line with an air of nonchalance, as if puzzled by Yu Qianqian's seemingly foolish question. What? Yu Qianqian trembled at this revelation, utterly incredulous. What's wrong? Wang Yongfeng, taken aback by her reaction, could no longer keep his voice down and quickly asked, Is someone beside you? Yili sounded somewhat surprised. Yes. Yu Qianqian took a deep breath and responded in the calmest tone she could muster. I am currently in the guidance teacher's office on the first floor. Please bring Jiang Xuejia here directly. Understood. With that, Yili ended the call. What on earth is happening? Observing Yu Qianqian sitting dazedly in the chair, Wang Yongfeng felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and anxiously inquired, How did a simple phone call turn into this? His mind raced with the worst possibilities. Did they get into a fight? Yes, they did, Yu Qianqian, regaining her composure slightly, admitted bluntly, placing a hand on her forehead. In her view, Jiang Qingzhu's strength far surpassed anyone in the school team. Even though Yi Li was quite capable, there was still a significant gap between them. That was why she had hurried to seek the guidance teacher. And now, you suddenly inform me that you knocked Jiang Xuejia unconscious? At this moment, Yu Qianqian felt dizzy, as if the world had turned upside down. What? They really fought? Upon hearing this, Wang Yongfeng hurriedly approached her, asking, What was the outcome? Is Yili badly hurt? This child, within just a few days, how could he be so reckless, challenging others without regard for his own well-being? It would be one thing to spar with Shun Lian and Lu Yongda, but why engage with Jiang, who typically fought without restraint? Wang Yongfeng lamented, visibly distressed. With the upcoming exchange competition and martial arts examination, and with Shun Lian and Lu Yongda still recovering from injuries, how could he bear to see such a promising talent as Yili get hurt? The school team at Lehigh No. 1 high school was on the verge of becoming a gathering of the injured. Sighing, he pondered, where is he now? Once his emotions settled slightly, Wang Yongfeng turned to Yu Qianqian and remarked, I have a fine healing herb. You should give it to him later. Before he could finish his sentence, the office door swung open from the outside. Entering was a young man in white, his shoulder bearing wounds and blood, yet his demeanor remained as tranquil as water, cradling another figure in his arms. Upon seeing Yi Li, Wang Yongfeng was initially taken aback, then instinctively rose to his feet, his gaze falling upon the figure cradled in the boy's arms. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. There lay a black-haired girl. Her demeanor ethereal, yet her face swollen and flushed, eyes tightly shut, and expression contorted in pain, nestled against Yi Li. Who else could it be but Jiang Qingzhu? This. Wang Yongfeng's mind buzzed, his lips trembled, and he struggled to articulate a coherent thought. He could only turn to Yu Qianqian behind him, eyes wide with astonishment. What is happening? As you can see, Teacher Wang, Yu Qianqian replied, equally incredulous, her voice strained. Senior Jiang has fainted after being struck by Yi Li. We must find a place for her to recuperate. Wang Yongfeng felt his body stiffen, slowly redirecting his gaze to the white-clad youth at the entrance. Greetings, teacher, Yi Li politely nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Yu Qianqian. Where shall we go? The hospital. It's not far from school. Follow me. With legs heavy as lead, Yu Qianqian numbly exited the office, Yi Li trailing closely behind, leaving Wang Yongfeng standing alone in a daze. The rhythmic ticking of the wall clock resounded in his ears, as thunderous as a storm, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. That was Jiang Qingzhu, the most gifted martial arts student at Linhai No. 1 High School in nearly 2 decades. Her demeanor was typically cool and serious. She rarely allowed anyone to touch her, let alone converse with her. She was the type of girl who, even when exhausted from training, would grit her teeth and return to the training room. Yet now, she lay unconscious, her face swollen, evidently having suffered a severe blow to the head. For a martial artist to be struck at their weak point in combat was tantamount to defeat. This implied that the white-clad youth, who had only recently joined the school team, had triumphed over their ace genius, a notion that left Wang Yongfeng in disbelief. Yili, he murmured the name, his breath heavy, heart racing. For the past 3 years, the boy had remained obscure, but now he had suddenly revealed his prowess, even challenging the school team of Linhai No. 1. Such a calm disposition, such extraordinary talent. A genius, without question. Ha. Wang Yongfeng plopped onto the sofa, one hand pressed to his forehead, bursting into laughter. Yili, you are truly a monster. With such a prodigy on our side, what chance do other schools stand? The exchange competition is secure. The martial arts examination is assured. Chapter 19. The ashamed Jiang Qingzhu Linhai First People's Hospital. The clean, orderly ward was permeated with the scent of disinfectant. Unlike in the past, some formidable martial artists possess physical resilience far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Once injured, even a standard scalpel would struggle to pierce their skin, let alone perform suturing procedures. Thus, among the elite physicians of the municipal hospital, many are warriors endowed with healing abilities. Beside Jiang Qingzhu's sickbed, a female doctor clad in a white coat is utilizing her healing powers to mend the injuries upon her visage. Yili sits not far away on a chair, hands crossed, summoning a panel. Current malevolent value, 12,700 points. The original reserves, combined with the 8,200 points accrued from his confrontation with Jiang Qingzhu, have enabled Yili's total to successfully surpass the 10,000 mark for the first time since his transmigration. Once he acquires an appropriate breathing technique, he will be able to significantly enhance his points. The encounter with Jiang Qingzhu has afforded Yili his first taste of the pressure that an adversary can exert. A second-tier warrior possessing a breathing technique is markedly different from any opponent he has previously faced. Yili's perfected martial arts and his punch strength, which far exceeds that of his peers, are still insufficient to swiftly breach Jiang Qingzhu's spear defenses, as nearly 70% of his internal energy has been expended. Not a trace of exhaustion is visible on her countenance. This is largely attributable to her breathing technique, which continuously replenishes her internal energy. Although Jiang Qingzhu's mastery of the breathing technique is undoubtedly not profound, after all, the legendary breathing techniques are said to offer more than just rapid recovery of internal energy. She still possesses a stamina that greatly surpasses Yili's. This underscores the significance of breathing techniques. Were it not for the assistance of the Celestial Gang's void-treading technique and his innate martial talent, which initially disrupted Jiang Qingzhu's internal energy flow and allowed him to seize upon her momentary lapse, winning this clash would have been considerably more arduous for Yili. While victory would not have been impossible, after all, the indestructible golden soul has its own kind of trickery. If the disparity in rank is not excessively great, one can rely on mutual injuries to stubbornly outlast the opponent. It is important to note that Jiang Qingzhu's level of strength places her among the upper echelon in Ning province, and she is not alone in her prowess. There are likely a dozen or so others in the province whose abilities are comparable to or even exceed hers. Should these individuals converge upon Yili during the martial examination, given his current configuration, even with the possibility of fleeing, he would find it exceedingly difficult to break through their encirclement, let alone emerge victorious. Although the likelihood of being besieged is low for an ordinary individual, based on the tendencies of his own system, if he wishes to accumulate more malevolent points, he must prepare himself for the eventuality of being attacked. In addition to the necessary breathing techniques, he must also begin to prepare offensive martial skills. Yili silently exhaled, quietly contemplating. He could distinctly sense the fatigue of the flowing fist technique. While it serves adequately for finishing off an opponent, it is woefully inadequate for launching an attack. At that moment, Yu Qianqian, sitting beside him, suddenly spoke. I truly did not expect that you would be able to defeat Senior Jiang. Her tone was imbued with deep astonishment. Yili raised an eyebrow. It was nothing remarkable. She's rather weak. Although engaging in conflict can indeed be somewhat stressful. A wise saying from a prominent figure back in my hometown resonates well. Strategically belittle the enemy, yet tactically regard them with seriousness. As long as one can accrue malevolent points, even ancient deities may find themselves subjected to mockery. Upon hearing these words, Yu Qianqian revealed a familiar smile. Her gaze magnetically drawn to Yi Li, who appeared nonchalant and unperturbed. Her eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance, as if she had stumbled upon a delightful treasure in the youth before her. Only you would dare to utter such words. No other martial science student in Linhai City would have the audacity, she remarked with a soft chuckle. Yi Li responded with an undeniable chuckle of his own. At that moment, the female doctor attending to Jiang Qingzhu concluded her examination and, after ensuring everything was in order, let out a quiet sigh of relief. There's no major issue, just a mild concussion, she stated, rising to address Yi Li, who was seated. The swelling on her face has been addressed. Now, we simply await her awakening before she can be discharged. Thank you, Yi Li replied courteously, while Yu Qianqian also expressed her gratitude to the doctor. Once the doctor departed, Yi Li stood up. Aren't you going to wait for Jiang to wake up before leaving? Yu Qianqian inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. What does her awakening have to do with me? Yi Li waved his hand dismissively, striding toward the door, being both inept and pretentious. My intervention this time can be seen as a benevolent act. Verbal mockery from Jiang Qingzhu's malevolent points. 100. She's awake? Upon hearing the notification, Yi Li's eyes brightened, and his departing steps halted. What's the matter? Yu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Before he could respond, Yi Li cleared his throat and, with a wry smile directed toward the unconscious girl on the hospital bed, remarked, as the captain of the school team, you choose to be a hands-off leader, allowing a disreputable faction to form, which taints the entire team's reputation. That alone would be forgivable. But to adopt an air of superiority due to unfounded rumors and demand that new members behave as if they deserve to be bullied by your small clique is unacceptable. Am I not entitled to retaliate? Let me be frank. Individuals like you, who are oblivious yet self-important, require a harsh lesson to bring you to heel. I hope that when we meet again, you will abandon that lofty demeanor, you incompetent fool. With that, Yi Li disregarded Yu Qianqian's astonished expression and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingzhu's delicate hand gradually clenched, her teeth gritted. A nameless fire ignited within her, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Each of Yi Li's words struck like daggers, piercing deeply into her previously untroubled heart. The implication was unmistakable. Either take responsibility or cease involvement altogether. Before my arrival, you ignored your duties. Now that I'm here, you attempt to assert your authority as captain? Very well, I shall deal with you both. The young girl harbored a profound disdain for those who preyed upon the weak, yet her actions today mirrored the very individual she loathed. At best, her demeanor was merely superficially appropriate. Contemplating this, a wave of intense shame surged within Jiang Qingzhu. I am sorry, she murmured in a voice only she could hear. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and regret engulfed her, subjecting the talented girl from Lehigh City to an agonizing ordeal. After a moment, Jiang Qingzhu sat up, inhaling deeply. Although she had erred, a chance for redemption remained, and her clear eyes began to shine with renewed hope. Upon seeing her rise, Yu Qianqian looked on with surprise and inquired, Senior, you are awake? Jiang Qingzhu nodded, swiftly getting out of bed, slipping her delicate feet into socks and shoes. She prepared to leave. Yu Qianqian hurried over, tentatively asking, You've just awakened. Want you rest a little longer? No need, came Jiang Qingzhu's firm response. Where are you going? Yu Qianqian asked as Jiang Qingzhu made her way towards the door. To apologize in person, Jiang Qingzhu replied resolutely, disappearing through the doorway. Apologize? To whom? Countless questions flooded Yu Qianqian's mind. Yet, before she could ponder further, Jiang Qingzhu reappeared at the door of the ward. Noticing Yu Qianqian's bewilderment, she asked in a cool tone, On which floor is Yi Li's training room? Yu Qianqian's expression froze. Chapter 20. The Dragon Shakes the Mountains. Evening fell swiftly. At Lehigh No. 1 High School, on the third floor of the training building, Yi Li instinctively exhaled in relief upon returning to his room. He had begun to regard this training room as his home. Now, what should he upgrade first? Sitting in his chair, Yi Li summoned the interface and fell into contemplation. Name: Yi Li. Current level, 2nd stage. First layer, 10. Current martial arts, flowing fist technique, perfected. Breaking cloud spear technique, perfected. Heavenly gang void step, perfected. Current talent: indestructible golden soul, level 1, upgradable. Innate ability: Gun Marshal Saint Body. Additionally, on his way back, Yili had visited the library and spent 200,000 Hanjia coins to purchase a second-tier fist technique, named Dragon Shakes the Mountains. It was considered a formidable technique among second-tier martial arts. After a brief perusal, relevant information immediately appeared on the interface. Second-tier Dragon Shakes the Mountains. Uninitiated, points available, currently. Without a suitable breathing technique, he deemed it unnecessary to allocate points to his cultivation for the time being. After all, once he discovered an appropriate breathing method, he might gain enhanced benefits from point allocation. For now, it was prudent to focus on martial techniques and martial talent. Yili had always been particularly attentive to the upgradable feature of the indestructible Golden Soul. Even at level 1, the indestructible Golden Soul could instantly mend the penetrating injury on his shoulder without consuming much stamina, transforming him into a veritable blood beast among beasts. If he were to elevate it to level 10, would he not be able to achieve a rebirth through blood, becoming impervious to calamity? A flicker of excitement ignited within Yi Li's heart. However, he lacked the experience in allocating points for martial arts talents, leaving him uncertain about the exact cost in malevolent points for such an upgrade. There was a possibility that investing over 10,000 malevolent points might yield no audible results. Thus, he decided to first fully invest in the relatively economical Dragon Quake technique before contemplating the enhancement of the indestructible Golden Soul. In all matters, one must proceed step by step, and point allocation was no exception. With a light chuckle, Yili focused his thoughts, and a vast reservoir of malevolent points surged into the Dragon Quake technique displayed on his panel. Ding! Consuming malevolent points, beginning to enhance the second-tier martial art Dragon Quake. Through your research of the Heavenly Gang's void treading technique, the training difficulty of this relatively less intricate fist technique has significantly diminished in your eyes. Gain, training speed increased by 20. Indeed, no single malevolent point was wasted. Yili gazed at the panel with satisfaction, feeling justified in his earlier expenditure of substantial malevolent points to fully realize the incomplete Heavenly Gang's void treading technique. Accelerated training in progress. After consuming 200 malevolent points, you have finally discerned the essence of this fist technique. By contracting your muscles while striking, then releasing them upon contact with the enemy, not only can you enhance the power of your punch, but you also introduce a dizzying additional effect, which is the origin of the term Quake in the martial arts name. Dragon Quake successfully initiated. This domineering and forceful martial technique evokes memories of the widely esteemed 8 Extremes fist from your past life. By merging the philosophies of both, you have successfully made slight improvements to this fist technique. Gain, training speed increased by 30, reduction in malevolent point consumption by 10. After consuming 800 malevolent points, you have finally mastered the techniques of the Quake fist, allowing you to freely control the timing and degree of muscle contraction to dictate the strength of your strikes. Dragon Quake has reached great success. After consuming 1,000 malevolent points, you have become thoroughly familiar with this martial technique. Even the founder of this martial art would not dare to claim a deeper understanding than you possess. Dragon Quake has reached perfection in less than 5 minutes. The martial technique acquired just half an hour ago was fully realized. This exemplifies the power of the system's point allocation, truly a process of accumulation and enhancement. Yili exhaled silently, raising his slender hand, repeatedly stretching and clenching it, feeling the muscles engaged by this motion. The Dragon Quake technique, emphasizing the skill of exertion, had significantly heightened his control over his own body. He closed the panel and approached the familiar punching force testing machine, gazing at the enormous sandbag designated for testing. Yi Lishang's shoulders sank, his center of gravity lowered as he slowly clenched his fist. The muscles of his upper arm gradually tightened and coiled, revealing terrifying lines reminiscent of serpents, a formidable force brewing within. In the next moment, Yi Li's right arm shot out explosively, shattering the air like a cannonball released from its chamber. At the instant of contact between his fist and the sandbag, the muscles of his entire arm unfurled, unleashing a dreadful power capable of shaking colossal boulders. Bang! With a deep, resounding thud, the massive sandbag soared high into the air, crashing heavily against the rear panel, causing the entire apparatus to tremble violently. Immediately, an astonishing number flashed across the large screen. Punching power 2, 100 kilograms. A typical second-tier martial artist, even if they were to break their arm, could only muster a maximum of 200 kilograms of punching power. 2. 100 kilograms exceeded this limit by nearly a factor of 2. With the assistance of a higher-level breathing technique, it might easily breach the threshold of 3,000 kilograms. Yet, what made this terrifying force even more formidable was the unsettling tremor that accompanied the punch. If one were to meet it head-on, 2 or 3 punches might be manageable. But should the number reach 7 or 8, the recipient would undoubtedly be left reeling, blood surging, and stars dancing before their eyes. Even if one could withstand the immense power of the punch, the experience would be far from pleasant. In this regard, the dragon's roar technique possessed a somewhat penetrating effect. Yili retracted his hand and flexed his wrist. Having broken through to the second tier, my punching power has indeed increased significantly. However, the dragon's roar is rather taxing on stamina. With my current physical strength, I could manage only about 10 punches at most. Yili assessed the consumption within his body. Feeling the swell of his muscles gradually subside, and he returned to his chair. Current malicious value, 12,200, it must be said. Compared to the over 3,000 points from the Heavenly Gang's Void Step, the Dragon's Roar, which only required 1,000 points for completion, is truly economical. This is reasonable. After all, as the former's text is severely lacking, and its quality far surpasses that of the Dragon's Roar. If the Heavenly Gang's Void Step is considered a top-tier technique among second-tier martial arts, the Dragon's Roar hovers around a mid-tier level. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Despite the significant price difference, the versatility of the former far exceeds that of the latter. He would rather expend a bit more malicious value on the Dragon's Roar. Yili shook his head and summoned the panel. These martial techniques are ultimately transient skills. For long-term investment, one must consider the innate talent for martial arts. Current talent, grade Indestructible Golden Soul 1, upgradable. The grade is evident. It all comes down to whether one dares to wager. Taking a deep breath, Yili cracked his knuckles. Next, it was time to begin filling this bottomless pit. Chapter 21. The Revival of the Golden Soul, the Young Girl's Arrival. With a thought from Yili, tens of thousands of malicious points surged into the system panel. Ding! Detected the host's secondary gamble, unlocking the special title, Golden Spirit. Golden Spirit enhances mental strength, rendering the possessor immune to mental attacks below the 3rd tier. Immune to mental attacks below the 3rd tier? It is said that within the martial examination, there are numerous warriors who have awakened mental talents, often lurking in the corners of the examination venue. When the other martial science students let down their guard, they suddenly launch mental assaults to defeat them. If those seed contenders are akin to a mudslide in the martial examination, then these insidious individuals are like hidden, venomous bees, suddenly emerging to bring you down. With this title, one need not fear such treacherous foes any longer. An unexpected boon indeed. Yili nodded slightly, his gaze fixed upon the words continuously emerging on the luminous screen. The development of martial talents is a conundrum that plagues the majority of martial artists. Unlike martial techniques, which many predecessors can guide, allowing for rapid advancement once the key is grasped, martial talents are diverse and enigmatic. Even a powerful warrior possessing the same talent may not provide valuable advice. Thus, even those with level or even higher martial talents must expend substantial time and effort to develop their gifts and awaken related abilities. Those of mediocre aptitude may find it nearly impossible to fully realize their martial potential, even after a lifetime of endeavor. However, the system, grant me abundance. Yili, indifferent to these matters, poured his malevolent points into it recklessly. Over 10,000 points of malevolence. It was a grand gamble, my friend. Ding. Consuming malevolent points. Commencing the elevation of the indestructible golden soul's level. After consuming 1,000 malevolent points, your nascent golden soul becomes increasingly refined, as transparent as the dawn breaking at the edge of the horizon, enhancing its ability to restore the body. Suddenly, a cool sensation surged from Yili's brow, and a tingling sensation coursed through his bones. This was a sign of the golden soul's increased refinement. The text on the panel continued to emerge. After consuming 5,000 malevolent points, your golden soul has reached the limit of what your body can bear. You wisely cease further refinement and begin attempting to allow the golden soul to replenish your vitality. After consuming 8,000 malevolent points, your golden soul successfully replenishes your entire vitality, significantly enhancing your physical strength and awakening a new talent ability. Indestructible Golden Soul upgraded to level 2. New talent ability, Golden Soul Revival. Golden Soul Revival. the golden soul enters an active state, greatly enhancing its vitality and augmenting physical strength. Current malevolent points. For 1,200 points, having expended 8,000 malevolent points, I have finally elevated this tier-level martial talent by 1 level. My mental strength has increased significantly, and I have gained an additional talent ability. Unlike the previous passive, Gun Martial Sacred Body, this one appears to be an active skill. As the essence of the golden soul awakened, Yili hesitated for a moment before deciding to test its capabilities. He approached the formidable punching power testing machine, where his previous strikes had left distinct imprints on the massive sandbag. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, and with a single thought, activated the state of golden soul resurrection. In an instant, his blood surged, muscles beneath his skin bulged, and his aura erupted with ferocity. Exhaling softly, Yili opened his eyes, revealing his blazing golden pupils, sharp enough to pierce through illusions. Simultaneously, a strand of gold shimmered at the tips of his hair, radiating an extraordinary glow. As the golden hue intensified, he began to exhibit traits reminiscent of a Super Saiyan. Throughout this transformation, his momentum continued to escalate. Akin to a ferocious beast resurrected from the ancient past, exuding an intimidating presence. The mental fortitude bestowed by the golden soul enhancement allowed Yili to swiftly acclimate to his surging power. He turned his gaze towards the sandbag and unleashed a full-powered punch. Yet, such a seemingly simple action generated an astonishing gust of wind. The air compressed to its limits erupted with a sharp, explosive sound. Boom! The massive sandbag was torn open, soaring high into the air, its filling scattering wildly and smashing against the rear panel. The entire training room trembled from the impact. Just before the large screen went black, it displayed a line of text: punching power, 6,500 kilograms. This was more than a threefold increase. It was nearing the strength of a third-tier martial artist. An impressive enhancement. Yili marveled at the extinguished screen and his own fist. The transformation reminiscent of a Super Saiyan indeed yielded extraordinary results. In that moment, he felt his very cells pulsating with excitement. Despite the overwhelming strain, he possessed an exhilarating sense of omnipotence. Should he encounter Shen Lian again, perhaps he could effortlessly send her crashing into the wall with a single slap, rendering her unable to escape. Is this the state of golden soul resurrection? It certainly is formidable. It could serve as a trump card, providing a reliable safeguard. Although its duration was evidently limited, Yili sensed significant enhancements in various aspects, such as dynamic vision, reflexes, and hearing. Just then, Yili raised an eyebrow. Was someone approaching? He heard faint footsteps growing closer, evidently directed towards him. However, who would come knocking at such a late hour? After some contemplation, only Fong Ming and possibly Qian Qian came to mind. Soon, a series of knocks resonated from outside the door. As Yili exited the golden soul resurrection state, his appearance swiftly returned to normal, though the domineering aura lingering at his brow constantly signified the presence of this extraordinary ability. The persistent sound of knocking echoed through the air as Yili acknowledged the arrival and rose to approach the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a strikingly beautiful girl with flowing black hair and delicate features. Her petite lips were gently pressed together, and her crystalline eyes, reminiscent of pure spring water, seemed to gaze at him with newfound courage. Jiang Qingzhu. Yili furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by her unexpected visit. Could it be that she was dissatisfied with the outcome of their earlier confrontation and sought to continue the dispute? The thought elicited a subtle smile at the corners of his handsome face, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing in his dark eyes. Yili had grown somewhat familiar with this type of moderately gifted martial artist, those who presumed they could easily best him, only to be swiftly overturned in a few exchanges, would inevitably harbor some resentment. To prevent such scenarios, he never held back, striving to shatter their pride in a single decisive blow, thus amassing considerable malevolent points. In previous encounters, he had succeeded well. Wang Run, Shen Lian, and even Lu Yongda had been left without the courage to trouble him further. Even if they still nursed grievances against him, they dared not display them openly. Yet, to his surprise, Jiang Qingzhu had returned so soon, indicating that true martial talents differed significantly from mere rabble. As his thoughts churned, Yili calmly inquired, "Do you seek something from me?" His internal energy circulated steadily. Despite the earlier activation of Golden Soul Revival, which had depleted much of his energy, he remained confident in his ability to subdue her within 3 moves. "I do," Jiang Qingzhu replied, taking a deep breath as if summoning immense courage, and earnestly added, "I would like to apologize." "Apologize?" Yili raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her intentions. "Yes, I heard everything you said at the hospital," she affirmed with a slight nod. Her expression tinged with regret. "I admit I called you over with the intention of resolving matters swiftly, as I felt I could not afford to delay my training. I have no objections to your victory. I merely hope you can accept my apology." Her words were delivered with utmost sincerity, leaving even Yili unable to discern any trace of performance. Moreover, if it were indeed an act, it would be excessively theatrical. "Is that so?" Yili felt a tinge of disappointment, having anticipated a confrontation. Yet, he did not entirely relinquish the opportunity, responding coolly, "However, if you genuinely wish to apologize, it is only proper to demonstrate some humility. Are you not aware of this?" "Demonstrate humility?" Jiang Qingzhu's serene countenance revealed a look of confusion. "What does that entail?" "Never mind," Yili sighed. Since she had come to apologize and her attitude was reasonably sincere, he decided not to press further. To him, it was intriguing to compel those obstinate individuals to engage in such matters, like Xin Lian. It is said that evil must be tempered by evil. Thus, granting an opportunity to someone like Jiang Qingzhu, who displays a proactive attitude in acknowledging her mistakes, is not entirely out of the question. With this thought in mind, Yili waved his hand dismissively and remarked impatiently, "I will reluctantly accept your apology. You may leave now." "Wait a moment." Just as the other party was about to close the door, Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly called out. Simultaneously, she instinctively reached out her hand to stop the door from shutting. However, upon contact, she encountered an overwhelming force that left her no time to react, and her hand was forcefully pushed back. The door then slammed shut with a resounding thud, letting the innocent young lady of the Jiang family face a closed door. Evil deed value 200. Jiang Qingzhu stood dazedly before the closed door, glancing at her delicate palm. Based on their earlier encounter, she had expected their strengths to be relatively comparable. Yet, what was this immense force? In the midst of her puzzlement, the door creaked open once more, revealing Yi Li with a look of annoyance as he inquired, "Is there anything else?" With no time to ponder the source of the formidable strength, Jiang Qingzhu quickly replied, "I have another matter I would like to trouble you with." "Speak." "Did you not say this afternoon that my shooting skills resembled a clumsy defense?" the young girl asked earnestly. Yi Li's interest was piqued. Her question implied that she had apologized and was now looking to provoke him. Very well, she had learned the art of tact. Yi Li nodded and chuckled lightly. "Indeed. That was my remark." "What of it?" Jiang Qingzhu nodded and proceeded to list off her grievances. "You also mentioned my reaction time was as slow as that of an elderly person, and that I had an inflated sense of self-worth." "Well, yes, and then please teach me." In the wake of Yi Li's momentary astonishment, he frowned and replied without hesitation, "I must decline." It was no jest. He himself struggled to find a suitable breathing technique. Moreover, his funds were exceedingly limited, making it impossible for him to acquire training resources or even a few high-quality martial arts techniques. He had even begun to contemplate venturing outside the city to hunt magical beasts for profit. At this juncture, to instruct a young lady in shooting skills? Absolutely out of the question. Furthermore, I do not teach others. Yi Li shook his head. Seek assistance elsewhere. As he prepared to close the door once more, Jiang Qingzhu quickly interjected, "I can teach you everything I know in exchange. Anything at all." The door, which was in the process of closing, suddenly halted, and Yi Li looked at her in astonishment, confirming, "Anything at all?" If he recalled correctly, any level breathing technique would cost no less than 5 million Hanxia coins, and the market for such techniques was virtually non-existent. Typically, only the direct disciples of prominent sects or the legitimate heirs of certain noble families were permitted to learn them. As for casually teaching them to outsiders, at least Yi Li had never heard of such a thing. Thus, he found it exceedingly difficult to believe that anyone could be so naive. In comparison, the likelihood that the other party was trying to deceive him seemed considerably higher. Indeed, as if a glimmer of hope had ignited within her, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes brightened slightly, and she hurriedly added, "You have just entered the second tier and have yet to practice any breathing techniques. I can teach you my dust, mist, frost, snow. This is a breathing technique passed down through generations in the Jiang family, and it will surely assist you." She continued, "I also possess several rare second-tier martial arts, and I have even begun to grasp a third-tier technique. If you can wait a while longer, I can impart these to you as well." Having said that, Jiang Qingzhu observed Yi Li, who had fallen into silence, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Her impatience could not be blamed. She was acutely aware that her own strength had stagnated at a bottleneck for quite some time. Although she possessed some talent in martial arts and breathing techniques, allowing her martial level to far exceed that of most peers, her mastery of martial skills was, regrettably, rather dismal. The precious second-tier martial arts she had learned lingered at a proficient level, never reaching the stage of great accomplishment. Moreover, the elders in the Jiang family, who had practiced these techniques, were all occupied with frontline duties against the beasts and had little time to teach her. As the martial examination drew nearer, Jiang Qingzhu could not deny her growing urgency. This was why she dedicated herself to rigorous training daily, almost disregarding the affairs of the school team, all in hopes of making a breakthrough in her martial skills. Unfortunately, her efforts yielded minimal results. If this continued, she would easily find herself at a disadvantage when facing opponents of similar martial levels and talent. Jiang Qingzhu was fully aware of this and was constantly seeking a solution. Among all the people she had encountered, Yili was the only one who had openly criticized her poor marksmanship. Moreover, he had managed to cultivate the Tian-Gang stepping void technique to an impressive level using only a severely incomplete text. Thus, even with the odds seemingly stacked against her, Jiang Qingzhu was eager to give it a try. Gazing at the boy clad in white, she bit her lip and mustered the courage to ask, "Is it possible?" With such an expression, it was genuinely difficult to discern any possibility of deceit. Confirming this, finally, under the penetrating gaze of the hopeful Jiang family heiress, Yili took a deep breath and offered his response. "Anything is possible? Anything is possible. Then I shall undoubtedly train you to become the strongest marksman in the entire school." Chapter 23. The Precious Dragon Riding the Wind. Though breathing techniques are often likened to second-tier martial arts, their efficacy extends beyond merely second-tier warriors. Before a martial artist reaches the fourth tier and unlocks the secret treasures of the human body, breathing techniques play a significant role in various aspects of combat and cultivation. Even after attaining the fourth tier, a high-level breathing technique can still provide substantial assistance in multiple facets of a martial artist's journey, owing to its extraordinary effects. The Grade A breathing technique, Crimson Flame Martial Arts, recently fetched a price of 8 million Hanxia coins, while the Grade A technique, Eternal Cycle, went for 5 million Hanxia coins. Sitting on a wooden chair, Yili gazed at the prices displayed on his phone, his eyes twitching slightly. Clearly, his prior understanding of the market value for these high-grade breathing techniques had been woefully inadequate. He had anticipated that the price would not exceed 5 million Hanxia coins, only to discover that the actual figures were exorbitantly high. It can only be said that poverty has severely limited Yili's imagination. However, considering that such a breathing technique could benefit a noble family or sect, thereby increasing the chances of nurturing an exceptional younger generation, the price seems justifiable. Thankfully, he had agreed to the purchase in advance. Otherwise, it would have been more painful than death to see someone else seize this opportunity. Yili closed his phone and looked up at Jiang Qingzhu, who was shutting the door. He softly inquired, "What would you like to learn?" "Marksmanship." Jiang Qingzhu turned around, her lips moving gently. "My marksmanship is quite poor." In truth, it was merely mediocre. Considering the support he could provide, Yili's tone was surprisingly gentle. In reality, during their afternoon sparring, he had easily discerned the flaws in her techniques and interrupted her attempts to execute martial skills. While his mastery of the breaking cloud gun technique contributed to this, the technique itself was merely an average, lower-tier second-grade martial skill, and even at its peak, it was nothing extraordinary. The more significant reason lay in Yili's gun martial sacred body, which dramatically enhances his proficiency with firearms and increases the cultivation speed of gun-related martial techniques by 500. Looking solely at the description, it was somewhat intimidating. Upon witnessing its manifestation, it became even more awe-inspiring. At that moment, even within the entirety of Ying province, Yili's marksmanship was undoubtedly the most formidable among his peers. After all, he recalled the legendary figures from his past life, each possessing an indomitable golden soul. One was the formidable Qi Tian Sheng, who could flaunt his prowess amidst the encirclement of 24 divine beings of the Thunder Department. The other was the esteemed Yang family's second son, who could cleave mountains to rescue his mother, a true warrior of the heavenly court. Both were masters of this particular weapon type. Given that Yili shared the same golden soul as them and awakened such remarkable talents, it seemed quite reasonable. "Show me your most frequently used marksmanship technique." Yili extended his hand toward Jiang Qingzhu, stating calmly, "Let me see how I can teach you." with the terms established. He felt no lingering reservations. All right. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu felt no sense of disquiet and nodded obediently, stating, "This dragon riding the wind technique is currently my most frequently employed martial art. However, as I have only just begun to learn it, my execution is somewhat clumsy. Much like this afternoon when I was unable to utilize it at all." As she spoke, she retrieved a tome from her ring and obediently handed it to Yi Li. "Should I return home now and come back tomorrow?" Jiang Qingzhu blinked, gazing at the martial skill she had painstakingly mastered over the past 6 months, and wisely remarked, "The martial examination is still some time away, so I am not particularly anxious. Although the martial examination is still a month away, the exchange competition is just a few days off, is it not?" Yi Li casually leafed through the tome in his hand and replied nonchalantly, "You can wait here for a while. I will just take a casual look, no rush." As he spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips, and his mood brightened as he observed the words appearing on the panel. Third-grade martial skill, dragon riding the wind technique, rare, indeed. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, her commonly used martial skill is this challenging technique. Jiang Qingzhu's expression turned somewhat complex as she delicately advised, "It took me quite a while to learn it. Even if your talent surpasses mine significantly, it would be difficult to grasp it in a short time." Among the competitors in this exchange, aside from Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion, the others are not particularly formidable. Even if my martial skills do not improve in the meantime, I can still triumph over them. Mastery requires patience. Martial skills cannot be rushed. Jiang Qingzhu quoted a famous saying once uttered by her father, attempting to sway the young man. Yet, the only response she received was a furrowed brow from Yi Li. "You have 2 options now," he said, looking up at Jiang Qingzhu calmly. "You can either wait outside or remain silent here for a while. Which will you choose?" "The second," Jiang Qingzhu replied, lowering her head and understandingly choosing not to speak further. The atmosphere within the room fell into silence. Shifting her gaze from the young man's earnest profile, Jiang Qingzhu began to survey her surroundings. The room's furnishings were uniform for everyone, with distinctions arising from the additional equipment one chose to incorporate. In Jiang Qingzhu's quarters, there existed a significantly more sophisticated spirit-gathering array, unlike those of ordinary team members. This array not only accelerated the refinement of vitality and the cleansing of meridians, but also mitigated the risks of losing control, even regulating the ambient temperature to suit the user. In contrast, Yi Li's room was relatively simplistic in design. The only discernible feature was that the young man had made considerable use of the punching power testing machine. "What?" As her gaze fell upon the battered punching bag with a large hole, Jiang Qingzhu froze, her pupils slightly contracting. What captivated her attention was not merely the damaged testing bag, but also the blood-red numbers reappearing on the large screen, previously obscured by a malfunction. Punching power 6,800 kilograms. Chapter 24. Jiang Qingzhu's astonishment. How could this be? 6,800 kilograms? What does this even signify? Jiang Qingzhu recalled her utmost punching power, which barely reached 2,000 kilograms. Even so, this figure surpassed that of most second-tier 4th-level martial artists, placing her at the pinnacle of her school, albeit now she ranked second. Typically, a newly ascended 3rd-tier martial artist exhibits a maximum punching strength of 6,000 kilograms, a number capable of stalling an average martial artist for decades, if not a lifetime. The fact that someone who had just entered the 2nd tier, without even practicing breathing techniques, could achieve and surpass such a figure was astonishing. She could not help but ponder. If this 6,800 kilograms represented Yi Li's maximum punching power, then during their afternoon duel, he had the complete capability to seize an opportunity and severely injure her with a single strike. Yet, he had refrained from doing so, merely delivering a light punch that rendered her unconscious. This could not merely be called holding back. It was akin to letting the tide recede. Jiang Qingzhu felt a profound inner turmoil, a wave of shame rising from within. Yi Li had shown such mercy, while she had confidently proclaimed her invincibility with brash words. What a disgrace. A true genius, she mused. Ought to be like Yi Li, not only concealing their strength, but also leading their opponents to believe they were engaged in a balanced contest. Had she brought a firearm today, she would have certainly sent him flying with a single shot. Reflecting upon Yi Li's words, her lips pressed tightly together. What she had initially perceived as mere arrogance now appeared to hold truth. To triumph over an unarmed opponent wielding a silver dragon gun demonstrated a prowess that would undoubtedly shine during this year's martial arts examination. Moreover, His extraordinary talent for rapidly healing his body, though its grade remained unknown, would at least not be inferior to the highest tier. In summary, Yi Li's capabilities had already positioned him among the absolute elite of all martial arts high schools in the entire province. The likelihood of him contending for the championship was exceedingly high, as Jiang Qingzhu absorbed the shocking numbers from the punching strength tester. Yi Li's panel was simultaneously illuminated with words, consuming 1,000 units of malevolence points, initiating the enhancement of the third-tier martial technique, riding the wind like a dragon. Your gun martial saint physique is now in effect. Techniques that once appeared cryptic now seem relatively simple to you. Obtained enhancement, cultivation speed increased by 500. It is as if a complex calculus problem has directly revealed its answer to you. Now you simply need to transcribe the elaborate solution. Accelerating cultivation in progress. As malevolence points are consumed, your understanding of this precious martial technique deepens, leading you to grasp the essence of riding the wind like a dragon. The term riding the wind like a dragon refers to executing the martial technique with the agility of a swimming dragon, where both the spear's tip and body possess formidable destructive power, capable of easily tearing through the defenses of opponents of the same tier. Upon comprehending this, you begin to diligently practice in this regard. Ding. Cultivation complete. The Dragon Riding the Wind Classic. Great accomplishment has yielded rewards equivalent to 2 decades of arduous training. This painstaking effort over 20 years. I cannot fathom who could possibly rival it. After 20 years of relentless practice, has one merely achieved the great completion of the Dragon Riding the Wind Classic? Yi Li's lips twitched slightly, refraining from an impulsive gamble. The mastery of martial skills is categorized into 5 stages: entry, proficiency, mastery, great accomplishment, and perfection. At this pace, it seems that with less than 1,000 points of wickedness, one could elevate this classic to perfection. I vaguely recall that a previous second-tier exquisite martial skill required him 3,000 points of wickedness. Yet now this higher-tier exquisite martial skill only demands 1,000 points to reach great accomplishment. This is undoubtedly aided by the enhancement of the gun martial saint body. But Yi Li believes it is also intrinsically linked to his perseverance and diligence. An experienced martial artist and a novice, even with equal innate talent in their youth, will exhibit disparities in their proficiency with a martial skill. The former will invariably grasp it more swiftly than the latter. Having concluded my observations, Yi Li turned to the entranced Jiang Qingzhu, extending the classic to her, and spoke. I shall begin teaching you now. Are you prepared? So soon? Jiang Qingzhu, taken aback, instinctively inquired. She then rose. Shall I demonstrate it for you now? She assumed Yi Li had merely provided a cursory overview and wished to assess her proficiency level first. There's no need for such formality. Yi Li stood as well, approaching the weapon rack in the corner of the room and retrieving a jet-black spear. He then turned to Jiang Qingzhu and calmly stated, You shall execute the Dragon Riding the Wind Classic and attack me. Training through combat is the most expedient method of improvement, barring the addition of points. Attack me? Jiang Qingzhu was taken aback, pondering how he intended to guide her breakthrough. Was he aiming to expose her martial flaws? Despite her doubts, upon seeing Yi Li's nod of affirmation, she swiftly caressed the ring on her finger, summoning a spear of pristine white. Once again, it melded seamlessly with her aura, enhancing her presence. I sensed something intriguing about this spear last time, and indeed it proved so upon my second observation. Yi Li regarded the silvery spear with a slight nod. The silver dragon white spear, a top-tier second-grade treasure. Noticing Yi Li's gaze lingering on her weapon, Jiang Qingzhu, with a cool voice, remarked, It not only amplifies my icy aura but also strengthens the power of my martial skills. Let us proceed. Yi Li lowered his chin and grasped the long spear. His gaze steady upon Jiang Qingzhu. She nodded, inhaled deeply, and activated her breathing technique, causing her internal true energy to surge. In the blink of an eye, her form vanished from sight. Upon serious reflection, her speed exceeded that of their earlier skirmish by several measures. As Jiang Qingzhu reappeared, she found herself within 3 feet of Yi Li. The 7-foot white spear surged forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, crashing towards Yi Li's midsection with a thunderous force. The sharp tip emanated a brilliant white light, piercing through the air with an unstoppable momentum. Yi Li's dark eyes lowered. Jiang Qingzhu's mastery of the Dragon Riding the Wind technique was evidently proficient, with the spearhead already radiating a white glow capable of piercing armor. Among her peers, her skill was indeed remarkable. However, Having cultivated the technique to its pinnacle, Jiang Qingzhu's attack trajectory appeared rather too obvious in Yi Li's eyes. A torrent of true energy surged within Yi Li's body, racing through the meridians opened by the dragon riding the wind technique. With a resonant gunshot, an illusory dragon emerged from the dark long spear in Yi Li's grip. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu's spear tip was almost upon him. Yi Li slightly shifted his body, narrowly evading the spear's point. With a subtle lift of his right hand gripping the long spear, he unleashed his strength and casually swung it towards Jiang Qingzhu's form. The fluidity of his movements suggested an effortless grace, devoid of any hesitation. As the dark spear danced through the air, it produced a tearing sound, revealing glimpses of illusory dragon scales. What is this? Jiang Qingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the extraordinary sight upon the spear. This phantom was precisely what she had longed for. It was a manifestation that would only arise upon mastering the dragon riding the wind technique. How could this be possible? From the moment Yi Li acquired the technique to now, no more than 10 minutes had passed. Chapter 25. A rapid progression. Jiang Qingzhu's grip on the spear trembled slightly as she struggled to suppress her shock, instinctively channeling her protective true energy. In an instant, a torrent of true energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Immediately, she exhaled a breath so frigid it felt like ice, and her true energy quickly crystallized into layers of impenetrable ice barriers, standing resolutely before her. Yet, despite this seemingly formidable and robust layer of ice, it appeared utterly fragile against the fierce and unparalleled onslaught of the illusory dragon, as if it were merely made of paper, completely devoid of any defense. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering ice echoed repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, the long spear obliterated Jiang Qingzhu's defensive barrier, its dark shaft striking her with a mere flick. Boom! At the last moment, Yi Li slightly tempered his force, retracting the dark spear, which merely sent a fierce gust of wind crashing against Jiang Qingzhu. Her neatly tailored attire was torn asunder, exposing large swathes of her snow-white skin. Jiang Qingzhu was propelled backward for over 10 feet before finally steadying herself, her breath coming in disarray. Though her appearance was somewhat disheveled, her eyes, as clear as a winter spring, shone ever brighter. From the deliberate display of the dragon riding the wind technique, Jiang Qingzhu discerned the deficiencies within herself. Standing resolutely with her spear, she remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. The atmosphere fell into a profound stillness. Yi Li planted his long spear into the ground and tilted his head to observe her without uttering a word. He had already revealed as much as possible regarding the nuances of this martial art. Whether she could grasp its essence depended on her innate talent. After a brief silence of several seconds, Jiang Qingzhu lifted her spear once more, assuming a stance. Buzz! This time, an ethereal scale of a dragon manifested upon her silvery spear. Success! Jiang Qingzhu, filled with joy, raised her gaze to Yi Li, exclaiming, "I have finally attained the proficiency level described in the book. You are truly remarkable." She felt as though she had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune, breaking through a barrier that had plagued her for months, something her elders could never achieve. Yi Li smiled silently, yet his heart shattered into pieces. Damn it! After 20 years of arduous training, I reached the level of mastery. Just after 2 moves, you claim to have surpassed it? How long have you been practicing this technique? He suppressed the frustration rising within him and casually inquired, hoping the duration would not be too brief. I have been practicing since I first stepped into the 2nd tier, and today marks nearly half a year. Jiang Qingzhu lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed, before looking up again, her delicate face adorned with a forced smile. Before meeting you, I always believed myself to be a genius. Come now, as if you're not a genius now, Yi Li retorted, adjusting his breath to maintain calm. If I possessed your talent, I would have ascended to the 3rd tier long ago. Indeed, you are a genius, that much is unquestionable, he added. How could that be? In comparison to you, Jiang Qingzhu's voice faltered, and an unprecedented sense of desolation washed over her face. I am merely a mediocre individual molded by resources. Then you should train diligently, Yi Li sighed, abandoning any intentions of further explanation. He then chuckled lightly, in my hometown, we have a saying, a great teacher produces exceptional students. Since you regard me as a genius, now that I am here to teach you, if you do not demonstrate some results, do not blame me for scolding you. Yi Li distinctly recalled that scolding Jiang Qingzhu would yield 500 points of malevolence. All right. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes gradually sparkled, and an unprecedented admiration graced her face. Initially, she had perceived Yi Li as merely a brash fighter. After gaining some understanding, she regarded him as a sharp-witted genius. Now, however, she suddenly felt that the legendary figure of extraordinary talent, who was also eager to assist others, was right before her. How impressive! He is truly remarkable. Yi Li, my esteemed classmate. Jiang Qingzhu's delicate visage was etched with seriousness as she smiled and said, I implore you to chastise me in the future. How could you utter such shameful words? Blushing slightly, she gazed at the expanse of her exposed fair skin and inquired, is this truly shameful? These were indeed her heartfelt sentiments. It is quite shameful. Please refrain from saying such things again, she added. Yi Li exhaled silently, returning his spear to its place, then turned to meet Jiang Qingzhu's bright eyes with a light chuckle. Well then, we shall conclude for today. Over the next couple of days, Jiang Qingzhu frequently traversed between the training room of Yi Li and herself. True to his word, Yi Li would promptly begin his scathing remarks whenever Jiang Qingzhu faltered or executed her movements sluggishly. Foolishness. This demonstration is so elementary that even a child could comprehend it. How is it that you remain perplexed, Jiang Qingzhu? My late grandmother wielded a spear with more grace than you do. What are you hesitating for? For someone of your meager talent, remaining in the martial world will only lead to a waste of precious resources. Under such meticulous guidance, Jiang Qingzhu shed numerous small pearls of wisdom, while Yi Li successfully amassed a considerable amount of demerit points. After fully utilizing the dragon riding the wind technique, there remained a surplus in his tally. Current demerit points, 7,200. Once Jiang Qingzhu provided her breathing technique, his combat capabilities would ascend to a new level. Under Yi Li's tutelage, Jiang Qingzhu made remarkable strides in her martial arts. From initially grasping the technique to achieving a mid-level proficiency, she estimated that reaching mastery was merely a month away, a progress she had never envisioned. With Yi Li, a prodigy of extraordinary martial prowess, guiding her, it felt as though she had acquired a compass to navigate the vast desert. No longer troubled by uncertainty, she merely needed to stride forward in the direction he indicated. Notably, Jiang Qingzhu always entered the training room impeccably dressed and emerged in disarray, leading to rampant speculation among her peers. Many unfounded rumors circulated, yet she paid them no mind. In her view, within the entirety of Linghai No. 1 High School, only Yi Li's opinion mattered. His reprimands were far more palatable than the flattery and slander of others. Chapter 26. Pre-competition meeting in the training building's conference room. With less than 2 days remaining until the exchange competition, the school's team advisor, Wang Yongfeng, summoned the members of the team to discuss strategies. Yi Li sat beside the main seat, his eyes half closed. Not far away, Lu Yangda, Shun Lian, and several others wore expressions of distress. As if shrouded in a pallor of iron, they furtively cast glances at the young man, their demeanor cautious and their gazes occasionally intersecting. Their every exchange of glances seemed to betray a profound sense of dread, directed towards the composed and handsome youth. Clearly, the events of the past week had afforded them a preliminary understanding of Yi Li's formidable prowess. Except for Jiang Qingzhu, no one on the team could rival him. Seated nearby, Shun Lian gritted her teeth, her hands clenched into fists. Unable to contain her frustration, she cast a glance at Jiang Qingzhu, who sat beside her at the main table, her heart brimming with indignation. Just days prior, Shun Lian had heard that Jiang Qingzhu had sought an audience with Yi Li. She had anticipated that Jiang Qingzhu would confront Yi Li as a result of her previous accusations, thereby fulfilling her own ulterior motive of driving a wedge between them. To her dismay, days had passed, and Yi Li remained as vibrant as ever, showing no signs of being perturbed. This indicated that Jiang Qingzhu had disregarded the rumors Shun Lian had spread. Cursed Yi Li, who could possibly rein him in? Shun Lian felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Yet, she lacked the courage to confront Yi Li and thus resigned herself to inaction. At that moment, Wang Yongfeng rose from his seat. The opponent in this exchange competition was Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. He glanced at Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu seated at the main table before continuing with a smile. The captain of their school team, whom many of you are familiar with, is named Tang Yao. She is not only the junior master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, but also a renowned young martial artist in Qingshan City. With a martial arts rank of 2nd tier, 6th level, she surpasses Jiang by 2 levels in martial prowess, and her talent is classified as true self-sword heart, indicating her expertise with the sword. It is said that her character is confident and proud, making her the undisputed backbone of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. She is certainly the only formidable adversary we will face on this trip. According to the lineup they were provided, Tang Yao would make her entrance as the trump card. Wang Yongfeng's smile faded slightly, his words taking on a more cautionary tone. However, upon hearing his account, Yi Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The prospect of vanquishing a self-assured and proud swordswoman piqued his interest immensely. In contrast, the expressions of the others grew serious. Observing their reactions, Wang Yongfeng nodded subtly. A second-tier, sixth-level martial artist was already quite distinguished among the martial arts high schools in the province. Many substitutes from martial arts universities were of similar standing. Yet, Wang Yongfeng harbored no excessive concern. In his estimation, the combined strength of Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu would undoubtedly be sufficient to overcome the junior master of the Sword Pavilion. Among the remaining 6 members from Qingshan No. 1, 4 were at the first tier, 7th level, 2 at the first tier, 8th level, and 1 at the peak of the first tier. Even accounting for Shun Lian, who had been demoted to a substitute, their overall strength was considerably superior. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, victory appeared to be virtually assured. Fortunately, with the addition of Yi Li, the previously unfavorable situation has swiftly transformed into a favorable one. The victorious party will receive a reward of 1 million Hanxia coins, along with a Qi blood pill. Wang Yongfeng leaned against the table and explained, for substitutes, the reward is only 200,000 Hanxia coins, without the Qi blood pill. What did you say? At these words, Shun Lian could no longer remain seated. She sprang to her feet, glaring at Wang Yongfeng in anger, exclaiming, "Is it fair to grant only 200,000 Hanxia coins to substitutes? Are you treating us like beggars?" Her outrage stemmed from a simple reason. She had just been forcibly stripped of her position as a formal team member by Yi Li. Initially, Shun Lian believed that with her impending graduation, losing this identity would not be a significant loss, so she reluctantly accepted the situation. However, the sudden revelation today that she had not only lost a substantial 800,000 Hanxia coins, but also a Qi blood pill, which holds considerable value for first-tier martial artists, was simply unbearable. Shun Lian's mood plummeted, and recalling the series of heavy blows she had suffered from Yi Li recently, a wave of deep grievance and fury surged within her. After dedicating 2.5 years to the school team, working diligently and competing tirelessly, she realized that the total prize money she had earned from all her competitions over that time was nowhere near this amount. Meanwhile, Yi Li, once regarded by her as a mere tool, had not only usurped her position but had also assaulted her boyfriend, transforming into a coveted figure in the eyes of the school. Was Shun Lian not justified in her distress? In response to her anger, Wang Yongfeng adjusted his glasses and patiently replied, "I have not finished speaking yet." "You may proceed," Shun Lian said, calming herself slightly as she sat down again. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat and stated, "In addition to the aforementioned rewards, the student who performs the best in this exchange competition will also receive a precious artifact provided jointly by both cities." He then turned to Shun Lian, smiling as he added, "Furthermore, this reward is unrelated to substitutes." In that moment, Shun Lian's defenses crumbled entirely. "Yi Li," she forcefully pushed her chair aside, glaring at the young man not far away, and shouted assertively, "If you have even a shred of conscience, return the 800,000 Hanxia coins and the Qi blood pill to me." Her tone was undeniably confrontational. Such an aggressive stance left Lu Yongda and his lackey dumbfounded. Had Shun Lian always been this audacious? Did she not realize that Yi Li could easily defeat her with a single blow? Yi Li opened his eyes, calmly gazing at her, his expression devoid of any emotion. Just a few days had passed, and she had already forgotten the lesson from their last encounter. Yet, he could only blame himself for being too lenient, allowing her to regain the audacity to speak so boldly, even entertaining the prospect of receiving 200,000 Hanxia coins. "Have you lost your voice? I am speaking to you. Ungrateful wretch. How could I have treated you so well in the past?" Shun Lian seemed to have rekindled her former feelings, growing bolder with each word. "Let me tell you, Yi Li, the school values nothing but your qualifications. If you lack this martial prowess, do you think the school would allow a notorious individual to join the team?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, fixed intently on Yi Li, appearing exceedingly aggrieved. Jiang Qingzhu glanced over, indifferent to her own reputation, but not to Yi Li's. Within her clear gaze, a faint icy blue shimmer flickered, and the temperature around her began to drop. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yongfeng frowned. "Shun Lian, Do not utter such baseless accusations. He could not tolerate anyone sowing discord between Yi Li and the school. The boy's potential was astonishingly formidable, and the school's higher-ups were striving to instill a sense of belonging in him towards Linghai No. 1 High School. This damned Shen Lian had appeared to stir chaos. A surge of anger ignited within Wang Yongfeng. Were it not for Shen Lian still being a substitute on the team, he would have expelled her immediately. What? Am I wrong in what I say? Shen Lian glared at Yi Li, her earlier fear of him long forgotten. She sneered. Now the entire school knows that Yi Li is a brash bully, harassing his classmates. My efforts to promote his valorous deeds on the team were not in vain. Yi Li, you are nothing more than a rat that everyone wants to chase away. At that moment, Shen Lian suddenly caught a glimpse of a fierce glint in Yi Li's dark eyes, akin to discovering a rodent wreaking havoc in a grain bin. Devoid of any sympathy, only pure murderous intent. In the next instant, the young man chuckled softly. Simultaneously, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically, a familiar oppressive aura descending upon Shen Lian. The atmosphere in the conference room grew stifling. Shen Lian immediately recognized her own overconfidence. She felt as if plunged into an ice cavern, a thin layer of cold sweat seeping from her smooth, delicate back. As the owner of those dark eyes rose slowly, her heart, once steady, began to race wildly. Chapter 27. Buddy, do you know what my cultivation level is? Dare to threaten me with rumors? Yi Li, do not overstep your bounds. Over a decade of familiarity had led Shen Lian to instinctively attempt to intimidate him at this critical moment. However, she quickly realized that she possessed nothing to threaten him, or perhaps she did. Suddenly, Shen Lian recalled a novel she had read, wherein even a weak female protagonist could use slander to ensnare a powerful senior sister, rendering her speechless and ultimately leading to tragic despair. By cleverly manipulating the rules, she could compel Yi Li to tread cautiously, fearful of acting rashly. Yi Li, do not forget your reputation at school. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you can forget about redeeming yourself. Shen Lian retreated while calmly admonishing him. As anticipated, upon hearing her words, Yi Li immediately halted his advance, a flicker of confusion crossing his handsome features. This is promising. Witnessing this, Shen Lian's heart raced, and she continually reassured herself within. Stay composed. We are in the conference room. The members of the school team surround us, and even the supervising teacher is watching. If Yi Li dares to strike, the rumors of his bullying will be substantiated. No matter how exceptional his talent, the school will reconsider his eligibility for the team. This truly is promising. As long as I maintain the moral high ground, Yi Li will undoubtedly refrain from harming me. You should apologize now. Just as Shen Lian was about to utter something, her eyes widened in shock. In her line of sight, Yi Li's figure abruptly vanished. Almost simultaneously, she felt a hand gently press against her chest. The aura of death enveloped her. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated throughout the conference room. Bang! The heavy wooden door exploded open, and amidst the flying debris, Shen Lian was sent hurtling backward, blood gushing forth. A horrifying indentation marred her chest, half of her ribs shattered, protecting her internal organs. Her body crashed onto the bluestone floor, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Liu Yongda stood silently, his throat dry, eyes fixed on the scene before him. Trembling, he dared not turn his head, fixating instead on the table. Jiang Qingzhu nodded slightly, as if anticipating the youth's actions, calmly returning to her seat. An eye for an eye, a virtue for a virtue. This was indeed the opponent's modus operandi. Wang Yongfeng's expression became rigid, his throat constricting as he gazed with mixed emotions at the crumpled form of Shen Lian outside, barely clinging to life. He said nothing further. He observed keenly. Had Shen Lian not provoked him, Yi Li would have shown her no interest at all. If he had restrained himself completely, it would have appeared somewhat lacking in assertiveness. Martial arts is not an academic pursuit. For a prodigy like Yi Li, displaying a sharp edge is an essential quality. Moreover, he discerned that Yi Li had held back at the last moment. Otherwise, that punch could have easily claimed Shen Lian's life, rather than merely fracturing a few ribs. Alas, youth without passion is a waste. Wang Yongfeng sighed inwardly. Before Shen Lian, Yi Li flexed his wrist, a smile gracing his face as he approached her leisurely. Upon witnessing this, Shen Lian trembled uncontrollably, immense fear and regret flooding her heart. This lunatic Yi Li, does he not care for his reputation? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why did I provoke him? No longer shall we speak of the 800,000 and the vitality elixirs. Even the mere mention of 200,000 is futile. The results of the martial examination shall also be adversely affected. The practice of cultivation in the days to come may indeed leave behind hidden injuries. S features contorted in anguish as she writhed on the ground, blood incessantly spilling from her mouth. Shortly thereafter, Yili's nonchalant and mocking voice echoed in her ear. Classmate, rise swiftly. This is not a place for slumber. Severely injuring and humiliating a long-time crush. The childhood companion of 10 years. Evil deed value, 3,000. Current evil deed value, 10,200 points. S vision darkened, and amidst the overwhelming agony that engulfed her, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Teacher Wang. She openly slandered me before and humiliated me to my face. Yili turned to the conflicted Wang Yongfeng and calmly remarked, a slight lesson for her should not contravene the school rules, should it? To be frank, he too was puzzled by his audacity. Was she unaware of her own lack of cultivation? The 3,000 points of evil deed value felt as if they were being thrust into his very embrace. Naturally, upon hearing this, Wang Yongfeng inhaled deeply, his expression gradually shifting to one of resignation as he smiled wryly. Encountering such individuals in one's youth can indeed ignite one's temper. Losing one's substitute is of little consequence for this exchange competition. Thus, we shall conclude today's meeting. As he spoke, Wang Yongfeng retrieved his mobile phone and dialed for emergency assistance. Before the call connected, he earnestly addressed the assembly. Prepare yourselves, we shall depart tomorrow. Chapter 28. The schemes of Qingshan No. 1 High School. Inside the training building of Qingshan No. 1 High School, a middle-aged man sporting a receding hairline observed the serious expressions of those present and smiled. The relevant information regarding our opponents for this exchange competition has been disseminated to you. They will arrive at our school tomorrow morning. Consider this a pre-battle meeting. If you have any insights, now is the time to share. His gaze ultimately settled upon a figure seated at the opposite end of the long table, and he gently encouraged, Tang Yao, would you care to begin? Across the long table, the girl known as Tang Yao donned a black and white sword ensemble, with a straight sword laid flat before her. Her presence radiated an unmistakable intensity. Merely by sitting there, everything around her seemed to fade into insignificance, losing its original sharpness and brilliance. Such an aura could only be attained after reaching a certain mastery in the way of the sword. The identity of the girl was evident. She was the swordsmanship prodigy that Qingshan No. 1 High School took great pride in, as well as the vice master of the sword pavilion, Tang Yao. I have no particular opinion. Tang Yao lifted her bright gaze, a smile devoid of warmth gracing her delicate features as she declared, aside from Jiang Qingzhu, they are merely a disorganized rabble. Her tone was imbued with an extreme confidence that compelled one to acquiesce. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged teacher nodded in apparent satisfaction. Over the years, the individual in question has remained the most promising genius I have ever encountered. Their future accomplishments are unlikely to be surpassed by that of the Sword Pavilion's leader. The middle-aged teacher then turned his gaze towards the others, deliberately smiling as he inquired, what about you all? Do share your thoughts. We cannot have everyone echoing your captain's sentiment that the opponent is merely a rabble, can we? Certainly not. At this, a delicate-looking young man rose from his seat, taking up a document from the table as he spoke in a low voice. We have previously researched most of the members of Linhai No. 1 High School. However, there is one individual on this official roster that we do not yet know much about. To be cautious, I will briefly share some intelligence regarding him. This individual, apart from the Vice Captain Liu Yangda, is another peak first-tier martial artist from Linhai No. 1, named Yili. He was added to the team just last week. And I have inquired with several friends attending Linhai No. 1. They all said they had never even heard of him in the past 3 years. The middle-aged teacher looked on in astonishment. So he has been biding his time in silence for the past 3 years, accumulating strength? The delicate young man nodded. That is my belief. He then set down the document and addressed the group. Compared to the others, Yili seems to have appeared out of nowhere. His combat style is unclear, and his martial arts talent remains uncertain. Thus, I believe it prudent to pay him some attention. Brother Chun, you are also a peak first tier. Do you not have confidence in dealing with this person? One of the team members inquired. That is difficult to ascertain, replied the young man named Chen Deng, casting a glance at the team member before continuing gravely. Primarily, Yili has gained quite a notorious reputation at Linhai No. 1. Notorious? Indeed. It is said that he single-handedly defeated the Vice Captain Liu Yangda, as well as 2 official members of the school team. As Chen Deng's words fell, not only did the middle-aged teacher furrow his brow, but the other team members also displayed expressions of grave concern. The school team from Linjiang No. 1 generally operates at a minimum level of first-tier 7th stage. Aside from Tang Yao, no martial science student from Qingshan No. 1 could achieve such a feat. Chen Deng, with a shadowed gaze, remarked, although this rumor surely contains embellishments, and Yili must not have won easily, he could potentially pose a threat to the captain. Hence we must remain vigilant. At this, Tang Yao, who had been resting with her eyes closed, chuckled lightly, a mocking curve gracing her lips. It was evident that she did not concur with Chen Deng's assertions. Tang Yao believed that any first-tier peak martial artist capable of withstanding even a single strike from her would be considered a lenient encounter. Among the ranks of Linhai No. 1, only the young lady from the Jiang family, whose martial arts level was somewhat comparable to hers, could barely be regarded as a worthy opponent. With a piercing gaze, Tang Yao stated coolly, "You may be cautious of him, but do not include me in your concerns." Upon hearing this, Chen Deng not only displayed no signs of discontent, but rather a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes as he chuckled awkwardly. "I am well aware that with the captain's prowess, defeating this individual is undoubtedly a trivial matter, hence my casual remark." The other members, upon hearing his words, nodded in agreement, casting the same admiring glances towards the proud young lady who was lost in her thoughts. The middle-aged man understood the admiration the group held for Tang Yao. Yet he also recognized that the young lady did not appreciate such attention. To prevent any displeasure from Tang Yao, he promptly declared, "Today's meeting concludes here. You all may return to rest and prepare for tomorrow's competition." Understood. Once Tang Yao and the middle-aged instructor departed the conference room, the remaining members turned their gazes towards Chen Deng. One individual was the first to speak. "Brother Chen, regarding the matter you mentioned, we are fully prepared, and everyone is accounted for. Indeed, as soon as the individuals from Linhai No. 1 High School arrive, we shall immediately find an excuse to invite them for a spar." With over 100 first-tier warriors taking turns, they would undoubtedly exhaust their stamina. Listening to his companions, Chen Deng slightly nodded, gazing at the closed door in the distance, and with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, "What would Captain Tang think if she knew we planned to employ such tactics to secure victory? Would she be very displeased?" The others understood his concern regarding the potential exposure of their scheme, and one person immediately stood up, anxiously stating, "Brother Chen, tomorrow afternoon, the Sword Pavilion and Fengyan University will be present to watch the competition. For the sake of our future, we must take this risk. Our overall strength lags behind theirs. And even with Captain Tang's presence, we might still be outperformed. Indeed, if we miss out on this million Huanxia coins and the blood-chi pill, how shall we contend against the exotic beasts in the martial arts examination? Brother Chen, we all understand your sentiments towards Captain Tang. If we wish to keep pace with her, gaining the favor of the Sword Pavilion or Fengyan University is imperative." As these words resonated, the group fixed their eager gazes upon Chen Deng, their excited voices filling the conference room. They all aspired to achieve victory in this exchange competition to secure substantial rewards, enhance their abilities, and perhaps even attract the attention of the Sword Pavilion and Fengyan University. The Sword Pavilion stands as the undisputed leader among the martial sects in Qingshan City, boasting considerable prestige throughout the entire province. Meanwhile, Fengyan University is widely regarded as the institution with the finest resources, deepest foundations, and greatest strength within the province. Excelling in the exchange competition would likely earn them the favor of these esteemed establishments, granting them early admission qualifications. The promise of such bountiful rewards lay before them, making it no surprise that they were willing to risk disqualification to engage in such actions. After hearing their fervent declarations, the self-deprecating smile on Chen Deng's face gradually faded, replaced by a rather grim expression. With the martial examination approaching, he had come to a stark realization of his own inadequacies. Being at the peak of first-tier strength, he was considered an exceptional student among the martial science students in high school. However, when compared to those prodigies who have ascended to the second tier, one pales in significance. If one wishes to keep pace with that resplendent figure, one must employ any means necessary. It is imperative to clear the training arena in advance, and to do so discreetly, ensuring that the institution remains oblivious while exhausting a significant portion of their stamina. Understood. Moreover, Chen Deng's eyes flickered with determination as his thoughts raced, stating, "As long as they enter the training arena, even if their performance is somewhat lacking, it matters not. The first group to take action will consist of ordinary martial arts students. Should the situation be revealed later, it will not adversely affect our future." Chapter 29. the grounded Azure Mountain. The breathing technique acquired. Qinghai City, high-speed railway station. The colossal high-speed train roared into the station, gradually decelerating as it approached the platform. Yili rose from his seat, casting his gaze out the window. It is worth noting that in this world, some high-level martial artists can surpass the speed of a high-speed train solely through their physical prowess. Additionally, certain low-level martial artists, upon awakening their respective martial arts talents, can achieve similar feats. During the upheaval of beasts in the outer city as secret realm, or when a beast tide is initiated, the railway may very well suffer damage, at which point these martial artists will prove invaluable. To maintain the operation of the high-speed railway, the Railway Bureau often issues commissions, inviting martial artists to periodically eliminate the beasts that lurk around the tracks. These martial artists sometimes work as adventurers taking on jobs, or as students from martial arts universities earning a little extra pocket money. Different worlds give rise to diverse industries, Yili mused, following the flow of people as he exited the train station. As soon as the group stepped out of the high-speed railway station, two students clad in uniforms approached them. "You must be friends from Linhai No. 1 High School?" One of the students remarked with a smile. "We have arranged accommodations for you at a hotel. Just follow us." All right. Before long, the group made their way to the reception hotel prepared by Qingshan No. 1 High School, located in the city center. The hotel's decor exuded a high standard, clearly indicating that the reception party from Qingshan No. 1 High School had put considerable thought into it. Teachers. After the Linhai No. 1 High School team members had headed to their respective rooms, the two student hosts from Qingshan No. 1 High School approached Wang Yongfeng, smiling gently. "If you have no further arrangements, why not take a tour of Qingshan No. 1 High School? It's been a while since you've been here, and it would be a good opportunity to familiarize yourselves with the environment." Wang Yongfeng pondered for a moment before nodding. "That sounds good. I will go call the others." No rush. The two students exchanged glances, delight evident in their eyes. Once the guests stepped into Qingshan No. 1 High School, their plan would be halfway to success. In one of the hotel rooms, Yili surveyed the surroundings, feeling relatively satisfied overall. The exchange competition was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon, leaving ample time to pass. After sitting on the bed, he summoned the system panel. Name: Yili, martial arts level, second stage, first layer, 15. Current evil points, 10. 200. It has been several days since he broke through to the second stage, yet he remains at the first layer level. He is indeed feeling a bit restless. In anticipation of the enhancement from the breathing technique, Yili has refrained from allocating his vast store of evil points. However, upon several inquiries, Jiang Qingzhu has consistently responded that it would require a bit more time. It seems that acquiring a high-level breathing technique is not a simple task, and Yili has not pressed the matter further, merely nodding in silence. Yet, as time passes and he gazes at the multitude of points he cannot utilize, a sense of frustration begins to creep in. If after 2 more days, following the exchange competition, he still has not obtained the breathing technique, he will no longer wait. Yili exhaled deeply. After the exchange competition, the martial arts examination looms near. It is prudent to secure a breathing technique beforehand. His reluctance to compromise has indeed caused a delay. Suddenly, a gentle knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Yili rose and walked over. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Qingzhu's exquisite, cool visage. "Teacher Wang has asked us to gather and visit Qingshan No. 1 High School," she said, her tone light and cheerful. "A visit?" "Yes, it's to familiarize ourselves with the environment in advance." With that, Jiang Qingzhu gracefully swept her hand over her ring, and a hefty tome materialized in her grasp. "Additionally, this is the Jiang family's White Mist Frost Snow." As she extended the tome towards Yili, she expressed a hint of apology. "I took quite a bit of time to procure it. My apologies." "So thick?" Yili received the tome, astonishment evident in his voice, recognizing it as the thickest book he had ever acquired. "Indeed, that is why it was quite challenging to discreetly extract it." Jiang Qingzhu nodded in agreement, a touch of pride in her demeanor. "But this posed no difficulty for me." Yili opened his mouth, weighing his words for a moment before asking with skepticism, "Aren't you worried about facing punishment for this? Stealing a family heirloom breathing technique to gift to someone would surely provoke a severe reaction from any father, wouldn't it? Confinement? Caning?" In an instant, Yili envisioned countless forms of punishment she might endure. However, Jiang Qingzhu appeared rather unfazed. She calmly waved her hand, reassuring him, "Rest assured. They won't kill me." "That hardly instills confidence," Yili remarked, rubbing his forehead. Nonetheless, I appreciate this. If you ever find yourself in trouble, I shall assist you. What are you saying? This is merely a fair exchange, Jiang Qingzhu replied, her expression serious, feeling that he was being overly courteous. She believed that, having done her such a significant favor, it was unnecessary for him to act as if he were at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with their relationship now that of friends, she thought it unnecessary to delineate matters so meticulously. Upon hearing this, Yili chuckled softly and then gently nodded, saying, I shall take a look now. Please inform the teacher that I have other matters to attend to and will not be familiarizing myself with the environment at Qingshanizhong. Very well. Jiang Qingzhu replied, her crimson lips pursed. She continued with a note of caution, the cultivation of white mist frost snow is exceedingly challenging. Far beyond the martial skills we previously discussed. I have been practicing for nearly a year and have merely grazed the threshold of entry, still a long way from mastery. Therefore, if you find it difficult to comprehend at first, do not feel anxious. You may come to me with questions. I am willing to impart all that I know, which should guarantee that, with your aptitude, you could achieve entry within 3 months, perhaps even sooner. Having said this, she waved at Yili. Then I shall take my leave. Yili merely nodded, noncommittally. 3 months, even the yellow flowers might wilt by then. Once she had walked away, he shut the door with a resounding clap and turned back to his bed. After calming his tumultuous thoughts, he slowly activated the panel. Chapter 30. White Mist Frost Snow. The frost and snow blanketed the sky. Yili was genuinely taken aback. Just a moment ago, he was still troubled by the intricacies of the breathing technique, and now, it had been delivered to him. He had initially planned to use the second-tier white panel to test the so-called Tang Yao, hoping to reap some rewards and then find a makeshift breathing technique to start with. However, it seemed there was no need for delay any longer. Yili gazed at the panel. Current evil value, 10, 200 points. He exhaled silently as the thick tome opened before him. He began to peruse its contents page by page. Level breathing technique. White mist frost snow, not yet initiated. According to Jiang Qingzhu, the difficulty of this breathing technique was extraordinarily high, likely consuming a significant amount of evil value. Yili had not delved much into breathing techniques previously, and he anticipated that this enhancement would be quite challenging. Nevertheless, there was no need for excessive concern. Last time, 8,000 points of evil value had sufficed to elevate the immortal golden soul to level 2. There was no reason to doubt that this time, with over 10,000 points, he could not initiate the cultivation of this breathing technique. Let me discover the profound mysteries of this advanced breathing technique, valued at several million Hanxia coins. System enhance. Yili focused his mind, and the multitude of evil points surged forth like a torrent, cascading into the breathing technique. Ding. Consuming evil value. Beginning the enhancement of the breathing technique. White mist frost snow. As you first peruse this enigmatic breathing technique, you find yourself in deep contemplation. Each character is familiar, yet strung together, they form a sentence that eludes your understanding. Your mind is beset by confusion. How do these characters coalesce into a coherent statement? In order to master this exceptionally challenging breathing technique, one must momentarily calm the mind and begin to comprehend the method in context. After expending 1,000 points of malevolence, you have acquired a novel approach to restoring true energy through breath. Unlike the crude method of indiscriminately inhaling air and spiritual energy, you have discovered a way to draw upon the latter, ensuring a copious amount of spiritual energy accompanies each inhalation and exhalation. After consuming 2,000 points of malevolence, you have adeptly mastered the technique of utilizing breathing frequency to attract spiritual energy, and you begin to experiment with infusing a chilling sensation into your true energy. Upon the expenditure of 3,000 points of malevolence, you have become proficient in the method of imparting a frigid characteristic to your true energy. Each physical contact now forcefully injects a wisp of coldness into your adversary. The state of white mist and frost, entry level, is likely the realm in which Jiang Qingzhu finds herself. By infusing true energy imbued with chill into her strikes, she gradually induces stiffness and even frostbite in her opponent's limbs through repeated collisions. Yet, while ordinary practitioners remain limited to this stage, Jiang Qingzhu wields a matching spear, endowing it with the same chilling effects. Wealth certainly has its advantages. Yili lightly shakes his head and continues to allocate his points. After expending 5,000 points of malevolence, Your years of diligent study allow you to restore true energy swiftly without relying on a specific breathing rhythm, merely utilizing a normal breathing cadence. With the enhancement of your martial skills, White Mist and Frost reaches the proficient level after consuming 6,000 points of malevolence. Your deepening understanding of this breathing technique enables your true energy to possess a significant chilling effect. Mere contact with an enemy for several seconds can instantaneously freeze them by expending a large amount of true energy. With the martial skills elevated further, White Mist and Frost achieves mastery. After expending 8,000 points of malevolence, your command over the chill has reached an unparalleled level. With the speed of true energy restoration now vastly exceeding that of your prior training, accelerating by dozens of times. With the martial skills attaining great perfection, White Mist and Frost is now consummate. After consuming 9,000 points of malevolence, you have gained the ability to manipulate the cold within you with ease and begin to explore the method of releasing the chill in one breath. Upon expending 10,000 points of malevolence, you have mastered the technique of unleashing a vast amount of cold instantaneously, sweeping in all directions. Skill acquired, Heavenly Snowfall. Heavenly Snowfall enhances the output power of true energy, enabling the instantaneous eruption of a substantial chill capable of freezing everything in the vicinity. Martial skills elevated. White Mist and Frost reaches ultimate completion. Evaluation. This enhancement consumed a total of 10,000 points of malevolence, yielding a progression comparable to 50 years of arduous cultivation. Despite your youth of not yet 20, your mastery of this breathing technique would indeed warrant Jiang Qingzhu addressing you as grandfather. After half a century of arduous training, I have finally mastered this advanced breathing technique. The true energy within my body circulates at an astonishing pace, and with each breath, I can sense my strength augmenting. With merely a thought, this abundant energy can be instantaneously transformed into a chilling, bone-piercing frost. As I gazed at the text on the panel, my heart raced. I began to comprehend the exorbitant value of this advanced breathing method. Firstly, the speed of energy recovery is remarkably swift, far surpassing that of martial artists who have not practiced breathing techniques, recovering energy at least several dozen times faster. Where the latter requires an entire day to replenish their energy reserves, I can achieve the same in merely an hour, without concerns regarding breath rhythm, environmental noise, or the concentration of spiritual energy. It can be said that aside from its cost and difficulty, this advanced breathing method possesses no significant drawbacks. Moreover, upon reaching perfection, it grants an additional ability akin to a supernatural skill. My gaze lingered on the description of frost and snow in the sky, igniting a flicker of excitement within me. I wondered just how powerful this so-called explosive capability could be. I made my way to the training room provided by the hotel. After a brief observation of the approximately 20 square meter space, my eyes sparkled with a brilliant ice blue hue, and an incredibly fierce cold wind erupted around me. Boom. The air resonated with a sound akin to an explosion as the visible cold energy expanded outward in a shockwave, crashing heavily against the walls and instantly forming crystalline layers of ice. I gazed in astonishment at the surrounding phenomenon. This had consumed roughly 20% of my true energy. A thick white mist enveloped the training room. Even a typical first-tier martial artist would experience intense pain simply from inhaling it. The name of this breathing technique, Frost and Snow in the Sky, is indeed fitting. Furthermore, the facilities situated between me and the walls, the cushions, steps, and instruments, were all encased in a thick layer of solid ice, completely immobile. I attempted to scrape at the ice layer and discovered it was a good 3 to 4 centimeters thick, leaving me astonished. It seemed evident that an unprepared first-tier martial artist would likely be incapacitated by their own frost and snow in the sky technique. Even if they did not succumb to unconsciousness from the cold, they would certainly find themselves grounded, stripped of their combat ability. Could this be a bit too exaggerated? The accompanying skill of the advanced breathing method is so formidable that ordinary martial science students would need to use their heads to break through. I exited the training room, and in the span of just a few breaths, the energy I had expended was replenished significantly. Current evil value, 200 points, as I observed the dwindling value. A wave of anxiety washed over me, and I let out a soft sigh. Were it not for the absence of unscrupulous martial arts schools in the vicinity, I would have considered storming in to challenge them directly. With several hours remaining until the so-called exchange competition, I needed to earn a substantial amount of evil value to feel secure. Having only a 3-digit sum in my account was quite unsettling. Regrettably, I currently lack a compelling reason to take action, and there are no suitable candidates available. I can only hope that the so-called Tang Yao possesses a popularity on campus that rivals Jiang Qingzhu. Otherwise, it will be challenging to accrue substantial malevolent points. Just as I was about to retire for the night, my phone on the bedside began to vibrate. Upon picking it up, the languid expression on my face vanished instantly, and I sat upright in bed. The screen displayed 2 terse messages. Jiang Qingzhu, I am surrounded at the martial arts arena. Jiang Qingzhu, a multitude of unfriendly individuals insists on sparring with us. We are unable to extricate ourselves, and it has become rather troublesome. Can you come and bring assistance? Chapter 31. Classmate. Entry forbidden. Here within the expansive martial arts arena, beneath the towering and magnificent structure, hundreds of figures congregated at the platform, encircling a group of individuals. A strikingly serene girl stood at the back, her fair fingers tapping on the screen of her phone. Just summon their teacher. This group is unruly. Is there no teacher present? No, it's all students from Qingshan No. 1 High School, who have been relentlessly pressuring us to engage. All right, I understand. Upon reading this message, Jiang Qingzhu let out a sigh of relief and returned her phone to her pocket. The youth was typically reliable, alleviating her concerns. Jiang Qingzhu elevated her gaze towards the raucous crowd not far away, her beautiful brows knitting together slightly. A warm hue quietly blossomed in her clear eyes. Initially, she had anticipated a routine observation segment. The leading Wang Yongfeng, unperturbed, ventured to the great office, intending to discuss pedagogical insights with the teachers of Qingshan No. 1 High School. However, the harmonious atmosphere abruptly shifted once Jiang Qingzhu and her group entered the martial arts arena. Out of nowhere, hundreds of martial arts students appeared, eagerly approaching to engage in conversation. As the captain, Jiang Qingzhu politely exchanged a few words with them. Yet, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the tone shifted abruptly, and a request was made to spar, citing the renowned strength of Linhai No. 1 High School's team. Although Jiang Qingzhu coldly declined this proposition, one individual from Linhai No. 1, named Yu Qianqian, an affable fool, succumbed to the repeated requests and ascended the platform without hesitation. This development stirred a sense of unease within Jiang Qingzhu. However, considering Yu Qianqian's first-tier 8th-level cultivation, she reasoned that a match against an ordinary martial arts student would not consume too much time or energy, and ultimately acquiesced. Unfortunately, that match led to unforeseen consequences. An effeminate young man, relying on his peak first-tier cultivation, struck unexpectedly, rendering Yu Qianqian unconscious. This infuriated the students from Linhai No. 1 High School. Lu Yongge and his 2 lackeys charged forward, vociferously demanding an explanation. The hundreds of students from Qingshan No. 1 High School were not to be outdone, loudly mocking. You simply lack the skills, and now that you've lost, you're getting desperate? If you can't handle it, you shouldn't have accepted the challenge. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yongge was immediately thrown off balance. Damn it, Qingshan No. 1, resorting to such underhanded tactics. If it weren't for our big brother not being here, would you even dare to play these tricks? Exactly. Just your initial provocation alone, our big brother could have easily dealt with you. The exchanges escalated into a passionate verbal clash, with one side fueled by rage and the other calculating, showing no signs of easing. Throughout this, the delicate-looking boy on the platform maintained an air of calm, appearing incredibly composed. After helping the unconscious Yu Qianqian off the stage to rest, Jiang Qingzhu immediately sent a message to Yili. At this moment, taking in the discord around her, she inhaled deeply to steady her emotions. Then, coldly gazing at the delicate boy on the stage, she rose and approached. Inflicting casual harm on her teammates, the provocation from the opposing side was undeniably blatant. Jiang Qingzhu, with her second-tier 4th-level cultivation, began to reveal her prowess, swiftly making her way to the combat stage. As the coldly beautiful girl with long black hair approached, Chen Deng behind the platform began to sweat profusely. This was likely the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family from Linhai City. With her second-tier 4th-level cultivation and exceptional martial arts talent, he felt an immense pressure, realizing his own strength was only mediocre at the pinnacle of the first tier. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Chen Deng managed a slight smile, raising his voice intentionally. Jiang, what is it you wish to do? His elevated tone immediately captured the attention of the crowd below, and the argument faltered as hundreds of gazes turned towards him. Upon seeing the coldly beautiful girl ascend the stage, their expressions shifted to one of intensity. Her solid second-tier fourth-level cultivation made them acutely aware of the pressure they were under. "You bully the weak, and I shall respond with violence." Jiang Qingzhu's voice was icy, her face as frigid as ice. "Do you wish to spar?" "Very well." Chen Deng's heart surged with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment. Recognizing the need to conserve his strength, he quickly turned to the crowd below. Grinning, "Is there anyone who wishes to experience the strength of the Linhai No. 1 high school team captain? I can relinquish this opportunity." At his words, someone immediately understood the implication and, gritting their teeth, called out, "I'll do it." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Jiang Qingzhu's eyes. She had grasped their intent. They clearly aimed to rely on sheer numbers to exhaust her team's energy, hoping for an easy victory in the afternoon's exchange competition. To this end, a sign reading "temporarily closed" was prominently displayed outside the training grounds, and the supervising teacher was sent away. It was fortunate that I had promptly informed Yi Li. I am confident that it will not be long before he arrives with a teacher to resolve the situation. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qingzhu summoned a long spear. Entirely white as snow, her imposing aura becoming ever more striking. The warrior opposite her could not withstand even a single exchange before being hurled off the high platform by her spear. Yet soon after, another challenger boldly ascended the stage. Jiang Qingzhu sent that individual flying as well, and so the cycle continued. Truly, she is deserving of the title of the Jiang family's eldest daughter. Back on the ground, Chen Deng's eyes sparkled. An ordinary first-tier warrior stood no chance against her. Even if I were to join, I would only last a few rounds. "Brother Chen, do not worry," someone beside him chuckled. "With 126 first-tier warriors on our side, how can we not wear her down? At most, it will take 20 or 30 of us to exhaust her true energy." This was indeed a valid point. Chen Deng nodded slightly, feeling considerably relieved. With the plan reaching this stage, success was nearly assured. The vice-captain, Lu Yongda, was still down below, eagerly preparing to enter the fray, a true jester. A slight smile graced Chen Deng's lips. "Brother Chen, what about Yi Li?" At that moment, someone approached, their expression filled with concern. "If he hasn't come to observe, could he be off fetching a teacher upon hearing the news?" "Let him call," Chen Deng replied nonchalantly, "with so many teaching buildings in our school. As an outsider unfamiliar with the place, by the time he summons someone, it will be too late. But what if he comes directly without calling anyone? Then we have nothing to fear. Even a peak first-tier warrior may not be my match." Meanwhile, outside the training ground, in the pavilion designated for checking the identities of incoming personnel, a student tasked with keeping watch was dozing off. As long as they prevented anyone from entering for an hour, their plan would be a resounding success. To this end, several fellow students who had come to the training ground were turned away. Just then, a figure appeared around the corner from a distance. The dozing student caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, instantly shaking off his drowsiness and sitting upright. The newcomer approached with a swift gait, his attire billowing, black hair flowing lightly, and an indifferent expression. He was extraordinarily handsome, yet he was not in school uniform. An outsider, perhaps? The student found himself momentarily entranced. As he contemplated this, the boy in black was already close at hand. The watchful student quickly rose and reached out, calling out, "Classmate, over here." Bang! Before he could finish his words, the newcomer snorted coldly, spinning on the spot, his right foot striking the pavilion like a cannonball. With a tremendous crash, the entire pavilion was instantly reduced to splinters, and the student responsible for keeping watch was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Yi Li, however, paid no heed and continued to stride toward the training arena. His pace quickened, ultimately transforming into a full sprint. Chapter 32, a duel where I challenge you all alone. With fervent intensity in his dark eyes, Yi Li's inner energy surged, gradually enveloped in a chilling aura, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, despite his rapid speed. He maintained an imperceptible essence about him. Yi Li was acutely aware that his formidable prowess was intended to vanquish his opponents, not to frighten them away merely by display. Nevertheless, he understood that upon witnessing his solitary advance, his adversaries would likely be filled with elation. For within the training grounds, he sensed the presence of over 100 faint auras, all corresponding to first-tier warriors. In the face of such numbers, the might of a second-tier warrior appeared insufficient. It was evident that this was a trap set by Qingshan No. 1 High School, presumably aimed at diminishing the combat strength of Linhai No. 1 High School before the battle commenced. Yet, Yi Li remained unconcerned. In truth, he was unaware of the mastermind behind this scheme or the stance of the Qingshan administration regarding the matter. All he knew was that he was prepared to unleash a ruthless onslaught. He was not blinded by the prospect of substantial gains. Rather, his thoughts were remarkably lucid. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of Qingshan No. 1 High School and lacking contact with Wang Yongfeng, seeking external assistance would inevitably waste precious time. Even if he could eventually rescue Jiang Qingzhu and her group, it would be futile, as their adversaries' objectives would have already been fulfilled. Thus, to effectuate tangible assistance, it was imperative that the opposing side suffered intolerable losses. The opponents must have possessed prior knowledge of the combat capabilities of Lin Hai No. 1 High School. Having dared to set a trap, they undoubtedly held confidence in their ability to ensnare the entire group. And he, Yi Li, was the variable amidst this equation. Initially troubled by dwindling malevolent points, he now found solace, his heart ignited with fervor, yet swiftly calmed. The wind howled around him, his dark garments billowing fiercely. Harnessing the perfected technique of the dragon riding the wind, his slender form seemed to ride the tempest, surging toward the entrance of the training arena. With a resounding crash, the heavy wooden doors burst open, and a figure, propelled by a fierce gale, stormed into the arena. The startled gazes of the onlookers converged upon the newcomer. Such an entrance was undeniably shocking to all present. Even Jiang Qingzhu, who had just sent her opponent flying from the combat platform, lifted her gaze, gripping her spear tightly. As the gusts subsided, she beheld a strikingly handsome youth clad in black. Big brother. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Lu Yongda, standing below the platform, erupted in ecstatic joy. Heavens, you've actually come. Even the most oblivious among them, upon witnessing Jiang Qingzhu's increasingly strenuous demeanor, should have sensed something amiss. Lu Yongda experienced a similar predicament. Upon sensing that something was amiss, he intended to seize an opportunity to slip away and seek external assistance. Yet he found himself besieged by the multitude from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Even his loyal follower was not spared, being closely monitored. This left Lu Yongda in a state of deep anxiety. To his astonishment, just when he felt utterly helpless, the very deity who had once treated him like a dog appeared to rescue him. Lu Yongda never imagined that the figure, once terrifying in his eyes, would now shine forth like a savior. Elder brother? Upon hearing this, Chen Deng, seated in the viewing area, was momentarily taken aback, his expression gradually growing serious. Is it that Yi Li? Has he arrived so soon? He had not anticipated that the lookout would fail to provide timely warning. This was indeed puzzling. Could it be that they had inadvertently fallen asleep? Nevertheless, it was a relief that no other figures were visible behind Yi Li. It seemed he had come alone. Contemplating this, Chen Deng exhaled, his voice betraying a hint of amusement. It appears to be a reckless youth devoid of strategy. Most likely. He rushed over upon hearing that his companions were in peril, entirely oblivious to the trap laid before him and the disparity in strength between the two sides. Let me impart a lesson. With a smirk gracing his lips, Chen Deng rose to his feet, addressing the black-clad youth below with a smile. Classmate, your timing is impeccable. We are currently engaged in a friendly spar. Might you be interested? As he spoke, several martial artists from Qingshan No. 1 subtly shifted their positions, effectively blocking the exits. Observing their covert maneuvers, Yi Li could not help but chuckle. All right, how do you propose we spar? Of course, a one-on-one match on stage. Chen Deng replied with a smile. One-on-one. Yi Li looked at the encroaching crowd, mockingly saying, Is your notion of a duel simply me against all of you? Upon hearing this, Chen Deng furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. Do not misunderstand, Yi Li replied, surveying his surroundings. His inner energy surged powerfully, and he raised his gaze with a smile. I merely meant that I find your approach to dueling quite appealing. You mean? Chen Deng narrowed his eyes. You are willing to accept the challenge? Indeed, Yi Li responded as if making an announcement. In the instant his words fell, a dense, ethereal white mist began to envelop his entire being, rendering his form somewhat translucent. This extraordinary spectacle caused Chen Deng's expression to shift. Based on the aura emanating from Yi Li and the current stance he exhibited, he appeared far from a peak first-stage martial artist. Something was decidedly amiss, most decidedly so. Wait a moment. Just as Chen Deng opened his mouth, Yi Li's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself before a group of Qingshan No. 1 students, enveloped in swirling white mist, resembling a celestial being ablaze. The ethereal white mist swirled around him like lively sprites, creating an extraordinary spectacle. In an instant, as the crowd's pupils contracted, this celestial being stepped forward, unleashing a mighty punch that shattered the air and struck the foremost individual. A dull, thunderous sound reverberated throughout the venue. As the ancient saying goes, a single resounding impact is worth more than gold. Crack! The sharp, bone-cracking noise pierced the atmosphere, the ferocious force exploding upon the man's body, sending him hurtling backward. Blood gushing forth, shrieking as he collided with several others, crashing into the wall. Boom! The entire sequence unfolded with the swiftness of lightning. And only when the fiery white aura enveloped Yi Li did the others finally react, their eyes wide with horror as they instinctively retreated. Chen Deng in the stands was equally astounded. He could hardly fathom the mercilessness with which the opponent had struck. That single blow had severely injured 5 or 6 first-tier martial artists, rendering them incapable of further combat. Moreover, such grievous injuries raised doubts about whether they could participate in the martial examination at all. Boom! At that moment, another explosive sound of concrete shattering echoed. Chen Deng instinctively looked down, witnessing more students from Qingshan No. 1 being sent flying, blood spewing forth as they fell unconscious. His previously calm demeanor now trembled violently. Below, Yi Li lifted his gaze, meeting Chen Deng's eyes, his obsidian pupils chillingly devoid of emotion. This sight made Chen Deng's heart race uncontrollably, prompting him to roar. "Is this what you call friendly sparring? Cease at once. Stop." As he spoke, he leaped down, revealing a brilliantly gleaming, sharp blade in his hand, which he aimed with precision at Yi Li's forehead. Martial talent of the highest caliber, radiant blade. The other students from Qingshan No. 1 had also regained their composure, their anger boiling over as they shouted in unison, drawing their weapons and surrounding the black-clad youth. In the instant Chen Deng's blade descended, Yi Li's ethereal form began to move at incredible speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow. With the perfected techniques of the Heavenly Gang's Void Step and the Dragon's Wind Riding, his speed far surpassed that of his peers, let alone against Chen Deng, who was merely at the peak of the first tier. The blade's swift descent, which appeared lightning fast to others, seemed to Yi Li to unfold in slow motion. He effortlessly evaded the blade's trajectory, gripping Chen Deng's face with one hand. And with a sudden burst of strength, he slammed him violently into the ground. Boom! Under the impact, Chen Deng's head struck the earth with tremendous force, rendering him instantly unconscious. His body stiffened, elongated and straight, resembling a chopstick firmly planted in the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qingzhu on the fighting stage quickened her breath, while Lu Yongda and the others felt their throats dry and their hearts race. The remaining students from Qingshan No. 1 high school stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at the young man clad in black. He had actually defeated Brother Chun in an instant. Not even the teachers at the school could vanquish Chun with a single strike. He was even more formidable than the guiding instructors. "Come on, let's see more. Aren't you all fond of a battle of attrition?" Yi Li exhaled a cloud of stale air, his gaze disdainfully sweeping over the stunned crowd. A distinctly mocking expression surfaced upon his fair and handsome visage. At this sight, the students of Qingshan No. 1 felt a chilling dread enveloping them, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 33. The terrifying frost and snow in the heavens. The first clear out. Everyone, do not panic. At that moment, a student from Qingshan No. 1 finally steeled himself, realizing a crucial point. With such vigorous exertion of his true energy, even a second-tier martial artist could not sustain this for long. "Indeed, that's right," someone exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. "His true energy must be nearing depletion. He is likely trying to intimidate us with bluster to buy himself time to recover." "What? Is it truly so? This makes sense." The initial student who discovered the issue bellowed, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Li. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he seemed to perceive a hint of pallor on Yi Li's face, a clear sign of substantial energy expenditure. My conjecture was indeed correct. The student rejoiced internally, shouting, "Everyone, let us strike together. Let us see how much true energy he has left to squander." Upon hearing his words, the others were inspired, and the initial flicker of fear rapidly dissipated. They began to encircle the young man in the dark robe in a synchronized manner. Observing this turn of events, Jiang Qingzhu furrowed her delicate brows. The opponent's assertion held truth. Yi Li's prior attacks were indeed remarkable, showing no signs of conserving true energy, but rather hinting at a certain extravagance. Such reckless consumption of true energy would inevitably result in significant depletion. Based on her own reserves, she estimated that he had already expended around 70%. Given that Yi Li's martial arts level was lower than her own, his consumption rate was likely even greater than 70%. With this in mind, Jiang Qingzhu grasped her spear tightly, preparing to charge forward. However, Yi Li shot her a cold glance, the warning unmistakable. "Do you not require my assistance?" Jiang Qingzhu halted, momentarily bewildered as she regarded Yi Li, who remained calm amidst the crowd, finding it difficult to comprehend his stance. Yet, she respected his choice, pausing her steps while regarding him with concern. Meanwhile, the first-tier martial artist from Qingshan No. 1 had approached Yi Li closely, with one student standing no more than 3 feet away from him. At that moment, this student suddenly noticed Yi Li closing his eyes. Instantly, the white mist surrounding him coalesced, and his semi-transparent form solidified. No matter how one perceives it, it is undeniably a posture of complete exhaustion, forced to cease the flow of vital energy. The student intended to smile, yet inexplicably, a flicker of fear surged from the depths of his heart. An aura of extreme danger rushed forth, palpable to all present. Not just him, but those around him also felt an unsettling chill, their hair standing on end as they instinctively looked up. There, in the depths of the young man's dark eyes, a glimmer of cerulean light emerged. Illuminated by the bright lights, it resembled the serene lake amidst the snowfall of a harsh winter. In the blink of an eye, a tangible tempest erupted from the depths of the young man. This storm carried a biting cold, causing the temperature in the air to plummet drastically, as spiral shockwaves rapidly spread in all directions. Snowstorm. Recognizing the technique, Jiang Qingzhu's pupils constricted, an absurd emotion crashing through her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. How could he have mastered the snowstorm technique in less than an hour of learning the breathing method? This was inconceivable. At this moment, beneath the stage, accompanied by the young man's light laughter, the frigid tempest enveloped a radius of several dozen meters. The expressions of the dozens of first-tier martial artists changed dramatically. As they attempted to retreat, chaos ensued, and they were swiftly consumed by the storm. What a terrifying martial skill! In the final moments before losing consciousness, they shared the same thought. Buzzing. Amidst the howling winds reminiscent of a blizzard in the far north, the chilling sound of ice forming echoed, mingling with countless screams, creating a symphony titled Snowstorm. When the tempest subsided, dozens of lifelike ice sculptures, frozen in place, were revealed. No matter how they struggled, escape from the ice was futile. The sound of these ice sculptures crashing to the ground resonated like a series of melodious chimes. In the astonished gazes of Jiang Qingzhu and the others, the young man exhaled a visible breath of frost and stepped forth from the myriad ice sculptures with a serene demeanor. His internal vital energy had indeed dwindled to nearly nothing, but the rewards were substantial. As he walked, he listened to the notifications chiming in his ears. Injured a peak first-tier martial artist, evil value, 1,000. Injured 17 first-tier fifth-level martial artists, evil value, 8,500. Injured 46 first-tier third-level martial artists, evil value, 13,800. Injury report, current evil value, 46,000 points, eligible for artifact extraction. Yi Li ambled toward the exit, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Thus, the evil value expended on the breathing technique was replenished. He could return to tally his gains and await the afternoon's exchange competition. With a casual wave of his hand and a nonchalant remark, Yi Li exited the training arena, leaving Jiang Qingzhu and the others in stunned silence. Upon his recent debut at the martial arts arena, Yi Li unexpectedly encountered Wang Yongfeng, along with several teachers from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, who approached him animatedly engaged in conversation. "Yi Li, have you finished your tasks?" Wang Yongfeng inquired, somewhat taken aback at the sight of him. "I was just about to check if you needed any assistance." "No need. Thank you, teacher," Yi Li politely acknowledged, passing by him without further ado. "Oh, Mr. Wang, is this the Yi Li from your team? He certainly appears quite courteous," one teacher remarked with a smile. Another robust teacher expressed his discontent, stating, "A martial artist looking so refined and scholarly is rather inappropriate. One must possess a certain sharpness. Mr. Wang, if I recall correctly, Yi Li is at the peak of the first tier, am I right?" As the teachers deliberated, one from Qingshan No. 1 subtly inquired, "So, he must have considerable talent. I wonder if he has awakened any martial arts aptitude?" "You'll find out this afternoon." Wang Yongfeng smoothly redirected the conversation, grinning, But let us not dwell on him. It's nearly mealtime, and we have an afternoon competition. We should gather the students observing in the arena for lunch. Indeed, the group promptly advanced into the martial arts arena. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, the previously jovial group was rendered speechless. The arena was strewn with students from Qingshan No. 1. Some collapsed beneath shattered walls. Others sprawled on the ground nearby, and a few had their heads inexplicably buried in the earth. Additionally, dozens of crystalline humanoid ice sculptures stood ominously beneath the combat stage, their surfaces marred by emerging cracks. In the midst of these ice figures, the ground bore the remnants of circular ice marks radiating outward, taking on irregular shapes. As if imprinted by an overwhelming force, an unmistakable indication that a breathtaking battle or intense energy release had just transpired. My heavens! At this sight, Wang Yongfeng and the other teachers from Qingshan No. 1 felt as if the world were spinning around them, their minds momentarily disoriented, nearly causing them to falter. Observing the fallen students, they recognized that these were all seniors from Qingshan No. 1's martial arts program. The sheer number of them sprawled out raised alarming questions about what had transpired. In the vast arena, only a few from Lehigh No. 1 remained standing, their faces reflecting shock. Wang Yongfeng struggled to regain his composure, turning his gaze to Jiang Qingzhu on the platform, his voice trembling as he posed the most pressing question on everyone's mind. Who did this? I did, Jiang Qingzhu replied without hesitation. Lu Yongda's initially exuberant mood plummeted. Engulfed by a sense of heartbreak and suffocating despair, the usually aloof and principled Jiang Qingzhu surprisingly took the initiative to assist Yi Li in deflecting blame, leading to Lu Yongda feeling an overwhelming sense of bitterness, yet devoid of any jealousy. Can you truly accomplish such a feat alone? A teacher from Qingshan No. 1 high school, recovering from his astonishment, abruptly changed his expression and questioned, here are over 100 students from Qingshan No. 1 high school, and you single-handedly reduced them to this state? Do not attempt to be clever. You must provide us with an explanation. You have no right to speak here. Jiang Qingzhu coldly interrupted. In that moment, her clear eyes suddenly radiated an icy blue light, reminiscent of Yi Li's earlier demeanor. A palpable chill emanated from her, swiftly manifesting behind her as a vividly lifelike ice female apparition. A martial arts prodigy, the Ice Maiden incarnate. One companion's expression changed dramatically as he rushed forward to grab the teacher who had questioned Jiang Qingzhu, urgently whispering, "Have you lost your mind? This girl is the daughter of the Zhang family from the far north." What? The teacher snapped back to reality. The Zhang family from the far north was a prestigious lineage with genuine high-tier martial artists who had quelled second-tier disasters. To say that the Jiang family had the means to deal with him would be an understatement. Accustomed to wielding authority over students, he had not anticipated encountering a true powerhouse today. The teacher looked at Jiang Qingzhu and forced a strained smile. "I apologize. I was momentarily overwhelmed." Ignoring him, Jiang Qingzhu turned to Wang Yongfeng and stated calmly, "Mr. Wang, the students of Qingshan No. 1 high school are inherently malicious, reveling in underhanded tactics. It was he who intended to strike at us, but lacked the capability, resulting in his current condition. In the aftermath, you may record this incident as my sole responsibility or attribute it to all 6 of us. The choice is yours." With that, she gracefully descended from the combat stage, assisting the still unconscious Yu Qianqian, and exited the training arena, leaving the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 high school exchanging bewildered glances. So that is how it is. Watching the young girl's retreating figure, Wang Yongfeng felt an immense upheaval within. Having served as a guiding teacher for 2.5 years, he had garnered some understanding of her temperament. If Jiang Qingzhu had indeed been the one to act, she would never have executed such a decisive move without being present on the combat stage. In his recollection, within the entire school team, only one individual possessed such a sharp combat style and adequate strength. They, who had courteously greeted him just 5 minutes prior. What a remarkable child. How many more secrets do you conceal? An hour later, in a spacious and tranquil hospital room at Qingshan City People's Hospital, the environment had been meticulously arranged to foster a comfortable and secure atmosphere for treatment, featuring 2 full rows of hospital beds. Each hospital bed cradles a figure, each swathed in thick bandages, with plaster casts securing their heads. These unfortunate souls are the students who had fallen injured on the martial arts field of Qingshan No. 1 high school. At this very moment, the majority of them remain in a state of unconsciousness, despite the advanced medical capabilities within the realm of martial arts. The stamina of the attending physician is limited. Faced with such a multitude of severe injuries, even the largest hospital in Qingshan City cannot swiftly attend to all of them. The attending physician at Qingshan Hospital is equally astonished, pondering whom Qingshan No. 1 High School has offended. As it seems that a significant portion of the senior class has been sent in, could it be an onslaught by otherworldly beasts? It is worth noting that even he has not witnessed a spectacle of over 100 martial artists being transported to a hospital in years. Meanwhile, in a neighboring single-patient room, Su Ligong, the guiding teacher of the school team, stands before a bed with a furrowed brow and an expression wavering between concern and anger. "Are you saying that you instigated the confrontation?" he inquires in a low voice, gazing at Chen Deng on the bed. "You asked them to take action, and then you were knocked to the ground?" "Yes," Chen Deng replies, his head bowed in shame, the thick bandages concealing the complexity of his emotions. It is not that he dares to openly acknowledge his actions. Rather, it is the overwhelming presence of witnesses and evidence at the scene that compels him. It can be asserted that if the school sought to investigate, it would not take much effort to uncover the truth. Given this, it is better for him to confess outright, as it may yield some understanding from the school administration. After all, even though he was knocked unconscious by Yi Li's punch, there were still over 100 first-tier martial artists backing him. Even if Yi Li is a second-tier martial artist, he would undoubtedly suffer a severe reprimand. The current situation primarily indicates that the opposing team from Lehigh No. 1 High School has sustained significant injuries, prompting an uproar and a demand for an explanation from Qingshan No. 1 High School. "What nonsense is this?" Su Ligong's complexion darkens as he questions. "You have over 100 first-tier martial artists, while Lehigh No. 1 High School has only 6. And yet they have inflicted such damage upon you. There must be limits to your lies. Do you understand how serious this matter is? Because of this incident, our school's martial arts examination has become a monumental issue. Why? Because there are no students left. Over half of the students in the martial arts senior class are now in the hospital." Su Ligong's voice rises in intensity, the veins on his temples pulsating with agitation. It is no wonder he is so distraught. The current predicament nearly jeopardizes the entire martial arts examination results for Qingshan No. 1 High School. He has just confirmed that those students lying in the hospital will require at least 2 months of recuperation without the aid of healing abilities. 2 months. And the martial arts examination results will have already been announced. The mere thought of this renders Su Ligong's face flushed with urgency and frustration. He initially hoped to hear inflammatory remarks from Chen Deng regarding the students of Lehigh No. 1 High School, so he could confront them and demand substantial compensation. To his astonishment, he only heard Chen Deng's confession. Was this not an indication that the incident was entirely instigated by Qingshan No. 1 High School? Nonsense. How could merely 6 individuals from Lehigh No. 1 overpower the hundreds from Qingshan No. 1? Su Ligong's fists gradually clenched. He could not accept such absurdity. A significant portion of them had ended up in the hospital. Upon hearing Su Ligong's words, Chen Deng was momentarily dazed. He had assumed that all the individuals from Lehigh No. 1 had been annihilated and was awaiting an explanation from his side. Yet, from his mentor's words, it seemed as if his side had suffered the losses. Impossible. It is crucial to note that the senior class of martial science students comprised nearly 200 of the finest young talents in Qingshan City. How could over 100 assault 6 martial artists of comparable rank and still encounter issues? Moreover, the fact that a majority were hospitalized suggested that over 100 from their side had been wiped out. How could that be? These were over 100 first-tier martial artists. Even if they were mere buns, it would take those 6 an entire morning to consume them. Chen Deng's heart trembled. Unwilling to accept defeat, he inquired, "Teacher Su, how many from our school have been admitted to the hospital?" Su Ligong replied with a cold smirk, "Including you. A total of 126. All severely injured? What else could it be? Annihilated." Chen Deng felt as though the world was spinning, and for a moment, he was utterly disoriented. If Qingshan No. 1 senior class had fewer than 200 first-tier martial artists, and now over 100 were severely injured, how many could still participate in the martial arts examination? The martial examination results for Qingshan No. 1 were likely to be at the bottom of the province's martial arts high schools. Contemplating this, Chen Deng felt a chill in his heart. He could not fathom how a meticulously crafted plan, paired with a splendid beginning, could culminate in such a dismal outcome. Regardless, they had an overwhelming number of individuals on their side. Where had the error occurred? Do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation? Su Ligong, suppressing his rage, had eyes almost bloodshot from fury. Teacher Su, Chen Deng, gasping for breath on the hospital bed, asked rapidly, were there truly only 6 individuals opposing us? To be honest, I lost consciousness rather early, and I am still unclear about what transpired afterward. Su Ligong furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean? Could there have been more than 6 on the opposing side? How could they have inflicted such severe injuries on over 100 of us otherwise? I believe they must have enlisted external assistance. Chen Deng asserted emphatically, adding, or perhaps employed some unknown means. In any case, there could not have been only 6 individuals involved. Indeed, you are partially correct, came a calm, cold, and noble voice from outside the door. Soon after, the door swung open, and both Chen Deng and Su Ligong turned their attention to the sound. A young girl dressed in a black and white long robe entered the room. A white jade belt adorned her waist, and her captivating eyes radiated an astonishing brilliance, exuding a palpable sword intent. This was none other than Tang Yao, the deputy leader of the Sword Pavilion and the true backbone of Qingshan Yizhong. As she stepped into the hospital room, she looked down at Chen Deng on the bed with an air of superiority. Her tone laced with mockery. It was certainly not 6 people who sent over 100 of you to the hospital. Not 6 people? Upon hearing this, Chen Deng's spirits lifted instantly, and he instinctively replied with joy. I knew it. How could 6 individuals possibly inflict such severe injuries on so many of us? Why the haste? The girl's icy, disdainful voice cut through Chen Deng's elation like a bucket of cold water, awakening him from his momentary delight. I haven't finished speaking yet. Chen Deng blinked in confusion. What more is there? Su Ligong, on the other hand, felt a sudden unease in his heart, a premonition of something ominous. Could it truly be Jiang Qingzhu? In the next moment, Tang Yao's voice dripped with sarcasm as she continued. It was not 6, rather. It was all of you who were sent to the hospital by a single individual. Yili did it alone, piercing through all of you. Chapter 35. They are the challengers. What did you say? The most shocked was not Chen Deng, but Su Ligong, who had remained silent since the beginning. As a teacher at a martial arts high school, he understood better than anyone present how absurd that statement was. One person defeating over 100. Su Ligong fixed his gaze on the girl, disbelief etched on his face. Are you truly not jesting? Tang Yao replied nonchalantly. I've asked over a dozen people. It wouldn't be amusing to continue joking, would it? Even upon learning that Yili had single-handedly overcome so many. There was not a trace of tension on the proud and graceful visage of the girl. At her words, Chen Deng collapsed back onto the bed, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he gasped. Aside from you, there exists such a genius in the entire province. In his view, a talent like Tang Yao's was unparalleled across province. Even the Zhang family's young lady from Lehigh City, who had awakened a level of martial arts talent, paled in comparison. After all, Chen Deng had witnessed her once wielding a broadsword, challenging the entire student body. It was for this reason that he held her in such high esteem and pursued her relentlessly, hoping to match her pace. Alas, it was nothing but a dream. Chen Deng's smile turned bitter. The Tang Yao of yesteryear bore striking resemblance to Yi Li of today. Tang Yao furrowed her brow lightly. Unlike Chen Deng, she did not believe Yi Li could be compared to herself. She merely found him somewhat intriguing. Nevertheless, she felt no inclination to argue with Chen Deng. Such mediocrity is destined for a life of insignificance. There is no necessity for one to squander time forging connections, not even a trace. Contemplating this, Tang Yao turned around, preparing to depart from this place. Her purpose for coming was merely to ascertain the situation, and now that she had gathered the information, there was nothing of note. Thus, she resolved to return and prepare for the afternoon's competition. She slowly exited the ward. At that moment, Su Ligong, seated on a chair, suddenly sighed. Glancing at Chen Deng on the hospital bed, and with a wry smile remarked, "It seems the afternoon exchange competition is futile. I shall inform them of our withdrawal. So you can focus on your recovery." Withdrawal? Tang Yao's incredulous voice resonated in his ears. Su Ligong turned to see the previously departing young lady returning. Her expression marked by discontent as she coldly addressed him, who said, "We are withdrawing." Su Ligong was taken aback. Out of the 7 members of their team, 6 were gravely injured. And so? Tang Yao inquired calmly. Su Ligong found himself at a loss for words. In his view, given the circumstances, they ought to withdraw and allow for proper recuperation. Yet, recalling the young lady's nearly arrogant disposition, he stifled his thoughts. At such a young age, she had unearthed a talent that rivaled the most gifted, boasting a martial prowess that was at the pinnacle of the 2nd level. and possessing numerous rare techniques from the Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao indeed had the capital to stand above her peers. Taking a deep breath, Su Ligong felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. He regarded the young woman and solemnly asked, "So, what do you propose? Is that even a question?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Tang Yao's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. Then, an extraordinarily sharp sword intent erupted from her, as if she could cleave the very hospital beneath her feet. Under Su Ligong's dazed gaze, this exceptionally confident young lady raised her cool eyes and stated plainly, "I shall compete as normal. I will take the stage." But that Yili Su Ligong began, only to be interrupted by Tang Yao's icy words. "He is indeed quite competent. However, that is where it ends." She continued, "Merely dispatching a horde of insignificant minions is a feat anyone could accomplish effortlessly. It is not worthy of boasting." She made her stance clear. "Let it be known, in this competition, they are the challengers." In the city center of Qingshan, within a hotel of considerable prestige, Yili sat cross-legged on his bed, a weight resting heavily upon his heart. According to Wang Yongfeng, Qingshan No. 1 high school would most likely withdraw from the afternoon exchange competition due to a lack of personnel, thus derailing his plan to confront that swordsmanship prodigy. The opportunity to accrue malevolent points was slipping away. Yili sighed, regaining his composure as he summoned his panel. Current malevolent points, 46,000, available for artifact redemption. Even with his temperament, upon seeing that number on the panel, he could not help but break into a smile once more. Indeed, no one can resist a smile when gazing upon their account balance. A lack of mirth suggests a depletion of funds. Although the misdeeds of the students from Qingshan No. 1 high school yield minimal malevolence points, their sheer numbers render the total quite formidable. With the backing of over 100 individuals, the accumulation of such points reached a staggering level. Through a series of experiences, Yili discerned some patterns in how the system assessed malevolence points. Only the martial artists who harbored hostility towards him would yield a normal amount of malevolence points upon defeat. Take Jiang Qingzhu as an example. While instructing this young lady in martial arts, Yili employed considerable force, all in pursuit of accumulating such points. Yet, even after incapacitating Jiang Qingzhu, rendering her dazed and vulnerable, the malevolence points recognized by the system amounted to a mere double-digit figure. How vexing. Is this to prevent me from endlessly farming points? Yili sighed. Regardless, now that he had successfully mastered the breathing technique, he could finally begin augmenting his long-stagnant martial arts level. Although it had only been 2 or 3 days since his last improvement, he shifted his gaze towards the newly appeared text behind the malevolence points. With the accrual of these points, the system seemed to gradually unveil new functionalities. For instance, right after he arrived in this realm and defeated Wang Ren, the system had introduced the feature for enhancing one's cultivation. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Moreover, he was still in need of a suitable firearm artifact. With a mere thought, the text on the panel began to transform. Spend 1,000 malevolence points to draw from the artifact roulette. Artifact roulette, a wondrous wheel that encompasses various artifacts from across the realms. Any extraordinary item might emerge from this draw. If you wish to ascend swiftly, why not test your luck? Note, this artifact pool guarantees a golden quality artifact after 40 draws. By the heavens, no wonder this feature only appeared after accumulating 40,000 malevolence points. Yili suddenly understood. The system presumed he possessed the audacity to gamble, hence presenting this roulette. System, you have misjudged me. I am far from being a reckless gambler. Yili scoffed, then without hesitation opted to make a single draw for a trial. After all, with a new opportunity laid before him, who could resist? Chime. Congratulations. You have obtained a purple rare quality artifact. A violet light illuminated Yi Li's handsome visage. Fortunately, while it was not a golden draw, purple was still commendable. He nodded slightly, directing his gaze back to the panel. Functional artifact, harmonious coexistence ring. Effect, consumes true energy to compel enemies within a 5-meter radius to kneel before oneself. The higher the enemy's level, the greater the true energy consumed. Cooldown. One day, Yili was momentarily speechless. Are you certain this artifact will foster harmonious relations with others? This artifact lacked a grade, only a quality, and its effect was remarkably tailored to suit him. Yili's dark eyes sparkled with intrigue. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed through the air. Are you still resting? Outside, Jiang Qingzhu's slightly surprised voice resonated. Qingshan No. 1 high school has not forfeited. They are calling us to compete. Oh, not only have they not forfeited, but they are actually approaching me? Inside the room, Yi Li's lips curved into a slow smile. This Tang Yao possesses commendable courage. However, regrettably, that is the only commendation I can offer her. Chapter 36. I will win. The declaration of victory before battle. As the finest martial arts high school in Qingshan City, the arena at Qingshan No. 1 High School is no less impressive than that of Linhai No. 1 High School. At this moment, the arena was abuzz with excitement. The spectator seats, capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals, were filled to the brim, predominantly with students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. The air was thick with chatter, voices rising and falling in a lively symphony. Only senior sister Tang will take to the stage in the upcoming match. Is that true? Why? It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but apparently, all the members of our school team were sent to the hospital this morning by that Jiang Qingzhu from Linhai No. 1 High School, leaving only senior sister Tang capable of competing. Are you kidding? Is that Jiang Qingzhu really that formidable? No, he is not exaggerating. It's not just the school team. Over half of the entire senior class in the martial arts department has been incapacitated. Did you not notice how empty the spectator seats are over there? No way, really. So what are we even competing for? Hold on. Even if there's a Jiang Qingzhu on the opposing side, we still have senior sister Tang holding down the fort, right? Stay calm. Is senior sister Tang going to attempt to take on 7 opponents again? I remember she did just that during the exchange match with Yujing City, didn't she? Now that you mention it, I'm starting to feel a bit excited. Senior sister Tang is truly bold and skilled. Indeed, senior sister Tang is powerful and beautiful. That lucky Wei Ji must feel fortunate. Wait, who is Wei Ji? I haven't heard that senior sister Tang was dating anyone. It's none other than myself. Aminos. The students in the spectator seats were engaged in animated discussions as the time for the match drew nearer. It was evident that the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School held unwavering confidence in Tang Yao's impending feat of defeating 7 opponents, as if it were an established fact. This confidence is hardly surprising. After all, Tang Yao has built an illustrious reputation in Qingshan City since her youth and has yet to suffer a defeat in simulated battles, achieving nothing less than overwhelming victories. Rumors also suggest that she once visited a martial arts dojo and, with her second-tier 6th level cultivation, defeated a seasoned master who had reached the pinnacle of the second tier for many years. There are numerous similar outrageous rumors, most of which are substantiated. With such accolades, students in Qingshan City naturally regard this extraordinary swordsmanship prodigy as their beloved ideal, the guiding star of Qingshan No. 1 High School. For them, as long as Tang Yao remains undefeated, Qingshan No. 1 High School cannot be considered a failure. Above them, on the high platform, a few powerful auras subtly emanated. The bright sun illuminated the smooth surface of the competition stage. Inside the pre-match lounge, Yi Li paced in front of the weapon rack, his palm gently grazing the surfaces before stopping at a sleek black spear. This weapon, a long spear, was the one he excelled at most. Yet he lamented the absence of a suitable noble phantasm and had to settle for an unremarkable first-tier spear. He pondered whether the noble phantasm roulette might yield a 3-edged blade or perhaps the Rui Jingu Bang. Slowly, he drew the black spear, holding it firmly in his grasp, and his entire demeanor instantly transformed, becoming sharp and focused. Due to the impending match, he had not allocated any points to enhance his cultivation and remained at the second tier, first level. However, this was of little consequence. He could always allocate points after the exchange competition concluded. With the spear in hand, Yi Li ambled out of the lounge and made his way to the preparation area beneath the combat stage. Perhaps arriving early, he found Jiang Qingzhu seated alone in the section for Qinghai No. 1 High School. "You're here," she remarked, rising from her chair. "Have you chosen your weapon?" "Just something to make do with," Yi Li replied nonchalantly. Jiang Qingzhu contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "I have several idle spear noble phantasms at home that are quite suitable for 2 or 3-tier warriors. I could bring one for you next time." What a bold statement. Yi Li mused. Would the high martial arts realm truly falter with the addition of one more wealthy heir? He sighed lightly as he settled into his seat. "That sounds fine." Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently, retracting her gaze and closing her eyes to meditate. Meanwhile, discussions about Tang Yao echoed from the spectator seats, gradually revealing the overall picture to the two. Jiang Qingzhu opened her eyes and turned to Yi Li, who was focused on polishing his spear, and spoke softly. "Tang Yao is remarkably powerful, with mastery over numerous martial techniques. Even I would find it perilous to face her. You'll be the first to take the stage." so be wary of her slashing attacks. She keenly perceived the rapid heartbeat beneath Yi Li's calm exterior. Jiang Qingzhu assumed he was nervous, considering it was an away match, compounded by the tales of the enemy's valor ringing in his ears, which could easily quicken one's pulse and disrupt one's composure. To this, Yi Li merely nodded ever so slightly. It was indeed unexpected to learn of Tang Yao's esteemed reputation at Qingshan No. 1 High School. In terms of notoriety, Jiang Qingzhu could hardly compare. The transgressions attributed to Tang Yao were undoubtedly more substantial. This revelation brought a surprising delight to Yi Li's lips, which curled into a subtle smile. Yi Li called Wang Yongfeng as he approached from a distance, accompanied by Yu Qianqian, Lu Yongda, and others. Less than 10 minutes remain until the match begins. You should prepare yourself. Yi Li nodded in acknowledgement, quietly rising and stepping into the entrance corridor. Simultaneously, within the preparation area for Qingshan No. 1 High School, the guiding teacher Su Ligong was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the immense pressure Yi Li had exerted. Despite his confidence in Tang Yao's prowess, the presence of Jiang Qingzhu on the opposing side instilled a twinge of apprehension within him. Moreover, Su Ligong had only just been informed that an elder from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion and a senior instructor from Fengyan University had arrived at Qingshan No. 1 High School, intending to witness this exchange competition. The latter's purpose was primarily to scout for promising talents among the martial arts high schools of the city, hoping to extend an olive branch. Conversely, the elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion specifically sought to observe Tang Yao's performance. Should he witness Tang Yao's defeat in the first match, he would undoubtedly question and express dissatisfaction with the teaching capabilities of Qingshan No. 1 High School. In such a scenario, Su Ligong, as the guiding teacher, would inevitably face accountability. Contemplating this, Su Ligong felt a slight tremor within him. At that moment, the resounding voice of the referee echoed across the martial arts arena. The 5th city-level exchange competition officially commences. The first match, Qingshan No. 1 High School's Tang Yao against Linhai No. 1 High School's Yi Li. As the announcement concluded, the spectator stands erupted into a deafening cheer, a sound that pierced the heavens, underscoring the near-celebrity status of the young girl at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Su Ligong took a deep breath, gazing at the poised young lady with her eyes gently closed. He dared to voice the question that every student at Qingshan No. 1 High School was contemplating. Can she win? With a vibrant, proud sound of a sword unsheathing, reverberating throughout the arena, Tang Yao opened her eyes. Her hands tucked within her black and white robe, its fabric billowing gracefully. I will win, she declared in a tone both cool and nonchalant. Bearing the weight of expectation from thousands of students at Qingshan No. 1 High School, she stepped into the spotlight, unyielding in the face of such pressure that might overwhelm ordinary individuals. Yet, she had long since grown accustomed to such anticipation. Amidst the thunderous applause, Tang Yao emerged from the passage, ascending the combat stage with a calm confidence and piercing gaze, embodying a sword that rendered the world around her dull in comparison. As the radiant white jade belt at her waist shimmered, a broadsword adorned with intricate golden dragon engravings materialized in her grasp. Behind her stood the exuberant students of Qingshan, while before her loomed a composed and elegant young man stepping onto the stage. Impressive, he remarked, his astonishment evident. It's my first time encountering an opponent with such popularity. That speaks to your ignorance, Tang Yao replied, her gaze detached, yet piercing as she regarded Yi Li. With a playful twist of her cherry-red lips, she reiterated in a teasing tone, you are the challenger. Chapter 37. The so-called genius on the elevated platform above the spectator seats. As the combatants made their entrance, discussions began to unfold among the gathered figures. Tang Yao remains as radiant and formidable as ever. Yet one wonders how much stamina this Yi Li can truly deplete from her. The teachers atop the high platform observed the scene below with palpable tension, their discussions growing notably subdued compared to before. The intensity of the two combatants' auras aligned closely with the information on the preview sheet. Tang Yao's martial arts level stands at the pinnacle of the second stage, 6th layer, with her awakened talent being the extraordinary, true self sword heart. In contrast, Yi Li barely reaches the first layer of the second stage, with no martial talent recorded. The disparity in their levels creates a significant gap in physical strength, compounded by factors such as martial skills and combat experience, leaving Yi Li with almost no conditions to triumph against her. Consequently, The discussions among the teachers naturally shifted from speculating on the victor to pondering just how much energy Yi Li might be able to exhaust from Tang Yao. The middle-aged elder from the Qing Shan sword sect, observing the scene below, nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied with the sword intent emanating from Tang Yao. At this rate of growth, it would not be long before she ascends to the 4th stage, earning the right to receive the swordsmanship teachings from past sect leaders in the Sword Sect's secret repository. However, before that, she must find a prestigious martial arts university to cultivate her potential. After all, Qing Shan Sword Sect is merely a faction, despite its abundant resources. It lacks peers capable of sparring with Tang Yao. With this in mind, he turned to the sprightly, silver-haired elder beside him and cautiously inquired, "Elder Yu, do you believe our young master can pursue her studies at your Fengyun University?" "Of course," Elder Yu from Fengyun University replied with a knowing glance and a warm chuckle. This young girl, despite her youth, already exhibits remarkable swordsmanship potential. Given time, she is bound to become an outstanding leader of the sword sect. If she participates in the martial examination as expected, she will surely gain admission to Fengyun University. Seemingly aware of the middle-aged elder's skepticism, Elder Yu added with a smile, "If she cannot gain entry, feel free to seek me out. I shall intervene on her behalf." The sword sect elder fell silent, retracting his gaze. His earlier remark was an implicit request for the other to utilize the privileges of senior instructors to directly recommend Tang Yao for admission. Securing such a recommendation from Fengyun University would mean that Tang Yao could access the most coveted resources available within the institution, thus paving a path towards an extraordinary future. Yet, the other had chosen to assert that she could gain admission through the standard examination, clearly evading his intentions. Most likely, he wished to observe Tang Yao's performance further before making a judgment. Contemplating this, the sword sect elder let out a cold snort. Then watch closely. The foremost swordsmanship talent of this era stands upon the dueling stage below. On the dueling stage, gazing at the calm and composed boy clad in dark robes, Tang Yao's exquisite features brimmed with an almost overflowing confidence. Even if he could single-handedly vanquish over 100 first-layer martial artists, in her eyes, he was utterly inconsequential. People these days are truly self-assured, the boy murmured softly to himself. Is this what all so-called geniuses are like? If that were truly the case, one would inevitably seek out such a genius to settle a score in the future. Yi Li resolved his thoughts and glanced casually. Am I the challenger? Just remember, if you lose later, don't shed any tears in secret. Your assumption is devoid of significance. Tang Yao tightened her grip on the horizontal sword, her internal energy swirling with great velocity, and spoke in an even tone, "Because I shall not lose." Moreover, as she spoke, she slowly pushed the sword from its sheath with her thumb, her gaze turning slightly frigid. "I will make you realize how ludicrous your current thoughts are in the face of my talent." Yi Li raised an eyebrow, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. "If you can manage that, then come and prove it." Originally motivated by malice, he now found himself genuinely incensed. In Tang Yao's eyes, Yi Li exuded confidence and disdain, yet the one thing he lacked was respect for her. This infuriated him. Despite his prowess, he always upheld politeness when out in the world. Even in conflicts, he would seek resolution in his own manner. Very well, a genius of the sword, is it? Yi Li found himself relishing the thought of confronting such an impolite little girl. The next moment, the referee's voice resonated. "The match begins." Boom. At the moment the battle commenced, a thunderous sound erupted, reverberating throughout the venue. Tang Yao transformed into a streak of blinding white light, hurtling directly toward Yi Li. A second-tier rare martial technique, lightning flash. As the adage goes, there are no false knights beneath a renowned name, and as a genius of the sword, the girl had evidently honed this technique to an extraordinary level. The horizontal sword sliced through the air at an astonishing speed, striking down towards Yi Li with great force. Yi Li gripped his spear, his internal energy surging, and almost instantly executed the celestial step. His opponent was a formidable second-tier 6th-level expert, while he was merely a novice at the first level of the second tier. The disparity in levels was considerable, and one would typically exercise caution. However, Yi Li was unwilling to do so. He believed that anger should manifest visibly, lest he be mistaken for a docile gentleman. In an instant, a billowing mist of ethereal white energy enveloped him, rendering his figure somewhat translucent. As he activated the celestial step, the horizontal sword descended from above, only to shatter the mist into countless fragments. In Tang Yao's slightly tense gaze, Yili let out a cold chuckle, swinging the pitch-black spear with great force. The spearhead traced a distinct and striking dragon scale pattern through the air. The momentum was tremendous, and on the glimmering spear tip, a radiant light seemed to burst forth, resembling a dragon as it swung down towards Tang Yao. Buzz! With a resounding ring of the sword, Tang Yao positioned her horizontal sword in front of her, summoning a colossal shadow of a sword that rose from the ground, imposing and emanating an unyielding heaviness. However, the dragon was capable of shattering mountains. Boom! The spear descended with the force of a mountain crushing an egg, producing a deafening sound as it struck. The gigantic sword shadow opposing it was abruptly obliterated by the overwhelming force. In an instant, the air was filled with a violent surge of sword energy, and the tumultuous clash of rocks resonated throughout the arena, causing the entire combat platform to tremble violently. At that moment, Tang Yao was sent hurtling backward. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her delicate hand clutching the horizontal sword trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 38. Harmonious Coexistence. What? As Tang Yao's figure was propelled away, the students from Qingshan City observing the battle gazed in utter astonishment at the unfolding scene. Sister Tang was knocked back. Has that fellow named Yili truly leveled up? How could he breach Sister Tang's defenses? They erupted in incredulous exclamations, disbelief filling their eyes. Traditionally, Tang Yao would conclude battles against opponents of a lower tier in the blink of an eye. Yet, that last strike was not only effortlessly countered by her adversary, but it also reversed the situation, shattering Sister Tang's defenses and sending her flying. How was this even possible? On the combat stage, as she watched the ink-clad youth recede into the distance, Tang Yao's heart was tumultuous with waves of shock. Thus far, her giant sword illusion had never been so utterly dismantled. This was indeed a first. The giant sword illusion was a rare second-tier martial technique, one she had dedicated a year to mastering to its peak. Not only could it withstand the assault of an initial second-tier warrior, but even the esteemed master from the peak of the second tier had failed to breach this formidable giant sword illusion. It was not that Yili possessed insurmountable strength. Rather, the glimmering white light at the tip of his spear demonstrated an extraordinary armor-piercing capability. It was most likely another rare martial technique, cultivated to an exceedingly high level. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Yao swiftly regained her composure. It was merely a martial technique with armor-piercing effects. She had yet to regard it as a genuine threat. Above, the teachers who initially perceived little suspense in this match were suddenly invigorated upon witnessing Tang Yao being sent flying. This boy named Yili possesses intriguing talent, they thought. Yu Wang, observing the spirited on stage, remarked in astonishment, the white mist surrounding him has remarkable effects, reducing the sword energy that fell upon him by at least 50 to 70%. In my recollection, there are only a handful of low-tier martial techniques that exhibit such effects, and they are all rare. Rare techniques often imply significant training difficulty. To achieve such an effect with a low-tier rare technique, one must have at least reached a high level of proficiency. Furthermore, the spear technique demonstrated by the exuded a sense of completion. It suggests the mastery of two rare techniques, possibly perfected, in just 3 years. To have refined two rare techniques to such perfection is a testament to his terrifying martial comprehension. Contemplating this, Yu Wang's astonishment deepened. Even if he could mitigate damage, coupled with an armor-piercing technique, he would still struggle to pose a significant threat to the young master. Given the young master's profound understanding of swordsmanship, he could undoubtedly force his way through any defense. The elder of the sword pavilion, while fixated on the combat stage, murmured gravely, "It is not merely an act of bravado. Among all those present, none possess a deeper understanding of the formidable martial techniques wielded by Tang Yao. Such prowess undeniably poses a threat even to third-tier warriors." On the arena, Tang Yao stabilized her form midair, her legs gliding across the ground for several dozen feet. Dissipating her momentum, she then raised her sharp, beautiful eyes, casting a cold gaze upon the remarkably handsome youth enveloped in ethereal mist. "Is this all you can muster?" the young man inquired with a hint of mockery, gripping his long spear. "How brazen," Tang Yao retorted, her voice cold yet tinged with a barely perceptible defiance. Her pride remained unyielding as a mountain. "What of your evasion? I shall still triumph over you." Boom! A resounding thunderclap echoed once more, and Tang Yao transformed into a blinding streak of white light, hurtling toward Yili. Yili remained composed, extending his palm toward the approaching brilliance. Just as the onlookers pondered his intentions, a resplendent ring shimmered to life upon his distinctly knuckled hand. Buzz! In the next instant, the dazzling white light halted abruptly midair, and amidst Tang Yao's bewildered expression, her body inexplicably knelt down uncontrollably. Thud! Her fair knees crashed heavily onto the arena, the sound of humiliation resonating throughout the venue. Before the eyes of the gathered crowd, this proud daughter of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion found herself kneeling, her momentum dragging her across the ground until she reached Yi Li's feet. Witnessing this, the thousands of spectators were left utterly dumbfounded. A suffocating silence enveloped the arena, transforming the previously fervent atmosphere into one of near stillness, as tranquil as the calm before a snowstorm. Publicly humiliating the proud young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Evil points, 1,500. At this moment, Tang Yao was engulfed in confusion, her gaze dropping in disbelief to her knees on the ground. What am I doing? Kneeling before a mere mortal who spouts nonsense in such a setting. In an instant, a torrent of rage surged within her, her once composed and elegant eyes now blazing with fury. She lifted her head to confront the youth standing close by, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. You are finished. Yi Li's hands shot forward like lightning, seizing her delicate face. In an instant, his knee struck like a descending tiger, accompanied by an oppressive gust of wind, exploding upon her proud countenance. Thud! With a dull thump, her beautiful face contorted in agony. A fierce pain surged through her visage, and Tang Yao felt stars exploding before her eyes, her head spinning. The words she intended to utter were forcefully silenced as her body lurched backward uncontrollably. What time is it, and you still wish to converse? Yi Li let out a cold sneer and lunged forward, swiftly reappearing before Tang Yao. The effect of the harmony coexistence charm exceeded his expectations, proving to be an effective immobilization technique for future use. In our martial world, such techniques are commonplace. Do you possess anything of the sort? Yi Li mused internally, extending his hand to seize Tang Yao's face. If this were the tip of a spear, I would have already perished. In her haze of dizziness, a thought flickered in Tang Yao's mind, only to be engulfed by a surge of overwhelming rage. A mere commoner dared to strike her face with his knee. Moreover, seizing such an opportune moment without continuing his earlier assault was a blatant display of disdain. Kneeling and being slapped. Never before had anyone dared to humiliate her in such a manner. At that moment, Tang Yao felt her face gripped by a hand. You seek death, she shouted, her internal energy surging as she forcibly shook off her stupor. A tremendous sword aura erupted from her, shrouding the arena in an obscuring mist. As countless sword energies surged forth like a multitude of unsheathed blades, sweeping across the heavens. Instantly, Yi Li was engulfed within that maelstrom. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed in succession as Tang Yao seized the opportunity to break free, retreating swiftly. Gazing at the slender figure still standing defiantly amidst the onslaught of sword energies, a cold glimmer sparkled in her eyes. You had your singular chance to surpass me. Since you failed to seize it, do not blame me. Tang Yao's voice was frigid as she tightened her grip on her sword, her stance transforming dramatically as a powerful sword energy rapidly coalesced within her. Mount Tai supports the sun. A student in the stands recognized the technique and exclaimed with excitement. In the next moment, an astonishing sword intent surged from Tang Yao, a fierce gale swirling around her. This was the initiation of the third-tier exquisite martial technique. Mount Tai supports the sun. Even in the secret vaults of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, this technique would be regarded as exceptional. And now Tang Yao was wielding it with clear intent. She intended to end this swiftly, to sever Yi Li with a single strike. The majestic east peak soared high, piercing the azure sky. Boom! A radiant sword energy, luminous as the sun, erupted from the horizontal sword in Tang Yao's grasp. Wielding the terrifying might of the sun's ascent and Mount Tai's collapse, it charged fiercely towards the figure below. Mount Tai supports the sun had long been perfected by her. In the first second, she gathered her energy. In the second, she unleashed her strike. The destructive power contained within that brilliant sword energy was a testament to her capability to fight beyond her level. Once, a peak second-tier warrior had been gravely injured by this very move. Now, against an opponent of a lower martial level, the outcome was all too evident. The slender figure was instantly consumed by the sword energy. Following that boom, a tremendous roar accompanied by an astonishing gale reverberated through the arena, causing the platform to tremble slightly. Many spectators were left with ringing ears from the deafening sound, their eyes forced shut by the ferocious wind. The might of a single sword was indeed terrifying. Dust and smoke swirled around the combat stage, marking Tang Ye's victory. The thousands of students in the viewing area were flushed with excitement, with many unable to contain their exhilaration, erupting into cheers. The teachers on the high platform nodded subtly, acknowledging Tang Ye's formidable prowess in their hearts. Tang Ye exhaled a heavy breath and slowly sheathed her sword. There were still 5 opponents left, and her vital energy remained robust. She felt confident. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a surge of intense unease and vigilance washed over her. Her heartbeat quickened, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Instinctively, Tang Ye drew her sword again, gazing gravely towards the direction shrouded in dust and smoke. Amidst the swirling haze, a pair of fierce, golden eyes suddenly emerged, blazing like flames. Instantly, an indescribable sense of overwhelming pressure surged forth, enveloping her like a weighty mountain, rendering her nearly immobile. Simultaneously, a chilling, emotionless voice reached her ears. "Is this your idea of seriousness?" It was the distinctive voice of the youth in the black shirt, laced with an unprecedented nonchalance, as if he were saying, "I had such high hopes for you, yet you disappoint me." The word struck Tang Ye's heart like a dagger. Before her anger could well up, a wave of inexplicable terror washed over her. Before her, the dust dispersed, revealing Yi Li stepping forth with deliberate grace. His hair flowed in the wind, his posture upright, and the tattered black shirt rustled ominously. With black hair and golden eyes, he exuded an air of arrogance. Feigning mystery, Tang Ye's gaze sharpened as she gripped her sword tightly, releasing her formidable energy without reservation. She sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Yi Li. He remained calm, advancing with an unhurried demeanor. Under countless astonished gazes, his vitality surged like boiling water, a powerful energy sweeping across the arena unabashedly. Upon activating Golden Soul Revival, his physical prowess surged by approximately 300. This enhancement was holistic, transcending mere increases in punching power, akin to entering a Super Saiyan mode. The strength coursing through Yi Li's body felt unprecedentedly robust, and the wounds inflicted by the sword energy healed almost instantaneously. He casually retrieved the long spear embedded in the ground, then propelled himself forward, swiftly positioning himself before Tang Ye. With a firm grip on the spear, the muscles on his back bulged like living entities, reminiscent of a grinning demon. A casual thrust of the spear sent shockwaves through Tang Ye, her expression shifting dramatically as she hastily crossed her blade in front of her and let out a sharp exclamation. The ethereal silhouette of a colossal sword materialized around her. Yi Li, with an impassive expression, summoned the dragon-scale long spear in his grasp, striking it down fiercely upon the apparition. Boom! With a slight exertion of force, a terrifying power erupted from the spear, shattering the giant sword's manifestation that had just appeared around Tang Ye. The horizontal sword that stood before her emitted a mournful wail as it too succumbed to the impact. Tang Ye staggered backward, her elegant face betraying a grave seriousness. Cold sweat pouring down her back. Her arms had gone numb, and it was a struggle even to lift them. In a single blow, she had lost the majority of her combat prowess. Such an alarming strength. Could it truly belong to a third-tier warrior wielding an extraordinary skill? What to do? What to do? There was no time for her to ponder, as Yi Li had already appeared before her. Tang Ye's pupils constricted as she desperately raised her horizontal sword. In the next moment, the obsidian spear swept down with great force. Clang! The golden dragon horizontal sword, which had accompanied her through countless days and nights, let out a heart-wrenching wail and shattered upon impact. The sweeping spear struck her waist with tremendous force, breaking several of her ribs with a resounding crack. Tang Ye felt as though she had collided head-on with a speeding truck, her innards trembling and compressing painfully, as though they might rupture. Her mind was nearly blank. In a daze, she felt herself tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground, her cherry-red lips involuntarily emitting anguished groans as she curled up on the floor. The once proud and composed demeanor had vanished in an instant. The exquisite features of her youthful face were now contorted in agony, blood spilling from her mouth as tears welled in her eyes, the broken sword slipping from her grasp. Under such overwhelming force, her mastery of the swordsmanship honed through years of arduous training, her formidable second-tier, sixth-level cultivation, seemed utterly fragile and absurdly laughable. The pride that had once bolstered her confidence had transformed into a farcical joke, her cherished talents trampled into the dirt. An indescribable sense of defeat surged from the depths of her heart. Why was a mere novice in the second tier so overwhelmingly powerful? Tang Yao's complexion turned pale as she struggled to steady her breath, laboriously attempting to rise from the ground. Just as she was about to get up, a martial arts shoe slowly pressed down upon her face. Her fair and delicate visage contorted slightly beneath the sole. Tang Yao's heart turned to ashes, humiliation glistening in her eyes. A torrent of shame and fury threatened to engulf her, yet at that moment, even moving a finger felt like an insurmountable task. Completely unable to resist, she could only gaze at her opponent with defiance through tear-stained eyes. Sister Tang, the students in the viewing area, witnessing such a scene, were filled with heartache and could not refrain from shouting out loud. The Tang Yao they had once dared not even speak to was now being so brazenly trampled upon by the one named Yi Li. What utter excess! What audacity! This ignited a surge of anger within them, their fists clenched tightly. However, when Yi Li cast a glance upwards, a chilling sensation enveloped them, prompting an instinctual silence. Tang Yao, forgive my candor. Just as Tang Yao was engulfed in profound humiliation, Yi Li's voice resounded with an air of superiority. Accompanying his words was a sharp, obsidian spear, its tip momentarily resting upon her elevated chest before gradually ascending to gently tap her swollen cheek. The youth in the ink garment bore an indifferent expression, his golden eyes radiating a fierce authority, yet his tone was laced with a hint of mockery. You are nothing but a waste. Tang Yao's heart constricted suddenly. Chapter 40. The conclusion of the exchange competition born within the Qing Shan Sword Pavilion. Tang Yao had been regarded with high expectations by the current sect leader since her early years. Although the Qing Shan Sword Pavilion held a prestigious position within Qing Shan City, it paled in comparison to the esteemed sects of Ying Province. Moreover, under the current leadership, the sect had begun to experience a decline, with a noticeable generational gap emerging, leading the entire sect down a path of deterioration. In such times, the emergence of a prodigy was imperative to rejuvenate the waning fortunes of the Qing Shan Sword Pavilion. Tang Yao's arrival was timely. Her innate talents rendered her a beacon of hope for both the sect and the city, celebrated as the epitome of the younger generation. The young girl believed herself to be extraordinary. She aspired to secure the top position in the Ying Province martial examination before entering a martial arts university to hone her skills, dreaming of traversing the world with her sword and ascending to the pinnacle of the martial realm. Yet, she had not anticipated that even her initial ambitions would be met with a harsh reality check. Tang Yao's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Her once beautiful visage trampled beneath the feet of her adversary, rendering even the act of lifting her head a distant luxury. The talents and swordsmanship she took pride in seemed laughably futile before the youth in the ink garment. Prior to this moment, she had never suffered defeat among her peers. The bitterness in her heart was more potent than ever. Tang Yao, forgive my candor. You are nothing but a waste. Upon hearing these words, the sharpness in Tang Yao's eyes gradually dulled, and her clenched fists slowly relaxed. She lay on the martial stage like a defeated creature, unmoved by the humiliation inflicted upon her for the first time. Yi Li, however, did not spare her a glance. He believed in reciprocating virtue with virtue and grievances with honesty. Even if the girl appeared pitiable in her current state, it had no bearing on him. Just as if he were to face defeat in this contest, her sympathy would not extend to him either. In the realm of martial arts, the strong are destined to ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Thus, Yi Li chose to plant his foot firmly upon her head as he stepped down from the stage. Yi Li wins. The judge's voice echoed through the martial arena, resonating with an electrifying excitement. The thousands of spectators, now silent, felt as though a heavy snowfall had blanketed the arena. Countless students of Qingshan City stood in stunned silence, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief and turmoil, their hearts aching as if cleaved by a sharpened blade. No one could have anticipated that the luminous swordmaster maiden, revered and exalted in their eyes, would suffer such a brutal defeat, an overwhelmingly one-sided rout at that. They scarcely perceived any semblance of a contest, only witnessing the dissipating dust as the youth clad in black leisurely emerged, effortlessly dispatching Tang Yao, a contender wielding a second-tier advanced artifact, in a matter of moments. In terms of outcome, it mirrored Tang Yao's previous matches, with the identities of the victor and vanquished merely swapped. Amidst the oppressive silence that enveloped the arena, a solitary, unhurried footfall resonated, a sound not loud, yet heavy as if treading upon the very hearts of the spectators. Under the weight of countless astonished gazes, the handsome youth with black hair and golden eyes descended the platform with an impassive demeanor, his steps steady. Behind him, the once pristine stage lay marred with cracks, an unmistakable testament to his prowess. His strikingly beautiful visage now bore an aura of innate authority, even as those from Linhai know. One high school felt parched in his presence. Liu Yongda observed the youth, recalling his own reckless provocation from the previous week, a shiver coursing through him. The strength displayed was such that even Qingshan City's acclaimed swordsmanship prodigy had been reduced to this state. He felt fortunate not to have met a graver fate. It was no wonder his uncle, the director, had been unable to reprimand the youth. Such talent, should they dare to act, would likely see them both expelled from the institution. Liu Yongda's heart raced with trepidation, and he silently vowed to avoid further recklessness in the future. With the remaining participants from Qingshan No. 1 forfeiting, victory was declared for Linhai No. 1. The referee's voice brimmed with excitement as the exchange competition drew to a close. Upon the high platform, the expression of the sword pavilion elder darkened, his palm tightening within the folds of his robe. To encounter a peer capable of overwhelming Tang Yao was unprecedented for him, and even the pavilion master had likely never witnessed such prowess. He recalled his earlier desire to showcase to the senior educators of Fengyan University what true genius entailed. Now, his face burned with embarrassment. The elder had intended to utter some words of dignity, but turned to find that Yu Wang had mysteriously departed. The youth named Yi Li had scarcely exited the arena before vanishing from sight, his intentions now glaringly apparent. Sighing, the elder's gaze flickered as he contemplated the future achievements of the black-clad youth, now assuredly destined for greatness, perhaps outshining even the pavilion master. As if on cue, just as the figure of the youth disappeared from the exit passage, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the audience. A figure, as swift and graceful as a bird, leapt down from the high platform, descending to the ground with the urgency of a diving falcon. With a resounding thud, a cloud of debris and dust erupted, resembling a miniature explosion. The onlookers stared in astonishment, beholding an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, whose kind visage emanated an air of authority. Standing steadily atop the crater, his stature was as upright as a pine tree, hands clasped behind him, and his azure robe billowed in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. Behind him, a vivid depiction of flowing clouds seemed to swirl, reminiscent of the emblem of Fengyan University. The thousands of students in the viewing area, all from the prestigious Wushu science program, recognized the illustrious name of Fengyan University at a glance, their eyes widening with palpable surprise. They had long heard that representatives from Fengyan University would be attending the exchange competition, yet none expected such an entrance. However, this astonishment quickly morphed into profound shock. As the once imposing elder suddenly dashed into the cultivation passage, his expression fervent, as though he had unearthed a rare treasure, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Once he departed, the viewing area erupted like a boiling cauldron. Was that not a teacher from Fengyan University? What could he possibly be doing? Brother, are you blind? It's obvious he is pursuing that Yi Li. No way. Could it be a guaranteed admission? Guaranteed admission? In this municipal competition, if one performs exceptionally well, they can be selected by renowned teachers in attendance, thus avoiding the martial examination and securing early admission. What? That Yi Li treated senior sister Tang like that, and still gets to be admitted to Fengyan University? I cannot accept this. Neither can I. The crowd buzzed with discussion, followed by cries of despair that soared to the heavens. The very scoundrel who had mistreated their beloved by Yue Guang now received the coveted opportunity they had all dreamt of. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. In the eyes of the over 1,000 Qingshan students, a blend of shock and helplessness welled up, as if their bodies were rooted to their seats. The teachers on the platform exchanged glances, each recognizing the bitterness reflected in the other's eyes. Undoubtedly, with such talent and the qualification for Fengyan University, Yi Li's future promised a steady ascent, destined to become a formidable, high-ranking martial artist. The luck of Linhai No. 1 High School was indeed remarkable. One Jiang Qingzhu was not enough, and now they had an even more astonishing Yi Li, enough to make one weep with envy. In the lounge, Yi Li had just settled into his chair when he saw the exuberant Wang Yongfeng stride in, his face alight with excitement. You, my friend, are incredible. Even Principal Li is nearly beside himself with excitement. Wang Yongfeng approached with enthusiasm, scanning for any signs of injury. Are you hurt? Not at all. Just a bit exhausted. I'll recover in about an hour, Yi Li replied, waving his hand dismissively as he set his long spear aside. His eyes returned to their deep, inky hue. and the injuries he had sustained had long been mended by the indestructible golden soul. With each breath, the depleted essence within him rapidly rejuvenated, primarily due to the significant energy expenditure from employing the golden soul revival. Though Yi Li had the confidence to secure victory without resorting to this explosive talent, doing so would require a back-and-forth engagement with Tang Yao. He would likely have to unleash techniques such as Frosty Snowfall and the Dragon Riding the Wind, which might lead the opponent to perceive it as a thrilling and exhilarating duel, fostering a sense of camaraderie rather than resentment. This would undermine his efforts to accumulate malevolent points, as it would seem as though two prodigies were simply appreciating each other's prowess. Thus, Yi Li decisively opted for a more brutal approach to conclude the battle, aiming to dismantle his opponent's psychological defenses. The results were impressive, severely injuring and publicly humiliating the proud young master of the Sword Pavilion. Malevolent points, 5,000. Current malevolent points, 51,500. This gratifying number stirred Yi Li's spirits. You've worked hard, after battling so much in the morning. You'll continue to face Tang Yao in the afternoon, Wang Yongfeng remarked, observing the youth's growing prowess. His gaze fell upon Yi Li's tattered black robe, evoking a sense of sympathy. If there are more matches before the martial arts assessment, I'll help you withdraw, so you can focus on your preparations. However, upon saying this, Wang Yongfeng felt a sudden shift in Yi Li's demeanor. The boy's gaze seemed to sharpen. That's unnecessary, Yi Li said, clearing his throat lightly. I prefer to hone my skills through combat. You must take care of your health, Wang Yongfeng replied with a wry smile, offering encouragement. As long as you maintain this level, even if you face the best of Fengyan University, they will undoubtedly be eager to recruit you. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. An elderly man with white hair pushed the door open, chuckling, indeed, but I wonder if student Yi Li would be interested? Chapter 41. A temporary retreat from prominence. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Yongfeng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sweeping over the man, his eyes widening instinctively. Clad in the robes of Fengyan University, it was evident that the elder was a teacher from the institution. Had they truly come to recruit him early? Wang Yongfeng found it hard to believe. He had heard of Fengyan University's early recruitment efforts before, but he had never witnessed it firsthand. After all, there were nearly 100 martial arts high schools scattered across the 12 cities of Ying Province, producing tens of thousands of young martial artists each year. Yet, the number of those who could be preemptively recruited by Fengyan University was exceedingly small, often just a handful, at most 2 or 3, and sometimes none at all. Early recruitment implies a guaranteed admission, and such admissions entail a significant investment of resources. Even though Fengyan University stands as the preeminent martial arts institution in Yingxing Province, it does not possess an inexhaustible supply of resources, selecting merely a dozen guaranteed students each year. Traditionally, these students have predominantly been chosen from the martial arts students of Shanzhushi, while candidates from other cities often find themselves mere spectators. It has been many years since Fengyan University last selected students from Linheishi. To receive such an honor now surely foretells a meteoric rise in one's future endeavors. Yi Li, Fengyan University is the finest martial arts academy in Yingxing Province. Wang Yongfeng lightly cleared his throat, endeavoring to convey his advice delicately. If you are granted early admission, it will greatly benefit your future development. Indeed, indeed. As these words were spoken, Yuan quickly approached, nervously rubbing his hands together. Upon noticing that beneath Yi Li's tattered robe there were no visible scars, a fervent gleam ignited in his eyes. He had not misjudged. The injuries inflicted moments ago by the sword aura had completely vanished, and the speed of his recovery was nothing short of miraculous. What caliber of martial talent is this? To encounter such a treasure in this place is indeed a fortuitous windfall. Earlier, on the combat stage, Yu Wang, the most formidable among them, had observed clearly that Tang Yao's previous attacks were not ineffective against Yi Li. Rather, they had inflicted genuine harm. Particularly that move, Mount Tai holding the sun, which, despite the protective white mist surrounding Yi Li, had penetrated directly through his right abdomen with fierce sword energy. Yet, what would have left ordinary martial artists grievously wounded had healed in mere moments for Yi Li. Witnessing this spectacle had nearly caused Yu Wing to lose his composure, stirring profound waves of astonishment within him. No one comprehends the significance of such matters better than he does. Had it not been for the presence of several instructors surrounding him, he would have rushed down to verify this phenomenon. Fortunately, the opportunity had not entirely slipped away. Yi Li, Yu Wing swallowed hard, gazing at the composed youth in his tattered robe, and said with a gentle smile, "I happen to have a special admission slot available. If you are willing, I can personally serve as your mentor, and you could join Fengyan University immediately without needing to take the martial examination. To be candid, I am a senior instructor at Fengyan University, and my martial prowess is commendable. I assure you, I would not lead you astray." Upon hearing this, even Wang Yongfeng's expression turned peculiar. Was this truly a teacher from Fengyan University, or merely a salesman from a martial arts tutoring center? Was his enthusiasm not a touch excessive? Amidst this peculiarity, there was a tinge of bitterness. It was worth noting that during his own martial examination years ago, he had never encountered such a display. The mid-level instructors from Fengyan University had all donned stern expressions, exuding an air of indifference. Yet here, senior instructors were acting as recruiters. The notion of a guaranteed admission was understandable, as Yi Li, having defeated Tang Yao, undoubtedly possessed such potential. However, such an attitude, which almost screams agreement, is an entirely different matter. Does this not signify that Yi Li possesses exceptional potential, even among the gifted students? Upon contemplating this, Wang Yongfeng found his breath quickening. Could it be that there are facets of Yi Li's potential that he has yet to perceive? Yi Li refrained from providing a direct answer and instead inquired, what advantages does this recommendation offer? What he truly lacked were opportunities to accumulate merit points and access to various martial arts techniques. Certainly, Yuan replied with a confident smile, straightening his posture. Merely gaining access to the library of Fengyan University allows you to ascend to the 4th floor with your credentials, not to mention the 3rd and 4th tier martial techniques. If you wish to exchange them, you will be eligible for all of them. Furthermore, consider the network you will encounter. Many of the instructors at Fengyan University hold significant positions in various influential factions. Frankly, ordinary martial science students only have the chance to meet them while on campus. These connections are invaluable. As he spoke, he subtly hinted, by the way, I am also an honorary elder in several associations, possessing a wealth of resources and opportunities for secret realm training, all of which I can distribute to students I favor. Additionally, while practicing martial techniques, if you encounter any difficulties, you may freely consult the teachers. With the title of recommended student, they will be more than willing to assist you. Yuan spoke with such fervor that he soon found himself parched. Observing Yi Li's calm demeanor, he cleared his throat and continued. If you are willing to be my student, it would be splendid. What I can offer you far exceeds what the leaders of those second-rate factions can provide. Upon hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly. Indeed, Fengyan University, being the most prestigious martial arts institution in the province, offers enticing benefits. Although the actual challenges may prove far more formidable than suggested, the opportunities presented by Fengyan University are undeniably substantial. He lacked neither mentors in martial arts nor a network of fragile connections. However, he did have a desire for such opportunities. Now I understand. This is indeed quite remarkable. Ultimately, under Yuan's fervent gaze, Yi Li calmly stated, however, I must decline. Language mocks the 106-year-old teacher of Fengyan University, earning 500 points of malevolence. Yuan, who had assumed success was a certainty, was momentarily taken aback and could not help but ask, why? Are the conditions not generous enough? Generous indeed, Yi Li nodded naturally. And you? I decline. Language mocks the 106-year-old teacher of Fengyan University, earning 200 points of malevolence. Strangely enough, Yi Li found amusement in teasing the old man. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that his penchant for jesting with those he deemed certain of success was a habit he was unlikely to change. Then why the refusal? Yu Wang inquired, somewhat flustered. Yi Li chuckled softly, because I intend to participate in the martial examination. You still wish to partake in the martial examination? Old Master Yu was momentarily lost in thought before solemnly advising, there is absolutely no need for that. After this battle, the students from Qingshan know. One high school will likely harbor a deep-seated resentment towards you. If they, numbering in the hundreds, were to join forces during the martial arts examination, they might very well seek you out for trouble. At that point, you would find yourself outnumbered, making it all too easy for an incident to occur. Why not wait until after the martial arts examination to secure this recommendation? Wang Yongfeng cautiously inquired. Sensing that Yi Li was inclined to hone his skills through the examination and wishing to assist in the endeavor, that makes it even less necessary. Old Master Yu replied with a sidelong glance, exuding a sense of resignation. This year, the only recommendation quota for Fengyan University lies solely in my hands. You are aware of Shanzhou No. 1 High School, I presume? It has the most profound heritage among martial arts high schools in Ning Province, producing the greatest number of prodigies over the years. To my knowledge, there are several exceptional candidates this year, all of whom are proud and ambitious. Should they catch wind of a martial arts student like you attempting to participate in the examination, they would undoubtedly come to challenge you. As he spoke, he looked earnestly at Yi Li, elucidating. To put it plainly, they would seek to create trouble for you and test your abilities. Why is that? Yi Li inquired. Simply put, they are unwilling to accept it. Old master, you sighed. Yi Li, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The martial arts examination is no trifling matter. Are you not inviting trouble for yourself? There is no need to engage in this contest with them, is there? However, old master, you suddenly noticed the brightness in the young man's dark eyes growing ever more intense. Indeed, Yi Li responded calmly. Let us each take a step back. I shall accept the recommendation quota, and I will also participate in the martial arts examination. Wait, you want both? Old master, you exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Wang Yongfeng in disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. Chapter 42. Leveling up, peak of second tier. As night fell, a gentle chill enveloped Qingshan City. With a reluctant gaze, old master Yu exchanged contact information with Yi Li before parting ways. Subsequently, under Wang Yongfeng's guidance, he and Jiang Qingzhu swiftly returned to a prestigious hotel in the city center. I knew you would win. I saw the numbers on that punching power tester in your training room that day, Jiang Qingzhu said earnestly, walking beside Yi Li. Her eyes filled with admiration as Lu Yongda and others looked on enviously. You have been concealing your strength all along. Indeed, Tang Yao should feel ashamed for not having forced me to exert my full power. Yi Li chuckled lightly, then paused before the door, saying, well then, see you tomorrow. He was eager to embark on his leveling up journey. Yes, see you tomorrow, Jiang Qingzhu replied, her gaze sparkling, lips slightly pursed. Yi Li nodded and closed the door behind him. Watching his figure disappear, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath. Since that day, whenever she looked up, she could see the sky and his silhouette, both seeming so distant and unattainable. Yet, she too bore many burdens and should not easily give up. She must hurry to catch up. Jiang Qingzhu encouraged herself internally, reminding herself that at least her opponent's martial arts level had not yet surpassed her own. And for the time being, they should be unable to catch up. Well, let us begin. In the room, as silence enveloped the space, Yi Li, having finished cleansing his body, returned to sit cross-legged on the bed. The white robe he donned swayed gently, and an expression of anticipation graced his handsome features. Current evil value: 52, 200 points available for extracting magical artifacts. Such a staggering figure was a first for him, akin to receiving a substantial paycheck as an adult, leaving him somewhat uncertain on how to indulge in it. Defeating Tang Yao did not signify a complete victory. A new round of trials was fast approaching. According to Elder Yu's words, this martial examination would not only see the hundreds of martial arts students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School making a comeback, but also several so-called geniuses from Shanzhou City would be knocking on his door. Another grand battle was on the horizon. The hundreds from Qingshan No. 1 posed little threat. With his formidable endurance, Yi Li remained unafraid of these uncoordinated foes. The only concern came from the threats originating in Shanzhou City. As the capital of Ning Province, Shanzhou City boasted abundant resources, and the martial arts scene was the most vibrant among the 12 cities of the province. Naturally, Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School emerged as the premier martial arts high school in Ning Province, renowned for its high graduation rates. The students, hailed as geniuses, even without Elder Yu explicitly stating their capabilities, were likely not much weaker than Tang Yao, and may even surpass her. Before acquiring the power to dominate these challengers, a sense of unease lingered. Truly, high rewards came with high risks, Yi Li mused with a hint of jest. He understood well that according to his developmental trajectory, a single failure along the way could lead to considerable losses, both material and psychological. Therefore, he must eliminate the possibility of such occurrences. Yi Li exhaled softly and summoned the interface. It must be said, he had lingered long enough at the second tier S first level. He had grown weary of the tedious formalities. It was time for a surge of progress. Current evil value: 52. 200 points available for extracting magical artifacts. Since he had fully mastered the breathing technique of this level, there was no reason not to invest in his cultivation. Let it be so, my perseverance and dedication. Ding. Commencing consumption of evil value. Continuously enhancing cultivation. After your previous arduous training, Your comprehension of the white mist, frost, and snow breathing technique has reached a level of mastery, greatly enhancing your control over true energy and accelerating its integration with your meridians. Acquired boost. Cultivation speed accelerated by 400. Your training speed resembles that of a legendary racer, long barred from competition, who one day is informed they may race again. Driving a top-tier vehicle at breakneck speed. Unlocking a new achievement. Drifting through corners. Drifting through corners, regardless of the speed at which you drive. Your vehicle will not topple due to drifting. In the past, the spirited grandmother, Adachi Ken, raced along this very road, only to be surpassed by your prowess, marking the beginning of your rapid enhancement. After consuming 1,000 points of malevolence, you have refined the meridians in both arms with pure vital energy, causing them to radiate a jade-like luster, naturally strengthening your physique and enhancing your vitality. You have successfully ascended to the second tier, third level. Possessing a sufficiently high mastery of vital energy, your recovery speed surpasses that of your peers, allowing you to navigate the cultivation methods of the Jade Vein realm with increasing ease. You have gained an enhancement. Cultivation speed increased by 20. After consuming 3,000 points of malevolence, you channeled your entire vital energy, refining the meridians of your torso, thereby enhancing the skills of your organs. With the kidneys experiencing the most significant improvement, it seems you favored them during the refinement, bestowing upon them 40 of the replenished vitality. You have successfully ascended to the second tier, sixth level. Such utter nonsense. He has always treated all organs equally. How could there be any favoritism towards a single organ? At most, it is merely the kidney's role in promoting blood production, beneficial for the future third-tier blood realm, a necessity rather than a preference. The words continue to manifest on the screen. After consuming 5,000 points of malevolence, your mastery over your vital energy has become extraordinarily proficient. The meridians in your limbs and body have been entirely refined, resulting in a complete transformation of your meridians, emanating a rich, medicinal fragrance from within you. You have successfully ascended to the second tier, ninth level. After consuming 8,000 points of malevolence, you have fully mastered the surging strength, and your robust bones have significantly enhanced your physical intensity, with signs of transformation emerging in your blood. You have officially reached the pinnacle of the second tier. This enhancement consumed a total of 8,000 points of malevolence, equivalent to more than a decade of arduous cultivation. Current malevolence points, 44,200. As the final line of text appeared, Yili felt a warmth spread through his limbs. The flow of vital energy within him surged uncontrollably, rising with unprecedented vigor, rushing through his meridians at a pace far exceeding before. He clenched his fist slightly, and the surging vital energy erupted from within, astonishingly swift. Should he employ martial techniques, his speed would undoubtedly exceed that of before by several folds. Yili observed his elongated hand, his dark eyes shimmering with delight. Indeed, the decision to perfect the breathing technique before elevating his cultivation was sagacious. He recalled expending 8 years in arduous training merely to progress from the first tier, fifth level to the 8th level. Now, having consumed only a little over a decade of effort, he had ascended from the first tier, first level to the pinnacle of the second tier. This pace of cultivation, while still trailing behind those prodigies, marks a significant advancement compared to his initial transition. Beneath the smooth skin lies a meridian as clear as jade, no longer as fragile as before, enhancing the strength of his physique. Even the blood coursing through his veins, nurtured by the thoroughly transformed meridians, revealed a few glimmers of mysterious golden light, appearing remarkably different from before. Having vanquished so many adversaries, he stood resplendent in his prowess. This was his rightful achievement. Yili exhaled a breath of relief, his mind clear. He understood that this marked the next stage on the path of martial arts, transitioning to the third tier of the true blood realm. Once the blood within him shimmered with a delicate golden hue, it would signify his formal entry into the true blood realm. The elevation of low-tier martial artists fundamentally entailed a gradual metamorphosis of the physical body. An effective breathing technique and rigorous training could accelerate this transformative process. Once he discovered a suitable training method, Yili could likely reach his full potential directly. With this thought, he glanced at the panel, where the numbers were still quite ample. Current malevolent value, 44,200 points. Although he had yet to uncover an appropriate training method, he could attempt to use rudimentary methods to break through to the brink of the true blood realm. With a mere thought, a vast surge of malevolent energy flowed into the panel once more. Chapter 43, Golden Soul Upgrade, New Abilities. Ding. Consuming malevolent value. Commencing the elevation of martial arts level. You have yet to peruse any methods for refining blood energy, akin to a university student who, after 2 years of study, attempts to take the entrance exam, left bewildered by the test paper. In utter helplessness, you must rely solely on the transformed jade meridians to nurture your blood energy, thus achieving the goal of refining it. Acquired negative effect. Training speed reduced by 80, after expending 1,000 points of malevolent value. Approximately 1/5 of your blood exhibits a hint of golden radiance, invigorating you as you feel you have discovered the corresponding technique. Upon consuming 2,000 points of malevolent value, you sorrowfully realize that your sense of discovery was merely an illusion. Relying on the meridians to forcefully refine blood energy is not only challenging at the outset, but becomes increasingly arduous midway, ultimately rendering you as helpless as a blind man riding a blind horse. Acquired negative effect. Irritable mood. Training speed reduced by 10. After expending 3,000 points of malevolent value, over half of your blood has undergone initial metamorphosis. However, the remaining half, much like impurities in the process of metal refining, proves exceedingly difficult to eliminate, perhaps only removable through a rigorous training method. Acquired negative effect. Nightfall in the deep pool. 50 increased probability of going astray in cultivation. Yeely decisively halted the allocation of points. This was absurd. How could the risk of going astray in cultivation have arisen? Was it not peculiar for a university student to be compared to a high school examinee? Had one not heard tales of university students taking the entrance exam for their juniors, directly ushering them into vocational colleges? It seemed imperative to seek out a training method. With a sigh, Yeely reflected on the fact that more than half of his blood had completed its metamorphosis, likely rendering him considerably stronger than the average peak of the second tier, at least according to his current blood energy intensity. At this moment, he had surpassed his former self from just a few minutes ago, achieving a strength that even the activation of Golden Soul Revival could not match. Yeely briefly organized his two forms. The first was the state activated by Heavenly Gang Void Step, which relied on damage avoidance and speed, complemented by a variety of perfected martial techniques. Defeating a martial artist at the early stage of the third tier would be effortless, should the battle prolong. With the aid of his formidable blood cow enhancement, he could certainly exhaust an ordinary third-tier martial artist through a strategy of trading injuries. The second form was the Super Saiyan state activated by Golden Soul Revival. Although it consumed a great deal of energy, the enhancement to his physical body was utterly astounding. Not only could he contend with early third-tier warriors, but he also harbored confidence in his ability to tear apart mid-third-tier beasts with his bare hands, truly a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. As for the reason behind distinguishing these two forms, it stemmed from the unique effects associated with their activation. Who would resist the allure of shapeshifting? Yeely chuckled softly and redirected his gaze to the interface. With over 40,000 points of malevolent value at his disposal, he could indeed secure that so-called guaranteed treasure. The question lingered, was it necessary? After a moment of contemplation, Yeely deemed it unnecessary for the time being. According to the rules, the contestant who performed best in the exchange competition would not only receive a monetary reward in vitality elixirs, but would also be awarded a piece of treasure jointly sponsored by the two schools. The specifics of this treasure remained unclear to him. He decided to wait until he acquired it, and if it turned out not to be a firearm-type treasure, he would then consider drawing from that card pool. With this thought, Yeely shifted his focus to his martial arts talent. Current talent: Indestructible Golden Soul Level 2, upgradable. Holding such a vast amount of malevolent value, it would indeed be a pity not to invest further. Last time he upgraded to level 2, he unlocked the Golden Soul Awakening, akin to a Scion transformation. This naturally piqued his curiosity about what new abilities would be unlocked upon reaching level 3. Investing in martial arts talent was undoubtedly a wise choice, so without hesitation, he proceeded. With a mental command, he began to inject the massive amount of malevolent value into the interface. Ding. Consuming malevolent value. Commencing the elevation of the Indestructible Golden Soul S level. Your solid and pristine Golden Soul receives nourishment once more, akin to parched earth rejoicing in a long-awaited rain, eagerly absorbing all the malevolent value you have invested. After consuming 2,000 points of malevolent value, your Golden Soul becomes increasingly stable. After consuming 5,000 points of malevolent value, a vague pattern begins to emerge upon your golden soul, signifying its evolution. You gather your vital energy within, preventing any chance of losing control. After consuming 10,000 points of malevolent value, the pattern on your golden soul solidifies further. Gazing closely, you discern a complex and mysterious imprint that, over time, instills a sense of clarity and tranquility within your heart. After consuming 15,000 points of malevolent value, your golden soul becomes even more stable, and the imprint gradually radiates light. After consuming 20,000 points of malevolent value, the imprint finally merges completely with your golden soul, awakening a new talent ability. The indomitable golden soul has been upgraded to level 3, enhancing self-healing speed and reducing healing costs. A new talent ability has emerged, the Eye of Illusion. This ability significantly amplifies vision, enhances dynamic sight, and, upon merging with a bearer of the golden soul, grants the power to discern falsehoods, perceive true forms, and identify weaknesses. It is said to be akin to the legendary heavenly eye and the fire eye that fears smoke but not flames. When wielded adeptly, its applications are boundless. Yili suddenly opened his eyes, and a divine light flickered within his inky pupils, sharp and extraordinary. A hint of surprise flashed across his typically serene and handsome face. The ability to uncover lies, perceive true identities, and discern weaknesses directly maximizes functionality. These powers are sure to astonish and envy ordinary martial artists. Yili turned his gaze towards the window. Even shrouded by the night, he could clearly see objects 1,000 meters away. As he surveyed his surroundings, the intensity of his astonishment grew. Not only could he easily detect the subtle wear and tear of various facilities within the room, but he could also distinctly see the formations inscribed on the walls, designed to gather spiritual energy. With a slight focus, he noticed several glowing points atop the formation, seemingly indicating its weaknesses. Is this what it means to discern weaknesses? Descending from his bed, Yili pointed forcefully at the formation. It immediately trembled, and with a bit more force, the entire formation erupted explosively. Oh no! Yili's expression shifted as he remembered that he had only recently stepped into the true blood realm. With his current physical strength, even a gentle prod could shatter not just formations, but the bones of an ordinary person as well. He withdrew his hand, the divine light in his eyes gradually fading as he calmed his excited heart. Even without activating the Golden Soul Revival, he was confident that he could easily knock Tang Yao to the ground with a single slap. Meanwhile, the results of the intercity exchange competition spread rapidly. The technological level of the high martial world is not lacking. Within just a few hours, most martial arts high schools in Ning province had heard about the outcome of the competition and the rumor that a student from Linghai No. One high school had been recommended for admission to Fengyan University. In Shanzhou City, at Shanzhou No. 1 High School, a discussion was underway in a room resembling a conference hall regarding the young man in the black robe. Writing a book is no easy task, and I have been contemplating the plot of the martial arts examination recently. I humbly request esteemed readers to offer their favorable reviews and support my passion in this. I kneel in gratitude. Chapter 44. Assessing his worth. The situation was as follows. In the conference room of Shanzhou No. 1 High School, a figure exuding a profound aura sat at a long table made of blue stone. Dressed in an elegant long robe, he placed his hands crossed in front of him, gazing gently at the figures on either side of the table, and said with a warm smile, though it is somewhat hard to believe, that Tang Yao was indeed defeated by an obscure martial science student. Having watched the footage of that match, I learned that the martial arts student named Yili hails from Linhai City. Indeed, he is quite formidable, emerging as this year's most unexpected dark horse in the martial arts examination. Upon hearing this, the youth's words stirred a notable reaction among those present. They had heard of the young master from Qingshan Sword Pavilion, who not only possesses the prowess of a second-tier, 6th-level warrior, but has also triumphed over opponents at the pinnacle of the second tier. If memory serves, their team leader had considered him a formidable contender in this year's martial arts examination. Yet, he has now been defeated prematurely. Yili? Closest to the youth sat a girl of sweet countenance, her long hair cascading to her waist, eyes sparkling with curiosity, and lips a rosy hue. Upon hearing the youth's remarks, she rested her alabaster right leg upon her left, propping her chin in contemplation as she inquired of the refined young man, "Brother, I have not heard much about this individual before. Is he truly a dark horse?" The refined youth glanced at her, his gaze brimming with affection, and replied with a smile, "Moreover, he seems to wield a remarkable secret technique that significantly enhances his abilities. Despite his own cultivation being merely at the first level of the second tier, once invoking this technique, his strength and speed overwhelmingly surpass those of Tang Yao, who is at the sixth level. However, every power comes with a price. Such a domineering technique must surely entail considerable consumption and side effects. This is evident from Yi Li's inclination for swift resolution once he activated his technique. In response, the girl chuckled lightly. So, he is merely relying on the prowess of his technique. Ultimately, his inherent strength is rather limited. Warner, do not underestimate him. The refined youth cautioned with a hint of exasperation. From the footage, it is clear that even without activating his technique, he can hold his own against Tang Yao at the sixth level. He is undeniably a formidable adversary, and if you encounter him, do not act recklessly as you have in the past. Oh, Yangwan reluctantly acquiesced, though she still huffed defiantly. How could I possibly struggle against a mere first-level second-tier shrimp? Such needless worry. The refined youth shook his head in resignation. He then turned to the rest of the solemn audience, continuing, "Everyone, there is another matter of importance to consider. Yi Li strikes with considerable ferocity and shows no mercy. If you encounter him during the martial arts examination, it is advisable to avoid conflict. If possible, it would be best to cultivate a friendship." With that, he silently awaited their reactions. "Make friends? Are we to ally with him?" Someone asked in confusion. "Precisely," replied the refined youth, named Yang Wanfeng, with a graceful smile. "As long as he does not aspire to claim the title of champion in this examination, we have no direct conflicts with him. It would be wise to forge a friendship. But if he has the ability to defeat Tang Yao, he surely will not willingly relinquish the championship, will he?" The questioner furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "What if he is unwilling to ally with us? Then we shall simply confront him." Yang Wan excitedly waved her fist, proclaiming, "My brother has lowered himself to befriend him. If Yi Li is a wise man, he should quickly yield. Otherwise, I shall make him submit." As a practitioner of the second tier, sixth level, she possessed unwavering confidence in her abilities. Despite the defeat of her peer, Tang Yao, she remained unfazed. This was not mere blind confidence. The Yang family, renowned for their blood-burning secret arts, boasted a heritage far superior to that of the second-rate sword pavilion in Qingshan City. Whispers circulated within the province, stating, when encountering a direct descendant of the Yang family, none of the same tier can withstand their might. These few sentences eloquently illustrated the formidable dominance of the Yang family's secret techniques. Yang Wan and her brother, Yang Wanfeng, had become the most illustrious stars of Shanzhou No. 1 High School, relying on their family's legacy and their innate talents. Together, they could contend with practitioners of the third tier. With a playful lick of her sharp tiger teeth, Yang Wan's lively eyes seemed to ignite with flames. "It's just perfect that we both employ secret arts. Let us see whose technique is superior." Upon hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's gaze remained calm as he gently cautioned, "Warner, do not underestimate him. Even if our attempts at forging an alliance fail, it is best to refrain from engaging him directly." "Why not?" Yang Wan pouted defiantly. "For your martial examination results, and for Yi Li's very life." Yang Wanfeng's scholarly visage darkened slightly. He raised his eyes, explaining, "If that man were to harm you, what do you suppose would happen?" His chilling tone reverberated throughout the conference room, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. As they beheld the cold expression of the young man, flashes of past events danced through the minds of those present, causing involuntary shudders. The previously gentle and refined Yang Wanfeng now appeared as terrifying as a thousand-armed Azura in their eyes. They all recalled the incident during the last interprovincial exchange match, where an opponent had inadvertently injured Yang Wan. In response, Yang Wanfeng had stormed onto the field, unleashing his wrath upon 7 adversaries, a true embodiment of the protective brother. Yang Wan evidently remembered this incident as well. She playfully stuck out her tongue and grinned. "Hee, I will be careful." "No, you will not," echoed the collective thought of the onlookers. Despite her sweet words, they knew her headstrong nature would likely lead her to trouble with Yi Li. Exchanging glances, the crowd gradually exhibited expressions of schadenfreude. They hoped Yi Li would be wise enough to comply and form an alliance. Otherwise, rousing Yang Wan's ire, and consequently Yang Wanfeng's, would spell disaster for him. With a sweeping glance over the assembly, Yang Wanfeng's smile returned, and he gently declared, "Let us conclude today's meeting. You may disperse." At that moment, a team member timidly raised his hand. "Captain Yang, I have heard something about Yi Li. Speak." Yang Wanfeng nodded in acknowledgement. The team member cautiously began. It seems he has secured the only recommendation spot from Fengyan University this year. If he chooses to participate in this martial arts examination, could it be that he aims for the championship? As soon as these words were uttered, the faces of those present shifted noticeably, all eyes turning towards Yang Wanfeng at the head of the table. According to their recollections, he had previously expressed multiple times his desire to obtain the recommendation spot from Fengyan University, so that both he and Yang Wan could enjoy the substantial benefits of admission. This information was not only known to them, but also to most students at Shanzhou No. 1 High School. Now, it appeared that this unexpected newcomer had snatched the opportunity away. This was disastrous. Losing such a significant opportunity would surely infuriate Captain Yang. The crowd instinctively held their breath. As expected, under their watchful gaze, Yang Wanfeng's expression turned icy. He looked at the speaker and calmly inquired, "Are you certain he has secured the recommendation spot?" "I heard it from several friends at Qingshan No. 1 High School," the team member replied. "How outrageous." At these words, Yang Wan stood up, stamping her foot in frustration. "What right does he have? Just because he defeated Tang Yao? If that's the case, my brother could do it too. Why not grant it to him instead? Wanner, sit down." Yang Wanfeng took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "It's all right. The teachers at Fengyan University must have their own considerations." Yet, despite his words, a flicker of irritation gleamed in his eyes, and even his clasped fingers were tightly clenched. Suppressing his fury, Yang Wanfeng nonchalantly remarked, "However, since he is a recommended student, he must possess extraordinary abilities. If he truly participates in the martial arts examination and competes for the championship, I shall personally meet him." By the end of his sentence, the crowd could clearly detect a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. "Brother, you are far too kind." Yang Wan glared at him. Speaking through clenched teeth, this is clearly a schemer who has taken shortcuts. I hope I do not cross paths with him. Otherwise, I will strip him bare and hang him from a tree to see just how much he weighs. Chapter 45. Numerical Domination. The following morning, as the sun illuminated the earth with its warm rays, aboard a high-speed train bound for Linhai City, Yili sat by the window. A golden waist plate secured around his waist. Inscribed upon it in silver was the prominent phrase Fengyan University. Such a golden waist plate, even within Fengyan University, could only be obtained by students of exceptional performance. It also served as a remarkable storage artifact. The significance of a martial arts high school student wearing it was unmistakable. It was indeed the token bestowed upon him by Elder Yu. Despite its conspicuous nature, Yili had initially not intended to wear it so openly. However, the earnest insistence of Wang Yongfeng was hard to resist. "Yili, I beg you as your teacher. I have led the school team for 5 years and have yet to receive a trophy of such caliber. Allow me this one chance." Faced with Wang Yongfeng's sincere appeal, the kind-hearted Yili acquiesced to his request. Outside the window, the scenery raced by, while Yili casually perused the numerous messages sent by Yu Wang. There were dozens of them. "Yili, are you free? If not, it matters not. No need to reply. I merely wish to convey the formidable strength of our Fengyan University. Take, for example, Zhenjiang University, which, although somewhat reputable in the realm of martial arts within Huanxia, has never been able to compare with us. In past instances of secret realm fusion and beast tides, they required outside assistance to manage the situation. However, our university handles such calamities independently, without the need for external aid, and when it comes time to reward participating students, we are generous. This alone highlights the disparity. Furthermore, the tasks issued by our institution, both in quantity and quality, far surpass those of so-called top martial arts universities. So, when you complete the martial arts examination, should universities from Modu and Shangjing come to recruit you, do not agree. Our school is in no way inferior to theirs. It's not that I fear you being poached, it's primarily for the sake of Fengyan University and its pride. As the date of the martial arts examination approached, the atmosphere within the school grew increasingly tense. Even those who typically exuded nonchalance began to feel a sense of urgency. Ordinarily, nothing could capture the attention of these martial arts students at this time. Yet, this morning, an astonishing announcement echoed throughout the campus via the intercom, leaving everyone in shock and admiration. Someone within the school had secured a direct admission to Fengyan University. This privilege, traditionally monopolized by the prodigies of Shanzhou City, had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of Linhai City, leaving many incredulous. Fengyan University. It is among the most prominent martial arts institutions in the entire Huanxia. In previous years, It was rare for any student from Linhai City to even gain admission, let alone receive a direct admission slot. Instantly, the entire teaching building erupted with discussions, speculating who had earned this coveted opportunity. President Lee, responsible for the announcement, could no longer contain the suspense. With a beaming smile, he proclaimed, "Let us congratulate Yi Li from Class 9 of the 3rd year for obtaining a direct admission to Fengyun University." Upon hearing these words, the students of Linhai, who had been waiting in anticipation, erupted with excitement. Due to the rampant rumors circulating recently, many were already familiar with Yi Li's name. The very student they had dubbed the Demon King of the school team had indeed secured the admission they had all longed for. In an instant, the entire teaching building resonated with an uproar of disbelief, emotions flooding every corner of the campus. Inside the infirmary, a critically ill patient on the hospital bed suddenly experienced rapid breathing upon hearing the announcement. Shun Lian's lovely visage was now clouded with bewilderment and confusion, her spirit visibly lost in a daze. Moments later, her parched throat convulsed violently, and she pinched her own cheek firmly before glancing towards the duty nurse. Her voice trembling as she inquired, "Did you hear the announcement just now?" Of course I did." The duty nurse, initially astonished, turned to her upon hearing the question and could not suppress an exclamation. "This student, Yi Li, is truly remarkable. Our school has never had a student directly recommended to Fengyun University. Is that so?" Shun Lian could hardly contain the tumultuous emotions swelling within her. The prestige of Fengyun University was well understood by her, being part of the school team, more than any other student from Linhai. It was the very place she had longed for. In her pursuit of admission to Fengyun University, she had even entered into a relationship with Wang Ren, solely because Wang Ren's uncle was a retired teacher at the university, although he was merely a lower-level educator. His comprehension of martial arts surpassed that of most instructors in martial arts high schools. Under his guidance, Shun Lian's prowess soared, allowing her to join the school team within a mere 2 years. Yet, even so, the gap between her and admission to Fengyun University remained vast. And that childhood friend she had once cast aside had actually secured a direct recommendation to the very institution of her dreams. At that moment, a tidal wave of regret engulfed Shun Lian's heart, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. While her spirit suffered a grievous blow, her physical injuries were no less relentless, with searing pain continuing to radiate through her body. In her remorse, it felt as if she were shedding blood tears. Deep down, she understood all too well that she and Yi Li were no longer of the same world. Detected 10 years of unrequited love for a childhood friend, overwhelmed with regret. Utterly shattered. Maliciousness value, 5,000. An unexpected gain. Yi Li, just disembarking from the high-speed train, paused momentarily, but soon dismissed it, continuing toward the distant exit. Only 3 days remained until the martial arts examination. High-level tempering techniques might be somewhat challenging, yet finding a mid-tier blood and qi tempering method should not prove too difficult. Regardless, advancing to the 3rd tier was certainly a priority. Everything else could be addressed later. At that point, he would directly enter the martial arts examination at the 3rd tier, crushing his competitors with sheer numerical superiority. Chapter 46. Unexpected Changes. Linhai City, High-Speed Train Station. A group from Linhai No. 1 High School was making their way toward the exit. Amidst the crowd, Yi Li walked slowly forward, glancing at Jiang Qingzhu beside him. "Do you have any suitable tempering methods?" The fact that she could procure a mid-tier breathing technique for him revealed the immense power of the forces behind her. The enhancement brought by white mist frost snow is indeed formidable, not only surpassing the speed of true qi recovery compared to warriors of the same tier, but also providing additional benefits during attribute allocation, clearly demonstrating the vast difference between it and ordinary breathing techniques. "I currently do not possess it." Jiang Qingzhu's eyes flickered as she pondered briefly. "However, I believe there is some at home. It may be difficult to obtain, but would it be acceptable for me to provide it to you next month?" Unlike the martial arts stored in the library, breathing techniques and cultivation methods that involve inheritance require substantial justification, even for Zhang's eldest daughter, to acquire from the elders. "I will be able to break through to the 5th level next month. Perhaps I can request to see it then." "Next month." Yi Li rubbed his forehead with a hint of exasperation. "Let us discuss it then. Since this avenue is not viable, I will need to seek assistance from Old U or Linhai No. 1 High School. The former has just returned to Fengyun University and is unlikely to visit Linhai City again in the near future, leaving Linhai number 1 high school as the only option. Very well. Jiang Qingzhu nodded lightly, not perceiving it as an urgent matter, especially since the other party had only just broken through to the second tier and should still be in the phase of stabilizing their realm. By the way, do you have any uncertainties regarding white mist frost snow? As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Yi Li, her tone laced with a hint of anticipation. I have achieved a modest mastery of this breathing technique. Feel free to pose any questions you may have. Yes, I understand. You may also inquire if there is anything you find unclear, Yi Li replied casually. The fact that the other party had mastered white mist frost snow to a minor degree after studying it for half a year truly marks them as a prodigy among their peers. Jiang Qingzhu. She initially intended to express that the areas she found confusing were likely beyond his comprehension. However, recalling the proud display of snowstorm he had recently exhibited, she fell silent. Since meeting Yi Li, Jiang Qingzhu has come to understand a profound truth. There exist individuals in this world who are beyond reason, collectively referred to as geniuses, and he is undeniably among this group. Contemplating this, she regarded him with a gaze imbued with a mix of admiration and longing. She wished to connect the young man with the Jiang family, offering anything in her possession, martial techniques, cultivation methods, and more. Should an ordinary person receive such favor from the eldest daughter of the extreme northern Jiang clan, they would have undoubtedly sought to ingratiate themselves, eager for the Jiang family's approval. Yet, the youth before her was entirely different. His unyielding demeanor suggested a complete indifference to the Jiang family's favor, exuding an air of immense confidence, an embodiment of extreme self-assurance. Such confidence is not uncommon among many talented warriors. However, when faced with such a coveted opportunity, even they would struggle to resist the allure. Yet here was Yi Li, seemingly unconcerned about his ties to the Jiang family, and audacious enough to retaliate against the Jiang family's eldest daughter. Jiang Qingzhu had never encountered anyone quite like him before. It is precisely for this reason that it appears so precious. There is no shortage of third-tier weapons at home. Shall I select one for you during the martial arts examination? She inquired softly. Yi Li nodded noncommittally, gazing toward the exit and asking, who are those people? Jiang Qingzhu followed his gaze, her expression suddenly filled with surprise. The enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau? Why are there so many? Outside the exit, where taxi drivers typically gathered, several figures clad in dark coats stood silently, strikingly prominent in the line of sight. Their expressions were cold and indifferent, with sharp eyes directed straight at Yi Li and the others behind him. Yi Li followed their line of sight and raised an eyebrow. He soon spotted a rather conspicuous individual approaching briskly under the escort of several others. The newcomer was tall and slender, appearing to be around 40 years of age, with large hands shackled in handcuffs. His demeanor was somber, eyes tightly shut, yet he moved with ease. Within Yi Li's illusory vision, the tall man emanated a dense aura, unmistakably indicating that he was no ordinary person. The young escorts surrounding him wore expressions of residual delight, each adorned with matching iron badges at their waists. Yi Li deliberately halted his steps, and as they passed by, he easily discerned the inscription on the badge, Zhenjiang University. This was indeed a martial arts university within the borders of Ying Province, albeit with considerably less comprehensive strength compared to Fengyan University. Oh, so it is the students from Zhenjiang University who are escorting the prisoner. Jiang Qingzhu, taking in the scene, expressed her astonishment and clarified. Martial arts universities occasionally issue tasks to capture fugitives. Once apprehended, the criminals are handed over to the nearest Qingyi Bureau for processing. I never expected to encounter this by chance. Upon hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly. This is my first time witnessing such an event. I wonder if pursuing a fugitive would yield any merit points. It seems unlikely. Such actions would classify one as a great hero ridding society of evildoers. And the system is not easily fooled. Not necessarily. Could excessive enforcement also be deemed a form of wrongdoing? Yi Li's thoughts began to wander. In his view, the group escorting the suspect swiftly exited the station. The enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau stepped forward, briefly comparing photographs before receiving the handcuff keys from the escorting party. The leading enforcer then approached, reaching into the tall man's clothing to inspect his bones and flesh, presumably to guard against any disguise techniques. As Yi Li exited the platform, he nodded slightly. This experience was indeed novel, and he resolved to pay closer attention to the wanted criminals within the province. Should he encounter one someday, it would provide an opportunity to test his conjectures. Although he was not fond of such protracted approaches, He found himself lacking an excuse to act. How frustrating it was to be unable to engage in a direct battle this time. No, that cannot be right. At that moment, the law enforcement officer inspecting the shackles suddenly underwent a drastic change in expression. It is known that ordinary shackles are as feeble as a mere thread binding a colossal elephant, easily shattered with a struggle. Hence, any student assigned to apprehend a fugitive would receive a pair of shackles of appropriate strength from the martial arts university at no cost. However, the pair he held at that moment, while sufficient for restraining an ordinary low-tier martial artist, was utterly inadequate for the major suspect before him, who was nearing the fourth tier. He let out a roar, intending to retreat. Just then, the tall, lean man before him abruptly opened his eyes. With a sharp metallic crack, the lean man shattered the chains binding his hands, his aura erupting fiercely, and then he delivered a powerful punch directly into the chest of the law enforcement officer. A sickening crunch echoed as the officer's chest visibly caved in, and he was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth, staining his dark blue coat. Director Chun. The onlookers gasped in horror. Witnessing this, the lean man's face broke into a wild grin. Initially fearing for his life, he was astonished to find that the students from Zhejiang University, in an attempt to save costs, had not equipped him with heavy shackles. This oversight granted him a precious moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity as the crowd stood momentarily stunned, he charged forward without hesitation. Like a speeding automobile, he barreled through a dozen bewildered bystanders, racing toward the distance. The remaining law enforcement officers swiftly regained their composure and sprang into action. One officer stayed behind to tend to the injured officer, while the others pursued the escaping lean man. However, the bustling train station was crowded, and many had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the earlier collision. Observing this scene, those who initially intended to give chase hesitated, their faces betraying a struggle, ultimately deciding to halt and assess the injured. Simultaneously, they contacted the officers stationed in the city, urging them to swiftly track down the lean man's whereabouts. At that moment, as the officer picked up the shackles from the ground, he abruptly looked up at the Zhejiang University students, incredulity lacing his voice as he questioned, "You didn't use the shackles inscribed with the binding array?" One of the students grimaced, yet mustered the courage to respond. "That old monster was already gravely injured when we found him. Shackles capable of restraining a third-tier martial artist are exceedingly rare, and we hope to save on expenses by using those of second-tier strength." "Fools!" the law enforcement officer bellowed. "Hurry and pursue. If that fiend harms anyone in the city, you will all face punishment." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Zhejiang University students paled, and they hurriedly began to chase after the direction the lean man had taken. It seemed they would need to ensure the students returned home early in the coming days. Wang Yongfeng shifted his gaze from the retreating figures, turning to the others with a tsk of his tongue, stating, "If my observations are correct, that suspect is none other than Xiang Bu, the notorious fugitive responsible for the murders of over a dozen pregnant women, which has stirred quite the uproar in Zhenjiang City. It is said that he was severely injured by the Qingyi Bureau of Zhenjiang, yet he remains a formidable peak-level third-tier warrior. After returning, you all should exercise caution." At that moment, his voice suddenly ceased. His gaze swept across the crowd, and a flicker of uncertainty appeared in his eyes. Not only him, but even Jiang Qingzhu, after glancing around, was momentarily taken aback. "Where is Yili?" Chapter 47. They should be thanking me. Ha! Amidst the intricate high-rises, a tall and slender man sprinted wildly, unable to suppress a maniacal laughter. Judging by the gasps from the crowd, the elderly man he had grievously injured must be the director of Linhai City. He is also the only individual in Linhai City nearing the fourth tier of martial arts. It is crucial to note that the various Qingyi bureaus throughout the Hanxiao region must remain vigilant against the secret realms outside the city and the fugitives within. Warriors of the fourth tier and above seldom have the luxury to assist everywhere. The students from the martial arts universities in Ying province rarely include any who have crossed into the fourth tier. This implies that, for the foreseeable future, the entirety of Linhai City is safe for me. With this thought, Xiangbu couldn't help but beam with joy. Even though he had been severely injured by that old wretch from Zhenjiang, he was still a genuine peak-level third-tier warrior. Despite the many embellishments, his rank remains evident. At present, focusing on survival, there is no one in Linhai City who can catch up to him. Suddenly, the hair on the back of Xiangbu's neck stood on end. A sharp sound of slicing air erupted beside him. "Who goes there?" Xiangbu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, instinctively lowering his head and sidestepping. Boom! A long spear grazed his scalp, crashing heavily into the ground before him, sending a shower of debris flying, while the spear quivered violently from the force. Xiangbu turned to look, his pupils constricting. He saw a dark figure hurtling towards him at an extraordinary speed, surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier warrior. With momentum, the figure tightened his right arm, and a punch that shattered the air landed heavily on Xiangbu's raised arm. Bang! Xiangbu intended to say something, but before he could utter a word, his body was sent spiraling away by the tremendous force. It turned out to be Yi Li Hu. Through the full exertion of the Tiangang treading void technique and Yulong riding the wind classic, had surged behind Xiangbu, his aura rising exponentially. Boom! Xiangbu crashed heavily against the wall, creating several cracks. He could only feel a peculiar vibration from the incoming fist, causing a tumult within his own energy and blood. It was only then that he finally discerned the appearance of his assailant. Black hair, golden eyes, a young man in an ink robe, with a golden waist badge fluttering in the wind, and a strikingly handsome face radiating intense killing intent. With Xiangbu's keen eyesight, he could easily read the words Fengyun University inscribed on the waist badge. You are from Fengyun University? Anger and astonishment surged within him as he could not help but question, how many credits can you earn by capturing me? The Qingyi Bureau is no longer pursuing. Do you really need to go to such lengths? Amidst Xiangbu's furious gaze, Yi Li let out a cold chuckle. You think too highly of yourself. I am not here to capture you. Rather, I have come solely to end your life. The youth's golden eyes blazed with an intensified fervor. And the moment his words fell, he propelled himself forward, his dark hair billowing in the wind. With the might of a perfect realm's dragon strike, he unleashed a torrent of true energy, channeling the force of thousands of kilograms into his fists. His blows descended like a tempest. Bold indeed, Xiangbu roared, equally stretching out his arms to meet the oncoming assault head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The air between them erupted in concentric ripples, fierce winds swirling as flesh met flesh. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the towering buildings swaying from the impact. Initially, Xiangbu found the weight of his opponent's punches astonishing, indicative of a fellow martial artist of his caliber, granting him a thrilling exhilaration. However, as the exchange continued, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon him. In mere moments, a chilling energy surged from within, causing his blood to roil uncontrollably, inducing a disorienting nausea. What in the world is this? The strange sensations coursing through him filled Xiangbu with trepidation. Not only were his adversary's punches frightfully heavy, but the variety of martial techniques employed left him utterly bewildered. Where did this divine being spring forth from? The sense of completeness in Yi Li's strikes only ignited a flicker of jealousy within Xiangbu. As a third-tier martial artist, you should comprehend my plight, he bellowed in fury. We, as third-tier warriors, have endured the rigors of training. And after slaying a few pregnant women, do we truly deserve death? I cannot comprehend. In response, Yi Li unleashed another dragon strike, imbued with a torrent of chilling energy, forcibly breaching Xiangbu's defenses. With the revival of his golden soul, the dance of the dragon in the wind, and the reinforcement of myriad techniques, he relentlessly pressed the severely injured third-tier peak warrior. In an instant, a pitch-black spear manifested in Yi Li's grasp, its tip radiating a blinding light, revealing a distinct dragon silhouette. The specter of death loomed ominously over Xiangbu. Spare me, he cried out in despair. I am a third-tier martial artist. I can atone for my sins. Even the Cleansing Anomaly Bureau would not execute me. His words held a kernel of truth. Third-tier peak warriors, as rare assets, could indeed be bound by secret methods to serve as a bulwark against the beasts beyond the city. This was part of the reason he harbored no fear of the Bureau. Yet, upon uttering these words, the youth before him did not halt his advance. Instead, a glint of cold light magnified in Xiangbu's eyes. If you slay me, the students of Zhenjiang University will not spare you. As his body went numb, immobilized, he uttered his final words, words that would echo as the last he would ever speak. In the next heartbeat, a gaping hole erupted in his chest, and with a sweeping dragon shadow, his vitality was extinguished in an instant. The system's prompt glowed a vibrant crimson. Kill a martial artist at the third-tier pinnacle. Evil value 10,000. Yi Li's spear quivered, blood splattering across the wall, its eerie red hue reflecting his blazing golden eyes. Clad in a pristine black robe, he remained as composed as when he first arrived. What nonsense are they babbling? Casually sheathing his spear, Yili turned back towards his original path, muttering indifferently. Who cares about your trivial matters? If you live, does that mean I must perish? Not long after, the faint sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Yili glanced up to see a group of students from Zhejiang University hastening towards him. Upon witnessing the scene behind Yili, their breaths caught momentarily, and their expressions soured. One stepped forward, his tone laced with a hint of anger. Friend, this is our mission. Your interference is unwarranted. Before he could finish, a golden waist token was tossed towards him. Frowning, he caught it, only for his countenance to freeze in shock. Tell your principal to come to Fengyun University tomorrow to apologize, along with your instructor. The young man in the black robe spoke with a calm voice. His icy golden gaze fixed on them. Is there a problem? As the words hung in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. The students from Zhejiang University appeared even more ashen than before. The golden waist token signified a core student of Fengyun University. When on mission, their standing was equivalent to that of a deputy director in the local Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs. Damn it, how could this be so unfortunate? The lead student's face turned ashen, filled with regret over their earlier decision. This task had been their blunder. And now they had coincidentally encountered a core student of Fengyun University, with the power held by the other side. They could easily be expelled from their institution with a mere word. However, after a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and said, No, thank you for your assistance. Yili nonchalantly extracted the waist token from his grip and continued on his way. Confirming his suspicions brought him a sense of satisfaction. Moreover, the martial examination was approaching, and these 2 chapters were merely a change of pace for the prominent figures. I extend my deepest gratitude for the gifts and accolades from esteemed readers. They invigorate my spirit. I humbly thank you. Additionally, I struggle with naming characters. If anyone has suggestions for names or character concepts, please leave your ideas here, and I will select a few to incorporate into the narrative. Chapter 48. I want them all. Thanks to the great Taoist, Dikin Bao, for the verification. Once Yili departed, the students from Zhejiang University exhaled in relief, their previously taught expressions finally easing. They turned to the young man at the forefront. Unable to restrain their curiosity, Fenggo, was that truly the golden waist token of Fengyun University? Their tone clearly betrayed their disbelief. Previously, they were too distant and had not held it in their hands. They merely caught a glimpse of the characters Fengyun University from afar. As for why they did not approach to verify on the spot, it was because, although the possibility of it being a forgery was inconsequential, should it prove authentic, they would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the youth clad in black, leading to far greater troubles. Moreover, given that the adversary had managed to slay a severely wounded peak-level 3rd-tier martial artist in such a brief period, it was evident that their prowess exceeded the 3rd tier, making the likelihood of them being the genuine article quite substantial. I have confirmed it just now, stated the leader of the group, his expression still ashen under the scrutiny of the onlookers. Damn it, when misfortune strikes, it feels as if one could choke on water. How few gold medals does the entirety of Fengyun University possess? To encounter such a formidable presence in a small place like Lehigh City, we must truly be cursed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned complex. While they were laboriously following the trail of the fugitive, the students of Fengyun University had come forth and eliminated the target. Now, they were to return to school and apologize to the principal and teachers. While they could only comply, there was no choice. After all, their adversaries were indeed formidable. With this in mind, they gritted their teeth and proceeded to deal with the body on the ground. Ironically, when the personnel from the Special Investigation Bureau arrived, they would have to report the accomplishments of the Fengyun University students. There was no worry of finding someone to commend. As the number of gold medal students from Fengyun University was limited, the school could easily ascertain who was present in Lehigh City. After inspecting the corpse, the leader was secretly astonished. Damn, that was ruthlessly executed. Even though Xiang Bu, the peak-level 3rd-tier martial artist, had been gravely injured, his final counterattack was no trivial matter. A typical 3rd-tier martial artist would not be easily slain without some cost. The decisiveness of the Fengyun University student, coupled with their ease in departing, suggested that any fugitive encountering them in the future would indeed be most unfortunate. As the sun rose high in the sky, a taxi carrying 4 passengers made its way toward Lehigh First High School. Inside, Wang Yongfeng, in the front passenger seat, was engaged in a phone call. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Jiang Qingzhu observed the striking youth in black attire beside her with keen interest. although he claimed to have stepped out to use the restroom. Why did he carry a faint scent of blood? Disregarding Jiang Qingzhu's gaze, Yili leaned against the car window, his eyes fixed outside. This was his first experience with taking a life, and surprisingly, he felt no urge to vomit. His heartbeat quickened slightly, filling him with a sense of exhilaration. When Yili was still at the first level of the second tier and faced Jiang Qingzhu, who was at the fourth level of the second tier. Even with the perfected Tianyang treading the void technique in hand, he had to endure a shot to unexpectedly subdue her. At that time, he relied on the information gap and his nearly invincible, indestructible golden soul. Now, however, standing against a peak-level third-tier martial artist, he, only half a step into the third tier, had managed to achieve a swift and unscathed kill. All right, I admit it, Yili acknowledged. The reason for the ability to swiftly eliminate opponents without sustaining injury primarily lies in the fact that the adversary is gravely wounded. Even so, the opponent managed to withstand several minutes of intense confrontation after entering the state of Golden Soul Revival. This is indeed alarming. It is the first time Yili has encountered such a formidable foe. Truly, a peak-level martial artist of the third tier. After this encounter, the true energy within him is nearly depleted. Had both parties been in their prime, Yili would have furrowed his brow and retreated behind his companions. Or perhaps stabilized his energy before launching an attack, lest he risk a setback. Nonetheless, one might question whether this instance can be deemed a swift, injury-free kill. A smile crept upon Yili's lips, although he lacked the humiliation aspect this time, resulting in a modest accumulation of malevolence points. The successful validation of his new hypothesis brought him considerable delight. Killing, even those steeped in malevolence, yields malevolence points, such as the weight of death. By this logic, might slaying aberrant beasts also grant rewards in malevolence points? Yili pondered, his thoughts wandering. At that moment, Wang Yongfeng, seated in the front passenger seat, ended a phone call and turned to Yili with a gentle smile. The treasured artifacts jointly sponsored by the two schools have arrived at your training room, accompanied by relevant instructions. Do remember to peruse them. Additionally, if you require anything else, do not hesitate to inform the school. They will reimburse you. Upon hearing this, Yili did not hold back. He promptly stated, I need a reasonably suitable forging technique. A forging technique? Wang Yongfeng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquiring. Isn't it a breathing technique? He assumed Yili had found an appropriate breathing method, given that he had not exhibited signs of depleting his true energy. Are you in such a hurry? If I exert myself, I could secure a high-level forging technique for you in a couple of days after the exam. Jiang Qingzhu suddenly interjected, her tone rising in surprise as she uttered words that astonished both Wang Yongfeng and the driver. You've already mastered white mist frost snow to a high level. Haven to you? The driver's astonishment stemmed solely from hearing the term high level. In contrast, Wang Yongfeng was shocked by the content of the girl's statement. If his memory served him correctly, white mist frost snow was the prestigious breathing technique passed down through generations in the Jiang family, likely more valuable than those circulating in the market. Setting aside how Yili acquired it, simply achieving mastery in such a technique typically requires years of dedication. Even for the most talented martial artists Wang Yongfeng could recall. And it seemed that Yili had known Jiang Qingzhu for less than 2 weeks. Had he really mastered it? Was it genuine? Wang Yongfeng, his throat dry, turned to look incredulously at the young man in the dark robe. He saw Yili casually nod. I suppose it can be considered mastery. At this response, a storm of emotions surged within Wang Yongfeng. It was indeed mastery. In merely 2 weeks, the mastery of the great achievement breathing technique has proven to be astonishingly formidable. He suddenly turned his gaze towards Jiang Qingzhu, only to find her remarkably composed, continuing her discourse. You should comprehend that, akin to the sustained endurance and accelerated training speed offered by the advanced breathing techniques, the advanced forging methods possess numerous extraordinary distinctions compared to conventional methods. Just as the furnace employed for metal forging varies, so too does the outcome depend on the methodology employed. Beyond the true blood realm, disparities exist even within the same rank. This is the essence of the saying. Therefore, would you consider waiting a few days for me? The young maiden, with her clear, sparkling eyes, posed her inquiry in a refreshing tone. I never said I wouldn't wait for you, Yili replied calmly, observing Jiang Qingzhu's momentary astonishment. Can I not have it all? Jiang Qingzhu. Wang Yongfeng. Chapter 49. Breaking through to the third tier. Gratitude to the esteemed Jinjuan for the daily encouragement. At Linhai No. 1 High School. As Wang Yongfeng was nearly igniting the floor with his fervent pacing, Yili swiftly acquired a technique known as the Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Classified as an advanced forging method, it is said that this is one of the most treasured techniques in Linhai No. 1 High School. Much to Vice Principal Li Haohan's chagrin, for no student in the history of the school had ever obtained a third-tier forging method before graduation. This was indeed a surprising turn of events. Within the training building, Yili entered his training room and casually shut the door behind him, gazing at the substantial volume of the Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Although Wang Yongfeng had fervently assured him that Principal Li would procure the advanced forging method from the ever-elusive headmaster next week, Yili pondered that by then Jiang Qingzhu would have already attained her advanced forging method. Why settle for less? He shook his head, initially intending to casually select a forging method to comfortably transition to the third tier before the martial examination. It would not be too late to acquire a superior forging method upon formally allocating his points. With this in mind, Yili approached the long table and picked up a ring shimmering with a faint glow. A simple examination revealed it to be a storage ring, likely a supplementary benefit provided by Linhai No. 1 High School. However, since he already possessed a gold medal as a storage item, the storage ring appeared somewhat superfluous. Paying it little heed, he withdrew the contents and arranged them on the table. There lay a savings card from Hanwha Bank, a smooth, round red pill, a set of silver protective armor, and an instruction manual. The first two items were most likely the rewards for formal team members, comprising 1 million Hanwha coins and a vitality elixir. The latter was presumably the so-called treasure jointly sponsored by the two schools. Yili picked up the instruction manual, and the words leaped into view. Third-tier intermediate treasure, armor of guardianship. Crafted from the silver horn of the third-tier exotic beast, the silver-horned rhinoceros. Infused with genuine energy, the armor seamlessly conforms to the body, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, while ensuring comfort and breathability, thus alleviating self-inflicted harm. Upon concluding the introduction, a hint of disdain flickered across Yi Li's visage. Perhaps the treasures produced by his own system were so ideally suited that he perceived this suit of armor as somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, better to have it than not at all. He had not anticipated any significant assistance from them. With a sigh, Yi Li returned the items on the table to his storage ring. Among them, the most valuable was undoubtedly this storage ring. To avoid confusion with the harmony ring adorning his right hand, he slipped the storage ring onto his left hand. Yi Li reclined on his training bed, his strikingly handsome features gradually settling into tranquility. He had no intention of postponing his ascension to the third tier until after the martial examination. This recent endeavor not only validated his suspicions, but also served as a clarion call for him to enhance his strength. If subduing an injured peak third-tier martial artist proved so arduous, what would become of him if the prodigies from the first academy of Shanzhou were all at the pinnacle of the second tier? That would render him utterly helpless. Such a fate was unacceptable. No one could impede his path to power. His increasingly formidable strength did not blind Yi Li. Rather, it rendered him even more lucid. To outsiders, he appeared to be a prodigious talent. Yet this unparalleled gift was built upon an extensive accumulation of malevolent deeds. To maintain such momentum, he must possess the capability to surpass those geniuses. Complacency was not an option. Yi Li chuckled lightly, seated at the edge of his bed, his mood swiftly stabilizing. Since he was already on this path, there was no room for uncertainty. Ultimately, in this world of martial prowess, only the strong can assert their will. System, grant me an increase. A pale blue light screen unfolded before Yi Li as vast quantities of malevolent points surged into the panel. Current malevolent points, 36, 200 ding. Consuming malevolent points, commencing the cultivation technique, Great Sun Alchemical Furnace. Previously, you had clumsily refined your blood, with 1 foot already in the threshold of the true blood realm. Now, revisiting this cultivation technique feels akin to a student reviewing material after having solved the problems. Achieving results with half the effort. Gained enhancement, cultivation speed increased by 50. Upon expending 2,000 points of malevolence, you realize that although this level of tempering technique incorporates deeper cultivation theories, its complexity pales in comparison to that of the breathing technique. With a mere glance, you grasp its true essence. After consuming 4,000 points of malevolence, you have learned to simulate the Great Sun's vaporization, allowing the temperature within your body to soar, as your blood undergoes a gradual transformation in this intense heat. Upon consuming 6,000 points of malevolence, your comprehension of this tempering technique deepens. and with each breath, scorching white vapor escapes from your mouth. After expending 10,000 points of malevolence, you finally understand the enhancement methods recorded within this tempering technique, a sudden clarity flooding your heart. After consuming 12,000 points of malevolence, you master the technique of imbuing your true energy with a burning effect, enabling you to cultivate fire-based martial arts with remarkable efficiency, significantly enhancing their potency. As a byproduct, your ability to withstand heat has improved, and your understanding of tempering techniques, particularly those of the third tier, has deepened. A torrent of text materializes upon the luminous screen. Yili exhales quietly, the sensation of heat distinctly palpable. Although he never smoked in his past life, he inexplicably contemplates that if he deliberately channels the true energy with burning properties within him, he could easily ignite a cigarette even without a lighter. A newfound practical ability has been acquired. Moreover, with a mere thought, a boiling sensation envelopes his blood, akin to a piece of fine iron cast into a searing furnace, devoid of unbearable heat, instead giving rise to a sense of gradual transformation. Without hesitation, Yili embarks on his cultivation enhancements. Ding! As malevolence points are consumed, your martial arts level begins to ascend. Your tempering technique has reached perfection. Under its influence, the originally 100 steps of progress have traversed 99, leaving only the final push. After expending 200 points of malevolence, a golden glow envelopes your blood, your bones resonate, and a feeling of complete clarity permeates your entire being. Enhancements conclude, and you ascend to the first layer of the third tier. Current martial arts level, third tier, first layer, 0, current malevolence points, 24,000. With the emergence of the final line of text, Yili's aura surges dramatically. He radiates the essence of a perfectly crafted elixir, exuding a sense of completeness. The transformed blood and bones reflect each other, significantly enhancing his senses to a terrifying degree, rendering him untouchable by the slightest of nuisances. His void-like black eyes shine with an otherworldly brilliance, as if capable of unraveling the very essence of existence. There exists no so-called bottleneck. This third-tier threshold, which has ensnared countless martial artists, is breached within mere breaths. This marks the third stage. Feeling the surging true energy and the intensity of vital blood within him, Yili suppressed the astonishment evident on his face. Next, he must prepare for the martial arts examination set to take place in 2.5 days. He pondered how much benefit the renowned Shano No. 1 High School could potentially bring him. Yili felt a flicker of anticipation. Meanwhile, at Shanzhou No. 1 High School, Yang Wanfeng had just concluded his training and was engaged in a significant discussion regarding the martial arts examination with his sister, Yang Wan. "Brother, how should I teach that Yili a lesson?" Yang Wan languidly reclined on the ground of the spacious training area, seemingly casual in her inquiry. "Waner, how many times must I tell you not to underestimate your opponent?" Yang Wanfeng replied with a weary smile. "If you do not activate the blood-burning secret method, you are likely no match for Tang Yao. He has defeated her, so he certainly possesses the ability to overpower you as well. Even if you could best him after activating the secret method, what of it? This is a martial arts examination. You must hunt the beasts within the examination points to score points." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and continued, "Moreover, aside from the final 6 hours of free combat, should you rashly engage him at any other time and he reports you to the proctor, what will you do then?" "Well, if it comes to that, I shall simply not attend the martial arts university, and you can support me for a lifetime," Yang Wan retorted dismissively. In her view, the mere act of Yili usurping her brother's guaranteed admission transformed him from an inconsequential participant in the martial arts examination into a villain of the highest order. Furthermore, the highest points are awarded for hunting the beasts in the core area of the examination point. If Yili seeks to claim the top position, he will inevitably confront her and her companions. Given this inevitability, she was determined to seek a satisfying resolution by teaching him a lesson. "Waner, do not throw a tantrum," Yang Wanfeng said, sitting on the ground beside her. "Did I not assure you that I would confront him? Why the rush?" Without even glancing at him, Yang Wan huffed angrily. "Because you are too lenient, brother. Even if you say you will confront him, you will certainly hold back. You always stop short." At her words, Yang Wanfeng's eyes flickered. In truth, while he may not have overtly dealt harshly with those he had in mind, he had secretly taken revenge on them afterward. This was something Yang Wan was clearly unaware of. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wanfeng sighed with an air of resignation. "Very well. Since you despise him so much, It seems there is no other way. Speak. How do you wish to teach him a lesson? Your brother will support you in this endeavor. Really? Upon hearing this, Yang Wan sat up excitedly from the ground and gazed at Yang Wanfeng, eagerly inquiring, "Is anything permissible?" Yang Wanfeng, with a deliberate appearance of hesitation on his refined face, sighed with a semblance of resignation as he responded, "When have I ever deceived you, dear sister? Although my initial intention was merely to engage in a friendly spar, seeing your disdain for him compels me to impart a lesson. Please, do tell." Yang Wan exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Yang Wanfeng's embrace. "I knew you would be the best brother." After a brief pause, she added, somewhat shyly, "Brother, I've already devised a plan for how to teach him a lesson." Yang Wanfeng's spirits lifted at her words. "What do you propose?" "The core area of the martial arts examination site transmits live footage, does it not?" she replied. "Indeed," Yang Wanfeng nodded. "The core area employs special means to capture relevant footage of promising martial arts students for real-time broadcasting. Due to high costs, students wandering in the outer or even inner zones are not eligible for such coverage." "What are you planning?" he inquired. "I want to strip him of his clothing and hang him from the tallest tree for all to see," Yang Wan declared with fervor, envisioning his humiliation before the entire province's faculty and students, thinking it would deter him from stealing from others in the future. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Yang Wanfeng instinctively smiled at her words, but quickly composed himself, furrowing his brow. Moreover, in previous years, even second-tier warriors faced severe injuries from the beasts in the core area. For his own safety, he might avoid the core zone entirely, and the beasts in the inner area also yield significant points. "Brother, I haven't finished yet," Yang Wan interjected with a triumphant expression. "If he avoids the inner area, it works to my advantage. There will be no concern about residual footage. When the final 2 hours of free sparring commence, you can deal with him however you wish." "That seems inappropriate," Yang Wanfeng hesitated, appearing quite resistant to the notion. Yet, his slightly trembling hand, fueled by excitement, betrayed his true feelings. "Oh, what's wrong with that?" Seeing her brother's reluctance, Yang Wan grasped his hand, her tone pleading. "He's usurped your opportunity for a direct admission, and now the entire school is abuzz with talk about it. We cannot continue to be so magnanimous." Perhaps it was due to Yang Wanfeng's frequent mention of the direct admission spots at Fengyun University, or perhaps the teacher's penchant for using tales of prodigies to motivate their students. At this moment, hundreds of martial arts students at Shanzhou No. 1 High School were aware of a student named Yi Li from Lehigh City, who likely secured a direct admission spot to Fengyun University. Naturally, Yang Wanfeng, who often boasted about such opportunities, felt somewhat foolish. Indeed, it was as anticipated. As the matter was brought up, a flicker of irritation appeared in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, only to dissipate swiftly. He inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "Indeed, that Yi Li is exceedingly overbearing. If I do not reveal a hint of my prowess, he may truly believe me to be easy prey." Reflecting on his previous encounter with Tang Yao, he recalled how he had been utterly indifferent to the opponent's dignity, exhibiting a brutally aggressive fighting style that left onlookers astounded. If I were to teach him a lesson during this martial examination, it would serve as a boon for the populace. Yang Wan's petite face instantly brightened with a radiant smile. "Brother, in my eyes, you have always been a paragon of virtue. Have you forgotten? Everyone at school has called you a pure and brilliant genius." "I am well aware of that." Yang Wanfeng humbly waved his hand, expressing a hint of exasperation, "but do not rejoice too soon. Even if I agree to teach him a lesson, finding him will pose a challenge. Rest assured," Yang Wan declared, patting her slightly inflated chest, her long hair cascading down to her waist swaying with the motion. She smiled proudly. "I knew you would acquiesce to my request, so I discussed it with the others this morning. Whoever encounters Yi Li, aside from us, will lead him towards the core area. He will absolutely have no escape." With that proclamation, under Yang Wanfeng's approving gaze, Yang Wan clasped her hands before her flat abdomen, turned, and her tone brimmed with anticipation. "It is foolproof. Oh, I truly look forward to seeing the expression on that fellow's face when the time comes." The scale of the provincial martial examination was immense, engulfing the entire province in a fervent tide. The tense atmosphere loomed like an invisible net, enveloping the hearts of each martial examinee, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. In such a charged environment, time seemed to hasten unusually. The brief span of 3 days vanished like a fleeting shadow, when the first rays of morning sunlight cascaded over the outskirts of Shanzhou City. A long-awaited thrill began to permeate the air. Outside Shanzhou City, before an expansive, magnificent secret realm, stood a temporarily erected colossal camp. Figures emanating powerful auras gradually appeared before the camp, their gazes fixed on the distant city, their eyes glimmering. There, hundreds of buses were arriving in succession, accompanied by dozens of escorting military armored vehicles. This place was poised to become the turning point in the destinies of thousands of martial artists. The stage for the provincial martial examination had been set, awaiting the arrival of its protagonists. Chapter 51. Face-to-face taunt, Li Sh and Secret Realm, as a historical examination site within Yingxing Province. The primary characteristic of the Secret Realm is its vast space and relatively low-grade exotic beasts. Typically, it remains in a state of prohibition and prior to the examination. A 7th-tier martial arts master is specially invited to meticulously inspect the realm to prevent the emergence of 4th-tier exotic beasts. However, it seems that the Secret Realm possesses its own rules of suppression, as there has never been a 4th-tier exotic beast recorded throughout the years. However, just to be cautious, the matters that require the Grandmaster's inspection have not diminished over the course of a year. With such a multitude of martial seeds, it is inevitable that a new generation of formidable martial artists will emerge in several decades, or even centuries. Before the Rift Mountain Secret Realm, at the makeshift camp, a vast throng of people stood on the plain before the Secret Realm in the early morning, their expressions varying greatly. Kai Guoqing stood at the forefront of the camp, his demeanor solemn as he gazed down at the numerous young martial practitioners, his thoughts swirling. At long last, the day has arrived. The talented youth of Ying Province have gathered here today. The twin stars of the Yang family from Shanzhou City, the young lady of the Jiang family from Linhai City, the dark horse known as Yi Li, the little king from Jiang City, and Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion of Qingshan City. Oh? Why does Qingshan City appear to be in such disarray? As his gaze fell upon a group of martial artists from Qingshan City, confusion flickered in Kai Guoqing's eyes. Among them, several hundred were wrapped in bandages and clad in steel plates, looking quite miserable, while the remaining hundreds occasionally directed resentful glances towards the martial artists from Linhai City. Yet, upon the handsome young man in the elegant black robe casting a glance their way, they immediately became obedient. How peculiar. I shall inquire with the teachers of Qingshan First High later, Kai Guoqing mused, dismissing his thoughts as he stepped forward and addressed the crowd in a loud voice. I am Kai Guoqing, the chief coordinator of this Ying Province martial examination. Just as the scholars who have toiled for a decade in their studies, today is also the moment for you, the martial students who have endured years of hardship in your training, to validate the fruits of your labor. I presume the leaders from your respective schools have delivered numerous pre-battle motivational speeches, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Allow me to succinctly outline the rules. He rambled on for a considerable length of time, while the tens of thousands of martial examinees listened intently. Among the crowd, the handsome young man in the pristine black robe nodded frequently in agreement. The rules of the martial examination are rather straightforward. According to Kai Guoqing, the Rift Mountain Secret Realm behind him is divided into 3 areas: the outer region, the inner region, and the core area. The outer region primarily consists of early-stage first-tier beasts, akin to the first 2 or 3 levels of regular extraordinary creatures, yielding lower scores upon defeat. The inner region predominantly features mid to late-stage first-tier beasts, and even some early-stage second-tier beasts, offering higher scores for their defeat. As for the core area, it is largely inhabited by second-tier beasts, and occasionally even a few third-tier beasts, providing the highest scores. Each participant is equipped with a talisman-like artifact, which can be utilized in emergencies to create a protective shield against harm and to transmit their location to external devices for rescue purposes. Naturally, once someone employs it, it signifies the premature conclusion of their martial examination. As for the extraordinary beasts, Yi Li held little interest. However, this so-called talisman piqued his curiosity. If its strength were excessively high, it might impact his endeavor to accrue malevolent points. Nevertheless, his concern was minimal. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Li decided not to dwell on this matter. The reason was quite simple. A low-level talisman capable of producing thousands at once. How exquisite could its craftsmanship truly be? Even if it merely withstands a single strike from my dragon riding the wind technique, it would suffice as a testament to its diligence. Yet, judging by the recent display, the students from other martial arts high schools in Qingshan City, though undoubtedly harboring resentment towards him, might lack the courage to take action. Contemplating this, Yi Li's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Heaven forbid, your cherished idol lies defeated beneath my feet, and you have no thoughts of vengeance? Do not succumb to the enemy's oppressive might. I harbor no underestimation of the bonds that bind you. Do not tell me you lack the audacity to retaliate. It seems I must bestow another beating upon Tang Yao to awaken their primal instincts. With this thought, Yili's gaze shifted, sweeping over the distant figure of the sword-clad girl, who was biting her lip. She seemed to sense his scrutiny, her previously resolute countenance suddenly paling. The martial examination commenced at 8:30 in the morning and was set to last for a full 24 hours. From the encampment above, Kai Guoqing called out in a grave tone, I remind you once more, the martial examination is no trifling matter. A single misstep could result in death within. Moreover, aside from the core area where combat is unrestricted, fighting in other regions is only permitted during the final 6 hours. For the remainder of the time, mutual attacks are strictly prohibited. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification from the examination, along with a formal reprimand and a nullification of the examination results. His tone was exceptionally serious, and against the backdrop of his formidable aura, it conveyed a significant sense of intimidation. The rationale behind this rule is clear. It aims to prevent chaos among participants in the secret realm, which could adversely affect the examination results. However, outright banning mutual attacks is impractical, as future encounters in the secret realm may include assaults from fellow martial artists. We cannot allow young warriors to assume that adversaries within the secret realm will refrain from attacking one another, otherwise, it could lead to fatal consequences. Upon hearing this, Yili maintained his calm demeanor, revealing no dissatisfaction. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu approached, presenting him with a sharp spear of blue and gold. Softly stating, a high-tier third-grade treasure, the bloodstained sea dragon spear enhances the power of water-based martial techniques and amplifies cold resistance. Thank you, Yili replied, taking the spear with a polite nod. Aside from storage treasures, each individual is permitted to carry 3 treasures, making this spear a perfect addition. No need for thanks. I will find time to visit the core area. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Yili stored the spear in his ring, calmly stating, then, I wish you good fortune. With that, he turned and departed. With time still before 8:30, he intended to wander about and accrue some enmity. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Jiang Qingzhu bit her crimson lip, her gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Yili, I shall surely gain admission to Fengyun University. Wait for me. Among the crowd, a strikingly handsome youth clad in a dark robe meandered casually through the crowd. At his waist, a resplendent golden badge gleamed conspicuously, its intricate silver lettering evoking envy in the eyes of many martial arts students. Before long, he arrived at his destination, the gathering place for martial arts students in Shanzhushi. Not recognizing anyone around him, Yili boldly positioned himself at the forefront of the group, waiting with an air of indifference. According to Master Yu's words, such behavior was tantamount to face-to-face mockery. Meanwhile, within the ranks of Shanzhushi, whispers erupted upon the appearance of the youth adorned with the golden badge. Yang Wanfeng, who had been light-heartedly joking with his teammates to ease the atmosphere, felt his smile freeze as he overheard the surrounding discussions. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the coveted golden badge that had occupied his thoughts day and night, causing his eyelids to involuntarily twitch. Undoubtedly, such a golden badge was reserved for those noteworthy students within the prestigious Fengyun University. As the smile faded from Yang Wanfeng's face, his hands gradually clenched, his eyes fixed intently on the nonchalant youth in the dark robe. The mere possession of this badge revealed the youth's significant status. With the martial arts examination imminent, his presence here, rather than waiting in his own city, was clearly a display of arrogance. Knowing that Yang Wanfeng harbored resentment towards him, how dare he come specifically to provoke? With this thought in mind, a surge of murderous intent flickered momentarily in Yang Wanfeng's eyes. In his view, Yili's actions were tantamount to courting death. Brother, what's wrong? Yang Wan, noticing his unusual demeanor, inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, Yang Wanfeng replied, his expression softening as he chuckled lightly. I just saw someone I'm rather concerned about and got a bit distracted. He was acutely aware that they had yet to enter the secret realm. Should he act now, he would immediately forfeit his qualification for the examination. He resolved to endure for a while longer. Once inside the secret realm, he would employ his unique abilities to locate his rival during the final 6 hours. Then, there would be tears to shed. With a deep sigh, Yang Wanfeng suppressed his fleeting murderous intent, yet it seemed the dark-robed youth sensed something, casually glancing in their direction. Hearing Yang Wanfeng's words, Yang Wan began to survey the area. The person you're concerned about? Who is it? Their gazes swiftly met. Yili's eyes were calm, yet held a hint of scrutiny. Yang Wan's pupils quivered slightly, her gaze immediately fixating on the striking golden badge. A frown creased her delicate brow, and a flicker of anger surfaced on her sweet face. Brother, I think I spotted that Yili. Indeed, I see him too. The gaze lingered on Yili, and a faint smile played on Yang Wanfeng's lips as he spoke in a calm voice. It seems he is a rather ostentatious fellow. I shall ensure he learns a lesson. Meanwhile, as their conversation unfolded, the young man in the ink robe had already turned around, his expression composed, striding purposefully towards them. Observing this, Yang Wan's heart inexplicably quickened. A hint of nervousness creeping into her voice. He is coming over. Yang Wanfeng's demeanor, however, swiftly turned frosty. The two siblings had merely exchanged glances. Yet he approached them directly. What could this mean? Subtly positioning himself in front of Yang Wan, he regarded the ink-clad youth with an air of superiority. Though the sacred grounds forbade casual confrontations, should the other party strike first, the situation would certainly shift. He would ensure the young man experienced firsthand what it meant to face the most exceptional martial talent of the Yang family. Yili soon came to a halt before the two, raising his dark eyes. Despite being of similar height to Yang Wanfeng, the latter felt an unsettling sensation of being looked down upon. This peculiar feeling was shared by several students from Shanzhou City. The young man then inquired casually, "What is so amusing?" Yang Wanfeng furrowed his brows slightly, responding with a hint of mockery, "Are we not allowed to laugh? Your temper seems rather excessive, doesn't it?" Behind him stood numerous students who had once held him in high esteem. For the sake of his pride, his tone inadvertently took on a more assertive edge. In the wake of his words, Yang Wan, as if emboldened by some unseen force, scoffed derisively, "You merely obtained a reserved spot through backdoor means, surely. Some do not genuinely believe themselves invincible." She continued, peering around Yang Wanfeng's shoulder to fix her gaze on Yili, lifting her chin like a proud swan. "Otherwise, be cautious of a beating." "Ah, so that is it." Yili nodded slightly, surveying the surroundings. He noticed the students from Shanzhou No. One high school casting him hostile glances. Clearly, this pair before him was their leader, as evidenced by the uniform demeanor of their peers. No wonder his heightened senses detected an undercurrent of hostility. It appeared he had inadvertently provoked the main figures. With this realization, Yili turned his attention to Yang Wan. Chuckling lightly as he asked, "It seems you have already devised a plan to deal with me?" "Not a plan," Yang Wan asserted, raising a finger and shaking it playfully. A triumphant smile gracing her lips. "It's a reckoning. I have already contemplated how to deal with you, you thick-skinned rogue. Wanner, do not speak nonsense." Yang Wanfeng chastised her feigned indignation. He then turned to Yili, offering a nonchalant smile. "My sister can be a bit mischievous. Do not take her words to heart. She is merely jesting." After a brief pause, he smiled gently and said, "However, if possible, I would like to experience classmate Yili's prowess in the last 6 hours. I wonder if Brother Yili has the courage to accept this challenge?" Upon hearing this, a peculiar glint appeared in the eyes of the students from Shanzhou City, who looked on with a mix of schadenfreude at the young man adorned with a gold medal. Yang Wan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, fully aware that her brother was deliberately provoking Yili into anger. To eliminate any possibility of refusal, her brother had devised a subtle scheme. Clearing her throat, Yang Wan was about to join in the mockery when a deep, solemn voice resonated from above. "We shall now commence the secret realm transmission. All examinees, please return to your respective teams to be in closer proximity to your teammates." It was well known that the greater the distance before transmission, the further apart the participants would be after. Conversely, those who held hands were likely to arrive at the same location. This had been a fundamental point discussed by the instructors before the examination began. Just as Yang Wan felt a stir in her heart and was about to grasp Yang Wanfeng's hand, a mocking laughter echoed in her ears. "The last 6 hours? Wouldn't it be better for you to experience it right now?" As soon as the words left the speaker's lips, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon Yang Wanfeng. Almost instantaneously, a dark shadow streaked through the air like a meteor, appearing before him with an ethereal grace, enveloped in a surge of white cloud-like energy that accentuated his handsome visage, rendering him almost otherworldly. Yili's expression remained calm, yet there was an unsettling tempest brewing in his brow, concealed malice evident in his demeanor. He could no longer tolerate the refined youth before him. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a seemingly casual palm strike, bolstered by the force of tens of thousands of kilograms. In that instant, alarm bells rang in Yang Wanfeng's mind, and as the long hand approached, an immense sense of threat made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He could not afford to be distracted by the dazed Yang Wan behind him. He swiftly channeled his inner energy, green light surging around his arms as he braced himself, summoning all his strength to defend. The aura of a second-tier 8th-level warrior erupted from his being, drawing even the attention of Kai Guoqing above. Have you lost your mind? We're only allowed to battle in the last 6 hours. Yang Wanfeng shouted in a mix of fury and astonishment. Fool, I am guaranteed admission, Yili replied nonchalantly, his long hand descending upon Yang Wanfeng's glowing arms. Almost simultaneously, a massive transmission array rose from the earth below, enveloping the figures of thousands of martial arts examinees in an instant. In the shocked and horrified gazes of Yang Wan and the students from Shanzhou City, Yang Wanfeng felt the scenery around him shift abruptly, followed by an overwhelming force surging from his arms. The terrifying power shattered his limbs, and as it struck his chest, the once resilient flesh that had been so proud let out a mournful groan. In a vast expanse of dense forest, Yang Wanfeng spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, his emaciated form hurtling backward with tremendous force. He crashed through over a dozen large trees, rolling along the ground for several dozen revolutions, before finally colliding heavily with the trunk of a gigantic tree, where he came to an arduous halt. Gasping for breath, Yang Wanfeng felt his throat filled with thick blood, his vision clouded with golden stars, dizziness overwhelming him, and excruciating pain radiating from every part of his body. Yet, in comparison to the agony coursing through his body, the sheer shock reverberating within his heart was far more intense. He raised his head with great effort, straining to gaze at the imposing figure approaching him with measured steps. An overwhelming look of terror flooding his eyes as he managed to utter, You are at the 3rd tier. The aura surrounding that figure was as complete as a precious pill, capable of unleashing the physically taxing technique known as pill burst, which could significantly enhance bodily functions, an exclusive skill of the 3rd tier true blood realm. For martial artists below the 3rd tier, it was akin to a dimensional blow. No wonder he could sense my gaze. No wonder he secured a recommendation from Wind and Cloud University. That time he defeated Tang Yao. He was merely pretending to be weak, allowing others to believe he required secret methods. A tempest of dread surged within Yang Wanfeng, a profound terror rising from the depths of his heart. Had he known his opponent had ascended to the 3rd tier, he would never have acquiesced to Yang Wan's request. Even though the Yang family's secret techniques could elevate his strength to rival that of a 3rd tier warrior, he could scarcely rise, let alone employ the burning blood secret art. Severely injured, Yang Wanfeng, the most outstanding genius of the Yang family in the past decade, has accumulated 3,000 points of malevolence. Detected a significant amount of fear emanating from Yang Wanfeng towards you, accruing an additional 2,000 points of malevolence. Ignoring the terror etched upon his opponent's face, Yili directly knelt before the refined young man and calmly inquired, The 3rd tier exudes such ferocity. Why not give me another laugh as a test? Additionally, enlighten your father about how you and your sister plan to deal with me? Chapter 53. Apologies, but I must disappoint you. Upon hearing Yili's voice, tranquil yet laced with a hint of mockery, Yang Wanfeng, lying on the ground, moved his lips, finally tremblingly responding, She merely wishes to spar with you. With a swift motion, a long spear of blue and gold manifested in Yi Li's grasp, which he then forcefully thrust into Yang Wanfeng's thigh. The sound of tearing flesh resonating sharply in the air. Oh! A piercing scream erupted from Yang Wanfeng's lips, and instinctively, he reached to pull it out, only to be met with a heavy slap from the youth across his face. Bang! The tremendous force struck his face, leaving Yang Wanfeng's ears ringing. His mind in a haze, and with the remnants of his consciousness, he instinctively turned to look ahead. All he could see were the enigmatic, shimmering black eyes of the ink-clad youth. Deception. Yi Li's voice bore no discernible emotion, yet it was imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is your final opportunity. How do you and your sister intend to dispose of me? She. Take your time to think before you speak. I sincerely advise you. In the midst of a tense moment, Yi Li lightly flicked the gun handle with his fingers, causing the firearm to tremble slightly as he calmly declared, Indeed. The sound echoed ominously. Yang Wanfeng clenched his teeth tightly, the intense pain prompting involuntary grimaces and heavy breaths, his mind momentarily blank. Why? Why did he recognize this as a falsehood? Yi Li raised his gaze. 3. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's heart tightened sharply. If he spoke, given the other's current demeanor, Yang Wan's fate would undoubtedly be grim. Should he truly reveal the truth? Once uttered, Wanner would be doomed. As her elder brother, the turmoil within Yang Wanfeng's pupils oscillated between expansion and contraction, reflecting a fierce inner conflict. Yili abruptly drew forth his long gun, positioning it before Yang Wanfeng's cultured, yet bloodied visage. In the latter's eyes, the youth emanated an astonishing authority, rendering him incapable of fathoming the thoughts concealed within his adversary's mind. A profound dread weighed heavily upon Yang Wanfeng's heart. At the moment Yi Li's brow furrowed slightly, a tempestuous wind surged past his ears, and the sensation of impending death gripped his heart. In a state of despair, he cried out, "I will speak! I will speak!" Several hundred meters away, amidst a dense thicket, a young girl with a sweet countenance stood in a clearing, gazing dazedly at the surrounding foliage. She vaguely recalled that in the final second before being transported into the secret realm, the boy in the dark robe had exuded an overwhelming aura, striking down upon her brother's arms. Yang Wan's breath quickened as she rose from the ground, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Although her brother possessed formidable strength, having mastered the blood-burning secret technique to an advanced level, that Yi Li's confidence was frighteningly potent, his presence even more formidable than her own. He had even triumphed over Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion. How was it that she had previously underestimated his prowess, only to feel a sudden surge of anxiety now? Yang Wan bit her lip, striving to regain her composure. This was the periphery of the cracked mountain secret realm, where strange beasts could appear at any moment. Despite her own capabilities to easily dispatch such creatures, she needed to remain vigilant. Her brother had reached the second stage, 8th level in martial arts. Even if Yi Li had the advantage of secret techniques allowing him to fight above his rank, the disparity between them remained significant. Even if he managed to startle her brother with a surprise attack, it would hardly create any substantial waves. She had to believe in him. He was her brilliant elder brother, a prodigy who had shone for over a decade, standing at the pinnacle of the Yenzhou First Middle School. He would undoubtedly prevail against that unremarkable Yi Li. Yang Wan clenched her fists, her eyes reigniting with a glimmer of hope. During the transportation, she had been merely 5 or 6 meters away from the two, and she surmised that the distance now would not be too far off. Orienting herself, she set off towards the direction from whence the earlier rumblings had come. On the road, various strange beasts emerged continuously, predominantly low-tier creatures like giant wood mice and skeletal soldiers. Strangely, these creatures did not attack Yang Wan. Instead, they fled frantically as if confronted by a fearsome foe. Considering her score, Yang Wan casually eliminated them, collecting the precious blood from their hearts. As she progressed, the device on her wrist steadily accumulated points. Soon, a subtle scent of blood wafted through the gentle breeze, followed by a familiar aura from her memories. It was her brother. He must have triumphed. A wave of joy surged in Yang Wan's heart as she hurried her pace, darting from the dense forest into an open space ahead. "Brother!" she exclaimed joyfully. In the next moment, her voice abruptly ceased, and her pupils constricted sharply. She beheld a tall, straight-backed youth clad in black, standing not far away. In front of him, her brother Yang Wanfeng, bloodied and terrified, gazed at her with an expression of profound guilt that lingered in his eyes. Upon noticing Yang Wan's arrival, the youth in black casually lifted his gaze. Then, seemingly perceiving the remnants of hope in the girl's eyes, he smirked slightly, his hair brushing gently in the wind as he held a bloodstained spear, his tone rising faintly. "I'm truly sorry to disappoint you." At these words, Yang Wan's heart tightened painfully. Undoubtedly, the elegant young man lying beneath the tree, in a pitiful posture, was indeed her ambitious brother from Shanzhou No. 1 High School. Yet now, he appeared utterly despondent, filled with a profound sense of guilt. The youth in black possessed cold, unyielding eyes. His flat tone instantly enveloped the area in an icy aura of murderous intent. Yang Wan, clasping her mouth in shock, stared at the scene, unable to comprehend how her once proud brother had fallen to such a state. The overwhelming sight rendered her legs heavy as lead, rooted in place, her mind momentarily paralyzed. Her brother, a second-tier 8th-level prodigy, capable of contending with third-tier warriors using secret techniques, had now met such a fate at the hands of Yi Li. Wanner. Yang Wanfeng noted the expression on his sister's face, and a surge of shame and anger welled up within him, his skin burning with humiliation. How magnificent he had once been. Now, he had been defeated by such an opponent, especially before the sister who admired him so dearly. The vast humiliation threatened to drown Yang Wanfeng's rationality. However, he was fortunate enough to retain a strategy. If Wanner could buy him 5 minutes, he could use his abilities to recover some strength. As long as he could unleash the blood-burning secret technique, even if this youth was a third-tier warrior, he could still fight back. Upon this reflection, Yang Wanfeng endeavored to calm his tumultuous spirit, deliberately displaying a bitter countenance. His eyes brimming with tears as he gazed up at Yang Wan, tremblingly imploring, "Wanner, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me." This man, before he could finish his sentence, the boy in the ink robe struck him sharply across the face, sending bloodied teeth flying from his mouth, leaving his head ringing. "Must you perform such theatrics?" Yi Li remarked, his brow furrowed in disdain as he flicked the blood from his palm. Speaking with a hint of condescension, "If you truly cared, why did you acquiesce so readily earlier? Now you speak as if you were the villain." Yi Li, observing Yang Wanfeng's dire predicament, Yang Wan finally regained her composure. Her trembling gaze suddenly fixed upon the boy in the ink robe, incredulously exclaiming, "What are you doing? Does it require explanation?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he replied, "As you can see, I am merely engaging in a spar with your brother." "Is this how one engages in a spar?" Yang Wan shouted in anger, witnessing her beloved brother subjected to such humiliation. She knew that if she did not act now, she would not be the proud heiress of the Yang family. Her aura surged with newfound strength, her internal energy roaring forth. "Die!" she cried, her eyes aflame with fury, fists clenched as she charged toward the boy in the ink robe, unleashing a powerful punch. The force was fierce, rivaling that of a speeding automobile. The gale-force winds rushed toward Yi Li, yet a smile crept upon his lips. He tightened his fingers into a fist, stamping the ground with ferocity, his inner energy exploding once more as he retaliated with a punch that resonated like a drum. Boom! The two forces collided violently, Yang Wan's energy dissipating like fragile paper, effortlessly torn apart. The punch struck her arm with a resounding impact. A distinct cracking sound echoed. Crack! The graceful figure was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into sturdy trees that splintered upon impact. With a thunderous crash, Yang Wan lay in disarray amidst the wreckage. As the dust settled, she found herself surrounded by shattered wood, her delicate arm now contorted at a grotesque angle. Ah! The excruciating pain shot through her arm, causing her once sweet visage to twist uncontrollably in agony, her piercing screams resonating through the air. "It hurts! It hurts! Ah!" Instinctively clutching her arm, Yang Wan writhed on the ground in torment. The resilient bones of her arm had been brutally shattered by the overwhelming force. Even an experienced martial artist could lose their composure in the face of such pain. The arrogance she once displayed had vanished entirely, leaving only a pitiful sight of despair. Wanner. Beneath the tree, Yang Wanfeng struggled to rise, only to find a blue-gold spear poised threateningly at his throat. Feeling the sharpness of the tip, a look of terror instantly marred his refined features. Even though he secretly utilized his extraordinary abilities to heal his injuries, his combat prowess had not yet been fully restored. Although he felt immense regret for Wanner, all he could do was to have her endure a little longer. Yang Wanfeng clenched his teeth tightly, as the faint green glow within his meridians continuously mended his physical wounds. "Enough with the cries," Yi Li remarked casually, wielding his spear with a graceful ease. His dark hair fluttering and his garments billowing, he cast a glance at Yang Wan, saying, "To prevent you from losing consciousness, I've refrained from striking your head directly. Yet you wail so pitifully. Have you never been injured before?" Though Yang Wan's appearance seemed tragic, in reality, it was merely a severe fracture of her right arm. A condition that, for a second-tier martial artist, was far from incapacitating. As his abilities grew, the number of individuals willing to provoke him within the Martial Arts Academy of Ing Province diminished significantly. The two before him were rare resources that needed to be exploited to their fullest potential. For instance, if he could render Yang Wanfeng a cripple and hang Yang Wan, stripped of her garments, atop a mountain, how much malevolence value could be accrued? It was indeed an enticing prospect. A slight smirk graced Yi Li's lips. Essentially, this could be considered a form of repurposing waste. As for the retaliation from the Yang family of Shanzhou, there was no cause for concern. They had instigated this conflict first, and he was merely acting in self-defense. Moreover, what was Yi Li's current status? A core student of Fengyan University. As the most prestigious martial arts institution in Ing Province, even the Yang family of Shanzhou held little weight in his presence. This was evident from the fact that the Yang siblings had failed to secure guaranteed admission, for if they possessed such influence, Yili doubted they would have set their sights on him. Given this context, why pretend to be a formidable predator? To forge one's own path requires strength. As long as he did not violate his principles, he would strive to extract every ounce of value from his adversaries. In Yili's calm gaze, moments later, Yang Wan's cries began to diminish, though her breathing remained rapid and shallow. Gritting her teeth, she rose from the debris, her smooth forehead glistening with cold sweat. She looked at Yili, fear unconsciously flickering in her eyes, and tremulously inquired, "Can we stop here? What do you think?" Yili responded coolly, "How delightful." She still hoped to call for a halt. Yang Wan bit her lip, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. "What do you wish to do?" "Well." Yili rested his finger on his chin, appearing contemplative. After a moment, a look of inspiration brightened his face as he chuckled softly. "Then, why not start by bowing to me? Consider it an apology. After all, I am not an evil person." As he spoke, he casually glanced at Yang Wanfeng, whose eyes were tightly shut and complexion ashen, the implications of his gaze unmistakable. Yang Wanfeng's face turned ashen, his voice strained. "I understand." Although his opponent wore a smile, none could discern his true intentions. Furthermore, with the aid of his exceptional talent, Songling's blessing, he had already healed 30% of his injuries. "In just a little over 10 minutes, I will be able to restore my strength to the point where I can unleash my secret techniques, marking the end for my adversary. It is merely a matter of time, just a fraction of a moment. This fleeting humiliation pales in comparison." As Yang Wanfeng attempted to rise, Yili pressed him back down. In response to his astonished gaze, the youth in the ink-colored robe said nonchalantly, "There's no need for haste. I haven't asked you to bow yet." He then turned his attention to the bitterly pained Yang Wan not far away and continued, "Come here and prostrate yourself before me." What? Yang Wan's mouth fell open in disbelief as she stared at him. "You want me to bow and apologize?" As the proud young lady of the Yang family, she had never even contemplated bowing to a foe, let alone offering an apology. Yang Wan instinctively felt the urge to lash out, but the searing pain radiating from her arm served as a stark reminder, leaving her in a cold sweat. The opponent's ability to defeat both her brother and herself in such quick succession revealed a power far beyond the rumors, reaching a level that could not be confronted head-on. It seemed he had unleashed his secret techniques at the outset, significantly enhancing his strength to seize the opportunity, grievously injuring her brother and herself in the process. Thus, if they could merely delay a little longer, they might still have a chance. At that moment, Yang Wan suddenly caught sight of Yang Wanfeng lifting his head beneath the tree, casting a complex gaze in her direction. Wan agreed to his demands. But Yang Wan's face twisted with conflict. She understood the reasoning, yet the prospect of bowing to a rival felt overwhelmingly burdensome. Even her brother had never accepted her apologies. Wan Yang Wanfeng forced a pained smile and spoke in the gentlest tone possible. "Be obedient, trust me." Over the years, he had come to regard Yang Wan as his own possession, and now, asking her to do such a thing caused him great inner turmoil. Yet he had no choice. If he did not lower his head here, his martial examination would come to an end, though Yili would also have his results nullified afterward. He simply did not care. "Listen." Yili slightly turned, observing the stunned Yang Wan with a mocking tone. "Your brother is urging you to bow and apologize. Will you heed his advice or not?" In an instant, Yang Wan's complexion drained of color, resembling a ghostly pallor. "Your words have sown discord between the close-knit Yang siblings." Malevolent Act Value, 2000. Indeed, this system thrives on chaos. Yili chuckled inwardly. Chapter 54. Time for reckoning. Listening to Yili's words, Yang Wan pressed her lips tightly together, a glimmer of moisture filling her expressive eyes. The brother who had always been so attentive to her now demanded she relinquish her dignity and bow to her adversary. She understood the intent behind this plea for time. Yet for some reason, a wave of sour humiliation surged within her, intensifying as she recalled her thoughts prior to the martial examination. Not only did he fail to subdue his opponent, but he was also compelled to bow and apologize, an utter inversion of fate. Yang Wan tightly clenched her fists, her face etched with indignation, and with a steely resolve, she asked, "Is it possible to avoid kneeling?" Surprisingly, Yili calmly nodded. "Of course it is." "Really?" she inquired. "I never deceive," Yili replied with a faint smile. He then swiftly turned and struck Yang Wanfeng, who was focused on recovering from his injuries, with a shot. A dull thud resonated instantly. "Brother!" Yang Wan gasped. Yang Wanfeng was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to prop himself up, he looked at Yang Wan with a flicker of resentment in his eyes. "What are you doing?" Unaware of her brother's gaze, Yang Wan abruptly turned her head, her eyes fixed on Yi Li, as she cried out in anguish. "You would harm my brother if I do not kneel and admit my mistakes? We ought to have no grievances with you, right? Why target us so mercilessly in the martial examination? You may have received a recommendation, but my brother and I still need to participate normally. Are you intent on ruining us?" Her breaths came in quick succession, her eyes reddening as if bearing an immense grievance. In response, Yi Li remained silent, merely walking towards the fallen Yang Wanfeng, his aura of menace surging. A look of terror instantly flooded Yang Wanfeng's eyes. Once hailed as a prodigy of the thousand-hand Azura level in Shanzhou City, he now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, weak and retreating. "Wait," Yang Wan cried out, her voice tinged with sobs. "I will kneel, I will bow to you." Thud. As she spoke, her fair knees crumpled, and with her former pride and arrogance, she struck the ground heavily, producing a clear sound. Yi Li slightly inclined his head, observing her quietly. "Continue." Yang Wan bit her lip hard, her palms pressed against the ground, her head gradually lowering towards the dust-laden earth. Under the anguished gaze of Yang Wanfeng, her forehead finally touched the ground. The haughtiness that once adorned her sweet face dissipated entirely as she cried out, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng slowly closed his eyes. Watching his cherished little ancestor, whom he had meticulously protected since childhood, being forced to bow by another, he felt as though his heart was shattering. "All right, rise," Yi Li said, lightly nodding, looking down at Yang Wan from above. At his words, Yang Wan quickly scrambled to her feet, wiping away her tears vigorously. Yang Wanfeng's body also relaxed slightly. Yet, before he could revel in the moment, Yi Li stretched lazily, casually remarking, "The sparring session is over. Now we will settle accounts with the next one." Settle accounts with the next one? Yang Wanfeng's complexion shifted, a sense of foreboding rising within him. And he couldn't help but ask, what else is there to settle? Yi Li paid him no heed, instead silently gazing at Yang Wan with a smile that was neither wholly genuine nor entirely mocking, and inquired, "You wish to strip me bare and hang me atop the highest peak in the core area, do you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's expression transformed in an instant. "How did you know?" she exclaimed, her voice betraying her shock. "You ought to direct that question to your elder brother," Yi Li replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference. Yang Wanfeng, who had been maintaining a semblance of composure, turned ashen upon hearing this revelation. The audacity of the other party in disclosing such information was staggering. The image he had cultivated in Yang Wan's mind over the years was on the verge of complete collapse. Just as he was about to speak, a resounding thud echoed. Before either party could react, Yi Li swung his firearm with tremendous force, striking Yang Wanfeng. A rush of frigid energy surged into Yang Wanfeng's body, freezing his meridians entirely, while the overwhelming force of the weapon rendered him unconscious. At that moment, the talisman at his waist activated, and a pale white shield rose, broadcasting his location outward. This signified that Yang Wanfeng, a paragon of martial prowess in Shanzhou City, had officially concluded his martial examination. "I am a man of principles, one who believes in repaying others in kind, with interest," Yi Li declared, sheathing his long rifle. He turned his cold gaze to the dazed Yang Wan and continued, "Let me state the conclusion. You shall soon find yourself unconscious, suspended upon the peak of the core area. However, I possess a kind heart. So perhaps I shall leave you a garment, or perhaps not. Regardless, henceforth, you shall share a century of bliss with your hypocritical and ineffectual brother." Chapter 55. The wind at the summit is fierce. As the youth's icy voice echoed through the air, Yang Wan was overwhelmed with a deluge of information, her complexion paling as her breaths quickened. "Was all this revealed to you by my brother?" she inquired, instinctively retreating, her voice trembling. "He divulged everything, quite readily," Yi Li remarked, shifting his stance. At his words, Yang Wan felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill spreading from her feet to the crown of her head. She could scarcely fathom that her elder brother, who had always been so devoted to her, would crumble in such a critical moment. Not only had he disclosed all her past words, but he had also urged his sister to kneel and bow. He had unhesitatingly cast aside his former pride and dignity. Should she commend him for his adaptability and for being a brother who understands restraint? Glancing at the unconscious Yang Wanfeng, a trace of melancholy curved her lips. "Your words have sown a vast chasm between the once close-knit Yang siblings, earning you 2,000 points of malevolence." Not far from her, Yi Li continued his deliberate approach. As he drew nearer, Yangwan felt an urge to resist. Yet memories of their earlier confrontation flooded her mind, prompting her to cover her severed left arm with a trembling hand. Her smooth forehead glistened with beads of sweat, while her palms turned pale from exertion. The most prudent course of action now would be to immediately employ the amulet and contact the teacher outside the examination hall, thereby significantly increasing her chances of salvation. This would spare her from further humiliation at the hands of her adversary. Yet, the psychological resistance proved unbearable. This proud heiress of the Yang family, who had reigned for over a decade, simply could not accept the prospect of failing the martial arts examination. Her fate should have been one of triumph, charging into the core area amidst joyous cheers, vanquishing monstrous beasts before the esteemed leaders of the province and the instructors of martial arts universities, ultimately securing her place in the coveted Fengyun University. It was absolutely unacceptable to be crushed in such an unrelenting manner by a youth she had previously deemed insignificant. Yangwan's spirit trembled violently. An extraordinary sense of oppression surged towards her. The boy's expression remained indifferent as he approached steadily, exuding a pressure that eclipsed even that of her elder brother, and a menacing aura surpassing that of the fearsome beasts she had anticipated. The youth clad in dark garments embodied this daunting presence. She had once dismissed him, but now he loomed before her like a harbinger of doom, advancing with relentless certainty. No, she could not resign herself to inaction, even if she were gravely injured. It mattered not. She must escape his grasp and secure the scores necessary for entry into Fengyun University. Resolutely, Yangwan clenched her trembling teeth, striving to quell her quaking body, straightening her spine. Drawing upon her inner energy as a source of fire, she ignited the blood within her veins. This was the Yang family's sacred technique, the blood ignition secret art. Under immense pressure, she finally unleashed this ultimate secret. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically. Even her lively eyes radiated a crimson glow, and a faint sense of lethal intent enveloped her entire being. She had begun to employ her secret technique. The boy, whether in mockery or astonishment, remarked with a smirk, "For your future, it seems you are quite determined." Yangwan remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his words. As she gazed at the girl, a smile graced Yi Li's handsome face. He halted his advance and spoke softly, "Considering your fervent efforts, I shall make an exception today and grant you an opportunity. I have just ascended to the 3rd tier, and my realm is still unstable. My forging technique is only at the basic level, and Danshi explosion can be executed a maximum of 7 times. Therefore, if you can withstand my next 5 Danshi explosions, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Yangwan, who had been on the brink of despair, suddenly lifted her head, a glimmer of hope illuminating her eyes. "Are you speaking the truth?" This time, her voice no longer trembled. "Indeed, I never speak falsely." Yi Li replied calmly with a nod. "Very well." Yangwan took a deep breath, suppressing her unease and fear. As she turned her gaze to the youth clad in dark garments, her muscles gradually tightened, and the chill along her spine finally steadied. In the next moment, her figure darted into the depths of the secret realm like an arrow released from its bow. Yangwan's thoughts were quite simple. Unsure of the boy's promise, she rationalized that choosing to flee after activating the secret method was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Although the likelihood of escaping unscathed from a 3rd-tier martial artist was slim, reaching the vicinity of the core area meant that even if the 3rd-tier beasts could not obstruct her pursuer, they would at least distract them. She encouraged herself, affirming her capabilities. After all, she was the prodigious young lady of the Yang family in Shanzhou. With determination, Yangwan exerted all her strength, her speed increasing as she dashed through the thickets, her form flickering like lightning, and the scenery around her rapidly receded. After several breaths, she had already created a distance of several thousand meters from her original location. While running, she kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings, scanning for any signs of danger or unusual movements. However, behind her lay nothing but emptiness, with only the occasional shadow of a beast flitting by. Had she shaken them off? A flicker of doubt crossed Yangwan's mind, though she found it hard to believe she had evaded her pursuer so easily. If she had, that would be splendid. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden, fearsome rush of wind erupted from behind her. The air was charged with an overwhelming aura. They were coming. Clenching her teeth, Yangwan immediately pivoted, her feet gliding along the ground as she assumed an unusual stance. A harmonious and balanced sensation emanated from within her, and a faint light of black and white shimmered from her palms, possessing a mysterious quality that seemed capable of dissipating force itself. In that fleeting moment, her eyes locked with those of her pursuer, whose pitch-black gaze was now razor-sharp, exuding an intimidating presence akin to a volcanic eruption. Without a moment's hesitation, he, clad in dark robes, spread his arms wide. 1. His voice was cold and indifferent. In the next instant, his explosive fist of Danchi struck heavily against Yang Wan's enigmatic stance. Boom. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously, tearing through the black and white light. And Yang Wan's previously composed expression transformed dramatically as her graceful form was violently hurled away. Crash. She crashed through several sturdy trees, her body rolling upon impact with the ground. Amidst the swirling with splinters, a metallic sweetness welled up in Yang Wan's throat, yet she gritted her teeth and quickly rose, her expression grave as she scanned her surroundings. A few of her ribs were broken, but she managed to endure. She could still carry on. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged toward her face. Yang Wan's pupils constricted. She saw the figure in dark robes had already reached her. With a hint of mockery in his calm voice, he said, "Two." At that moment, he loomed over her, delivering a fearsome punch. Boom. Yang Wan's arms had long since gone numb from the earlier blow, and at this moment, she could barely lift a finger. Her expression was one of despair, her entire figure seemingly sinking into the earth beneath her. Amidst the cracking ground, Yang Wan struggled to breathe. A metallic sweetness of fresh blood continuously surging from her throat, quickly staining her once delicate face crimson. Her slender frame trembled incessantly, though her heart still beat. Her spirit was nearly exhausted. The once vibrant glimmer in her eyes now appeared dim, vacant, like that of a soulless being. Every inch of her body throbbed with excruciating pain. The direct cause of her mental collapse was the confidence and dignity she had only just managed to regain, which were violently shattered by the boy's brutal fists in the blink of an eye. Why? In her dazed state, Yang Wan's voice was laced with an inescapable sense of grievance and fury. Why must we be treated this way? What reason could there be? Yili approached her, bending down calmly, and said, "Firstly, it was your brother who initiated the fight, and it was you who suggested dealing with me. You plotted everything. And now you feign victimhood. Aren't you being a tad shameless?" Yang Wan. Yili reached out, pulling her from the pit, grabbing her long, flowing hair, aligning her bloodied face with his gaze. He said coolly, "When you conspired to ruin my reputation, you should have anticipated this outcome. The results were evident. It was not I who faced ruin, but you and your brother. I am most curious to see if, after today, you can maintain your previous arrogance." Furthermore, as he spoke, Yili gently lifted her from the ground by her hair, his tone teasing, "The wind atop the mountain will be quite fierce. You'd better brace yourself. Don't beg for mercy." Humiliating tears welled in Yang Wan's eyes as she trembled, attempting to plead for mercy, only to be met with a slap from the boy that plunged her consciousness into darkness. "You have shattered the confidence of the young lady of the Yang family with your strength. At this moment, she has lost all will to resist against you. Evil value, 8,000. Achievement unlocked. 2 fists shatter your passionate dream. Effect: when the support from the opponent's home ground greatly surpasses yours, your punching speed increases by 20. Chapter 56. The unexpected Yang siblings outside the Rift Mountain secret realm. In a temporary camp, hundreds of figures sat in attendance, the majority being educators from various martial arts high schools in the Ying province. Before them, a large screen displayed images from the core area of the secret realm. Kai Guocheng sat in a central position, watching the screen with a smile, remarking, "The quality of this year's candidates is clearly much higher than last year's." Tang Yao from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Jiang Qingzhu from the extreme North Jiang family, and the little King Kong from the Jingguang Temple in Zhenjiang, all of them, as the new generation of various factions, had performed exceptionally well in this martial arts examination, having advanced into the core area before noon. Upon hearing this, the educators from the martial arts high schools all displayed smiles, nodding in agreement. Among them, the teachers from Shano City appeared particularly grave, exuding an air of unease. Not only were the Yang siblings absent from the core area, but they also failed to secure a position within the top 100 on the real-time leaderboard. Consequently, the group took the initiative to conduct a precise search, discovering that Yang Wan's data remained stagnant and unchanging, akin to a still pond. While Yang Wan's statistics exhibited some fluctuations, this indicated that he had yet to slay a single beast. Although aware of the siblings' formidable prowess, which would typically render victory a trivial matter, the current peculiar circumstances instilled a sense of apprehension within them. "Lin, my dear," Kai Guocheng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at a striking figure beside him. Who do you believe stands the greatest chance of claiming the championship among this year's martial arts students? As the representative from Fengyun University, her prowess was undoubtedly commendable, and she had been diligently scanning the leaderboard and screen for the presence of a particular individual, suggesting she harbored a favored candidate. With time still not yet past the halfway mark, it is difficult to ascertain, Lin Yingyun replied with a gentle smile, her gaze returning to the luminous screen ahead, though her mind was clouded with curiosity. Her instructor had selected this year's recommended students in Linhai City, and just days prior, she had received news that a peak-tier fugitive had been slain by a core student from Fengyun University, which now seemed to align. Driven by intrigue and admiration for her new junior, she had taken the initiative to attend the competition. Otherwise, she would have been preoccupied with a multitude of hunting tasks to earn some substantial rewards. However, having observed for quite some time, she had yet to glimpse a single figure. Could it be that those who were recommended were approaching the competition in a relaxed manner? Why had Fengyun University sent representatives this year? In the rear seats, a teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, attempting to alleviate his unease, turned to a companion and inquired, "Isn't it customary for no one to attend in previous years?" Uncertain, perhaps due to that recommended student? The companion replied hesitantly, "Weren't there recommended students in previous years as well?" The Shanzhou teacher replied, dismissively waving his hand, "Never mind, asking you is futile." With that, he rose and exited the camp, gazing toward the distant entrance of the secret realm. How peculiar. Why is there no activity? He mused aloud. Could they be biding their time for a grand move? Although the cracked mountain secret realm lacked fourth-tier beasts, numerous third-tier late-stage beasts resided within. Unlike the first and second-tier beasts driven solely by instinct, once a beast transcended to the third tier, it began to undergo a transformation, evolving toward a form of intelligence. At higher tiers, these beasts could even take on human form, their outward appearance indistinguishable from that of humans. Unless engaged in direct combat, even martial arts masters of the same tier would find it challenging to discern their true nature. This was one of the reasons nations strictly monitored access to major high-level secret realms. While third-tier late-stage beasts might not possess the terror of their high-tier counterparts, their nascent intelligence allowed them to act opportunistically, setting simple traps to ensnare those who dared to enter their territory. Consequently, the points earned from vanquishing them would be considerably higher. The Yang siblings might be lurking in some corner, poised to decisively slay several third-tier beasts in one fell swoop, leaving a remarkable impression. At this thought, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School could not help but smile. Yang Wanfeng always had a penchant for showing off, and there seemed to be little that could be done about the two siblings. With a sense of reassurance, the teacher turned towards the camp, intending to reassess the situation. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. He saw several warriors from Hanxia hastening towards him, carrying a stretcher upon which lay a young man of refined appearance, contorted in pain, continuously groaning. The youth was covered in injuries, emanating an astonishing chill. His face a ghastly pale, eyes tightly shut, and smeared with blood, clearly having succumbed to severe injuries. Quickly, there's a student in need of urgent medical attention. The Hanxiao warriors shouted anxiously, rushing into the medical area amidst the astonished gazes of several teachers. Was that Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou City? It couldn't be. But the resemblance was striking. I recall he is a second-tier 8th-level genius, 2 levels above me. What kind of beast could have inflicted such damage on him? Could it be that 4th-tier beasts have emerged from the Rift Mountain secret realm? Uncertain, yet it seemed that Shanzhou No. 1 High School might be in dire straits. How could this be? Don't forget about Yang Wan. In no time, the teachers, who had stepped out for a breath of fresh air, began to discuss, their words rife with astonishment regarding the incident. Seeing this scene, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School was left dumbfounded. Yang Wanfeng was eliminated? How could this be possible? He clasped his head in disbelief, staring blankly at the spot where the Hanxiao warriors had vanished, remaining motionless for a long time, unable to grasp the reality. Just then, a sudden exclamation erupted from within the camp, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Chapter 57. Is that Yang Wan? Within the Rift Mountain secret realm, on a vast plain. After traversing the expansive forest that comprised both the outer and inner peripheries, one could arrive here. The visibility on the plain was remarkably broad, allowing one to see the towering mountain in the core area from afar. This place was occupied by a dozen third-tier beasts, each marking their territory, coexisting without interference. But today, several powerful presences surged forth from the dense forest, some covered in blood, others breathing heavily. While a few bore sword cuts, but all exuded an air of confidence and pride. They were indeed the martial arts prodigies from various cities. Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao were among these figures. "Where is Yi Liren?" Tang Yao casually inquired, observing Jiang Qingzhu emerging alone from the forest. "Is he not with you?" Given that Linhai City and Qingshan City were not far apart, and both were renowned figures in martial arts high schools, they were considered old acquaintances. "What does that have to do with you?" Jiang Qingzhu raised her gaze and cast a glance at her, responding with a frigid tone. "He has been granted a recommendation. His presence here is of little consequence. This I am aware of. Why then do you inquire?" Jiang Qingzhu continued with a hint of indifference. "If you seek revenge, you could have sought him out before entering. With his disposition, he would undoubtedly not refuse you." Tang Yao found herself momentarily speechless. She had assumed that the other party was a friend of Yi Li, intending to glean his scores for comparison with her own. That boy, resembling a creature of myth, excelled in combat. However, in the realm of slaying aberrant beasts, he might not necessarily surpass her. Since Jiang Qingzhu offered no insights, she would have to wait until they emerged to consult the rankings. Tang Yao tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, her gaze flickering with determination. She acknowledged that she was not currently Yi Li's match, yet the road ahead was long. Surely, the day would come when she could surpass him. "Greetings, esteemed ladies." At that moment, a robust monk with a shaved head approached, grinning broadly at the two. "I am a student from Zhenjiang No. 1 Middle School. My Dharma name is Shanwu. May I inquire how you both are addressed?" Upon hearing this, aside from Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao, the rest of the assembly displayed signs of intrigue. The Golden Light Temple in Zhenjiang was well renowned in the province of Ying, and its esteemed martial monks had consistently emerged over the years. This monk, Shanwu, had gained fame within the school in a mere 2 years through his exceptional martial prowess, earning the title of Little King Kong in Zhenjiang. The master referred to as Big King Kong was none other than his teacher. Jiang Qingzhu spoke coldly. "Qingshan Sword Pavilion." Tang Yao, resting her hand on the sword's hilt, looked down at him with a bemused expression and remarked, "Instead of hunting aberrant beasts for points, you come to engage in conversation. Is there a purpose for your visit?" "Not at all," Shamu quickly replied with a smile. "I merely wished to inquire if you had encountered Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School on your journey, or perhaps his sister, Yang Wan." "None." "Do you have business with them?" "To be candid, I have a cordial relationship with both of them, which is why I feel a bit disheartened." Shanwu clasped his hands together, casting his gaze towards the dense forest behind him. He then expressed his puzzlement. "Given their prowess, they should have arrived before us. Why have we yet to lay eyes upon them?" Yang Wanfeng had attained a martial level of second-tier 8th stage, making him the foremost contender in this year's martial examination in Ying Province. Coupled with his mastery of the Burning Blood secret technique, he could contend with even third-tier warriors. The prolonged absence was indeed perplexing. Could it be that they have already ventured in? Shanwu tilted his head towards the distant mountains, his mind swirling with uncertainty. "I do not know." Tang Yao waved her hand dismissively, striding towards the core area, clearly uninterested in the Yang siblings mentioned by him. Although she and the other martial prodigies present from Ying Province had heard of the siblings' renown, it was apparent that most regarded Yang Wanfeng as a genuine genius. In Tang Yao's eyes, the true geniuses of Ying Province were solely Yi Li and herself. Jiang Qingzhu gazed towards the dense forest, softly murmuring in uncertainty. Could it be that they have encountered each other? The absence of Yi Li and the enigmatic Yang Wanfeng seemed rather coincidental, considering Yi Li's forthright nature. It was plausible that the two might have crossed paths. "Master Jiang, do you have any insights?" The monk Shanwu inquired tentatively, observing the young woman's expression. Jiang Qingzhu retracted her gaze, suppressing her worries, and replied in a cool tone, "None." With that, she too shifted her steps towards the heart of the area. There is no need for concern. Even if Yi Li is at a disadvantage due to their differing levels, he should be able to escape if he wishes. Suddenly, Jiang Qingzhu recalled, "Wait, doesn't that Yang Wanfeng have a sister who is a second-tier, 6th-level practitioner?" Panic surged within her as she spun around, prepared to venture once more into the thicket. Not far away, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. "Oh my! Is that Yang Wan?" There was no mistaking it. Good heavens! How could she be in such a state? What about her brother Yang Wanfeng? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Even the monk Shanwu, who had previously inquired about their whereabouts, stood frozen, fixated on a single direction. in the vast expanse of the forest. A strikingly handsome young man clad in dark robes approached with a slow, deliberate gait. His expression was indifferent, exuding an air of regal composure as if he were a sovereign surveying his domain. What left the onlookers breathless, however, was the figure he held effortlessly in his grasp, a tall, nearly lifeless form. Despite her disheveled hair and the pallor of her face, the young woman was unmistakably Yang Wan, the cherished daughter of the Yang family. Most of those present hailed from prestigious families and had seen their fair share of incidents, yet the scene before them was unprecedented. Regardless of the context, this situation would undoubtedly create a stir throughout Ying province. "This fellow is truly remarkable," they murmured, exchanging glances laden with astonishment. In the martial arts high school of Ying province, who would dare to offend the esteemed young master Yang Wan Feng in such a manner? It was sheer madness. The implications of being pursued by an 8th-level practitioner were well understood by them all. Chapter 58. May I inquire your name? Outside the secret realm, within the temporary encampment, the teachers present were equally astounded as they beheld the unfolding scene on the screen. "Is that really Yang Wan?" they gasped. "How could anyone have reduced her to such a state? Who on earth is this young man?" "It is Yi Li from Lehigh No. 1 High School." The chatter swelled into a cacophony, as the educators clearly had not anticipated such a turn of events. Aside from the core area where free combat is permitted, in all other regions, mutual attacks are prohibited except during the final 6 hours. This has been one of the fundamental rules of the martial examination. Over the years, students have rarely violated this rule, and when they did, it was typically due to conflicts arising from the belonging of exotic beasts. Such incidents usually remained confined to ordinary martial students. However, the situation unfolding today is indeed a first in their memories. Kai Guocheng observed the light screen, his expression unusually grave. This Healy seems to possess an audacity that is rather excessive. Suddenly, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, who had previously stepped out, pushed aside the curtain and entered. Upon witnessing the scene displayed on the light screen, he nearly fainted. Yang Wanfeng had just sustained severe injuries, and he had hoped to place his expectations on Yang Wan, only to find her in a similarly dire predicament. "What on earth is happening?" he shouted angrily at Kai Guocheng, demanding, "This individual has violated the rules of the martial examination. I request the authorities to immediately revoke his examination qualification." Kai Guocheng hesitated momentarily. Were this an ordinary student, he would have decisively made a judgment on the spot. Yet who is Yi Li? A core student of Fengyun University. In other words, he is very likely to become a formidable warrior capable of defending a city in the future. If possible, Kai Guocheng still hoped to leave a favorable impression on him. However, such behavior is undeniably egregious. Even if he were to grow stronger in the future, it is uncertain whether he would become an asset to Hanxia. Kai Guocheng's thoughts were tumultuous as he quickly reached a decision. Just as he was about to dispatch someone to revoke Yi Li's examination qualification, the knowledgeable woman from Fengyun University spoke up. "Wait a moment. I believe it is premature to make a judgment." "What do you mean?" Kai Guocheng immediately turned to her. "It is quite simple," Lin Yingyun replied with a smile, candidly stating, "I do not believe a young warrior who dares to capture fugitives would strike out against his companions without reason." As she spoke, a document appeared in her hand, which she pushed toward Kai Guocheng. This is a record recently provided by the Clearing Anomalies Bureau, detailing how Yi Li single-handedly pursued and ultimately killed a peak 3rd-tier fugitive. Lin Yingyun's tone was laced with evident admiration. As her words fell, every teacher present, including Kai Guocheng, widened their eyes in astonishment. A peak 3rd-tier warrior is nearly on par with most city-level bureau directors. How is it possible that a student yet to graduate from martial arts high school could kill a fugitive of such caliber? This is unbelievable. The teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School seized the document, exclaiming in disbelief. However, after scanning it briefly, his breathing grew heavy, and the document slipped from his grasp. "It is real." Witnessing his reaction, the thought simultaneously arose in the minds of everyone present. Soon, their hearts began to burn with fervor. Senior Kai, Yi Li's performance, if placed in Fengyun University, would undoubtedly be considered remarkable. Lin Yingyun leaned back in her chair, her arms crossed, and a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Undoubtedly. He is a true genius. Given the circumstances, let us observe for a moment. Once they all emerge, we shall clarify the matter. Within the secret realm, please, stay your steps." The expression on Master Shanwu's face darkened as Yi Li was about to ascend the mountain. He finally spoke in a low voice. "What you hold in your hand, Is it not the daughter of the Yang family from Shanzhou? The Yang family of Shanzhou? Yili halted, casting a calm gaze in his direction. Do you know this person? I do, Master Shanwu replied, his countenance grim. That must be the case. Yili nodded and continued his ascent. Sir, Master Shanwu called out once more, his teeth clenched in frustration. Should my friend learn of your actions, he will certainly not spare you. He is the young master of the Yang family from Shanzhou, and I believe you have heard of him. He too participates in this martial examination and is a second-tier 8th-level warrior. Sir, as Yili persisted in his stride, Master Shanwu grew increasingly anxious. His voice rose, tinged with anger. As warriors, we ought to advance together, upholding martial ethics. To humiliate others in this fashion places you in opposition to all of us. If you insist on remaining obstinate today, then I shall unite with those present and enlighten you on the teachings of Buddhism. Master Shanwu's mind raced. The ability to defeat Yang Wan, who was of comparable strength, suggested that overcoming him would not pose a significant challenge. The immediate priority was to elevate their own strength to a level that would instill fear in Yi Li, thus sparing Yang Wan. If one Yang Wan phone was insufficient, then he would rally all the martial artists present. His words were delivered with utmost sincerity. Even though most in attendance were reluctant to wade into this murky water, they felt disinclined to openly sever ties. This provided him with an opportunity to wield their collective strength as a banner. At this moment, Yili finally ceased his ascent. In his recollection, the falsehoods of the Buddhist sect were most adept at espousing morality and righteousness, only to retract into silence when challenged. It was surprising that even in this world, the same held true. Truly, there were far too few genuine masters of Buddhism. Must they always intrude upon one's moments of joy? I have no interest in your so-called teachings. He turned to face the self-righteous Master Shanwu and calmly declared, Yet today, I am determined to humiliate this person. All present, one and all, if you wish to take action, now is the time to step forward. As these words fell, the air across the plain grew eerily still. A dozen martial prodigies from various regions of the Ying province fell into silence, their breaths becoming cautious. Previously distant, they had failed to see clearly and had not turned their heads. Upon closer inspection, was this not the same individual who, upon entering the second tier, had directly defeated Tang Yao of the Sword Pavilion and was fervently recommended by esteemed instructors from Fengyun University, causing a stir among the elite martial high schools? Tang Yao stood motionless not far away, and those who could not match her strength dared not make a move. Should they provoke this prodigious talent, they would all find themselves begging for mercy in front of the provincial teachers and students, tears streaming down their faces. Before them, the young man in the ink robe exuded an air of calm, his demeanor serene, as his garments fluttered gently in the wind. He stood alone, towering over the masses. Tang Yao gazed at that slender figure, her hands clenched tightly, her heart trembling uncontrollably. Such a stance was precisely the embodiment of her aspirations. The only notable difference was the person he held in his grasp. By the heavens! The monk, Shanwu, surveyed the surroundings, his heart stirred with profound emotion. Having just emerged from his seclusion to participate in the martial examination, he was somewhat oblivious to the rumors circulating outside. Yet, observing the reactions of those around him, it became evident that this individual was exceptional. This was quite an awkward situation. Shanwu turned to Yi Li, who was quietly observing him in return, and offered an awkward smile. Ba, may I inquire your name, esteemed one? Chapter 59, An Instantaneous Defeat, A Clear Conscience. Your father, Yi Li replied, maintaining his composure, opting for the most direct form of communication. If you dare, come forth, do not waste my time. This monk, like the cultured youth of the second-tier 8th level, harbored animosity despite being unacquainted with him. The presence of such hostility was palpable and rather poorly concealed. As a third-tier martial artist, this sensation mirrored that of a teacher catching a student in the act of plagiarism. While one sees clearly, the other feels they are well hidden. However, since there was animosity, it would be straightforward. Just see if I strike you or not. Esteemed one, upon hearing Yi Li's retort, Shanwu's expression darkened. The monk understands you are a genius, proud and lofty, yet you must also recognize the virtue of humility. Talents like you are rare in other places, but here, there are at least a dozen. He acknowledged the young man in the ink robe's prowess. Defeating Yang Wan was no small feat, and he knew that facing him would not yield favorable odds. Yet, the same logic applied. If the young man intended to strike, he must also weigh the consequences. The little King Kong of Zhenjiang No. One high school was far from a mere title. Upon hearing this, Many individuals subtly retreated. They still had the martial examination to contend with and had no desire to engage in a duel with this dark horse from Lehigh City. Since this Zhenjiang Little King Kong had intentions of confrontation, it would be an excellent opportunity to witness the young man's capabilities and discern the character of one who could defeat the future sword immortal, renowned at Qingshan's Sword Pavilion. Do you also consider yourselves geniuses? At Shan Wu's words, a playful smirk appeared on Yi Li's face. Among those present, even someone like Tang Yao, who was all confidence but lacked true strength, had been deemed one of the strongest. Were it not for this bald monk's unsolicited approach, he would have been disinclined to act at all. Then, amidst the weighty gazes of a dozen onlookers, suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from the young man, surpassing all present with its formidable intensity, as his vitality surged to unprecedented heights. There were no prodigies here. Yi Li spoke in a calm yet unmistakably assertive tone. None of you are. Enveloped by this powerful presence, the smile on Master Shan Wu's face vanished entirely, replaced by a grave demeanor akin to facing a formidable adversary. Under pressure, he steeled himself and spoke. Your Excellency, have you thought this through? Acting now would only lead to mutual destruction. It would be wiser to retreat. Before he could finish, Yi Li transformed into a blur, and amidst gasps of astonishment, he appeared before Master Shan Wu in the blink of an eye. Observing the astonished monk, Yi Li casually struck out with his palm. Yet, enhanced by the eruption of his inner energy, it produced a thunderous sound that shattered the air itself. Your Excellency is confused. That young monk is not holding back. Master Shan Wu's eyes widened in shock. His teeth clenched as his true energy circulated, enveloping him in a thick layer of golden light, resembling an indestructible golden Buddha. After years of arduous training, he was confident that no warrior of the same rank could breach his defenses. In the next moment, that distinctly bony hand lightly landed on his chest. Boom! In an instant, a sound akin to metal being forged erupted violently in the air. Master Shan Wu's chest caved in by several inches, as his astonished eyes bore witness to his robust form being sent flying by the immense force, blood spraying forth. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, all gazing in unison at the monk who tumbled several meters away. They beheld his weakened breath in a pallor akin to gilded paper, unmistakably displaying the signs of severe injury. The dozen or so martial artists, hailed as geniuses in various prestigious martial arts academies, were engulfed by waves of shock. A second-tier warrior, versed in diverse combat techniques, had been incapacitated by a single strike. What kind of celestial being had the organizers allowed to enter this year's martial examination? In full view of all, a severely injured second-tier fifth-level warrior, with a malevolence value of 500. How miserly! Yi Li cursed inwardly at the glowing screen. Was it merely a matter of defeating a novice? Why not grant even 1,000 points? However, as he grumbled, he had grown accustomed to the system's peculiarities regarding point allocation. After experiencing the influx of thousands of points recently, this paltry 500 seemed woefully inadequate. It was evident how difficult it was to transition from extravagance to frugality. Oh, well, this 500 points were essentially a windfall. Yi Li exhaled silently, glancing towards the group of talented warriors nearby. Upon meeting his gaze, they all forced a laugh and hastily clasped their fists, saying, "Impressive skills, my friend. It's getting late, so we won't disturb you further. We shall take our leave now." Given their evident prowess, the championship of this year's martial examination was already a foregone conclusion. In the pursuit of the second position, they must hasten their steps. With that, they turned and sprinted away in unison. Within mere breaths, they had vanished into the distance, leaving only blurred silhouettes in their wake. Detected overwhelming fear emanating from the representatives of various martial arts high schools in Ing Province towards you. Evil value, 2,000. How fortuitous. Yi Li raised an eyebrow slightly. These individuals maintained their composure, and he had no intention of taking action against them. Unexpectedly, he found himself accumulating evil points. Is this what they call the deterrent power of martial prowess? Contemplating this, he nodded subtly towards Jiang Qingzhu nearby. Are there any formidable beasts we cannot defeat? The young lady had assisted him considerably, and lending a hand in slaying some otherworldly creatures would be no trouble at all. No, Jiang Qingzhu replied, her lips pressed together, her tone resolute. I can handle slaying otherworldly beasts myself. Very well then, Yi Li responded with a slight nod, bidding her farewell. With that, he continued to ascend towards the peaks of the core area, carrying Yang Wan with him. It is worth mentioning that during his journey to the core area, he had dispatched numerous first and second-tier otherworldly beasts. Yet, the evil points he gained were merely in the double digits, truly a meager return. In the future, when his strength had grown, he would seek out higher-tier beasts to see if there might be any change. Thoughts swirling in his mind, Yili moved like lightning across the plains, swiftly making his way up the mountain. Along the way, he encountered 4 or 5 late third-tier beasts. After expending 80% of his stamina, he successfully reached the summit. He hung the agonized Yangwan upon the peak, and a fierce gale swept through, tearing her garments apart within mere moments. Yili observed this scene with calm detachment. What was somewhat unexpected was that he did not sense any prying eyes in this location. This indicated that even the external means of broadcasting imagery could not perceive the happenings here. It was somewhat regrettable. Was it due to the mountain's towering height? Yili rested his chin on his hand, murmuring softly to himself. As a result, the accumulation of evil points was not substantial. Hanging the daughter of the Yang family from Shanzhou at the peak of the cracked mountain. Evil value, 2,000. As Yili gazed at the expanse of exposed skin on Yangwan, his mind drifted to another matter. His actions during this martial examination would likely incite considerable discontent among many teachers. Should anyone openly denounce him afterward, it would hardly be surprising. However, there was no need for concern. A faint smile graced Yili's lips. He had his own principles to abide by, even if, due to the system's reasons, he would evoke the ire of the majority of martial practitioners in the future. It mattered little, as long as his future strength was formidable enough. If he declared himself a good person, then all must believe him to be so. A powerful individual who stands apart only needs to act with a clear conscience. The young man's dark hair fluttered in the breeze, his eyes bright as he gazed towards the horizon, where the first light of dawn began to emerge. Ding! The morning air outside the Rift Mountain secret realm was refreshingly cool. For martial artists, spending the night outdoors was a relatively trivial matter. Within the expansive temporary camp, all eyes were fixated on the immense luminous screen, with only 3 minutes remaining until the announcement of the rankings. The current standings would essentially reflect the final results. 10th place, Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, Shan Wu. 9th place, Jiangbei No. 1 High School, Wang Zixuan. 8th place, Qingshan No. 1 High School, Tang Yao. 2nd place, Linhai No. 1 High School, Jiang Qingzhu. Surprisingly, despite the disparity in ranking, Jiang Qingzhu's final score surpassed that of Tang Yao by a considerable margin. This was indicative of her dedication to the art of slaying exotic beasts, driven by the ambition to eradicate them entirely. Additionally, the spear proved to be more effective than blades in penetrating the armor of these beasts. Thus, the outcome was reasonable. Not to mention, Jiang Qingzhu had mastered the dragon riding the wind technique, a rare third-tier martial art renowned for its armor-piercing capabilities. Therefore, in the act of slaying beasts, a martial artist skilled in various competitions may not necessarily outshine her. This testing format also subtly indicated that Han Xia placed greater emphasis on those capable of vanquishing exotic beasts. As champions of their respective provinces, such individuals would naturally receive focused training. The champion of the martial examination in Ying province was now revealed. 1st place, Linhai No. 1 High School, Yili. In the vast camp resembling a tiered classroom, all gazes converged upon this name, accompanied by an astonishingly high score behind it. The chief overseer, Kai Guocheng, upon reviewing the historical records of martial examinations, could scarcely contain his astonishment as he uttered descriptors that were unprecedented. Yili's score exhibited a staggering gap when compared to Jiang Qingzhu in 2nd place. The reason was quite straightforward. The summit of the Rift Mountain held extraordinary significance for the exotic beasts within the secret realm. It was akin to the lofty abodes of royal beasts found in other high-tier secret realms, making it a coveted location for all exotic creatures. The pinnacle was originally home to a peak third-tier beast, which was ruthlessly torn apart and cast down the precipice by a black-haired, golden-eyed youth after a fierce battle. Under an inexplicable allure, numerous formidable third-tier beasts continued to launch assaults towards the summit, only to be met with their demise at the hands of the youth. Blood of the beasts cascaded down the cliffs. By 4 o'clock in the morning, not a single third-tier beast dared to ascend the mountain for challenge. This signified that these sentient third-tier beasts within the Rift Mountain secret realm had formally acknowledged the youth's identity as king. Such was the gravity of the martial examination in Ying province. Even when considering the entirety of this year's martial arts examination in Hangxia, the young man undoubtedly stands as the unparalleled prodigy. Vice Principal Li Haohan of Linhai No. One high school sank into his chair, his eyes glazed over, his voice laced with overwhelming elation. You are, without a doubt, the living embodiment of Linhai Number 1. Who could have imagined that he would rise to prominence in less than a month, leaving a remarkable mark on the provincial martial arts examination? Wee Haven Tea even had the chance to distribute next month's nourishing elixirs. Li Haohan could already envision how the young man's name would be indelibly etched in the annals of Hengxia's martial arts history. Many teachers looked at him with envious eyes. Young martial artists like Yi Li, who already possessed the potential to become masters of martial arts, would undoubtedly enhance the reputation of any martial arts high school. If resources were abundant, it might take less than 50 years for the young man to ascend to the 7th tier, becoming a true master of martial arts, achieving renown across the region. Such a martial arts student is a coveted existence for every martial arts high school. Principal Li, congratulations, Kai Guocheng remarked, glancing at the exuberant Li Haohan. By next year, the resources allocated to Linhai Number 1 should be considerably more ample. He then turned his attention to Lin Yiyun, who was intently focused on the screen, and in a lowered voice, curiously asked, Classmate Lin, what is your assessment of this young man, named Yi Li's potential? At Fengyun University, where the air is charged with ambition and brilliance, the opinions of its members hold significant weight. Even among the elite of Fengyun University, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a true genius. Lin Yiyun, without hesitation, responded, he is far superior to me in the past 2 years. Her words openly acknowledged the young man's prowess. With a soft sigh, she added playfully, I've encountered many geniuses, but even they would be compelled to acknowledge Yi Li as a genius upon meeting him. Kai Guocheng's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further. How does he compare to the saint's son of Tianyang at Fengyun University? Are you referring to senior son? Lin Yiyun crossed her arms, contemplating for a moment before stating. In terms of strength, there is indeed a significant gap when compared to that anomaly. However, in terms of potential, they might be somewhat comparable. After a pause, she continued with a light-hearted smile. Yet, it's difficult to say. Yi Li is still young, and that old fellow is nearing graduation. Who can predict the outcome? Such a high assessment. Kai Guocheng expressed his surprise. It is well known that the saint's son of Tianyang is a renowned young martial artist, consistently ranking among the top 3 on the prestigious Fengyun list. I cannot be too certain. Take my words lightly. If my senior sister were here, she would provide a more definitive answer, as she ranks within the top 10 on the Fengyun list. Were it not for her disposition, she would likely be in the top 5. Lin Yiyun waved her hand dismissively, her tone infused with a languid air as she chuckled. There's no need to rush. My senior will eventually become his senior as well. These two are bound to cross paths sooner or later, and then I shall have my answer. Upon hearing this, Kai Guocheng nodded and rose to stride toward the outskirts of the camp. He exhaled deeply, marking the conclusion of this year's martial examination on a satisfactory note. Yi Li emerged victorious as the champion of the province, establishing himself as the strongest martial arts student of the current cohort. In just a few hours, this news would ripple across all 12 cities of the province. After a year and a half of writing, I had received such a precious gift for the first time. Last night, my hands trembled with excitement. It was truly exhilarating, and I am grateful to the esteemed benefactor. However, being in another province these past few days has made it challenging to deliver additional updates. As a token of my gratitude, I pledge to commence a daily update of 3 chapters starting the day after tomorrow at the latest. I am deeply thankful for the gifts and support from all the esteemed patrons. Chapter 61. Supreme Talent of Spirit Control. Atop the summit of Lianshan, the fierce winds howled. Ignoring the unconscious Yang Wan, Yi Li sat cross-legged on the peak. The high altitude brought a chilling atmosphere, each breath imbued with a crispness. His dark eyes sparkled with a rare excitement as he realized that his malevolent reputation had indeed increased. His heart raced as he summoned his panel. Current malevolent value, 40,000 points. Eligible for artifact extraction. A golden quality reward package awaits unsealing. It had not been an easy journey, yet at last, his second glimmer of golden light had arrived. Where there is a will, there is a way, Yi Li murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips. His diligent efforts during this period had not been in vain, and he owed much to the steadfast support of the Yang siblings and numerous martial arts students. He hoped to unlock a skill or artifact of practical use. The previous, indestructible golden soul had bestowed upon him unparalleled regenerative capabilities, transforming him into a formidable warrior. Within the same tier, engaging in combat posed little risk of defeat, truly a divine talent with a remarkably high baseline. Yet, its expressiveness left something to be desired. While the blazing golden eyes appeared imposing, infusing his movements with an aesthetic of raw power, it merely represented a significant enhancement of physical abilities. In truth, it lacked the necessary flair and versatility. Relying solely on his current capabilities, should he encounter a peak third-tier warrior adept in long-range combat, not only would it be difficult to amass malevolent value, but maintaining dignity in battle would also prove challenging. The distinction between a disgraceful struggle and a triumphant victory is evident in the psychological impact it has on an adversary. If the extracted, golden quality reward proves unsatisfactory, I shall venture to the artifact roulette for some wondrous items. With this thought in mind, Yili solidified his resolve. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, he silently commanded, "Unseal the package." Boom. As Yili's thoughts stirred, an imposing golden pillar, nearly as robust as the previous one, surged skyward from the panel in an instant. To the onlookers on the distant plain, it appeared as a magnificent thread connecting the mountaintop to the heavens. The heavy clouds were forcefully shattered by this golden radiance, its brilliant light swirling amidst the vaporous clouds, casting a clear and resplendent glow. In that moment, at the foot of the mountain, across the plain, and within the dense forest, countless martial students were captivated by this spectacle, gazing skyward towards the distant firmament. What is happening? Alas! Immediately following, amidst a multitude of astonished gazes, the air within the entire secret realm darkened abruptly. Dense, pitch-black clouds rolled ominously from above, enveloping the area within a radius of several dozen kilometers from the peak of the cracked mountain in an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Countless skeletal remains, long devoid of flesh and scattered throughout the secret realm, began to tremble violently at this moment. Almost simultaneously, above the cracked mountain, an exceedingly bizarre aura descended from the void, merging with the youth seated atop the summit amidst the raging winds. A terrifying momentum swept across the heavens and the earth, so powerful that it roused the unconscious Yangwan from her stupor. Her eyelids fluttered amidst the surging gale. She struggled to open a narrow slit to gaze towards the mountaintop. In the next breath, her heart nearly ceased beating from sheer terror. That was Yili. She beheld him, clad in an elongated black robe, surrounded by an intensely pure maelstrom of black clouds, swirling and rapidly expanding outward. In mere moments, the entire cracked mountain was engulfed within. Within this eerie black cloud, the essence of death and rebirth was profoundly palpable. Atop the cracked mountain, the long-deceased third tier slowly opened their eyes, and a glimmer of crimson quietly emerged within their hollow gaze. With a series of chilling, crackling sounds, they rose from the ground, their massive forms bowing reverently towards the mountain's peak. In that moment, dozens of third tier appeared as loyal servants. In such an atmosphere, the youth was far from an ordinary third-tier martial artist. He was undeniably a formidable young sovereign. Exhaling deeply, Yili gradually opened his eyes. Within those profoundly dark orbs, Yangwan's expression, frozen in astonishment, was vividly reflected. Simultaneously, relevant information surfaced in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the martial talent Soul Mastery. Soul Mastery 1. A functional talent that allows complete control over the souls of those who have perished at your hands, compelling them to sign a life and death pact. Recognizing you as their master, serving your interests devotedly throughout eternity, never to be reborn. Upgradable. It is said that after death, souls return to a mysterious mountain, and the deity born from that mountain possesses this talent by nature. To gain authority surpassing theirs, feel free to harvest evil deeds. Talent. Necromancer. The necromancer possesses a natural superiority over undead creatures, rendering them incapable of initiating any form of attack against you, while simultaneously augmenting your damage dealt to such beings by an impressive 500. This talent ceiling is astonishingly high. As he glanced at the description on the panel, a flicker of joy ignited in Yili's eyes. Subsequently, under Yangwan's dazed and bewildered gaze, he rose slowly, his expression calm, his voice imbued with a hint of mockery. I await your vengeance. At that moment, the formidable black clouds atop the Rift Mountain began to dissipate. The martial science students, having never witnessed such a spectacle, wore expressions of confusion. Yet, still uninitiated in the third tier, they could only attribute the phenomenon to the anomalies within the secret realm. Of course, Yangwan was an exception. Gazing at the youth who had just unveiled such a terrifying spectacle, her eyes were filled with profound fear, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Revenge? She harbored no thoughts of vengeance. Just as she was about to utter words of surrender, the teleportation array, signaling the conclusion of the martial examination, finally rose beneath their feet. Chapter 62. A disparity in treatment in the early morning light. As the sun ascended, the grand formation of the secret realm refracted beautiful rays. Shadows of figures began to soar, and the once desolate plain was suddenly dotted with black figures. Over 10,000 students exhibited a myriad of expressions, yet all shared a semblance of relief and elation. The martial examination had concluded. For them, it felt akin to a towering mountain that had long pressed upon their chests, suddenly collapsing with a resounding crash, granting them unparalleled ease. Although the martial examination was undeniably the foremost challenge in this world, the atmosphere of relief swiftly enveloped the expanse. Amongst them, Yili moved with a light step, his demeanor slightly relaxed. He had achieved his goals during this martial examination. While the students from Qingshan know one had not converged to besiege him, the Yang siblings had proven to be remarkably capable allies. Not only had his malevolent points significantly increased, but his infamy level had also risen by a tier. With this, he had acquired new trump cards, eagerly awaiting the thrill of battle. Just then, Kai Guocheng soared down from the upper camp, approaching Yi Li, who looked somewhat surprised, and with a beaming smile, he whispered, "Congratulations. Allow me to reveal that your score currently ranks first in the province. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, the championship of this year's martial examination will undoubtedly belong to you." Given Yi Li's demonstrated potential, he had already made a proactive gesture of goodwill. If he could steadily develop his abilities, mature gradually, and learn to temper his brilliance, he would evade the assassinations that loomed from the various nations. It was all but a certainty that within a few decades, if not a century, a new martial arts master would emerge from Hanxia. Embracing the notion of forging amicable relations, he smiled gently and remarked, "Furthermore, according to the student from Shanzhou No. 1 high school, the awakened young master of the Yang family claimed that during the martial arts examination, it was you who first launched an attack on him in Yangwan." Upon hearing this, Yili maintained a composed demeanor, intending to assert that the other party had openly challenged him, and according to his character, there was no justification for refusal. Kai Guocheng continued with a smile. "However, based on our inquiries with several students from Shanzhou No. 1 high school who exited early, it can be concluded that it was Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan who initially provoked you. Thus your results will remain unaltered." At this revelation, Yili was genuinely taken aback. He had prepared himself for disqualification, even formulating no arguments in his defense. Yet, astonishingly, nothing had transpired. Had his own standing prompted such a concession from the authorities? Seemingly perceiving Yi Li's astonishment, Kai Guocheng remarked, "Since you were not the instigator of the conflict, naturally, your qualification for the examination will not be revoked." After a brief pause for contemplation, he added, "Although the primary issue does not rest with you, the Yang family may not be entirely satisfied with this explanation. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to minimize your public appearances, and should you need to appear, exercise utmost caution." The head of the Yang family is a seasoned fifth-tier martial artist. Although advanced in years, his prowess remains formidable, and there are numerous fourth-tier martial artists within the Yang family who could intervene. As Kai Guocheng spoke, he diligently observed the youth's reactions, subtly reminding Yi Li that while the organizers of the martial arts examination had chosen not to pursue the matter after understanding the circumstances, it did not imply that the Yang family would do the same. In fact, the likelihood of retaliatory action seemed quite high. After absorbing Kai Guocheng's words, Yi Li nodded slightly, replying in a measured tone, "I comprehend the situation. This outcome was anticipated. Moreover, should the Yang family persist in their aggression, I do not intend to show any mercy." "That is reassuring." Kai Guocheng exhaled visibly, relieved that the youth did not exhibit reckless bravado, opting instead for a more tempered approach. Such impulsiveness could lead to dire consequences. Not only unseasoned prodigies, but even those who had matured into talents often faced tragic fates. The ability to heed the counsel of others is indeed a mark of humility. With this thought, Kai Guocheng nodded with satisfaction. He then slightly turned to reveal Lin Yinyun, standing behind him, and introduced her with a smile. "This is Lin Yinyun from Fengyun University, who has come specifically to see you." "Hello." Lin Yinyun stepped forward, a playful smile gracing her intelligent features. I am also a student of the esteemed Yu Wang, which makes me your senior, by virtue of our academic lineage. Yi Li politely nodded, unfazed by her reference to the venerable Yu Wang. Do you have something to discuss with me? Ah, quite the boastful one, aren't you? Lin Yingyun thought to herself, clearing her throat before stating with utmost seriousness. Initially, there was nothing, but after witnessing your performance in the martial arts examination, I have now found a reason to seek you out. In the midst of their conversation, Kai Guicheng discreetly withdrew, allowing space for the two to engage in dialogue. Lin Yingyun glanced around and noticed that the surrounding martial arts students were fervently discussing their experiences within the secret realm. She then approached Yi Li, offering a gentle smile as she inquired, "It's not that I have an urgent matter, but I was wondering if you might be interested in the Academy's tasks?" The Academy's tasks? Yi Li echoed, intrigued. Precisely, Lin Yingyun stretched leisurely, a light laugh escaping her lips. If you express interest, I can facilitate early access to the school's task system for you. In the future, you will be able to accept tasks through your waste token. Of course, some special tasks still require you to return to campus for collection. Additionally, if you encounter a particularly challenging task, you can request assistance through your waste token. The communication between tokens can bypass most forms of interference. Within 100 kilometers, there is absolutely no delay, far superior to any phone. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun's gaze fell upon the golden waste token at Yi Li's side, her tone turning envious as she continued, "With your golden level waste token, you will have the privilege to choose from the majority of tasks issued by the school at your leisure." Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Yi Li, curious, asked, "Aren't you a gold medalist?" "I am a silver medalist," Lin Yingyun replied, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "Junior, do not assume that just because you obtained a gold medal at the onset, it is commonplace at Fengyan University. To be frank, there are fewer than 20 students in the entire university with such a waste token. Each is a core student designated by the Academy. After 2 years of hard work, I managed to barely attain a silver medal, so tell me, how can your waste token not be considered of a higher standing?" "I see." Yi Li nodded slightly. In response to Lin Yingyun's astonished gaze, he calmly inquired, "So your rank isn't higher than mine. Could you bow to me?" Lin Yingyun felt as though she nearly choked. Even while merely observing the broadcast, she had discerned that Yi Li's character was not one to be easily subdued, likely leaning towards a more dominant demeanor. Yet, she never anticipated that, in the presence of her evidently more seasoned senior, he would not only remain unapologetic but become increasingly audacious, outright requesting her to bow to him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yingyun gritted her teeth and clarified, "The status and treatment of gold medal students are significantly higher than those of silver medalists, but it does not equate to that of an emperor and his subjects." "Is that so?" Yi Li feigned disappointment. "I thought I was a little emperor." He then subtly probed, "What specific advantages do gold medal students possess?" "Status and treatment." Lin Yingyun managed to regain her composure, sighing as she continued, "To speak solely of the completion of internal tasks, setting aside the restrictions on task acceptance. Even the difficulty of executing the tasks varies significantly between the two. Core students with gold medals, when executing tasks, hold a status equivalent to that of the Deputy Director of the Municipal Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs. Silver medal students only have the authority of ordinary enforcers. Do you understand what this implies? The latter often finds themselves relying solely on their own abilities, while the former can even summon the enforcement officers stationed at the Municipal Bureau to assist in their endeavors. This disparity in status is quite evident." Chapter 63. The Perspectives of Various Nations. Is it truly that impressive? Yi Li expressed mild astonishment, realizing that he would soon occupy a modest position in Hanxia. Indeed, Lin Yingyun's voice bore a hint of pride. The core students of Fengyan University are those extraordinary martial artists who would be recognized as geniuses in any martial arts academy. For them, a school that fails to provide preferential treatment is undoubtedly at fault. As she spoke, her voice faltered for a moment, and her expression turned serious. "I have mentioned only the advantages. Yet you must also understand the truth that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although I, your senior sister, often wish to enjoy such privileges, being a gold medal student comes with its own set of risks, a fact you should already comprehend." "I do not know." Yi Li casually shook his head. His previous self had been too preoccupied with flattery, and he had been busy with his own affairs, leaving little time to grasp these matters. "You do not know?" Lin Yingyun was taken aback, her expression somewhat peculiar. The other party, possessing such talent, had already showcased the technique of Danshi explosion in the footage, even before graduation. While the execution of Danshi explosion was somewhat lacking, it was evident that they had entered the third stage of true blood realm, undoubtedly a paragon among their peers, far surpassing her own innate abilities. As a prodigy, it was only natural that their mentors had imparted wisdom regarding the challenges of growing up in Hanxia, the difficulty of nurturing such talents, or similar sentiments. After all, even Lin Yingyun had heard such words so often in her youth that they had almost worn her ears raw. However, as she matured, she found these admonitions becoming increasingly rare, likely because her elders believed her talent exempted her from concerns over assassination by rival nations. Lin Yingyun felt a pang of sorrow. "Can you please refrain from speaking in riddles?" Yili furrowed his brow, observing the shifting expressions of Lin Yingyun, and said, "Please speak plainly." He had always detested those who spoke in cryptic terms while consuming media in his past life. Why was he still encountering such individuals in this martial world? Was it truly so difficult to get to the point? He resolved that from now on, should he encounter such riddlers again, he would confront them directly. "Let me express it this way." Lin Yingyun pondered for a moment, then spoke with a grave demeanor. "Our Hanxia is the largest nation on Blue Star, with vast territories and numerous secret realms. The frequent outbreaks of beast tides lead to a perpetually tumultuous domestic situation. To this day, there are only a handful of martial arts masters within the Clear Anomaly Bureau capable of stabilizing the situation, all stationed in cities surrounding the major secret realms. Even so, the circumstances rarely improve. Even the martial arts masters of renowned sects are often summoned by the authorities to fend off beast tides or to eliminate cultists. These masters, proud as they are, treat each summons as if they were being asked to consult their ancestors. Do you now understand? In such circumstances, it is quite challenging for any formidable force within the nation to spare its resources. Whenever those great powers overseas make a move, it is invariably Hanxia that bears the brunt, as there are no elite combat capabilities available to counteract. The nations across the seas are more than pleased to witness the former hegemon's decline, including erstwhile allies among the great powers. If given the opportunity, they would prefer to see Hanxia remain in this weakened state indefinitely. As Lin Yingyun spoke, her gaze casually swept the surroundings. Yet, Hanxia frequently gives rise to prodigies. If left unchecked, it is likely that within 2 centuries, Hanxia could once again ascend to the pinnacle of international prominence. If you were one of those nations, what would you do? The only course would be to eliminate them all, for a fallen genius is of no value. Lin Yingyun sighed in resignation. "I see." Yili nodded slightly. "In simple terms, the nations do not permit Hanxia to harbor such remarkable individuals. How do you feel about that? Are you afraid?" A smile graced Lin Yingyun's exquisite oval face as she eagerly anticipated Yi Li's reaction. It is worth noting that even when she was merely a novice, hearing such matters had filled her with a sense of impending doom regarding Hanxia's fate. On that day, she had even refrained from indulging in her favorite ice cream. From Lin Yingyun's perspective, if she, lacking qualifications, could feel such anxiety, then Yi Li, who possessed the requisite talents, would surely be even more apprehensive. The reason is simple. The sensation of suddenly being at odds with the entire world is akin to a small boat navigating through tumultuous seas, suffocating and terrifying. A feeling that could dramatically alter any warrior's countenance. This sensation does not dissipate with maturity. On the contrary, as one ages and gains a deeper understanding of the world, the impact and pressure of such circumstances only intensify. In other words, someone like Yi Li, who perfectly meets the standards, would instantly feel the weight of tremendous pressure. Afraid? Yi Li raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Why should I be afraid? Having discerned the essence of the issue, the subsequent matters become quite manageable. It is straightforward. Once I mature, I shall single-handedly vanquish those nations. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yingyun opened her mouth, wishing to say something, but ultimately chose to hold her tongue. How infuriating! This fellow remained so composed. Why fear? Of course, it is because you will inevitably face assassination attempts from those nations. Lin Yingyun genuinely wished to inquire if he understood the concept of humility. However, upon seeing the overwhelming confidence radiating from the youth, she immediately dismissed that thought. He might be oblivious to the essence of humility, yet he undoubtedly possessed an unparalleled self-assurance. Such an aura, could it be the accumulation from his journey thus far? Lin Yingyun fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, she finally said, "It is wise to exercise caution. Your concerns are not limited to the great powers. To speak of those in close proximity, there is the so-called Yang family of Shanzhou. Naturally, Yi Li nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Unlike others, he possesses unwavering confidence in his own integrity. Not only will he confront those from various nations, but he will also not spare anyone from Hanxia whom he finds displeasing. That is reassuring. Lin Yingyun let out a sigh of relief, considering that he has taken her words to heart and is now on guard. This indicates that despite not being on the same wavelength, it is still possible for both parties to engage in delightful conversation. However, there is no need for you to worry about assassination threats from various nations for the time being. Lin Yingyun lifted her head once more, stepped forward, and gently patted Yi Li's shoulder, offering a smile of comfort. At least one must be a fourth-tier warrior to attract their attention. Otherwise, if they were to target every genius, even the most advanced warriors would be overwhelmed. After all, how often does a martial arts master emerge? I recall a prodigy who became a second-tier warrior at the age of 6, yet only broke through to the third tier at 60, leaving his adversaries on the brink of despair. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun stretched lazily, her tone lightening with a hint of amusement. Once Yi Li nodded, she extended her palm, her demeanor returning to a relaxed state. Having said so much, I'm utterly exhausted. Hand over the gold medal. I shall assist you in connecting. Very well. Yi Li casually tossed the gleaming gold medal, which flew through the air in an elegant arc towards her. Be careful. Lin Yingyun caught the medal, murmuring in surprise. This is a gold medal. There are hardly any gold medals at Fengyun University. How can you treat it like a mere trinket? Tossing it about so carelessly? Lin Yingyun ground her teeth. If she possessed a gold medal, she would cherish it as a treasure. With such a possession, not only would she receive discounts on various martial arts, but she could also apply for funding to study divination. She couldn't help but imagine how delightful that would be. With a sigh of longing, she skillfully activated the relevant formations within the gold medal, connecting to Fengyun University's campus network. All right, with this, you are officially a student of Fengyun University. Reluctantly, Lin Yingyun handed the medal back to him, her tone turning serious. If teachers from Kyoto University or Magic City University come seeking you, do not be swayed by their offers, no matter what conditions they propose. Fengyun University will match them double. After saying this, she smiled. The last two statements were from old Deng, not me. It's a message from teacher Yuan. Her senior sister is heading back to campus for tasks to earn a fortune. Do you have any questions for me? May I ask for a bow? Yi Li inquired politely, appearing as a refined young gentleman. Farewell. Chapter 63, The Fengyun Rankings. Outside the Rift Mountain Secret Realm. As bus after bus departed from the borders of Shanzhou City, heading to various destinations, news of the martial arts examination's conclusion began to spread rapidly throughout Ying Province. Although no official announcement has been made, in previous years, there have always been individuals privy to insider information who have jumped the gun. This year, the results have proven to be even more sensational than in the past, and this year is no exception. The most explosive news comprises two main points. A martial artist named Yi Li from Linhai City has achieved a groundbreaking score, securing the championship title in this year's provincial martial arts examination. And the highly anticipated Yang family twins have both fallen short, unable to even secure a place in the martial arts university. Within the forums related to martial arts high schools, numerous students from the province of Ying have taken to discussing these developments. Who is this Yi Li, a veritable prodigy, who has snatched the championship from the grasp of Shanzhou No. 1 High School? Is he not the one who was recently rumored to have been granted direct admission to Fengyun University? Goodness, this individual has left me utterly astounded. When did Linhai No. 1 High School produce such an exceptional martial arts student? With my impending entry into martial arts high school next year, I shall undoubtedly aim for Linhai No. 1 High School. To the commenter above, it is not the school that is remarkable, but rather this Yi Li. Joining the masses is a certain path to demise. I choose Qingshan No. 1 High School, where perhaps I might graduate and gain entry to Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Is no one concerned about the lamentations of Shanzhou No. 1 High School? All the teachers there believed they would finally gain recognition, only to find the Yang family twins falling spectacularly. The Provincial Martial Arts Championship has long been dominated by Shanzhou No. 1 High School, so when it was taken away, the news spread like wildfire. People seem to revel in this unexpectedly shocking outcome. Rumors also suggest that the reason the Yang twins were eliminated so swiftly was due to encountering the young martial artist named Yi Li in the core area. If this momentum continues, this year's martial arts examination results will likely stand out as a singular occurrence in recent years, and Yi Li's name will be etched in the memories of future martial arts students. As night fell, The bus finally entered the territory of Linhai City. Linhai City, a tranquil neighborhood. The weary Yili returned home after a long absence, retrieving the golden waist token, his expression betraying his joy. Ever since establishing a connection with Fengyun University, he has been able to access the inventory of the university's library directly through this golden token. It encompasses everything from 5th-tier martial arts techniques to 2nd-tier martial skills, with both categories merely differing in the extent of their collection. Moreover, judging by the nature of such academies, if 5th-tier martial arts techniques are housed in the library, then it is highly probable that 6th-tier techniques can also be found within the institution. Although these martial skills cannot yet be exchanged directly and must be obtained on the main campus, Yili now possesses the privilege of freely entering and exiting Fengyun University, rendering this a minor obstacle. Reflecting on Lin Yinyun's words as she departed, a smile inevitably graced his lips. The road ahead is wide open. Yili chuckled to himself. Yet there was one matter that lingered in his mind as he prepared to leave. Lin Yinyun seemed to recall something and suddenly turned to Yili, saying, "By the way, this Fengyun gold medal not only boasts a plethora of functions, but also allows you to view the rankings on the Fengyun list in real time. If you're interested, you can take a look." "The Fengyun list?" Yili inquired. "It is a system devised by the school to motivate students to progress, ranking individuals based on their performance in executing tasks and their victories and defeats in daily battles, thus serving as a significant symbol of achievement." Lin Yinyun produced her silver medal, gently shaking it, and smiled. "There are only 30 slots, all occupied by the luminaries of Fengyun University, truly the brightest among the talented. You, my friend, possess a certain aptitude. As your senior, I feel somewhat inadequate. In just a few years, you may well catch up to me. However, compared to them, you still have a long way to go. They are proud and ambitious, and who knows, you might encounter them while undertaking tasks in the future. For your own sake, I advise you to cultivate a sense of humility." Upon hearing this, Yili tentatively activated the harmonious coexistence ring. A flash of light appeared, and the bewildered Lin Yinyun knelt, watching Yili depart. Yet, the languid nature of this girl was too serene. She merely stood up, dusted herself off, contemplated for a moment, and then turned to leave. "You made the serene senior of Fengyun University kneel before you. Evil deed value, 500. That's a bit lacking. What a pity, she is a good person. Humility, huh?" Returning to the present, Yili lay down on his bed, thoughts swirling. His journey to Fengyun University would likely take several more days, so there was no need to rush. Moreover, if all went as planned, Jiang Qingzhu's advanced refining method would soon be delivered. The first stage of the 3rd tier was soon to be a thing of the past, ushering in an era of attribute enhancement. The 40,000 evil deed points quietly resting in his panel were the foundation of Yi Li's relentless progress. The corgi he had raised for only 2 days was running a high fever this morning, and he had been busy tending to it all day. By midnight, the 3rd update would likely not materialize. "I sincerely apologize. I will make immediate amends." Chapter 64. The snow mountain shaping Jiang Qingzhu's speed exceeded expectations. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yili finished washing and donned a clean outfit, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Here she comes." He approached and turned the doorknob, and a familiar, cool young woman peeked in, quickly stepping inside. "I did it." Upon entering, Jiang Qingzhu exclaimed joyfully, "I have obtained the Jiang family's advanced refining method for you." Remarkable. Yili did not hesitate to offer his praise, for she had indeed assisted him significantly. However, moving forward, as long as he had sufficient credits, he could directly exchange them in the library of Fengyun University. While her generosity was certainly appealing, he knew moderation was essential, otherwise, he might find himself in trouble one day. "Here you go." Jiang Qingzhu retrieved a rather slender tome from her storage ring and handed it to Yili, her voice lifting slightly at the end as she remarked, "This is Snow Mountain body sculpting. The difficulty of mastering it is quite formidable. It is nearly impossible for a martial artist who has not practiced white mist frost snow to learn it. For this reason, it is considered an obscure cultivation method within the Jiang family. Apart from a few direct descendants, hardly anyone can or will attempt to master it." She paused momentarily, her lips pressed gently together, and continued with a hint of nostalgia. "However, for you, it should be rather straightforward to grasp." The impact of Yi Li's rapid mastery of the white mist frost snow-breathing technique in just a few days lingered vividly in her mind, a memory etched with remarkable clarity. Indeed, it was not long ago. "Thank you," Yi Li said as he accepted the tome, a refreshing sensation coursing through him instantly. He then expressed his surprise. Is it really this thin? This cultivation method seems at least half the thickness of the previous breathing technique. The slenderness implied greater difficulty. Jiang Qingzhu explained softly, choosing her words carefully. To my knowledge, the most gifted ancestor in the history of the Jiang family took 2 months to barely make headway with it. Remembering that this ancestor had also taken 2 months to practice the breathing technique, she refrained from mentioning the latter part of her thought about whether Yi Li might have needed guidance, fearing that it could unnecessarily prolong his learning process. Upon hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of resignation within. He recalled the extensive effort he had devoted, 50 years worth, to perfect white mist frost snow. Transitioning to the more challenging snow mountain body sculpting would likely demand another considerable investment of effort. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that the reserves within his panel had long been prepared for such an undertaking. Do you have any further matters to discuss? He inquired, his tone notably softer, yet still carrying an undertone of urgency. Jiang Qingzhu, not sensing the urgency in his words, pondered for a moment before summoning her courage to invite him. I am planning to return to the Jiang family soon. Would you care to accompany me? The Yang family in Shanzhou has been eyeing you with ill intent. The Jiang family can offer protection. Not this time. Thank you, Yi Li replied politely with a nod. He had plans to visit Fengyun University in a couple of days and had no time to seek refuge in the Jiang family amidst their supposed troubles. The feeling of being under someone else's roof was something he had no desire to experience. Upon hearing his response, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes dimmed slightly. She had anticipated his answer and had mentally prepared herself for it, yet hearing the rejection still brought her a pang of sadness. After a brief moment, she raised her head and tentatively asked, "Are we friends?" "I suppose that would be the case," he replied. Yi Li calmly remarked, "Anyone who harbors a grudge against you can certainly confide in me. I shall lend my assistance in this matter. It conveniently provides an excuse for action." He paused momentarily, a look of sudden realization dawning upon his face. "Ah, I see. Is there someone targeting you upon your return to the Jiang family? If that is the case, I would be more than willing to accompany you." "No, there is no one targeting me." Jiang Qingzhu instinctively shook her head. "Is that so? What a pity." Yi Li responded, a hint of disappointment coloring his tone. A person capable of incurring the ire of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family must surely be a formidable opponent. Indeed, Jiang Qingzhu lowered her head. Yet a subtle smile graced her lips, her clear eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. "He considers me a friend. It is worth it. All my efforts during this time have been worthwhile. Well then, I shall take my leave." "I wish you success," Jiang Qingzhu said with a slight bow, swiftly pushing open the door. "Feel free to reach out to me at any time. I shall see you again at Fengyun University." With that, she exited the room, skipping joyfully in the direction from whence she came. Such a feigned inquiry, Yi Li mused, observing her departing figure, shaking his head in bewilderment as he closed the door. She belonged to the upper echelons of wealth and had already rendered considerable assistance. By any measure, she could be deemed a half-friend. A friend implies someone who can aid you in a conflict. It presents an opportunity to repay kindness while simultaneously accruing points for misdeeds. What is not to love? Yi Li's reasoning was remarkably straightforward. He would seek opportunities to repay those who treated him well, while ensuring that those who wronged him would be decisively trampled into the ground. This approach not only preserved his positive mindset, but also allowed him to advance without any psychological burden. A path devoid of regret was nothing short of invincible. To maintain such a trajectory, it was imperative to continually progress and grow stronger. In the face of the world and its calamities, only the powerful could actualize their will. Upon returning to his bedroom, Yi Li sat cross-legged on his bed and reached for the book titled Snow Mountain Body Sculpting. A soft blue glow materialized before his eyes. Current points of malevolence: 40, 500, new item, level body refinement method, snow mountain sculpting, not yet initiated. "Let us begin," Yi Li exhaled silently. There was no reason for hesitation. The multitude of malevolence points surged into the interface. Ding! Commencing the enhancement of proficiency in snow mountain sculpting, which will continuously consume malevolence points. As you open this tome, clear characters dance before your eyes. You were astonished to find that comprehension came effortlessly. Your application of the level breathing technique, white mist and frost, has approached a near instinctual level. Even the most talented predecessor of the Jiang family was nowhere near your capabilities at this age. Acquired enhancement, training speed increased by 70. Your current speed is akin to a long-distance runner who, having pilfered a smartphone, swiftly commandeers a shared bicycle, racing away under the astonished gazes of onlookers. Upon expending 1,000 points of malevolence, you have perused the majority of this refining technique, yet your comprehension remains superficial. In pursuit of its true essence, you opt to delve further. After consuming 2,000 points of malevolence, you have thoroughly examined this refining method. Although your understanding has not deepened significantly, you have grasped some concepts. It relies on cultivating one's essence with cold-infused true qi, facilitating a profound transformation within your blood. Upon spending 4,000 points of malevolence, you have adeptly mastered the technique of refining your blood with true qi, granting you a measure of resistance to frigid environments. Snow Mountain Body Refinement. Beginner. Although uncertain of how this correlates to the arduous training you would have undertaken alone, it is unequivocal that the time spent vastly exceeds 2 months. For a warrior who could attain such proficiency in merely 2 months, Yili sighed, only to discover that with each breath, he could hear a sound akin to the howling of wind and snow resonating within him. His blood was gradually undergoing transformation amidst this sound. Is this the enduring effect of the advanced breathing technique? Yili felt elated, redirecting his attention to the continuously emerging text on the panel. Chapter 65, True Blood Perfection, Peak of the Third Stage. After consuming 5,000 points of malevolence, you begin to experiment with accelerating the refining process through your breathing, uncovering relevant techniques that significantly hasten the purification of your true blood, achieving speeds several times faster than that of the prior method. Snow Mountain Body Refinement, Proficient. After expending 10,000 points of malevolence, you have become adept at creating an environment akin to a snow mountain within your body, with your blood resembling countless climbers, continuously strengthening themselves in harsh conditions. Snow Mountain Body Refinement. Mastered. After consuming 15,000 points of malevolence, the snow mountain environment you have conjured nears perfection. The multitude of blood-formed climbers exhibit keen interest in this mountain. With but a command from you, they would eagerly commence their ascent. Snow Mountain Body Refinement. Great accomplishment. Upon expending 20,000 points of malevolence, the internal snow mountain is utterly flawless, emanating an astonishing allure within the realm of your body. Without your prompting, the innumerable climbers formed from true blood are already fervently eager, obsessed with conquering your snow mountain. If one were to inquire why, they would undoubtedly respond, because the mountain stands there. The level of refinement has risen, and the Snow Mountain Body Refinement has reached perfection. Byproducts. Through your diligent practice of the refining method, your martial arts level has ascended to the second tier of the third stage. Byproducts. Your familiarity with the snow mountain environment has greatly enhanced your resistance to extreme cold. Comment. The expenditure of 20,000 points of malevolence has yielded an improvement equivalent to 80 years of arduous cultivation. Should you unleash your explosive essence now, opponents of the same level would tremble and fall before the avalanche of your true essence. As the final line of text materialized, an intense, bone-chilling aura erupted around Yili. A resounding, chilling explosion echoed, causing the temperature within the entire bedroom to plummet by several degrees. As a veil of white mist rapidly formed on the window, it was unmistakably the sweltering heat of June, yet the room resembled a pristine ice cellar. Yili's gaze flickered momentarily. After a simple surge of dan-chi explosion, a hint of icy blue quietly ascended within his pitch-black eyes, threatening to creep upwards towards his brows and hair. If one were to assert that the realm dictates the quantity and limits of dan-chi explosion, then the refinement technique determines its quality. Among martial artists of the same rank, with equivalent consumption of true energy, the higher the level of the refinement technique, the greater the power of the dan-chi explosion. With a gentle exhale, Yili released a breath that seemed to chill the air around him, manifesting an extraordinary aura. As he slightly mobilized his true energy, a sense of completeness surged within him. With the perfection of Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, the chilling essence contained within his true energy grew increasingly formidable. Moreover, the speed at which he refined his blood was amplified several times over. Compared to the basic Great Sun Treasure Furnace, this refinement method was exponentially superior. One method demanded unwavering focus while enduring excruciating internal torment, whereas the other could be performed automatically in a mere breath, free of discomfort, and with greatly enhanced efficiency, an obvious choice for anyone No wonder it is said that the cold lineage seldom produces martial arts masters. There is indeed a profound truth behind the rarity of precious things. Yili nodded slightly, his thoughts racing. He was acutely aware that the Yang family of Shanzhou had their eyes fixed upon him, and he must tread carefully. It seemed imperative to concoct an excuse to eliminate the Yang family. Otherwise, he would be unable to find peace or rest. With the refinement technique now perfected, it was time to elevate his cultivation level. With a mere thought, the vast reservoir of malevolent energy surged forcefully into the martial arts level section. Ding! Commencing the consumption of malevolent energy to enhance martial arts level. Through arduous training beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, your understanding of Snow Mountain body sculpting has reached perfection. Coupled with the aid of the Great Sun Treasure Furnace, an extraordinary harmony has emerged while refining your true blood. Gain, refinement speed increased by 1,000. Your speed now resembles that of an unknown divine mountain's swift 86. With the myriad bends along the path of martial cultivation appearing to you as a straight, celestial highway, no assistance is required. You are now a prodigy riding the tempest. After consuming 500 points of malevolence, the already near-perfect third-stage duality began to show cracks. The golden glow within the true blood became remarkably pure, elevating the quality of the human Dan significantly. You have ascended to the third stage third level. Possessing the highest grade of tempering technique, you are naturally capable of refining the finest quality true blood. You have finally comprehended the notion that even among warriors of the same rank, disparities exist after reaching the third stage. You have gained a boon. True blood quality increased by 100. Thus, it is no wonder that I find my golden radiance far more resplendent than that of the fugitive's blood from that day, Yili mused, slightly dazed. The progress on the light screen continued unabated. After expending 500 points of malevolence, the golden glow of your true blood began to expand, reaching 1/3 of its potential. Your senses experienced a notable enhancement, and your black pupils, endowed with the eye of illusion, gained dynamic vision that surpassed that of other warriors of the same tier. You have ascended to the third stage 6th level. After consuming 500 points of malevolence, the true blood coursing through your body flowed with an innate clarity, further perfecting the quality of your human Dan, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. You have ascended to the third stage 9th level. After expending 500 points of malevolence, you have fully adapted to the sensations of the true blood realm. Your Dan energy is flawless, and the speed of its eruption is nearly instantaneous. Your martial arts rank has ascended. You have reached the pinnacle of the third stage. This enhancement consumed a total of 500 points of malevolence, equivalent to nearly 20 years of arduous cultivation. Current malevolence points, 6,000. As the text concluded, an unparalleled sense of power surged throughout your entire being. Boom! Yili's energy erupted, a terrifying chill violently crashing against the surrounding walls, shattering the wooden bed beneath him into countless splinters, causing even the entire building to tremble distinctly. The improvements brought forth by completing this initial grand stage far surpassed any previous enhancements. The strength capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones surged into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones, rendering his breath somewhat hurried. Even if he were to cease his cultivation henceforth, he would still possess a modicum of renown in Ing province. Indeed, Yili's heartbeat quickened, his eyes sparkling with delight. Standing amidst a shower of wood shavings, radiating a sense of having attained the pinnacle of Dan cultivation. Tilting his head, he gazed into the distance. Even the dust several hundred meters away appeared crystal clear now. With his near-superhuman senses, Yili perceived an entirely different world. His black eyes shone with brilliance, as if harboring the spirit of a lion. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Yili's gaze returned to the display panel. Current malevolence points, 6,000. It is time to contemplate a course of action, Yili thought, furrowing his brow. Chapter 66. The Astonishment and Actions of Elder Yu Within the Borders of Ing Province. Fengyun University. In the early morning, sunlight cascaded into a grand edifice, where an array of figures traversed with remarkable presence, each exuding an air of exceptional prowess. No less than the second tier. Atop a towering building, Lin Yingyun gazed somewhat helplessly at the elder in a flowing azure robe, whose hair danced in the breeze. Her instructor, it seemed, had an affinity for ascending to the top floor, adopting a demeanor of a lofty sage for the students below. Were a novice, fresh to the academy. To behold him, they would undoubtedly be enthralled, fidgeting in anticipation of an opportunity to engage in conversation. Inyun, did you see that student just now? He was gazing at me with such eagerness. He surely wishes to take me as his mentor, the elder, Yu Wang remarked, stroking his beard with a chuckle. Alas, clad in second-year attire and possessing a mere third-tier aura, he is destined to remain outside my circle of disciples. At this, Lin Yinyun smiled gently. And what of Yili? Surely, he is destined to be among your students. Yu Wang abruptly turned his head, his voice imbued with evident delight. That child possesses potential that could indeed lead to great accomplishments. He may well inherit my legacy. You cannot imagine how the old fellows at the combat department reacted when they learned I awarded my only recommendation slot to a martial arts student from Lehigh City. They laughed at me for acting too hastily. I can hardly be bothered to argue with them. 30 years of the river's ebb and 30 years of flow. We shall see. When Yili triumphs over the combat department, I wonder if those old codgers will still be laughing. Indeed, I believe so. Lin Yinyun nodded in silent agreement, her conviction unwavering. While it might be difficult for others to fathom, she sensed that the handsome youth was indeed capable of achieving such formidable feats. Have you heard? Yu Wang inquired, surprised at her lack of skepticism. He performed exceptionally well in this martial examination. Just before he left, he seemed doubtful, insisting he would investigate the matter. How has he returned with such transformed confidence? Not merely well, Lin Yinyun replied, her expression curious, pausing for a moment before speaking with a tone tinged with astonishment. Teacher, have you ever heard of anyone scoring in the 7 digits on a martial examination? I have never witnessed such a feat in my life. Chen Shiji, if I recall correctly, only managed 6 digits, didn't he? Yili nearly eradicated all the third-tier beasts within the secret realm of Cracked Mountains. Is it truly so? 7 digits? Yu Wang's hand paused in its motion as he absorbed the news, his expression one of shock. Did the boy seize something from the beasts? No. He claimed the throne within the secret realm. The beasts attempted to reclaim it, but he was simply too adept at slaughtering them. His garments were nearly drenched in their blood. Lin Yinyun recounted, her satisfaction evident as she presented the undeniable truth. In the end, the third-tier beasts were cowed, no longer daring to ascend the mountain. Which is why he ceased his pursuit. The air fell into a profound silence for several seconds. So it is. The old man resumed his habitual gesture of stroking his beard, nodding slightly, and murmuring in relief. This is no surprise. This is no surprise at all. In most secret realms, the presence of a king beast is to be expected, and the locations rich in spiritual energy naturally serve as the layers of these majestic creatures, often referred to as the throne. The audacity of this youth to confront the dragon head-on explains why those initial stage, third-tier beasts could not withstand the onslaught. Regrettably, the boy's approach to the situation is one of relentless pursuit. It is difficult to envision how he will comport himself in the future. Once his strength has grown and he enters those high-level secret realms teeming with formidable beasts. Reflecting on this, Yu swallowed hard and then resumed his smile. What of the others? Did they not accompany you back? No, came the reply. He mentioned he had some matters to attend to and would return in a couple of days. That's good to hear. Yu's gaze drifted back downward as he chuckled softly. I've already credited him for the points earned from slaying the wanted criminal. When he arrives, take him to the library to select some books. What tier is he at now? No sooner had he finished speaking than he abruptly turned to Lin Yinyun. The naturalness of her tone had only just dawned on him, revealing the oddity of the situation. The last time they met, Yili appeared to be a novice at the 2nd tier, relying on a formidable yet mysterious secret technique to contend with Tang Yao, who was at the 6th level of the 2nd tier. Now he seemed capable of treating third-tier beasts as mere minor adversaries. 3rd tier, true blood realm, is it? Lin Yinyun inquired, puzzled. 3rd tier? It cannot be mistaken. The Dan Shi will surely be unleashed. Lin Yinyun presumed that he doubted her judgment and promptly waved her hand, asserting confidently, although somewhat unrefined, it is undoubtedly Dan Shi explosion. He must be at the early stages of the 3rd tier, perhaps at 1 or 2 levels. Yu was taken aback, plunging into a lengthy silence, even pausing his hand-s movements. The 2nd-tier warrior he had encountered previously had now transformed into a 3rd-tier being? How long did this take? No more than a week. What extraordinary talent is this? When did the path of martial arts become such an open avenue? Could it be a case of latent potential bursting forth? Yet, could the foundation be so astonishingly profound? As his thoughts raced, Yu ultimately concluded that Yili must possess extraordinary innate talent, having been dormant for too long, allowing him to achieve such rapid advancement in merely a week. Is there anything else? He inhaled deeply, harboring a glimmer of hope as he inquired. Indeed, there is, Lin Yinyan nodded. Upon hearing this, Yu's eyes twitched slightly. Pray tell. With a sigh, Lin Yinyan replied, Master, you should pack your belongings. What? Yu was taken aback. Are you suggesting I relinquish my position? Not quite. Lin Yinyan coughed lightly, adopting a serious tone. According to the chief overseer, he has given the Yang family's twins quite a thrashing. The subsequent journey of martial arts cultivation is invariably influenced by the past, should one emerge from it declaring an end to their training. They are likely to find themselves relegated to obscurity. According to local whispers regarding the Yang family of Shanzhou, I surmise that they may harbor ill intentions towards Yi Li. Despite his current status as a core disciple at Fengyan University, given the stakes concerning life and death, I would advise a visit to the Yang family to issue a subtle warning. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman's gaze sharpened with a newfound intensity. The Yang family in Shanzhou is known for recruiting numerous disciples, accompanied by rumors of their ruthless demeanor and unwavering resolve. It is said that even the enforcers of the local Anomalous Affairs Bureau do not afford them much deference, should one cross them, regardless of the truth. The Yang family will inevitably seek retribution. Their continued influence stems from their readiness to relinquish individuals to the Bureau without hesitation whenever necessary, thereby avoiding any fault while simultaneously enhancing their reputation in Shanzhou. Over time, the Yang family's notoriety has burgeoned, attracting countless aspiring disciples, while the number of martial artists daring to provoke them dwindles. Thus, it is no wonder that Lin Yinyan harbors concerns for Yi Li's safety. A force led by a mere fifth-tier martial artist dares to trouble my student? The elder's smile held no warmth as he inquired. Who instigated the confrontation with that pair of twin stars? Many students from Shanzhou claimed that the Yang siblings had initiated the challenge. Yet it was indeed Yi Li who struck first, Lin Yinyan replied with candor. Then there is no issue. A challenge is met with a fight, which is entirely reasonable. The elder turned and descended the stairs, his voice carried on the gentle breeze. I shall visit Shanzhou when Yi Li arrives at the academy. You are to guide him as usual on some tasks and also introduce him to a couple of third-tier martial skills. A flicker of a smile graced the elder's lips. There are credits to be earned. Absolutely. You can rest assured, I shall handle it. Lin Yinyan responded with excitement. I'm off to Linhai City. Chapter 67. Go, eliminate Yi Li. In Shanzhou, at the Yang family estate, the morning sun cast its bright rays across the sprawling grounds, rendering the atmosphere somewhat chilly. Before an exquisitely adorned, ancient-style mansion, individuals clad in peculiar attire stood quietly, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, a stately elder, draped in luxurious garments and bearing a gaunt countenance, emerged. His cold demeanor hinted at barely concealed anger, exuding an imposing authority. Patriarch, how is Wanfeng? As the elder made his entrance, a graceful woman from the front of the crowd rushed forward, her expression fraught with urgency. I have heard he has sustained injuries to his meridians. Will he be able to cultivate again? The patriarch, nearing the end of his 200-year lifespan, twitched his eyelids twice at her words, his gaze settling upon her as he replied calmly. Over 3/4 of his meridians are frostbitten. However, the assailant was somewhat considerate and did not completely ruin him. With the assistance of a fourth-tier physician, he might recover fully in approximately 5 years. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Yang clan within the courtyard, who had previously harbored concerns that Yang Wanfeng might be rendered ineffectual due to this incident, thereby causing the Yang family to lose its most illustrious rising star and gradually fade into obscurity in Shanzhou City, now breathed a sigh of relief. 5 years. For a prodigious second-tier martial artist like Yang Wanfeng, is neither short nor particularly long. Given the Yang family's resources, enlisting the assistance of a fourth-tier healer with a gift for restoration is not an insurmountable task. However, the enchanting woman furrowed her brow, a fierce anger surfacing upon her alluring visage, as she exclaimed with deep indignation, Damn that Yi Li, how could my son endure such torment? 5 years. How many 5-year spans does one have in a lifetime? By that time, Yi Li will have graduated from Fengyan University, while Wanfeng will only just be able to resume his training. She cast a glare at the elder above, gritting her teeth as she declared, This matter absolutely cannot be left unresolved. Unexpectedly, her words elicited nods of agreement from the numerous members of the Yang clan present. The rationale was simple. Over the years, the Yang family in Shanzhou City had avenged numerous grievances, cultivating a reputation for being unforgiving. How could they allow a third-tier martial artist from Fengyun University to set a precedent, to tarnish their name? The principles of revenge is a must, and accountability for one's actions are not only the tenets that have brought fame to the Yang family, but also serve as a fervent allure for potential allies. Who among the independent martial artists would not be drawn to a force willing to go to any lengths for vengeance? The Yang family has adhered to such doctrines for over a century. Even if Yi Li is the highest scorer in the history of the martial examination, he is still merely an ordinary third-tier practitioner at the onset of his journey. If they refrain from taking action against him simply due to his status as a Fengyun University student, how can they hope to attract allies in the future? Without allies, how can the Yang family continue to cultivate the burning blood secret technique? Master, I have gathered all the necessary information. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and spoke in a low tone. That brat currently resides in the southern district of Linhai City, and I know his address down to the number. As long as you give the nod, he won't live to see his enrollment at Fengyun University. While they cannot confront Fengyun University directly, dealing with a student yet to enroll is still quite feasible. Yi Li, the head of the Yang family, contemplated the name, a chilling murderous intent flickering in his murky eyes as he tightened his grip behind his back. He inquired, "Is this Yi Li currently at the third-tier True Blood realm?" Indeed, someone responded affirmatively. According to the teachers from the various martial arts high schools, he should be at the initial stage of third tier. A third-tier martial artist. Yet not yet 20 years of age, the head of the Yang family remarked with a wry smile, truly a prodigious talent in martial arts. Reflecting on my own youth, I barely broke through to the second tier by the age of 20. And it was only through the Yang family's secret techniques that I managed to ascend to the fifth tier, gaining renown in the region. Although he had incurred a hidden ailment due to a forced breakthrough, rendering further progress in this lifetime impossible. The support of his retainers was sufficient to solidify the Yang family's position in Shandou. Thus, the elder was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in martial cultivation. This realization led him to a critical conclusion. If Yi Li were not eliminated today, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force capable of toppling the Yang family. The legacy of the Yang family, accumulated over a century, must not be tarnished under my watch. The head of the Yang family spoke with a chilling tone, unequivocally stating his stance. Yang Rong, take those two fourth-rank elite retainers and deal with this matter. Are you referring to the disheartened sword and that dragon steel hand? One exclaimed. The former, 3 decades prior, had single-handedly pierced through a force guarded by a third-rank master with a Qingyun sword. Afterward, his beloved was slain by remnants of that faction. Leaving him despondent and leading him to adopt the name disheartened sword, he joined the Yang family solely to avenge his love. The latter was a martial artist skilled in the art of unorthodox training, possessing iron palms capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. The number of beasts that had perished at his hands over the years was certainly not fewer than 50. Both were renowned martial artists in Shandou and even across the entire Ying province, ranking among the top fourth-rank masters within the Yang family. Are we truly sending them to deal with a fledgling third-rank youth, head of the family? Yang Rong, a middle-aged man bearing a prominent scar on his face, reminiscent of a burn, gazed at the opulent elder above him, his expression trembling with hesitation. Isn't this overkill? Setting aside the potential losses, if fourth-rank martial artists intervene, the ensuing commotion would be. Fourth-rank warriors can communicate with the heavens, their martial techniques vastly different from those of first-rank practitioners, creating an overwhelming spectacle that cannot be concealed. If the Qingyi Bureau detects this, the Yang family would suffer the loss of 2 fourth-rank warriors, which would undoubtedly be a grievous blow. What is there to fear? The head of the Yang family cast a cold glance at him, his voice calm as he inquired. Let the truth be exposed. Their enmity has already been established, and they owe a debt to our Yang family. We shall turn them over to the Qingyi Bureau afterward. Or do you believe that a sub-20-year-old third-rank warrior is worth more than 2 fourth-rank warriors whose potential has been exhausted? At these words, the scar on Yang Rong's face quivered slightly. Indeed, the loss of 2 fourth-rank warriors seemed surprisingly acceptable when weighed against the boundless potential of such a young martial artist. With this thought, he bowed respectfully, stating, I shall take care of it at once. Wait. A beautiful woman interjected sharply, then turned to the illustrious elder above. Her teeth clenched as she said, Head of the family, may I take on this task instead? You wish to take my place? Indeed, the woman replied. I have only recently broken through to the 6th level of the 3rd rank, surpassing Yang Rong by 2 levels. If I go, the chances of success are far greater. As she spoke, a torrent of murderous intent surged in her eyes, her tone icy. Moreover, I am truly eager to personally eliminate the one who has crippled my son. Gazing intently at her expression, the head of the Yang family pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. Very well, then you shall go. Thank you, head of the family. The enchanting woman's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly clasped her hands in gratitude. You may disperse. The head of the Yang family replied with a nonchalant acknowledgement, then uttered a final remark before turning and retreating back into the house. Approximately an hour later, the crowd outside gradually dispersed. Chapter 68. The uninvited guest of Fengyan University inside. The air was rich with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Yang Wanfeng, pallid and resting on the bed, slowly rose. Grandfather. Just lie down, the head of the Yang family said, his weathered face betraying a flicker of concern. The mediocrity of the other clan members mattered little to him. It was this exceptionally gifted grandson who truly stirred his emotions. The elder was acutely aware that his time was limited. At most, he had another 20 years to live. By then, Yang Wanfeng would have matured into the ideal heir. With the youth's innate talent, he could undoubtedly elevate the Yang family of Shanzhou to unprecedented heights, and perhaps even secure a place for them among the revered sects of Huanxia. Rest assured, the arrangements concerning Yili have been made. Your mother will lead 2 fourth-tier guests to execute a decisive strike. He will not survive many more days. The venerable elder patted the young man at his bedside. His tone considerably softened compared to before. As for your injuries, I will ensure that the finest 4th-tier physician in the province is summoned to treat you. Coupled with the Yang family's secret methods, you may well be fully healed within 3 years. The blood of those 4th-tier guests will be readily available, and at that time, I shall employ my secret techniques to ensure you can at least walk again. Yang Wanfeng nodded slightly. Upon hearing the name Yili, an instinctive glint of resentment flickered in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Thank you, grandfather. No need for thanks. We are family. The head of the Yang family waved his hand dismissively. For the sake of the Yang family's century-old reputation and its future development, Yili's demise was imperative. After a brief contemplation, the elder voiced a perplexity. By the way, regarding your sister Yang Wan. She seems to have been affected by something and has locked herself in her room, refusing to come out or see you. Wan. Yang Wanfeng's expression grew slightly awkward, perhaps startled by Yi Li's machinations. You need not worry. I shall visit her in a couple of days. Indeed. Your relationship has always been strong. The head of the Yang family nodded, not overly concerned about the matter. Just then, a faint sound of something cutting through the air suddenly echoed from the horizon outside. Almost immediately, a formidable aura descended upon the Yang family estate. Sensing this presence, the head of the Yang family sprang to his feet, looking out the window with a grave expression, murmuring, a 5th-tier martial artist? Their aura is even stronger than mine. What brings them to my Yang family? Grandfather? Stay here and do not move. I will go and investigate, he declared, stepping outside. As soon as he stepped outside, he beheld a figure, enveloped by a gentle breeze, gliding gracefully from afar and landing directly within the confines of the Yang family estate. The newcomer's flowing sleeves danced about, adorned with vibrant embroidered clouds. A representative from Windcloud University? The patriarch of the Yang family furrowed his brow slightly and inquired aloud. What brings a distinguished teacher from Windcloud University to my humble abode? I trust we have not produced any candidates worthy of your esteemed institution. Sensing the visitor's prestigious origin, his tone remained notably courteous. In response, Elder Yu stepped forward with a genial smile, stating, I am Elder Yu, the mentor of Yi Li and a senior instructor at Windcloud University. Yi Li's mentor? Such promptness. Is Windcloud University truly placing such importance on him? The young patriarch's heart grew heavy, yet moments later he feigned ignorance and asked, Ah, I see. However, you have yet to disclose the purpose of your visit. Pray tell, what brings you to the Yang family? The answer to that query was clear to him, for Yi Li's safety. Yet, even with this knowledge, he had to maintain a faade, for should news of Yi Li's demise circulate, it would be exceedingly difficult for him, as the Yang patriarch, to sever ties with those few guests. The director of the Anomaly Bureau in Shanzhou was a 5th-tier powerhouse. While he would afford the Yang family a measure of respect, he was certainly not one to shy away from taking action against them. Fool, still pretending. Elder Yu cursed inwardly as he observed the puzzled expression on the noble elder's face. Yet, a smile graced the old man's weathered visage as he remarked, I have heard some rumors and thought it prudent to come and investigate. With that, his gaze swept across the Yang family estate, casually inquiring, I have long heard that the Yang family of Shanzhou extensively recruits guests. I wonder how many fourth-tier warriors you have managed to attract thus far? Recruiting fourth-tier warriors is no simple task. The Yang patriarch also wore a smile, shaking his head, despite the generous conditions offered by the Yang family over the years. We have not managed to enlist many. Indeed, your words resonate profoundly. Elder Yu replied with a tone of feigned admiration. My sincerest apologies. As a teacher of Windcloud University, you are undoubtedly an esteemed guest of the Yang family, the patriarch replied, fixing his steady gaze upon Elder Yu. However, this matter pertains to the privacy of the Yang family, and I regret that I cannot divulge any details. I trust that Windcloud University would not pry into the private affairs of others, would they? Given Elder Yu's position as a teacher at Windcloud University, it was nearly inconceivable for him to take direct action against the Yang family. That is indeed so, Elder Yu acknowledged with a slight nod, smiling as he continued. In truth, in order to maintain harmonious relations with my students, I have always been a man of considerable boundaries. It is a journey of 400 miles from Windcloud University to this place, and I have hastened here with utmost urgency. The fourth-tier warriors of the Yang family likely had little leisure time. Thus, even if this fool acted swiftly, he could hardly mobilize them immediately. It appeared he had arrived just in time. Upon reflection, the elder revealed a look of sudden recollection, chuckling softly as he remarked, speaking of which, my listening to the wind technique has reached a state of perfection. Listening to the wind technique? Indeed. The elder nodded slightly and patiently elaborated. This is a fifth-tier martial art of mine. I dare not boast. But the sounds within a 10-mile radius of the Yang family estate are undoubtedly clear to me. What do you mean by that? The head of the Yang family furrowed his brow. What I mean is, the elder stepped closer, his tone suddenly turning icy as he smiled. Within the next 5 days, should any one of the 8 fourth-tier warriors of the Yang family within this 10-mile radius vanish, do not blame me for turning hostile. Upon hearing this, the expression on the Yang family head's face shifted subtly, though inwardly he felt a sense of relief. In truth, the Yang family had 10 fourth-tier warriors. The mention of 8 indicated that Yang Mei had already departed with the 2 fourth-tier guests. What a clever daughter, moving so swiftly. Contemplating this, the head of the Yang family suppressed his inner delight and feigned difficulty as he spoke. Your actions are rather overbearing, are they not? Are you not afraid I shall report you to Fengyun University? Report me if you wish, the elder replied with a cheerful demeanor as he walked towards the inner room. Waving his hand dismissively, I simply wish to stay here for a few days without causing any disturbance. There is one more thing, the elder turned back. Looking at the head of the Yang family with a smile, before my disciple ascends to the 5th tier, regardless of what misfortune befalls him, no matter who is responsible, I shall prioritize coming to you and ending your life as the head of the Yang family. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family's countenance truly darkened. This madman. Should Yili meet his demise, I must immediately inform the Clear Anomaly Bureau to have this lunatic taken away. Chapter 69. Before the confrontation. Does anyone wish to leave? In Haicheng, in the Southern District, within a secluded ordinary residential complex, Lin Yingyun, donned in a pale purple robe, stepped into one of the buildings after repeated verification. This should be it. She paused before a door and glanced up at the number, 1802. Perfect, no issues. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open from within. Creaking, the door revealed a familiar-looking young man in white standing behind it. His expression calm as he regarded her. Come in. Oh, Lin Yingyun quickly stepped inside. Upon entering, she noticed luggage strewn across the floor, indicating that he was evidently preparing to depart. He was aware that the Yang family had set their sights on him and needed to hurry to Fengyun University for refuge. Lin Yingyun mused inwardly. His behavior thus far had been so erratic that she had nearly forgotten that Yi Li was still a young martial artist under 20. Only upon witnessing his current actions did Lin Yingyun finally feel a sense of relief. It seemed even he had moments of fear. Now this is more like it. This is how a young martial artist, inexperienced in the ways of the world, should behave. Was it specifically to pick me up? Or was it related to the affairs of the Yang family? Yi Li casually pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over the other person. He did not believe there was any ulterior motive at play. After all, they had only parted the day before, and now they had come seeking him again, indicating a sense of urgency in their actions. The only pressing matter concerning him at the moment seemed to be the grievances with the Yang family. Clever. Lin Yingyun gave him a thumbs up and then leisurely stretched her arms. Our teacher is likely at the Yang family keeping watch over you. With him present there for the next few days, those above the 4th rank would surely refrain from making any rash movements. Then why doesn't he come directly to escort me? Yili asked, looking puzzled. He usually prefers to take the initiative. Lin Yingyun waved her hand dismissively. When he encounters something he wishes to undertake, he becomes restless. You need not concern yourself with him. Rest assured, he can certainly keep the Yang family in check. Very well. Yili nodded slightly. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Lin Yingyun yawned. If there is nothing pressing, let us head to school now. Once we are within the school premises, the Yang family won't dare to touch you, even if they lurk nearby. Is our school really that formidable? Yili stood up. Absolutely. Lin Yingyun leaned against the door, rubbing her slightly dark-circled eyes while smiling. Have you seen how many formidable fighters we have at our school? The leaderboard is filled with individuals above the 3rd rank, all of whom would be key players in any other martial arts university. She pointed to herself, lifting her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her demeanor. By the way, I also appear on that leaderboard. What position? Lin Yingyun hesitated for a moment, and seeing Yili still staring at her, she finally gritted her teeth and said, I'm not particularly skilled in combat, ranking just below a 3rd-ranked 6th-tier fighter. What position is that? 29. Then you could simply say you're the last one. Yili chuckled. Lin Yingyun took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to blush. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. In 2 years, I will surpass him in skill. There is no need to hold a grudge. Once he encounters Senior Sister Chun, he will naturally understand the concept of there are people beyond people and skies beyond skies. Having composed herself, Lin Yingyun took up her luggage from the ground, invigorated. All right, let us set off. With that, she stepped out of the room first and pressed the elevator button. Buzz. The elevator began its slow ascent from the ground floor. The residents of your building have quite peculiar schedules, returning home in the middle of the day. Lin Yingyun frowned slightly, a look of helplessness crossing her delicate oval face. It was evident she had only just arrived. Yet the elevator had descended back to the 1st floor. She was not fond of waiting for elevators. At that moment, a hand rested gently on her shoulder. Lin Yingyun turned in confusion, only to see Yili standing calmly behind her, his dark eyes shimmering with intensity as they fixated on the elevator entrance. As if he had spotted something of great significance. In this building, I am the sole resident. Yili's voice, though deceptively flat, thundered in Lin Yingyun's ears like a harbinger of doom. There is a palpable aura of death in the elevator, a weighty presence. What? Lin Yingyun hastily summoned her inner energy, the languor on her face dissipating in an instant. Taking a deep breath, she disregarded the fact that the youth's perception seemed sharper than her own. With a single hand, she formed a seal, and her violet robe billowed without wind. Intricate and mysterious runes swirling around her. Celestial calculations were unmistakable, foretelling fortune and misfortune alike. Superior talent, reversing the heavenly calculations. In an instant, Lin Yingyun's complexion paled slightly, her breath quickening. Her gaze was fixed intently on the elevator, now arriving at the 16th floor. Her tone laden with urgency. 2 martial artists, one at the 2nd level of the 4th tier, the other at the 6th level of the 3rd tier. Run. Without hesitation, she seized Yili's wrist, preparing to flee down the stairs. Just as Lin Yingyun took 2 steps forward, her movement was abruptly halted. Yili stood steadfast, his presence unyielding, while her hand felt as if it were ensnared in a taut rubber band, unable to budge him in the slightest. What are you waiting for? Panic surged through Lin Yingyun. If they did not flee now, would they simply wait for their adversaries to ascend? Remain calm. We can fight. Yili's expression remained unperturbed as he gently rotated the storage ring on his finger, quietly observing the ascending numbers beside the elevator. Given their adversaries' capabilities, escape was futile. It would be far more prudent to eliminate them. This would resolve the predicament, would it not? Meanwhile, Lin Yingyun followed his gaze, her heart sinking. The small screen beside the elevator boldly displayed the number 18. Ding! In the next moment, the elevator door swung open with a resounding chime. 2 unfamiliar figures came into view, a brawny man with exceptionally large hands and a strikingly beautiful woman. The former's eyes were cast downward, exuding an aura of tranquility. Yet his presence was profoundly imposing. The latter lifted her elongated eyes, her gaze icy as she scrutinized the 2 outside the elevator. Then, her crimson lips parted, releasing a voice that sent shivers down the spine. Would you 2 care to descend together? Thank you. Before Lin Yingyun could decline, Yili politely nodded and stepped into the elevator first. Witnessing this, Lin Yingyun gritted her teeth and followed suit. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the button for the first floor as the elevator doors slowly closed. Within the confined space, the air felt thick and suffocating, creating an oppressive atmosphere. "You are Yili?" As she spoke, Yang Mei's emotions began to escalate, her voice trembling with agitation. "Is it you who has harmed my son?" The cities of Linhai and Shanzhou share a border. In a fervent rush, she hastened from Yang's residence, intent on swiftly locating the perpetrator who had incapacitated Yang Wanfeng. Now, the architect of this calamity stood before her, exuding an air of calm and composure that fueled Yang Mei's desire to rend him into pieces. "Indeed, my lady," Yili remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the fourth-tier warrior before turning his attention to the beautiful woman, a smile gracing his lips. "Furthermore, I now intend to hunt down his steed." Chapter 69. Is this what you call a third-tier warrior? What did you say? Yang Mei could scarcely believe her ears. Just as she prepared to voice her disbelief, the white-clad youth before her suddenly lifted his chilling golden gaze, radiating an aura of authority and mystery that captivated her soul. In an instant, a wave of trepidation washed over her, causing the hair on her neck to bristle. Surely, he was merely a fledgling third-tier warrior. Why did he instill such a profound sense of dread within her? "Seize him!" Yang Mei shouted in a mixture of shock and fury, instinctively retreating to a corner to grant the burly man ample room to act. The robust figure nodded slightly, stepping forward with the weight of a titan, his broad hand descending dominantly towards Yi Li's shoulder. In a heartbeat, his massive palm made contact, and as his arm quivered, a terrifying force, several tons in weight, descended with the intention of pinning Yi Li to the ground. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment etched itself upon his face. Yi Li stood firm, not even a hint of yielding in his posture. The overwhelming power he exerted seemed to dissipate into the void without a trace of response. Is this truly a third-tier warrior? The thought barely formed in the hulking man's mind when a wave of excruciating pain erupted from his abdomen. With a swift motion, a blue-gold spear, adorned with dragon scales, pierced through his protective aura and buried itself deep into his midsection. "Do not look away. You are about to meet your end." Yi Li chuckled lightly, relinquishing the spear. Merging his body and spirit, he unleashed a fearsome blow, the most formidable strike yet, known as Jiaolong Jinshan. Before the burly man could utter a cry of agony, Yi Li's fist, brimming with vitality, struck his chest with devastating force. Bolstered by the perfection of Shueshan Shushin and Jinhun Fushu, shattering the defenses of a fourth-tier warrior was as effortless as child's play. Boom! The immense power, far beyond that of any third-tier warrior, erupted, sending the burly figure hurtling backward, crashing through the elevator doors and into the next floor, ultimately slamming against the wall with a resounding thud. A clear explosion resonated as the residual force obliterated the wall itself, leaving him exposed to the perilous heights of several dozen meters above ground. At such an altitude, a fourth-tier powerhouse would typically be able to adjust their stance mid-air and land safely. Yet, for reasons unknown, this imposing figure, known as the Dragon Tablet Master, found his limbs utterly immobilized, refusing to respond to his commands. Despite his fervent attempts to swiftly adjust his form mid-air, he was met with the relentless rush of wind before crashing heavily to the ground. Gasp! The weight of gravity bore down upon his organs, and the fallen giant violently coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, accompanied by an astonishing chill. The eruption of cold-infused energy? No wonder his limbs were unresponsive. The man's visage darkened, and the agony radiating from within rendered him incapable of moving even a single finger. Though there was an element of carelessness involved, he had indeed been dispatched in mere moments by his opponent. Blood continued to spill from his mouth, as the spear embedded in his abdomen relentlessly siphoned away his life force. Am I truly to perish like this? A profound sense of resentment and bitterness welled up in the depths of his eyes. To inflict such grievous harm upon oneself with a single blow, unleashing the terrifying force of dozens of tons, enhanced by the chilling energy. Do you dare label this as merely the initial stage of the third tier? Inside the elevator, upon witnessing the giant being dispatched in 2 strikes, Yang Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. This was none other than the renowned Dragon Tablet Master of Shano City. In terms of sheer physical strength, no one from the Yang family, save for the patriarch, could contend with him. And yet, he had been sent flying by a mere novice in the third tier of the true blood realm. A tempest of emotions surged within Yang Mei. However, There was evidently no time to ponder these matters, for the figure of the young man had already materialized before her. Wait! In a flurry of panic, Yang Mei instinctively sought to retreat, only to be met with the solid barrier of the wall behind her. This is bad. The instant this thought crossed her mind, the young man's slender, fair fingers struck like lightning, seizing her by the face. Oh! Yang Mei let out a piercing scream as her energy surged, her hands grasping desperately at the arm that held her captive, pulling with all her might. After all, she was a third-tier, sixth-level warrior. Though accustomed to a life of luxury, her foundational instincts for combat remained intact. Yet, beneath her explosive energy, the arm gripping her face remained utterly unyielding, suddenly unleashing an overwhelming force that she could not withstand. Boom! In the astonished gaze of Lin Yingyun, Yili slammed the beautiful woman forcefully against the wall. The terrifying might engulfed her face, and Yang Mei's consciousness began to blur, her eyes rolling back. In the fleeting moment of awareness, she managed to force out a sound from her throat: disappointment. Boom! Her head was once more crashed against the wall, her subsequent words brutally interrupted. Amidst a storm of debris, the young man relentlessly hammered the wall, creating intricate spiderweb-like cracks with each powerful blow. During this tumultuous exchange, Yang Mei ignited her blood energy repeatedly, attempting to employ the blood ignition secret technique, yet each time was violently thwarted. In the cacophony of bone-rattling impacts, in less than a second, blood cascaded down Yang Mei's enchanting visage, rendering her appearance grotesque, with only the faintest of whimpers escaping her lips. At that moment, a formidable wave of sword energy surged from below. With a thunderous crash, the entire base of the elevator, along with the concrete structure beneath, was obliterated into debris. Yili casually flung Yang Mei aside. As she slipped from his grasp, her form plummeted downward, only to be swiftly intercepted by a figure who soared in, landing gracefully on the ground. With a delicate touch of his toes, the newcomer vanished into the open space outside the residential building. Yili narrowed his eyes, gazing outside after they touched down. There stood a lean man clad in a blue robe, exuding an imposing aura. Cradled in his arms was the semi-conscious Yang Mei, her complexion dark and foreboding. Upon sensing Yili's gaze, the swordsman lifted his hollow eyes and tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Slowly, he raised his long sword, pointing it at the two within the building, and coldly stated, "If that young lady wishes to preserve her life, she should depart forthwith. Today, I seek only the life of this youth. I have shattered the silver token. Within a quarter of an hour, the enforcers of Linhai City will arrive." Before the swordsman's overwhelming presence, Lin Yingyun stepped forward briskly, raising her already shattered silver token, and declared firmly, "If you wish to live, leave now." The destruction of the Wind and Cloud University's silver token could summon emergency assistance. Should this not intimidate their adversary, they could only hope that the enforcers would arrive swiftly. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yingyun's not-so-shrewd mind raced. Amidst her fear, she inwardly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, although uncertain of the methods employed, the earlier fourth-tier warriors seemed to have been severely injured by Yili. It was unexpected that the Yang family had dispatched two fourth-tier warriors, along with a third-tier warrior, to hunt Yili. Although the swordsman before her was formidable, she believed that, alongside Yili, they could withstand for a quarter of an hour without too much difficulty. At that instant, as Lin Yingyun looked on in astonishment, Yili stepped forward, addressing the grim-faced swordsman with a calm demeanor. "I suggest you prepare yourself mentally, for shortly, I shall send you both soaring." Originally intent on accumulating more malevolent points through a more brutal approach, his plans had been thwarted by the sudden appearance of his foe. Alas, his already meager balance had been further strained. Though he had not intended to become a living embodiment of death, it seemed that fate had other plans. Chapter 70. Single-handedly defeating a fourth-tier warrior, a record to be noted. Yi Li was incensed. After elevating himself to the pinnacle of the third tier, his malevolent points had dwindled to a mere 4 digits. To maximize his gains, he had chosen to take a risk, delaying the resolution of the beautiful woman's fate. It appeared that he would need to exert considerable effort now. Yi Li exhaled softly. The vigorous essence surged rapidly, manifesting as a fiery, white mist enveloping his form, which appeared to possess a hint of transparency. Even in his current state, confronting a practitioner of the early 4th tier would prove to be quite arduous. Only by activating the Golden Soul Revival could he temporarily attain overwhelming physical strength to overpower his opponent. However, a 4th tier warrior not only wields superior physical prowess, but also boasts a chi output capability that far exceeds that of a 3rd tier. Were it not for this, he would not have opted for a swift resolution against the burly man. In the cramped confines of the elevator, the imposing figure had refrained from unleashing his true strength, concerned about harming the beautiful woman nearby, and thus was subdued by Yi Li. Yet now, this swordsman in a green robe, also a fourth-tier warrior, bore no such reservations. Even if it would alarm the surrounding citizens, he could unleash his full potential without restraint. Calm down. Upon hearing Yi Li's words, Lin Yingyun hastily interjected, Yi Li, his aura is even stronger than that of the previous one. Enough of your chatter. Just act if you can kill him. Yi Li interrupted her, his gaze fixed intently upon the green-robed swordsman. In his eyes flickered an extraordinary light, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Arrogant brat, the swordsman retorted, his previously vacant gaze sharpening as veins bulged on the back of his hand, and he swung his 3-foot-long blade downwards with ferocity. The formidable aura of a fourth-tier sky barrier realm warrior erupted suddenly, unleashing a terrifying sword chi that surged forth, directed straight at Yi Li. Where the sword chi passed, the solid concrete ground cracked under the immense pressure, steps exploded, and countless fragments were swept into the maelstrom. The force of this strike far surpassed that of a third-tier warrior. In the face of the oncoming razor-sharp sword chi, Yi Li's vast golden eyes burned ever more intensely, as the white mist surrounding him blazed with fervor. With a bold step forward, he met the attack head-on without a trace of fear. Boom! The powerful sword chi collided with his white-clad figure outside the building, erupting in a thunderous explosion, sending a tempest of wind swirling, shrouding the area in dust and debris. Inside, Lin Yingyun shielded her eyes and strained to catch a glimpse of the scene obscured by smoke. Then, a voice, tinged with fury and astonishment, resonated through the vicinity. Bone regeneration. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Bone regeneration? Lin Yingyun's heart throbbed with astonishment as she swiftly exited the building, gazing at the clearing ahead. She beheld the green-robed swordsman staring incredulously at a slender young man in white who had positioned himself before him, the look of shock evident on his gaunt face, causing even his sword-swinging motion to falter for a moment. Yet, despite this hesitation, his movements remained quicker than those of the youth. He redirected his chi, gripping his long sword tightly, gritting his teeth, and declared loudly, slash. Suddenly, an astonishing sword aura erupted from the 3-foot blade, as if augmented by some unseen force. And he struck down towards the enemy within arm's reach. In Yi Li's eyes, golden light surged, and the extraordinary blood coursing through his veins roiled with fervor. Unwavering, he channeled his energy into the essence of Dan, instantaneously achieving a flawless burst of Dan energy that collided with the incoming sword aura. Boom! The sword aura erupted. Blood splattered, and in the incredulous eyes of the young swordsman in the blue robe, Yi Li's severed fingers astonishingly began to regenerate at an unimaginable speed. Against the burst of Dan energy, even the sword aura of a fourth-tier practitioner in the early stage was no match. Yi Li's gaze flickered. The reborn fingers clenched tightly, his energy once more coalescing, the muscles of his arms contracting like springs, and in an explosive moment, they unleashed. The Dan energy erupted, a double blast. Bang! An avalanche of energy surged forth, causing the swordsman's long sword to be flung into an exaggerated arc, failing to completely deflect the force. The residual might crashed into the swordsman's embrace. Yang Mei, cradled in his arms, absorbed part of the impact and instantly awoke from her stupor, spewing forth a mouthful of crimson blood. Yi Li, as if a shadow, seized the opportunity, his arms spread wide, and the subsequent burst of Dan energy was completed in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The perfect burst of Dan energy surged in relentless waves, a vast force continuously battering against the swordsman's form, leaving him no time to concern himself with Yang Mei, who was now bleeding profusely. His previously sullen face was now flushed red from exertion. Was this the third tier? What a farce! The swordsman's body skidded along the ground, disbelief swelling within him, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. His body, honed through countless trials, felt as if it would be frozen by the encroaching chill. The opponent's technique was so astoundingly flawless. The burst of Dan energy seemed to flow effortlessly without the need for true chi. Such terrifying combat prowess bore no resemblance to a mere novice in the third tier. He resembled a seasoned warrior who had honed his skills for a century. The quality of the blood within the opponent was likely nearing its pinnacle. The sword in his hand emitted a mournful wail, threatening to shatter at any moment. At this moment, the youth in white, with hair and limbs fully extended, had maximized his energy and blood. The flesh at the peak of his fist was nearly torn apart, revealing stark white bone, the wound continuously regenerating. Each punch was akin to a meteor shattering the earth. The 10th burst of Dan energy erupted with a thunderous crash upon the azure sword. Crack! This treasured blade, which had accompanied the swordsman for countless years, shattered into countless tiny fragments, scattering in all directions. Before the swordsman could lament, the youth seized the opportunity, swinging his right arm in a wide arc, delivering a thunderous blow to the face. The powerful force surged toward him, momentarily dazing the 4th-tier practitioner, whose lean form was sent flying, colliding with several vehicles, his body hurtling back dozens of paces amidst the cacophony. Yet even then, he formed a dense barrier of sword energy around himself, hoping to buy time. The remnants of consciousness compelled him to lift his head, only to be met by a pair of emotionless golden eyes, mere inches away. Yi Li shadowed his every move. Having already positioned himself before him, the muscles on his back bulging ominously, an overwhelming force emanating from the tips of his fists, with arms swinging in a wide arc. His punches struck with the ferocity of a tempest. The swordsman in the azure robe gritted his teeth, casting aside Yang Mei and clenching his fists, bracing himself for the confrontation. Bang! 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 The two combatants' fists clashed violently in the air, their energies colliding with a brutal force, shockwaves erupting with each impact. Sword chi surged forth, causing the very earth to tremble. Automobiles forged from steel exploded upon impact, and trees, which required several men to embrace, toppled with ease. Is he at the 3rd tier? Witnessing this scene, Lin Yingyun could only stare in disbelief. The formidable warrior, undoubtedly ranked among the top 10 of the wind and cloud list, was being dominated by Yi Li. The audacity of a 3rd-tier practitioner to exert such pressure was astonishing. A monster. Yang Mei staggered to her feet, fear gripping her heart as she observed the spectacle. He had slain both 4th-tier warriors. Just moments ago, she had witnessed how the swordsman had severed the boy's flesh, only for it to regenerate instantaneously, far surpassing even the self-healing beasts renowned within the secret realms. This boy is a veritable monster. With a thunderous roar, Yi Li swung his right arm once more, his fist crashing down like a bolt of lightning, shattering a great bell, forcibly opening the path. The protective sword chi surrounding the swordsman dissipated under the onslaught of this punch, his gaunt face turning ashen, his internal energy momentarily halted. Spare me. I am compelled to serve the Yang family. As Yi Li charged again, desperation overtook him, and he cried out, I am bound by a blood contract. If I do not obey, the white-clad youth offered him no further opportunity to speak, exhaling forcefully as he unleashed a punch that caved in the swordsman's chest. Up he flew. The azure-robed swordsman violently expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments, his body soaring backward, crashing through several trees before ultimately tumbling to the ground in a disoriented heap. Blood streamed from his orifices, and the light in his eyes swiftly dimmed. He instinctively sought to rise, yet his shattered organs provided no energy. He found himself utterly powerless to move. With a heavy exhale, Yi Li released a breath of stagnant energy, the golden glow in his eyes gradually fading, returning to their original dark hue. He had expended nearly 70% of his internal energy, a feat accomplished only due to the peak quality of his essence enhanced by snow mountain shaping. Had he faced a typical 3rd-tier peak warrior, he would likely have met his demise long ago. Truly, a serious 4th-tier warrior is remarkably difficult to slay. Nevertheless, the rewards were plentiful. The text upon the shimmering screen danced joyously. You have repeatedly inflicted severe injuries upon a 3rd-tier 6th-level warrior, earning 5,000 malevolence points. You have slain a 4th-tier 2nd-level warrior, earning 12,000 malevolence points. You have slain a 4th-tier 3rd-level warrior, earning 13,000 malevolence points. Yi Li's lips curled into a slight smile. At last, his purse was once again filled. Chapter 71. Breaking the shackles of fate in a nearby clearing. As she gazed upon the blood-stained youth in white, Yang Mei's face was etched with despair. Rushing from the Yang family, she could never have anticipated such a conclusion. The earlier commotion had drawn the attention of several residents from nearby buildings, their curious yet fearful gazes directed toward this scene. Amidst the profound silence, Lin Yingyun cast a pitying glance at her, though her heart bore little sympathy. Rather, she felt a sense of exhilaration. She understood well that had it not been for Yi Li's unforeseen prowess, it would have been her two companions who faced death. It was astonishing to realize the audacity of the Yang family. Approaching Yili, Lin Yingyun spoke through clenched teeth. Rest assured, they dare to strike at the course students of Fengyun University. Once this reaches the institution, the entire Yang family shall pay a heavy price. Judging by the opposing party's setup, she had no doubt they would not let her off lightly. At this moment, her resentment towards the beautiful woman deepened. Fortunately, with the leverage of a core student from Fengyun University and the presence of a witness, the Yang family was likely facing inevitable doom. Upon hearing Lin Yingyun's words, Yang Mei hurriedly glanced at Yili. Upon noticing the conspicuous golden waist token, her heart plummeted to the depths, and a chill coursed through her entire being. Core student? No one had informed her of this. Even the head of the Yang family was unaware. Indeed, the rumors in the outside world suggested that Yi Li was a recommended student, yet such students were typically bronze medalists. Who could have imagined he was a gold medalist? Yang Mei clenched her jaw tightly, her gaze fixed on the boy's face, still exuding an aura of menace, as her emotions surged violently within her chest. If the Yang family were to act against an ordinary bronze medal student, they could still use the excuse of personal grievances and negligence. Simply handing over the two involved fourth-tier martial artists to the cleansing bureau to quell the matter. However, to attack a core student bearing a gold medal was a completely different matter. Such an act would be tantamount to an assassination attempt on the deputy director of the Municipal Cleansing Bureau. The distinction was stark. The charges would escalate from personal grievance to intent to rebel. Even if the Cleansing Bureau of Shano City annihilated the Yang family, it would be with just cause. It was no wonder the opposition had such strength yet refrained from killing her in the elevator. They intended to leave a witness to report to the Cleansing Bureau later. By that time, even if the Yang family was not exterminated by the Cleansing Bureau, their demise would be imminent. The thought of her own fate sent a shiver down Yang Mei's spine. She feared that even in death, she would be nailed to the pillar of shame for the Yang family, condemned for generations to come. With this realization, Yang Mei made her choice. She suddenly lifted her head and shouted fiercely, "Yili, you have crippled my son. I, Yang Mei, will haunt you even in death. To think you could use my name to besiege the Yang family is nothing but a delusion. Just wait. The Yang family will not let this go. Our descendants will relentlessly seek vengeance against you. Winning once does not guarantee perpetual victory." Before her words faded, she violently unleashed the energy within her. Spewing a mouthful of crimson blood, her aura swiftly diminishing. This is dire. She intends to take her own life. Lin Yingyun's expression darkened as she swiftly rushed to her side, her eyes narrowing in alarm. Yang Mei gradually collapsed to the ground, her breath faint and thread-like, already resembling a dying figure. Even in her weakened state, she managed a grim smile, revealing blood-stained teeth as she fixed her gaze on Yili. "Yili," she cried in a voice laced with deep resentment, "I want you to live the remainder of your life in the shadow of fear." With those words, Yang Mei slowly closed her eyes, quietly awaiting death. This is troublesome. Observing the situation, Lin Yingyun quickly assessed Yang Mei's condition, her brow furrowing as a wave of headache washed over her. Already gravely injured, with shattered meridians, there was certainly no possibility of saving her now. What should be done? With no witnesses to her death, even if the Qingyi Bureau and Fengyun University sought to intervene, they could only deliver a mere lesson to the Yang family. As for Yili, any chance of reconciliation with the Yang family had vanished. According to the Yang family's creed of retribution, it is indeed likely that, as she said, every generation will seek vengeance against Yili. Quick, call for an ambulance. Lin Yingyun turned to Yili, her voice grave. Perhaps there is still hope. Yili approached the barely breathing Yang Mei, bent down, and checked for her breath. Thankfully, she was still alive. The resilience of a third-tier martial artist was commendable. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a rather troubling predicament. "Do you have a way?" Lin Yingyun asked hurriedly, noticing Yi Li's relief, just as her words left her lips. In her astonished gaze, Yi Li swiftly snapped Yang Mei's neck. Lin Yingyun's vision darkened instantly. She had intended to explain the complexities of the situation to Yi Li, suggesting that if Yang Mei were to be killed, it should wait until the Qingyi Bureau arrived. However, her thoughts were interrupted by the calm, yet authoritative voice of the young man. "Stand up." Suddenly, the corpse on the ground emanated a trace of energy. "Stand up. Stand up." The voice of the young man in white grew increasingly calm, sounding less like a shout of anger and more akin to a tranquil and ordinary command. Then, to Lin Yingyun's shock and bewilderment, three figures, indistinguishable from their living selves, emerged from the shadows of the earth before Yi Li, the green-clad swordsman, the burly man, and the beautiful woman. They not only appeared as lifelike as before, but also exuded an aura identical to that which they possessed in life. The only distinction lies in the fact that they are all kneeling behind Yi Li at this moment, each displaying a different expression. Yi Li's gaze swept over the three individuals as he spoke nonchalantly. Since the descendants of the Yang family seek vengeance against me, I could simply prevent their existence. Couldn't I? Such generational enmity ought to be severed by one's own hand. Without descendants, there can be no continuation of hatred. Lin Yingyun, are you truly a genius? Chapter 72. The wind rises. Thus the Yang family in the coastal city of Qingyi Bureau. Today more than 20 law enforcers stationed there surged forth, hastening towards a residential area in the southern part of the city. 10 minutes prior, an urgent signal had emanated from this very location. A silver medal belonging to a student of Fengyun University had shattered, requesting assistance. This was no trivial matter. Only students who had attained the third tier could possess a silver medal at Fengyun University. The urgency that compelled them to shatter their badge for aid must be an extraordinary event capable of throwing an entire city into chaos. Stop, we have arrived. The elder called out sharply, bringing the 20 law enforcers clad in azure trench coats to a halt before a residential complex. The individuals who had rushed here were all of second tier or higher cultivation, regarded as formidable within the coastal city. The signal source is within the complex. Team 2, maintain vigilance here. Team 1, follow me inside. The leading elder, having pinpointed the location, issued his command in a cold tone and took the lead into the premises. His mood was somewhat grave. It had been a long time since an event had transpired in the coastal city that could compel a third-tier martial artist from Fengyun University to urgently call for assistance. Otherwise, the Qingyi Bureau would not have only one fourth-tier martial artist as its head. Not long ago, a peak third-tier fugitive had ambushed him, leaving him severely injured, and he was still recuperating. Fortunately, that fugitive had ultimately been slain by a gold medal student from Fengyun University. Although the elder had never met that student in person, he had seen the photos provided by the university. Truly a remarkable individual. If possible, he would like to express his gratitude in person. Suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, the elder gradually mobilized the true energy within him, remaining vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. The security guard of the complex sat dutifully in a kiosk, silently observing the group of law enforcers enter the premises. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. He hadn't even dared to investigate the explosion that had occurred earlier within the complex, let alone attempt to hinder these enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau. If it were a delivery person or a resident, he might have had the courage to confront them. With swift steps, the law enforcers rushed into the complex before gradually coming to a halt. They were met by a young girl in a yellow dress. Her expression a complex mix of emotions as she emerged from the residential area, her eyes reflecting the shock of having encountered something profoundly impactful. Upon seeing the group of enforcers, she raised her hand to display the shattered silver medal, indicating that she had summoned their aid. And what of the anomaly? The gaze of the elder leading the team swept over the shattered silver medal, and he instinctively inquired, what exactly transpired? Lin Yingyun, feeling a twinge of headache, raised her hand to rub her temples. Having spent 2 years at Fengyun University and encountered various martial arts prodigies, she had never witnessed a true blood realm expert capable of directly slaying 2 fourth-tier martial artists along with a third-tier one. To make matters even more astonishing, this true blood realm practitioner possessed the extraordinary ability to summon the souls of the deceased to serve their will. It was simply outrageous. Recalling Yi Li's earlier demeanor, Lin Yingyun couldn't help but shiver. It seemed that it was also the first time a true blood realm expert had secured a gold medal at Fengyun University. No wonder her teacher had repeatedly emphasized to the school that this was an exception with its own rationale. Given such terrifying prowess, she believed it entirely reasonable not only to award the gold medal, but also to include Yi Li in the Fengyun rankings ahead of time. If anyone dared to contest this, they could simply be told, if you can, then so can you. After careful consideration, Lin Yingyun resolved to fulfill the request at hand. Adopting as calm a tone as possible, the Yang family in Shanzhou intends to wreak havoc in Hanqing. Please contact the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou and dispatch enforcers immediately to encircle the Yang family. Wreak havoc in Hanqing? Encircle the Yang family? The elder's expression turned somewhat bewildered. Shanzhou was adjacent to Linghai City, and he had indeed heard of the so-called Yang family. Although their actions had often displeased the local Qingyi bureau, they were generally deemed quite honest and had actively sent help during the beast tide. What could have prompted such a sudden military encirclement? Just as he contemplated further inquiries, a sudden sound of light footsteps emerged from behind Lin Yinyun. The elder furrowed his brow and turned to look behind her. His aged eyes widened in shock. Before him approached a youth clad in tattered white, casually wielding a blood-stained blue and gold spear, exuding an air of nonchalance. Most importantly, the elder recognized this youth. The Yang family from Shanzhou had conspired to assassinate the deputy director of Linghai City, intending to rebel and sow chaos in Hancheng, caught red-handed with both motive and evidence. Yi Li tossed the gold medal to the elder with ease, calmly stating, "Please contact the Qingyi bureau in Shanzhou and help me encircle the Yang family. Not a single one must escape. To raid their home." The term instinctively flashed in Lin Yinyun's mind, causing her to gasp in shock. Her previously tranquil heart began to race inexplicably. Was it normal to feel this way? Indeed, for upon hearing the words raid their home, even a monkey would be stirred with excitement. The elder, gripping the medal that symbolized his status, felt an urge to retort. "You are the deputy director of the Qingyi bureau. Who am I?" Yet he understood the urgency of the situation and recognized that the individual before him, holding the gold medal from Fengyun University, truly stood on equal footing with him. Moreover, the other party had shown kindness towards Linhai City. As the deputy director of the Qingyi bureau, how could one be ungrateful? The elder took a deep breath and, amidst the astonished gazes of those behind him, clasped his hands and spoke in a solemn tone. "Understood." Turning around, he bellowed, "The Yang family of Shanzhou has attempted to assassinate the deputy director of Linhai City's Qingyi bureau, with both the perpetrator and the evidence at hand. Prepare a carriage immediately to escort this deputy director to Shanzhou." The enforcement officers, seasoned veterans of the bureau, swiftly regained their composure. They bowed and in unison proclaimed, "At your command." Shanzhou City, at the Yang family's estate. As dusk settled and the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was ablaze with vibrant hues, casting a golden glow over the expansive courtyard. What splendid weather we have today. Standing before the main residence, Yang Wanfeng squinted his eyes. After consuming the heart's blood of several fourth-tier warriors and employing the Yang family's secret techniques, he finally managed to rise from his bed. Yet, despite this small triumph, Yang Wanfeng's spirits remained unlifted. For reasons unknown, Fengyun University had sent an affable-looking fifth-tier elder. Although the elder bore a resemblance to his grandfather, with hair as white as snow and possessing the same fifth-tier prowess, he was evidently far superior to Yang Wanfeng's grandfather. Otherwise, the latter would not be so expressionless, idly accompanying him around the Yang family estate. Most troubling was the fact that, despite the promise of a fourth-tier physician to treat his injuries over the next 3 years, such a duration felt interminable for someone as ambitious as Yang Wanfeng. All of this turmoil was the fault of that Yi Li. Contemplating this, Yang Wanfeng clenched his fists tightly, his neatly trimmed nails digging into his flesh, yet he felt no pain at all. The anguish in his heart was far too overwhelming. Throughout his life, no peer had instilled such deep-seated resentment in him as Yi Li had. Thus, the blame lay squarely on Yi Li, not himself. Calculating the time, it seemed his mother should soon be dealing with Yi Li. Yang Wanfeng exhaled, his previously agitated emotions beginning to ease. Yi Li had prematurely dashed his dreams of victory and shackled his path of cultivation for the next 3 years. His sister, who had been inseparable from him for over a decade, now completely ignored him. Such transgressions were utterly unforgivable. For this reason, that individual must perish. Yang Wanfeng's tone was frigid, laced with profound hatred and murderous intent. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from the Yang family estate, figures clad in azure trenchcoats coalesced, appearing as a radiant sky beneath the twilight. Under the command of a young man, this azure sky surged forth, moving with an unstoppable momentum towards the imposing estate ahead. Chapter 73. Is it still possible to flee? As dusk descended, the great sun on the horizon continued its descent, poised to vanish completely beneath the horizon. The wind began to rise. In front of the main house, Yang Wanfeng slightly lifted his head, observing the trees in the courtyard swaying vigorously in the breeze. He subconsciously chuckled. Then, "Yi Li, it is indeed time for you to perish." After venting his frustrations, he turned and walked towards the house. His body was currently frail, and he could not withstand the wind for long. At that moment, a familiar young girl's voice suddenly rang out from not far away. "Brother, who are you saying is going to die?" Yang Wanfeng paused, startled by the inquiry, and immediately turned towards the source of the sound. Indeed, he saw Yang Wan. Her face pale, leaning against the wall, her eyes slightly red as she gazed at him. A surge of joy filled Yang Wanfeng's heart. "Wanner, have you recovered? I received my grandfather's heart's blood from a guest, so I can at least move freely now." Yang Wan's voice was laced with an unprecedented sense of detachment. "I heard you mention Yi Li. What has happened to him?" She had caught wind of his words about death and the mention of Yi Li's name. Yet she did not connect the two, considering that he held a gold medal from Fengyun University. Within the realm of Hanhua, that gold medal was akin to an ancient decree of immunity for students of prominent sections. No faction within Hanhua would dare to slay these medal-bearing students. Even if there were grievances, they would wait until graduation to settle the scores. Moreover, for some reason, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of that boy in the ink-colored robe these past few days, prompting her to speak up and inquire. "Ah, you see." Yang Wanfeng's lips curled into a smile, barely concealing his excitement. "Mother has sent 2 esteemed guests to Linhai City to eliminate him. Yi Li is destined to die today." The esteemed guests were a special designation for the Yang family's guests, a privilege reserved for those who had attained the 4th rank in martial arts. Yang Wanfeng looked at the girl, expecting her to share in his delight. However, to his surprise, Yang Wan's eyes widened in shock. "What? Has mother lost her mind? What if he escapes? He is a gold medal student, Wanner." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Wanfeng's eyes flashed with panic, and he quickly interjected. He had yet to disclose Yi Li's status as a gold medal student to anyone in the Yang family. The reason was simple. He had heard that course students from Fengyun University held a remarkably high status in the outside world. If his grandfather were to learn of this, he would likely choose not to kill Yi Li, perhaps only reprimanding him lightly to maintain the Yang family's dignity. But what of his own vendetta? His meridians had been frozen by cold energy, locking his cultivation for the next 3 years, and it was uncertain if he could regain his peak speed upon recovery. Meanwhile, Yi Li had already advanced to the 3rd rank. Though he currently hovered at the 1st or 2nd level, what would happen 3 years from now? Given Fengyun University's training standards, Yi Li's advancement would likely follow the pace of 2 levels per year. In that case, after 3 years, he could very well exceed the 6th level of the 3rd rank. At that point, it would be utterly impossible for him to catch up. Thus, rather than succumbing to anxiety, it would be wiser to let Yi Li remain perpetually at the 3rd tier. Although it bears a semblance of risk, Yang Wanfeng possesses unwavering confidence in the millennia-old legacy of the Yang family. Even if the gamble were to fail, all would not be lost. The city of Mountain City still requires the Yang family, and the Yang family still needs its own. From any perspective, this constitutes a calculated wager. Contemplating this, Yang Wanfeng furtively glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot, before awkwardly whispering, "Wanner, lower your voice. Grandfather is still unaware of this matter." At this, Yang Wan's anxiety surged, disbelief evident in her voice as she exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? To assault the core disciples of Fengyun University is tantamount to attempting to assassinate the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau. This is a grave offense against the realm." As she spoke, her complexion grew increasingly pallid, her legs trembling as she took a step back. A realm in chaos. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanfeng felt a rush of realization flood his mind, fully grasping the magnitude of his actions. His countenance shifted dramatically. "Are you serious?" Of course. Yang Wan's frustration boiled over. She wished desperately to sever all ties with this fool before her, this once-admired figure of hers. "I never imagined you capable of such folly." Recalling the ominous phenomenon conjured by Yi Li atop the cracked mountain, her voice quavered. "I can no longer associate with you. I must leave this place at once." "Wanner, why are you panicking?" As Yang Wan turned to depart, Yang Wanfeng was seized by a mix of shame and anger, gritting his teeth as he retorted. "Didn't I previously express my certainty regarding the guaranteed admission? How was I to know the significance of the gold medal? Besides, even if this constitutes a grave offense against the realm, as long as we do not allow the Yang family to bear the brunt, why should it matter? Let my mother confess to the Qingyi Bureau afterward, and surrender those 2 esteemed guests. I refuse to believe they would dare to besiege the Yang family." As he spoke, his breath quickened, his face reddening, clearly displeased with Yang Wan's demeanor. Yang Wan found herself nearly driven to madness by the actions of this once revered individual. That was her mother they were discussing. How could he so easily suggest abandoning her? Just as she felt the urge to unleash a torrent of invective, several family servants suddenly rushed into the courtyard, their expressions fraught with panic. "Not good. Upon seeing Yang Wan and Yang Wan Feng, the servants fell to their knees, urgently exclaiming, "Young master, young miss, over 100 enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau have arrived and are surrounding the Yang residence. They demand that everyone from the Yang family come out. The head of the family is currently in confrontation with them. You two should go and see." This was a calamity. In that moment, Yang Wan felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, nearly collapsing to the ground. Beside her, Yang Wan Feng fared even worse. He stumbled and fell hard onto the cold, unyielding floor, the impact resonating dully. His already flushed face drained of color, devoid of any trace of vitality, as if all life had been siphoned from him. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a clattering sound, clearly terrified to the core. What is happening? What do they intend to do? Yang Wanfeng shouted in a state of panic, his voice laden with disbelief and despair. He abruptly turned to Yang Wan, his lips quivering as he asked in a tone of sheer terror, "Wan, what should we do? What are we to do now? Will the method I just mentioned succeed? How could I possibly know?" Yang Wan's voice, filled with indignation, carried a hint of tears. Chapter 74. The conditions for first merit. Within a car speeding through the mountainous city, the three individuals donned the uniforms of the Enforcement Bureau for convenience. However, apart from Yi Li, the expressions of the other two were somewhat peculiar. The deputy director from Linhai City stole a glance at the handsome youth in the rearview mirror, a trace of nostalgia appearing on his aged face. Poor students of Fengyun University typically only reach this status in their junior or senior years. Yet, judging by the youth's age, he was likely not yet 20, perhaps merely a freshman or sophomore. Such talent was truly unparalleled. If he could join the Linhai City Enforcement Bureau upon graduation, the elder mused, he would dream of waking up with a smile. Alas, such aspirations were destined to remain just that, dreams. After all, significant undertakings like raiding a family estate were rarely undertaken, even by someone who had guarded Linhai City for decades. And those were merely against minor, unruly factions. The youth, albeit young, was poised to raid the wealth of the Yang family in Shanzhou, indicating that he would undoubtedly not be an ordinary individual in the future. The elder's thoughts swirled as he refocused on the road ahead, and after a brief moment, he spoke softly, "In 10 minutes, we will arrive at the Yang family in Shanzhou." Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyun in the back seat felt a shift in her heart. She turned to Yi Li, unable to suppress her curiosity about how he would orchestrate the forthcoming operation. Although they had not spent much time together, she had gleaned a general understanding of the youth's modus operandi. He was polite and courteous to those who treated him well or were of sound character. However, should anyone harbor ill intentions towards him, even the slightest, he would show no mercy. With extraordinary talent and unwavering resolve, if one could befriend him, perhaps they could indeed find a life of ease and tranquility in their later years. Contemplating this, Lin Yinyun took a deep breath and cautiously began. "There is one more matter." Yi Li, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. "Speak." The relationship between Martial Arts University and the Enforcement Bureau is quite close. You possess the gold medal from Fengyun University, and according to the Bureau's regulations, they will treat you as one of their own until your graduation. Thus, in this operation, you hold the authority to command. If possible, do not hesitate to assert yourself. Based on their treatment of gold medal students, as long as you do not act like a mere bystander, they will recognize you as deserving of first merit. Lin Yinyun's tone was earnest, subtly reminding Yi Li of the necessity to seize command during the operation to secure the so-called first merit afterward. Such a remarkable achievement could undoubtedly earn several first-class credits at Fengyun University. For the other party, the benefits are manifold. The elderly driver remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Lin Yinyun's words. The saying comparison breeds contempt rings true. Lin Yinyun sighed in relief, resting her head against the car window, and with a bittersweet smile remarked, "To lead such an initiative even before enrollment will undoubtedly benefit your future endeavors. If you perform exceptionally well, you might even find yourself eligible for this year's Martial Domain Baptism." "Martial Domain Baptism?" Yi Li inquired, raising his gaze. "Oh, this is a significant privilege bestowed upon outstanding warriors at Fengyun University, accessible only to the top 10 students on the Fengyun rankings. To convey the rarity of this opportunity, one might say that even someone as formidable as Senior Sister Chun vies fiercely for a place among the top 10. You have yet to meet Senior Sister Chun, but it suffices to know that she is an emotionless prodigy of martial arts." As Lin Yinyun mentioned Senior Sister Chun, her tone brimmed with reverence and admiration. "How formidable are the top 10 on the Fengyun rankings?" Yili noted this unfamiliar term, intrigued by its alluring promise, contemplating that if time permitted, he might indeed want to pursue it. They are capable of defeating fourth-tier warriors, Lin Yingyun instinctively replied, only to realize immediately that her statement could imply that they were akin to the two fourth-tier warriors recently slain by Yili. She hastily added, "It's uncertain about the top 5, but with your current combat prowess, you will surely secure a place among the top 10. Just exercise patience." Even among the top 10 on the Fengyun rankings, without the corresponding performance, one does not qualify for the martial domain baptism. Thus, rather than letting the youth dwell on them, it would be wiser to await the successful completion of this operation. "I understand," Yili nodded slightly. He comprehended the goodwill behind her words. Yet, to be frank, worrying about faltering seemed rather excessive. It would be more prudent to consider whether he might act too impulsively. Outside the window, the night gradually descended. Moments later, the car bearing the three of them came to a slow halt before an astonishingly grand estate. "We have arrived." The elderly man exhaled a breath of pent-up air, glancing into the rearview mirror, feeling a surge of excitement within. Truth be told, he was quite eager to accompany them inside and witness the proceedings. However, given that Linhai City required his vigilance, he could not linger here too long. If the spring breeze harbors a sentiment for the flowers, may it grant me a second youth? The elderly vice director of Linhai City sighed internally, suppressing his impulses, and finally cautioned, "My friend, the head of the Yang family is a fifth-tier powerhouse. Although the officials of Shanzhou City also rank at fifth tier, it is wise to exercise caution, just in case." Yili politely acknowledged with a brief adeptly rising to exit the vehicle. It is worth mentioning that the spirit mastery had provided him with comprehensive insights regarding the condition of Yang Mei and her companions. This revelation allowed Yili to resolve some of his perplexities. Why would two promising fourth-tier martial artists risk their lives to follow Yang Mei to attack him in Lehigh City? The answer to this question became apparent upon witnessing the blood pact on their hearts. Bound by life and death to another, how could fourth-tier warriors not yield obediently? Furthermore, he discovered that this so-called blood pact could draw forth the precious heart's blood of the martial artists. Such a method of treating guests truly opened Yili's eyes. However, under ordinary circumstances, this matter might have warranted attention. Now, none of that seemed significant, for rebellion only ever required a list and coordinates. Beneath the night sky, a fierce wind swept in. Lin Yingyun instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes, her pupils trembling slightly. Through the gaps between her fingers, she observed the youth stretching lazily, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The golden badge at his waist was particularly eye-catching, while his azure coat billowed dramatically in the gale. Yili took a deep breath, allowing the icy sensation to fill his chest. The chilling true qi, far surpassing that of his peers, surged within him like a turbocharged engine. Sensing the formidable presence exuding from the young man, Lin Yingyun could not help but tremble as she asked, "Are you planning to annihilate the Yang family?" "That shall depend on their performance," Yili replied indifferently, then shifted his steps, his figure gradually merging with the imposing mansion shrouded in darkness. Chapter 75. Retrieve it for me. Thanks to the inexplicable comrade. In front of the Yang family estate, a swarm of law enforcers encircled the area, their expressions indifferent, hands resting on the hilts of their treasured blades. Silently, an almost imperceptible aura of impending slaughter enveloped the entire Yang family. The head of the Yang family wore a grim expression, his inner turmoil evident on his face. He had never imagined that a third-tier sixth-level martial artist, accompanied by two early fourth-tier guests, would fail in an attempt to assassinate a novice third-tier youth. Moreover, the youth had managed to report to the Qingyi Bureau unscathed. The Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou had dispatched a significant portion of its enforcers to elucidate the Yang family's intentions to disrupt the nation. A certain Yang Mei, a member of the Yang family, had led two fourth-tier guests to attack a core student of Fengyun University. The Qingyi Bureau had always been lenient towards many prestigious sects within the country, yet this matter was universally recognized as a red line. It was only then that the head of the Yang family realized that the young martial artist named Yili was actually a core student of Fengyun University. Who could have anticipated such a twist? He had never heard of this from Yang Wanfeng. In his trust of his grandson, he had always ensured thorough investigations. However, this time, in his eagerness to seize the opportunity, he had acted swiftly in retaliation, only to find himself in a predicament. The elder of the Yang family felt a lump in his throat as his gaze swept over the pale faces of the many clan members behind him. And for the first time, He contemplated the idea of striking down Yang Wanfeng. Opposite him stood 3 elders of the 5th tier, aligned in a disciplined formation. Among them were the head and deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau in Shano City, while the third was Yi Li's mentor, whom he had accompanied throughout the day in the Yang residence, now glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. The elder Yu was surrounded by an aura of chilling wind, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost palpable. Were it not for the two standing beside him, he might have already lunged forward. It must be said that the oppressive presence of these 3 5th-tier warriors was indeed formidable. The hundreds of Yang clan members felt their legs weaken, utterly devoid of any will to resist, their eyes fixed on the clan leader in hopes he would devise a solution. At that moment, Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan stepped out from the courtyard, their faces equally ashen and trembling. The clan leader, unable to contain his fury, stepped forward, confronting Yang Wanfeng with a stern inquiry. "Do you realize that Yi Li is a gold medal student?" Yes, Yang Wanfeng stammered, unable to meet the elder's gaze. He lowered his head, appearing genuinely contrite as he gritted his teeth and admitted, "I apologize, grandfather. I failed to convey the complete situation and have caused you trouble." The clan leader suppressed the surge of anger within him, knowing that any act of aggression here would implicate him as well. Furthermore, he had heard that the adversary was caught red-handed, which implied that Yang Mei was still alive. If that were the case, keeping Yang Wanfeng around would still serve a purpose. It was reasonable to expect that Yang Mei, being a clever individual, would understand that the choice between her demise and that of the entire family was a straightforward one he need not elaborate upon. The clan leader ceased his dialogue with Yang Wanfeng and turned to face the 3 5th-tier warriors. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a gentle smile. "Gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, I truly had no knowledge of this matter. It was solely the will of Yang Mei, as I should have clarified." The director of Shanzhou City interrupted him, speaking in a measured tone. "What you say holds no weight, nor does what I say. We must await the arrival of young friend Yi Li to discuss this matter further." "Very well." The clan leader clenched his teeth and nodded. Just as he intended to retreat back into the courtyard, he sensed a powerful aura approaching rapidly. Not only he, but the 3 5th-tier elders' expressions shifted subtly, particularly Elder Yu, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. The 4 turned their gazes toward the courtyard's entrance. They beheld a figure, cloaked in a tempestuous wind, swiftly advancing and landing gracefully before the courtyard, a tall silhouette wielding a long spear. Yi Li emerged from the wind with calm composure, his expression serene, casually discarding the figure he held in the other hand before the onlookers. It was Yang Mei, clad in ordinary attire, her strikingly beautiful face now pale and trembling. The moment the clan leader recognized her, his breath caught in his throat, though inwardly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Indeed, I have been captured," which offers a glimmer of hope. Yi Li disregarded the hundreds of gazes directed at him, briefly assessing the head of the Yang family before turning his attention to the overjoyed Elder Yu. "You promised to secure the Yang family, yet you have released 2 4th-tier individuals." He sighed softly, his thin lips parting. "Old Deng, you are indeed lacking. Humiliation of a 5th-tier elder over a century old. Evil value 800. This round belongs to me." Elder Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly scratched his head. "Are you Yi Li?" The deputy director of the Shanzhou City Bureau smiled. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau in Shano City. We can get acquainted later." As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and outside the courtyard, over 100 law enforcers swiftly sprang into action, quickly sealing off all exits of the Yang family compound. "All 187 formal law enforcers from Shanzhou City are present. Please give your orders." "Very well." Yi Li nodded slightly. "You are indeed the esteemed brother Yi Li, truly a young prodigy, remarkably talented." The head of the Yang family took a deep breath, his smile instantly brightening his aged face as he hurried forward, extending his hands in a gesture of goodwill. No need for formality. Yi Li extended his hand for a brief shake, chuckling lightly. "I have come to raid your estate. Preparations are underway." The moment those words fell, a cacophony of unsheathing blades echoed through the air as the gazes of the enforcers collectively focused on the tall figure, awaiting further instructions. No words were necessary. The atmosphere thickened with a palpable intent to kill. The head of the Yang family felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, his heart racing. Despite the turmoil within, he forced a smile. "My friend, I have heard of your ambush, but I assure you, I was completely unaware of this matter beforehand. It was entirely Yang Mei's decision." The head of the Yang family's smile grew increasingly sincere, and his tone became more respectful, including her. The two guests will be dealt with by the Qingyi Bureau, and in addition, the Yang family will present two fourth-tier visualization techniques as a form of compensation for you. What say you? As his words fell amidst a deafening silence, Yi Li's voice, devoid of emotion, cut through. I have stated it clearly, the evidence is indisputable. With a swift kick, he overturned the seated Yang Mei on the ground and said coolly, Now, you will tell me, what has the Yang family done? Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family, along with Yang Wanfeng amidst the crowd, let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Yang Mei on the ground appeared pitiful, yet her eyes were clear, showing no signs of being under a secret technique's control. This was something the knowledgeable members of the Yang family could easily discern. In the expectant gazes of the Yang family and the solemn stares of the 100 law enforcers, Yang Mei suddenly lifted her head and declared loudly, The assassination was the head's idea. All direct descendants of the Yang family are aware, except for Yang Wan. The Yang family has also secretly used the lifeblood of Shanzhou City's commoners and guests as a catalyst to practice the blood-burning secret technique. With countless lives lost in the process of extracting blood, the Yang family has adopted the motto revenge is a must merely to deceive retainers into signing a blood contract, intending to transform them into blood slaves for cultivation in the future. Her voice, rapid and resonant, echoed in the ears of everyone present. The expressions of the two directors of the Qingyi Bureau darkened instantaneously, while over 100 law enforcers tightened their grips on their weaponry. The atmosphere of impending conflict brewed swiftly, a palpable aura of terror sweeping through the entire residence. Yi Li gazed at the other party with slight astonishment. His directive was merely to state the truth. He did not anticipate that the opponent would so readily disclose the matter of the blood contract. However, at this juncture, such details had become inconsequential. Beneath the luminous moonlight, Yi Li raised his gold medal, his hair fluttering as he directed his indifferent, dark gaze toward the bewildered head of the Yang family, coldly proclaiming, The Yang family intends to disrupt the nation, seize them all. In that instant, 100 figures clad in azure surged forth from the night, the previously still winds suddenly intensifying. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the land, and the youth's vast golden eyes radiated an otherworldly presence. Chapter 76. What entity can still speak after its demise? Yi Li did not consider himself a cold-blooded individual. He possessed the 7 emotions and 6 desires. He was no celestial sage capable of treating others as mere fodder. Otherwise, with such a system at his disposal, he could have simply embarked on a path of indiscriminate slaughter. Perhaps this sentiment is somewhat pretentious, yet Yi Li's conviction lay in steadfastly progressing while maintaining his integrity, accruing malevolent points as he stood resolute. Upon introspection, he realized that becoming a heartless executioner would prove exceedingly difficult for him. Nevertheless, pursuing the acquisition of malevolent points that will pose no challenge whatsoever. To all who resist, mercilessly eliminate. The youth's calm voice reverberated throughout the Yang family estate, the chilling undertone instilling dread among all present. One utterance determined the fate of the Yang family. The aura he exuded so formidable it was almost terrifying. Amidst the crowd, Yang Wan's sweet countenance drained of color, despite her heart racing with fear. Her gaze flitted around the youth's profile, yet she hastily averted her eyes when he turned to look at her. My family's century-old legacy. Listening to Yi Li's words, the head of the Yang family turned pale, his voice strained and utterly incredulous, struggling to accept the gravity of the situation. He understood that from the moment Yang Mei revealed the family's transgressions, the Yang family would cease to exist in Shanzhou. The direct descendants would be conscripted to the front lines to fend off the beasts, and he, as the patriarch, would likely find himself imprisoned. The root of this calamity lay in the Yang family's murderous intent toward this martial artist named Yi Li. No, it dated back even further. It was the provocations by Yang Wan and her brother during the martial examination that indirectly precipitated this tragedy. Moreover, what compelled Yang Mei to capitulate so readily, divulging everything so thoroughly? In a moment of turmoil, the head of the Yang family was consumed by chaos, his heart wrenched with anguish. If he could turn back the clock to a week prior, he would have undoubtedly taken the ruthless step of eliminating Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan without hesitation. Yet, in this world, there are no such opportunities for what-ifs. Now, any utterance would be too late. The young man in the green attire stood with his hands clasped behind him, his golden eyes surveying the gathered members of the Yang family. With a subtle wave of his hand, A cacophony ensued. Hundreds of enforcers formed a formidable battle array, their energy harmonizing as one. The gleaming blades reflected the luminous moon above, and under Yi Li's command, they surged towards the Yang family with an unstoppable force. Many of the Yang family members were so petrified by the spectacle that they collapsed to the ground. Some cried out for mercy, obediently allowing themselves to be shackled, while others fled in panic into the courtyard, desperately seeking an escape route. The air was filled with desperate pleas echoing throughout the Yang estate. A few, in a misguided attempt to resist, charged towards the young man in green, only to be swiftly subdued with a single strike, or sent crashing into the earth, unable to extricate themselves. Their plight was profoundly tragic. Within moments, a dozen enforcers arrived, laboriously pulling the injured Yang family members from the ground and fastening them in chains. As they glanced towards the direction Yi Li had departed, their expressions bore a hint of admiration. Although they had anticipated that a young warrior of such stature, especially one who was a core student of Fengyan University, would not be ordinary, they were still taken aback by the extraordinary nature of his resolve. Not only did he personally lead the charge into the Yang estate, but he also generously expended his vital energy to quell the unrest. It is well known that in operations against renowned sects, the casualty rate among enforcers is notoriously high, second only to the mortality rate during beast tides. The fact that he recklessly placed himself at the forefront, effectively alleviating their burdens, rendered him the epitome of the ideal superior for those working tirelessly. The audacity of the Yang family members to resist was truly indicative of their lack of understanding. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yang estate, Yi Li swiftly maneuvered through the courtyard, dispatching one rebellious foe after another, as the system's notifications echoed in his ears. Amidst his exhilaration, he began to grasp the terrifying implications of mastering spirit and uniting souls, compelling former adversaries to serve him wholeheartedly. At first glance, it seemed inconsequential, but upon deeper reflection, it became evident that their service was indeed remarkable. Yi Li had initially assumed it merely allowed him assistance in combat. However, he soon discovered that it also enabled them to leverage their past experiences to aid him. For instance, the expansive and intricate layout of the Yang estate often left him disoriented, but whenever he found himself at a loss, Yang Mei would appear, saying, "My lord, I know a shortcut, please follow me." With her guidance, Yi Li successfully apprehended numerous fleeing members of the Yang family. It was no wonder that in times of war, the first step is to eliminate traitors within. As Yi Li reveled in this newfound power, he couldn't help but reflect on the situation with genuine appreciation. The wind howled around him, and with each passing moment, as his understanding of the estate deepened, his speed continued to increase. At last, in a corner, he encountered a familiar figure, a disheveled yet cultured young man. It was Yang Wanfeng. What a coincidence! Yi Li approached slowly and greeted him. "Yi Li, brother, ancestor." Yang Wanfeng, witnessing Yi Li's advancing figure, scrambled backward in panic, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. I surrender. I am willing to submit to the Qingyi Bureau." Before he could finish his plea, his face was firmly grasped by a hand with distinctly defined fingers, and he was forcefully slammed to the ground. The impact was not overwhelming, enough to inflict pain but not to render him unconscious. Such deceit. Yi Li released his grip, observing the still conscious Yang Wanfeng, and calmly inquired, "What is your name?" "My name?" Yang Wanfeng, feeling dazed and agitated, retorted, "You beat me like this and led a team to assault the Yang family. Yet you still don't know my name?" Dizziness washed over him, followed by a surge of indignation. How utterly insulting. Yet, under the circumstances, he shakily rose from the ground and obediently knelt before Yi Li, breathing heavily. "Yang Wanfeng, Yang Wanfeng," Yi Li echoed with a nod. Suddenly, a rather macabre joke crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, "Do you know what can still speak after it dies? A skeleton monster?" "Wrong." Yi Li gently shook his head, chuckling, "It's your horse." With that, he snapped his fingers. To Yang Wanfeng's astonishment, Yang Mei's figure quietly materialized beside him. The former elegant woman now knelt respectfully before Yi Li, her demeanor courteous as she softly addressed him, "My lord, what are your commands?" Yang Wanfeng, "No. Are you serious?" Publicly humiliating the young master of the Yang family. Crime value, 3,000. Yang Wanfeng could hardly believe his eyes. In that moment, he felt as though he had unraveled many mysteries. Why had the other party spoken of the Yang family's offenses? Why did Yi Li claim to possess irrefutable evidence? Yang Wanfeng's pupils dilated, his voice thick with shock. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? He had never heard of a martial talent that could bind the dead as servants. As for the final question, Yili chose not to respond. Rising before Yang Wanfeng, the young man conjured a long spear in his hand, his tone devoid of any threat. Do you wish to kill me? Yang Wanfeng opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Even a fool could discern that the other possessed a certain ability to see through lies. His mind raced, desperately seeking a way to turn the tides of this situation. However, this calm shattered the moment he saw Yili tighten his grip on the spear. Not me. Yang Wanfeng cried out, his heart in turmoil. It was Yang Wan. She harbored resentment towards you and insisted that I assist her in seeking revenge. Bang! Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his head exploded like a firework, collapsing to the ground. Killed a second-tier 8th-level warrior. Evil deeds value 1,000. Indeed, as one's power escalates, many methods yield greater rewards than mere murder. Yili sighed silently. To be honest, he had no inclination to even contemplate signing a life-and-death pact with such a deceitful hypocrite. It was utterly revolting. Chapter 77. Would you like me to accompany you in a romantic game? Having dealt with Yang Wanfeng, Yili rose from the ground. Yet, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he raised his gaze towards the sky outside the courtyard. Beneath the night's veil, astonishing fluctuations of true energy erupted, creating a disturbance that was quite unsettling, causing the earth to tremble slightly and illuminating half the sky with vibrant radiance. In his perception, there were at least a dozen figures engaged in combat outside the courtyard, each emanating a strength surpassing his own. Clearly, 4th-tier and even 5th-tier warriors were clashing outside. The mayor and deputy mayor of Shan City, the Mentor Yu Wang from Fengyan University, the head of the Yang family, along with over 10 esteemed guests from the Yang household, and several senior enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau were embroiled in a fierce battle, which would not conclude anytime soon. Perhaps he would take a chance later. Capturing a weakened foe would still be a gain. Yili sheathed his spear, resting his fingers against his chin in contemplation, before soaring onto the roof and advancing towards the courtyard's edge, until his figure vanished into the night. Not far from Yang Wanfeng's lifeless body, a corner was where a young girl dared to breathe in the fresh air. Tall and sweet-faced, her delicate features were devoid of color. She was Yang Wan. Even though she had harbored some reservations against Yang Wanfeng, the years they spent together had instilled a flicker of hope within her. However, that hope vanished the moment she witnessed him lie to the young man in green. Facing death, he still sought to cast the blame upon her. Yang Wan's heart swelled with sorrow and indignation. All those vows to protect her throughout her life were nothing but deceit. To Yang Wanfeng, it seemed that his own life had always taken precedence. Only because he had consistently encountered weaker opponents could he maintain such a facade of righteousness. Once confronted with a more formidable foe, that pretense shattered instantly. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the man was now dead. Moreover, the figure she once admired had transformed into someone else entirely. Tears welled in Yang Wan's eyes as she gazed upon the corpse, nearly biting her lip in anguish. Brother, please take care in your next life. I truly wish we had never met. After over a decade of companionship, even a dog would feel a pang of sorrow. Upon finishing her words, she lifted her gaze towards the direction where the youth had vanished, and an unexpected fervor surged within her heart. He was leading the assault on the Yang family, and she should have loathed him to the core. Yet, why was it that every time she beheld him, her heart fluttered uncontrollably? Yang Wan fell into a momentary silence, and after a brief pause, she whispered softly, Yili? Just then, a youthful voice, tinged with surprise, resonated behind her like thunder. Your perceptiveness is quite commendable. At that instant, Yang Wan felt a prickling sensation as if her scalp were about to explode. From the moment they had been speaking until now, she had been completely oblivious to the presence of another behind her. Whirling around to gaze, she beheld a figure clad in a blue robe. The strikingly handsome youth, whom she both adored and resented, stood before her, his hand, enveloped in white cloud-like energy, descending upon her like a looming shadow. Yili, you haven't left? Yang Wan exclaimed in shock, disregarding any further inquiries as she immediately channeled her internal energy, simultaneously invoking the blood-burning secret technique, causing her aura to surge to the threshold of the 3rd tier. However, even so, it was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, as an overwhelming force far superior to hers effortlessly overpowered her. Boom! With a casual strike, Yili shattered her hastily erected defenses, seizing her slender neck and lifting her gently. Yet, a flicker of confusion stirred within him. based on her instinctive outcry moments ago. She should have been unaware of his presence. So why did she call out his name? Yili inquired, puzzled. I. Yang Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, her legs thrashing in futile struggle. Yili furrowed his brow, applying slight pressure with his fingers. Struggle again, and you shall find yourself immobilized for eternity. At his words, Yang Wan's expression stiffened, and she ceased her writhing. Answer the question. Yili relaxed his grip slightly, speaking in a calm tone. Since the moment I arrived at the Yang family, you have been covertly watching me, haven't you? Given that the captured Yang may had claimed ignorance, it was evident that she was genuinely unaware. Judging by her previous actions, her crimes were not fatal. However, if she harbored ulterior motives, that would be a different matter altogether. Unlike the other members of the Yang family, who dared not gaze upon him, Yang Wan had persistently stolen glances, which was distinctly suspicious. What do you intend to do? Yang Wan's expression shifted continuously. I would advise against deceit. Yili's demeanor remained composed, yet his dark eyes were as frigid as a lake in the heart of winter, causing Yang Wan's heart to constrict abruptly. Her breath quickened, and after a brief struggle, she finally managed to utter hoarsely, I wish to be by your side. This desire had blossomed within her the moment he had arrived to confront her family. The youth, having just graduated from martial arts high school, had already ascended to the rank of a third-tier martial artist, endowed with an extraordinary talent for martial arts. Mysterious and formidable, his future was boundless. Reflecting upon her circumstances, she found herself bereft of the familial support she once relied upon, her lineage now dismantled. It seemed that her future would likely confine her to the ranks of the marginalized in first-tier cities, an existence that appeared tolerable, yet was fraught with peril. She had heard that elite students at Windcloud University were permitted to bring a servant to accompany them in their studies. If only the young man could acquiesce. Perhaps this former young lady of the Yang family could humbly assume the role of his attendant. Of course, their relationship would need to be one of lovers. In time, he would teach her martial skills and lend her resources, allowing them both to thrive. Perhaps she could even reach the third tier before her 20th birthday. As this notion ignited her fervor, she was met with Yili's furrowed brow and a distinct look of disdain as he dismissively tossed her aside. What is this sentiment you express? He scoffed. Yang Wan fell heavily to the ground and, after a fit of coughing, rose with gritted teeth. I truly care for you. I would do anything. Such falsehoods, Yili retorted with a cold smirk. Do you delight in my having slain your brother, or in my obliterating the Yang family? Neither, I presume. Yang Wan's expression shifted as she realized the sharpness of his words. Was it not customary for young men to be elated by such declarations? To readily accept them? Even the late Yang Wan Feng would have been unable to resist. Desperation clawed at her, yet for the sake of her future, she pressed on. But I genuinely wish to remain by your side. I would do anything for that. This was her sincere confession. Yili raised an eyebrow, then inquired. But what exactly can you offer? I possess beauty and could be your girlfriend. Yang Wan lifted her chin, biting her lip as if making a tremendous sacrifice. My talents are commendable. Should you be willing and treat me well in return, I could certainly assist you in the future. Despite the remnants of her injuries, her gentle and sweet visage captivated the gaze of those around her. I see, you wish for me to invest in you, Yili mused, contemplating her proposition. Yet he remained indifferent to her beauty, nodding as he approached her. Very well, if you can withstand a single blow from me, I shall consent to your request. Truly? Yang Wan recalled her prior success in withstanding 2 of his punches, her excitement palpable. Indeed, Yili's response was as calm as before, I never lie. Instantly elated, Yang Wan began to respond, but before her words could fully form, Yili gathered his energy and struck. The seemingly gentle palm landed squarely upon her chest, and the ominous sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. In an instant, Yang Wan was struck as if by a tremendous force, blood erupting from her mouth as disbelief filled her eyes. Her body, uncontrollable, was propelled backward, crashing through walls like a cannonball. Each impact sent debris flying, shrouding the area in a cloud of dust. Ultimately, her body crashed heavily onto the ground several dozen meters away, producing a dull thud. Her eyes rolled back, and her breath became faint. It was inexplicable. Yili's voice was icy as he retracted his hand, casting a glance at the unconscious young lady of the Yang family. With a cold snort, he turned and walked back towards the courtyard. Truly, one must have a damaged mind. He had been prepared to tally the results of the battle. It was one thing for the opponent not to express gratitude, but to expect him to indulge her in a romantic game? Such a person must be jesting. Outside the grand estate of the Yang family, fierce winds swirled. Multicolored lights erupted from the four elder figures, the intensity of their battle causing the very earth beneath the Yang family to tremble and crack. Although the Yang family had only one fifth-tier martial artist, the family members and guests under his command included a good dozen fourth-tier martial artists. Even if some of the fourth-tier Yang family members dared not resist fiercely out of fear for their lives, the remaining 8 esteemed guests had no choice but to fight desperately to survive. The configuration of the Yang family's forces was even inferior to that of certain fourth-tier cities clearing agencies. The Hanxia army stationed outside the Yang family could only utilize weapons of anti-tank sniper rifle caliber at most, in order to prevent harming their own. Yet, once a martial artist reaches the 5th tier, even when ambushed, they can instantaneously evade the incoming sniper bullets. For a time, both sides engaged in an incredibly fierce clash. The sharp sound of sonic booms rang out continuously, showcasing the formidable power of the 5th-tier martial artists, with the overwhelming advantage of 3 5th-tier martial artists. Even though the situation was somewhat stalemated, the clearing agency still firmly held the upper hand. The downfall of the Yang family was merely a matter of time. On the ravaged ground, Elder Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by a gentle breeze, his aura steady, clearly holding the upper hand. He glanced at the battle scene not far away and spoke indifferently. Isn't it better to preserve your valuable life and later slay the aberrant beasts to earn merit? That way, you still have a hope of survival. Opposite him, the noble elder knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his body marred by injuries, with one arm having vanished entirely, looking quite wretched. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family chuckled grimly. Sir, I have at most 20 years left to live. Do you wish for me to spend my remaining days as a laborer in the clearing agency? Unlike you, who can break through to the 5th or 6th tier in just over a century, I, at 180 years old, am not far from the 200-year limit. The thought of spending his remaining years battling those aberrant beasts was something the head of the Yang family would rather not endure. At least there is a chance to live, Elder Yu replied calmly. It's surprising that you, a teacher from Fengyan University, do not understand the principle of difficult to transition from luxury to frugality. The head of the Yang family struggled to rise, desperately trying to steady his voice. Yet a hint of exhaustion was unmistakable. He led the Yang family to glory in Shanzhou for decades, yet fell to a young martial artist scarcely 20 years of age, his heart now heavy with regret and resentment. The head of the Yang family gazed forlornly at the battlefield not far away. At this moment, all of Yang's 4th-tier martial artists had surrendered, and among the 8 4th-tier guests, 5 lay gravely injured, leaving only 3 to struggle against the 2 directors of Shanzhou. Judging by their pallor, they could not endure much longer. Truly, a single misstep had led to total defeat. The head of the Yang family sighed deeply. At this point, it was undeniable that the Yang family was finished. He could only blame himself for not being ruthless enough. Had he sent a few more 4th-tier martial artists to encircle that young man, perhaps the outcome would have been different. It was noteworthy that the opposing party acted with remarkable decisiveness. Having faced an assassination attempt in the morning, they came to raid his residence by night. Reflecting on this, the head of the Yang family turned to Elder Yu, his tone tinged with sarcasm. That young man is so merciless in his actions. Do you not fear raising a calamity? Elder Yu shook his head, a hint of amusement in his response. As if my disciple attacked your Yang family without cause. Were you not the ones who made the first move? He forced my grandson, Yang Wanfeng, into 3 years of inability to cultivate. The head of the Yang family glared with venomous eyes. I shall settle this score with him. Come now, are you not aware of your grandson's true character? Elder Yu replied with a chuckle. The student I initially selected for recommendation was indeed Yang Wanfeng. However, I soon discovered that this so-called model genius engaged in unsavory acts involving his own sister's photograph and secretly tainted others' food with his own blood. The exact effect of this, I cannot ascertain, but judging by the furtive glee on Yang Wanfeng's face at the time, it was likely nefarious. Had it not been for this, I would have awarded the recommendation to this so-called prodigy of Shanzhou without hesitation. Fortunately, I observed closely. Noticing a slight change in the head of the Yang family's expression, Elder Yu continued with a smile. I dare wager that, given your grandson's treacherous nature, he likely attempted to strike a covert blow but was instead bested by my proud disciple. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family's countenance shifted, and he fell silent. Next time you wish to sow discord, perhaps you should first reflect upon your own conduct. Do not assume that I would hesitate to strike you down, Had it not been for the desire to lighten the burden on my colleagues in the Qingyi Bureau, that last blow would have cost you more than just an arm. Elder Yu reveled in his own cleverness, stroking his beard with satisfaction. If you do not believe me, you may continue to resist. Hearing this, the head of the Yang family clenched and then relaxed his hand repeatedly. After a moment, he spoke solemnly. I understand. I surrender. A crimson essence of true qi materialized in his palm, and with a wave of his hand, the two fourth-tier guests, who had been struggling, raised their hands and cried out their surrender. At least you are sensible. Elder Yu retrieved a heavy pair of shackles from his storage artifact, tossing them to the head of the Yang family, and then casually imposed a restriction. This signifies the conclusion of the campaign against the Yang family. It should not be difficult to credit Yili Ji with the primary achievement, which will instill a sense of reverence in that young fellow. Mr. Yu's spirits were notably elevated. At that moment, a familiar tall figure emerged from the confines of the Yang family estate, a hint of excitement gracing his handsome visage. It was Yili. However, upon discerning the scene outside, the exhilaration on his face quickly faded. Is it over? Yili inquired, a trace of resignation in his tone. Had he known better, he would not have engaged in idle chatter with that Yangwan. The low value of their misdeeds was one thing, but he felt somewhat nauseated by the experience. It was nothing short of compounding losses, a veritable debacle. He resolved to employ his illusory eyes to thoroughly scour the Yang residence inside and out. Otherwise, his heart would remain unsettled. It is over, Mr. Yu responded with a smile, stepping closer to Yi Li and clearing his throat twice. Tomorrow, accompany me back to Fengyan University, lest we encounter unforeseen circumstances along the way. Very well, Yi Li nodded gently, originally intending to arrive early and assess the situation. The martial arts repository had not been updated in quite some time, and it was gradually falling behind the current advancements. For instance, the Tian Gang treading on void technique was exceptionally useful at the second tier, yet this morning, when deployed against an adversary, the fourth-tier Qing Shan swordsman easily severed his arm. The pain was unbearable, and had it not been for Yi Li's solidified golden soul and unwavering will, he would have required some time to recuperate. The head of the Yang family clenched the shackles in his hands, a torrent of resentment surging within him, in stark contrast to the spirited youth. His current state was utterly pitiful. When the opponent emerged, he even cast a glance in his direction, a look that seemed tinged with regret. Regret for what? Regret for his own surrender? The Yang family was no more, and yet this young man was not satisfied, wishing to eliminate him as well. Did he truly perceive me as an old dog to be trifled with at will? The Yang family head's breath quickened, his inner fury boiling over, torn between a desperate struggle and a sense of uncertainty. Finally, upon witnessing Mr. Yu completely enter the courtyard, the murderous intent in his eyes surged forth. Rich and pure, it had been pent up for far too long. The elder's prior capitulation was merely a ruse to seek an opportunity to eliminate the youth. In the courtyard, Yi Li sensed something amiss and abruptly turned around. He beheld two fourth-tier retainers, about to be shackled, suddenly erupting into action, drawing the attention of the two city bureau chiefs, who simultaneously admonished, impudence. In that instant, the Yang family head's heart shattered, forcefully breaking through the restraints imposed by Mr. Yu. He suddenly surged forth, charging at Yi Li. At a speed that broke the sound barrier, he was instantly before Yi Li. Chapter 79, Old B. If you wish to show off, I shall make you soar. In the realm of advanced martial arts, it is common knowledge that the peak of the third tier can achieve a maximum punching force of 8,000 kilograms. Yi Li's striking power reached an impressive 12,000 kilograms, a feat accomplished due to his peak third-tier status, attained through the perfect mastery of both breathing techniques and forging methods. This incident in the history of Huanxia is truly unprecedented. If one could ensure that the recorded history of Huanxia is devoid of any inaccuracies or fabrications, the term almost could be entirely omitted. This circumstance contributes significantly to Yi Li's combat prowess, which surpasses that of an ordinary peak third-tier warrior by a considerable margin. Furthermore, when supplemented by the 5-minute enhancement of Golden Soul Revival, his punching power could escalate to a staggering 30,000 kilograms. With his physical speed reaching approximately 300 meters per second, judging solely by physical attributes, he exceeds the capabilities of typical early fourth-tier martial artists. However, this only pertains to his physical statistics. Elements such as the Tianguan Bridge of fourth-tier warriors and the Divine Mansion of fifth-tier warriors can greatly amplify combat strength. Therefore, for Yi Li to defeat a fourth-tier warrior, His primary objective must be to close the distance. Yet, should he confront a fifth-tier warrior, proximity becomes less advantageous. Even with the augmentation from Golden Soul Revival, his physical prowess would still fall short of that of a fifth-tier warrior. Alas, the strands of hair upon Yi Li's forehead were swept aside by the ferocious wind, and a grave expression adorned his handsome visage. The dynamic vision granted by the illusory eye provided him with a fleeting moment of reaction time. Was this the pressure exerted by a fifth-tier warrior? A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and a towering figure materialized before him, a muscular man with a physique of solid muscle and eyes gleaming with intensity. This was one of the two fourth-tier warriors who had come to assassinate him earlier that morning. Blocking his path, Yi Li silently resolved to raise his magnificent golden eyes. Radiating heat and authority, his fingers clenched into a fist, the muscles in his back tensing in response, as a formidable force rapidly gathered in his right arm. He intended to deliver a devastating blow to this aged fifth-tier warrior. Upon receiving the command, the burly man immediately positioned himself to intercept the swiftly approaching head of the Yang family. This time, he finally showcased the true form of Dragon Monument Hand. His broad palm descending towards the Yang family head, now mere inches away, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The earth before him was violently torn asunder by the force of the punch. Almost simultaneously, a dark golden rainbow light, infused with tremendous power, hurtled towards the Yang family head. Fengshan. Upon witnessing the muscular man, the Yang family head's forward charge was abruptly halted. A look of bewilderment crossing his aged face. What madness is this? In the next moment, his astonishment morphed into fierce resentment as blue light erupted from his body, propelling him to collide directly with the oncoming rainbow light. Boom! A shockwave surged forth, fracturing the ground, as the dark golden rainbow light was obliterated. And the burly man was struck by the elder's fist, his tower-like form instantly disintegrating into a multitude of black mist. What? Observing this scene, the young elder's pupils constricted. He felt no tangible impact from that previous punch. An involuntary surge of anger welled within him. What strange things does this young man possess? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. In an instant, 3 elderly men could be seen charging from the distance, shouting fervently. The head of the Yang family, resolute in his determination, once more tore at his heart's pulse, expending the remnants of his life force to detonate the blood contract, causing the 8 fourth-tier retainers to momentarily lose their sanity as they desperately obstructed the approach of the 3 elders. He himself crushed the ground beneath his foot and surged once again toward the retreating youth. There was no turning back, even if it meant his own demise. He was determined to eradicate this third-tier junior who sought to annihilate the Yang clan. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging figure before him, a manic glint surged in Yi Li's vast golden eyes. Without a trace of hesitation, he exhaled a puff of white mist. In the next moment, the immense true energy he had amassed within him erupted forth. A tempest of white mist and frost filled the air, sweeping with overwhelming force and engulfing the young elder, momentarily slowing his already injured movements. Before the elder could adequately defend against this formidable chill, a slender figure suddenly leaped from above. Looking up, he felt his eyelids twitch in shock. A swordsman clad in azure robes, wielding his sword in one hand, cleaved through the air, unleashing a brilliant sword light. The long, dragon-like sword aura crashed against the elder, tearing through flesh and sending torrents of blood gushing forth. The attack from a fourth-tier martial artist forced him to expend the scant remaining true energy he possessed, causing a mystical blue glow to radiate from his body as he gritted his teeth and surged forth. This time, before the swordsman could deliver another strike, the elder charged directly towards the youth enveloped in white flames. Die! Roared the head of the Yang family, unleashing a powerful blow that struck the youth's chest, producing a bone-cracking sound that sent chills down one's spine, his palm piercing through the youth's translucent torso. The youth's handsome visage furrowed slightly, clearly feeling a pang of pain, even as the brilliance of his golden eyes dimmed momentarily, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This severely injured fifth-tier martial artist had to seize the opportunity to outmaneuver him. Old fool, I've got you now. With a chilling, raspy voice, Yi Li suddenly spread his arms wide, unleashing his full strength, as a flow-like sensation manifested at the peaks of his fists. Flowing water fist, dragon strikes the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Li's fists erupted like a tempest, unleashing a torrent of explosive energy far surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier peak. Before the head of the Yang family could revel in his moment of triumph, a series of avalanche-like impacts rained down upon his face. Amidst a cacophony of muffled thuds, the skull he had honed for over a century began to crack, his brain enduring relentless blows. At this moment, the elder's vision was filled with golden stars. He felt dizzy and nauseous, instinctively attempting to withdraw his arm, yet found himself utterly drained of strength. Why you? The gaze of the head of the Yang family grew increasingly dazed. His teeth shattered and blood splattering as he was rendered speechless by the relentless assault of Yi Li's fists. With the force akin to a bowstring snapping and fists that struck like thunder, Yi Li ultimately smashed the half of the elder's head to pieces. The elder's body was sent flying like a kite with its string severed, propelled backward by the residual force of the blow. At the brink of consciousness, he heard the boy's indifferent voice. "Old fool, dare to act pretentious, and I shall send you flying. Detected that you have executed a 5th-tier Divine Realm warrior. Evil value 30,000. Detected that under the watchful eyes of the citizens of Shanzhou, you successfully surrounded the Yang family. Evil value 20,000. Current evil value 108,000 points." Yi Li took a deep breath. From the crimson wounds on his chest, it was evident that his heartbeat was gradually quickening. What a thrill! Yi Li exhaled deeply, only to spew forth a torrent of blood, forcing him to sit cross-legged on the ground, his eyes gently closing. Not far away, witnessing this scene, old Yu's eyes widened in rage. The old man, disregarding everything, struck the heads of 2 4th-tier attendants with great force and rushed over. Behind him, 2 city directors from Shanzhou, along with numerous law enforcers, wore expressions of complexity. After dispatching the remaining heavily injured 4th-tier attendants, they silently rushed forward. What a remarkable prodigy! To meet such an end? In an instant, everyone present was frozen in place, eyes wide, breaths erratic, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, from the wound on the boy's chest, countless flesh and bone surged forth, accompanied by writhing innards, reconstructing a new physical form. Amidst the multitude of astonished gazes, the boy's handsome visage regained its color, his dark hair gently swaying, and his aura gradually strengthened. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his pitch-black eyes, stood up, and his entire being was restored to its former glory. By the heavens, I seek your support, your gifts, and your praise. The humble author bows in gratitude. Chapter 80. The genius who can soar with the wind and transform into a dragon. Outside the Yang family courtyard, the air fell into a deathly silence. In the open space, dozens of battle-hardened high-ranking law enforcers, having witnessed the miraculous healing, were filled with profound astonishment. A 3rd-tier warrior defeating a 5th-tier warrior, even one grievously injured, was simply unfathomable. Moreover, to recover from a fatal injury that pierced through the chest in mere seconds? What a farce! When did a warrior's body become so effortlessly malleable? The 2 city directors also halted their breaths, intently observing the young man with a relaxed brow, their hearts overwhelmed with disbelief. With the advancement of martial arts ranks, most warriors do indeed experience a gradual enhancement of vitality, making them increasingly difficult to kill, and their bodies more resilient. However, similarly, once high-tier warriors incur severe injuries, it becomes exceedingly challenging to restore them to peak condition through ordinary medical means. Without rare secret elixirs or the intervention of healers of the same rank, they are likely to suffer from subtle, undetectable injuries. These hidden wounds represent one of the greatest obstacles on the path of martial advancement. It is said that within the realm of high martial arts, there exists a remarkable innate ability known as super self-healing, which ranks at the pinnacle of its class. This extraordinary gift enables one to completely recover from grievous injuries, potentially fatal to an ordinary martial artist, within mere months, making it one of the most formidable talents in martial arts, unperturbed by the prospect of hidden ailments. However, even this coveted ability, desired by countless martial artists, pales in comparison to the recent performance of the young man, which is unfathomable and unprecedented. Regaining his composure, Elder Yu stepped forward, a mix of astonishment and embarrassment washing over him as he gently patted Yi Li's shoulder and solemnly remarked, "It was my oversight. In my old age, I did not anticipate you would risk everything to break through the restrictions." He had been aware of Yi Li's considerable self-repair capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have been so agitated that day in Qingshan City. Initially, he had assumed Yi Li had merely developed super self-healing to an extraordinary level. But now it was clear that this was not the case. If his abilities surpassed even the pinnacle of super self-healing, he must possess a new power of a higher echelon. Realizing this, Elder Yu's breath became somewhat labored. It dawned on him the magnitude of the treasure he had stumbled upon. No matter, Yili said dismissively, suppressing the emptiness within him as he chuckled lightly. Your vigilance seems lacking. I imagine you were not much better in your youth. Elder Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, and although he understood the young man's jest, the weight of his own shame only deepened. When we return to the academy tomorrow, I shall advocate for you regarding this martial earth baptism. Elder Yu exhaled, his expression softening with a hint of nostalgia. Consider it a small recompense for you. At these words, Yili nodded slightly. As he breathed in and out, he employed the perfected breathing technique to continuously replenish his nearly depleted true energy. In order to ensure the downfall of the Yang family patriarch, he had pushed his true energy to the limits, compounded by the need to heal his wounds, leaving him feeling somewhat spent. Casting his gaze over the 8 fourth-tier attendants who had already drawn their last breath, Yili sighed with a tinge of regret. I will take a moment to explore and assist in the cleanup of the Clear Anomaly Bureau. With that, he turned and entered the courtyard of the Yang family. Ensure the place is thoroughly searched, Elder Yu instructed, watching as Yili stepped inside. After a moment, he turned back to face the members of the Clear Anomaly Bureau outside and spoke gravely. You are all elites within the Bureau. My disciples' abilities are well known, and I trust you understand what needs to be done. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew serious. They were seasoned veterans, having navigated the treacherous waters of the Hanxia high martial arts realm for decades, and they instinctively recognized the elders' concerns. It was a well-known truth. In the midst of the surrounding nations, Hanxia's talents struggled to thrive. Over the years, whenever a genius from Hanxia was successfully assassinated, regardless of the difficulties faced, the authorities would strive to dispatch a martial arts master to retaliate against the assassin's nation. Yet, even with such measures, it could not completely prevent these tragedies. At best, the frequency of such incidents was merely reduced. It is a challenging situation. The deputy director of Shanzhushi pondered for a moment, carefully considering his response. As the captain of this operation, he must ensure that the combat records are accurately documented. After a brief pause, he added, the submitted records will undergo rigorous scrutiny, and during this process, the likelihood of information being leaked to various nations cannot be deemed nil. There is certainly a 90% probability. With that said, the deputy director fixed his gaze intently on Mr. Yu, apprehensive that the latter might propose any unreasonable demands regarding falsifying the records. It is essential to understand that rules are rules, and even if there are justifiable reasons, exceptions cannot be made lightly. You still do not grasp my intent, Mr. Yu sighed. The deputy director furrowed his brow, about to inquire further, when he heard the chief director beside him clear his throat twice and interject. Your Excellency, it is indeed difficult for us to conceal the fact that your disciple possesses the martial talent of super self-healing, and we hope for your understanding in this matter. Super self-healing? The deputy director was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. After all, the most renowned self-healing ability known to all is indeed super self-healing. Reporting it as such poses no issue. Moreover, with the protection of Fengyun University, which rarely requires the youth to leave campus, there are minimal opportunities for assassination attempts from the Four Seas nations. I understand, and I appreciate your efforts, Director. Mr. Yu chuckled, as he merely wished to delay the time before the youth became a target within the confines of the rules. He was not a martial arts master capable of shaking cities. A fifth-tier martial artist holds considerable deterrence in the eyes of ordinary powers. Yet in the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Four Seas nations, such a status is still insufficient to protect a prodigious talent capable of shaking the very foundations of these nations. Fengyun University, indeed, holds significant weight, with 2 illustrious 6th-tier martial artists stationed at its headquarters, solid as a fortress, instilling fear across the lands. However, among the 30 top geniuses on the Fengyun ranking, there are thousands of martial arts prodigies from the provinces of Huanxia below. Teachers often guide their disciples during their leisure, but they also have their own responsibilities. And during crises, they must assist in suppressing anomalies across the provinces of Ying. Thus, they cannot solely focus on Yili. Therefore, it remains imperative for Yili to break through to the 5th tier swiftly. Upon reaching that level, the difficulty of assassination attempts would significantly escalate, consequently reducing the likelihood of becoming a target. Mr. Yu's thoughts surged, planning to allocate more opportunities for advancement to Chun Jingli and Yi Li in the future. The former is also a rare martial arts prodigy in Huanxia, and regarding the latter, Mr. Yu believes that, given Yi Li's character, he would likely seize every opportunity presented to him. It is evident that this exceptional youth is eager for progress. All that is required is to provide him with a stepping stone, and he shall leap directly to greatness, perhaps even soaring like a dragon. As for Lin Yun, Mr. Yu wishes her success in due time. Chapter 81. The Method of Visualization, the Tides of the Ocean. Within the Yang family estate, in a labyrinth of countless intricate chambers, a figure clad in azure was leading a cadre of enforcers, tirelessly rummaging through every nook and cranny, even resorting to smashing walls in their quest for discovery. Such adeptness elicited gasps of astonishment from the enforcers who toiled under his command. Under the youthful leader's guidance, they not only seized a plethora of martial techniques from the Yang family, but also uncovered hidden passages within the rooms. Second-tier martial art, poison dragon drill. First-tier agility technique, blue butterfly dance. Yi Li perused these martial arts with casual interest before tossing them to the enforcers behind him. Pack them all away. Yes. The enforcers responded promptly. Their gazes lingered on the gilded medallion at Yi Li's waist, and they couldn't help but marvel. Such familiarity with the task at hand. How many raids had this esteemed individual executed? The thought was too daunting to entertain. If they could only follow in his footsteps, surely they would have ascended the ranks to become senior enforcers or even deputy directors of a branch by now. Alas, he was still a student, and they knew not when he would graduate. With a silent sigh, the enforcers continued their work. At that moment, Yi Li had completed the search and was rising to make his way outside. Next stop, one of the enforcers ventured tentatively. You appear a bit pale. Perhaps you should rest? No need. Yi Li's figure vanished at the doorway. Oh, the others hurriedly followed suit. Thanks to the spirit of the Yang family patriarch, Yi Li was currently the living embodiment of knowledge regarding the Yang clan, bar none. Driven by a sense of frugality, he was determined to extract every possible benefit from this endeavor. While medicinal elixirs and precious artifacts were to be confiscated as per regulation, perusing martial techniques and secret methods posed no issue. Before a secret chamber, after thorough investigation, Yi Li gazed at the fourth-tier technique in his hands, a treasure belonging to the Yang family. A smile broke through on his otherwise fair visage. If all his efforts were to yield nothing but refuse, it would be a disheartening loss. According to the spirit of the Yang family patriarch, this visualization technique had been obtained by their ancestor in exchange for the Yang family's blood ignition secret method. Of course, to ensure the exclusivity of the Yang family's secret techniques, their ancestor had subsequently eliminated the counterpart during a later exploration of a secret realm. Regrettably, the threshold for this visualization technique was excessively high, rendering most descendants of the Yang family incapable of mastering it, forcing them to settle for studying the family's lower-tier visualization techniques, including the current head of the Yang family. However, Yi Li felt no such anxiety. The substantial 10,000 points of malevolence lay quietly on his background panel. There was nothing that additional points could not resolve. If there was, it was simply due to insufficient expenditure of malevolence points. If more was needed, he could visit Fengyun University in a few days to make use of the Fengyun rankings. Very well, let us pack this as well. After concluding his review, Yi Li tossed the technique into the hands of the enforcers. Such a casual demeanor sparked a wave of admiration among a few. Director Yi, according to the rules, you may keep this high-value visualization technique for yourself. You only need to deduct a bit from your merits, one of the enforcers remarked, cautiously cradling the precious document. No need. I have no use for it at the moment, Yi Li replied, rising to leave the chamber. Leaving behind a calm declaration, the clearing bureau's slaying of aberrant beasts is no easy feat. Keep it, consider it my contribution. As his words echoed, the room fell into a brief silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Observing the youth's retreating figure and the tome in their hands, seemingly radiating heat, the breaths of the enforcers grew increasingly labored. This was a visualization technique, rare and sought after from the outside world, even within the prestigious Wind and Cloud University. Acquiring it would likely demand a steep price. The audacity of such a person to dismiss it was truly unprecedented. One could only lament the inability to follow him day and night. Beneath the inky night sky, the city of Shanzhou glimmered with lights. After leaving a portion of enforcers to tidy up, Yi Li traversed through a throng of interviewing journalists, returning to the clearing bureau in Shanzhou. The hour was late, and with the Yang family situated far from the city center, Elder Yu planned to stay overnight, intending to take Yi Li to Wind and Cloud University the following day. Under the guidance of an enforcer, Yi Li soon arrived at the door of his room. "Director Yi, should you require anything, just call. I and several capable individuals from the bureau are lodged nearby," he said respectfully. "All right," Yi Li acknowledged, taking note of the enforcer's courteous demeanor. He nodded slightly and entered his room, closing the door behind him. Once the presence outside faded away, the room enveloped itself in a profound silence. Its arrangement neat and complete. Yi Li settled cross-legged in the designated meditation area, exhaling deeply. His actions, characterized by such audacity, would likely incite discontent among numerous esteemed factions. Their members, surely present in the clearing bureau, upon hearing of his exploits, would instinctively harbor some animosity, coupled with the brilliance he had displayed. It was not improbable that assassins from all corners of the world would soon be drawn to him. Tomorrow, he would head to Wind and Cloud University, a place rumored to be teeming with powerful individuals and prodigious talents, most of whom were proud and arrogant, just to his liking. A light chuckle escaped Yi Li's lips. He felt no trepidation at the prospect of facing the world, but rather an exhilarating surge of ambition. He intended to forge a path through it all. Reflecting on his journey to the Yang family, he recognized the wealth of knowledge he had gained. In future encounters with foes backed by formidable powers, should their forces mobilize, Yi Li must act decisively, otherwise, enmity would easily persist. To achieve this, he needed to elevate his strength promptly. The head of the Yang family was merely a first-tier, fifth-level warrior, grievously wounded, and yet, even in the presence of two fourth-tier souls under Yi Li's command, he managed to pierce through Yi Li's chest. This incident had truly heightened Yi Li's sense of urgency. To possess the ability to humiliate others, one must first attain overwhelming combat power. Past experiences have taught him that acquiring such power before confronting an enemy is of paramount importance. Now, with a vast reservoir of malevolent points and having obtained a level of visualization technique, he could scarcely fathom the extent to which his combat prowess would soar after this augmentation. Reflecting on this, Yi Li summoned his status panel. Current malevolent points, 108. 000. Level of visualization technique. Oceanic tides, uninitiated. Upgradable, Chapter 82. Oceanic tides, the directive of the sea. A technique of this caliber surpasses all others, and attaining its perfection offers myriad benefits. Not only does it reduce future consumption, but it also grants one combat power that far exceeds that of peers, aiding in the advancement of one's realm. Yi Li had long comprehended these principles. Furthermore, although the specifics of future realms remained somewhat obscure, solidifying his foundation was undoubtedly a wise course. An unstable foundation for a high-rise could spell disaster for a 20-year-old civil safety officer sentenced to 23 years in prison. Similarly, an unstable foundation in martial arts would bring calamity upon Yi Li himself. The challenges of advancement do not frighten him. However, if foundational issues hinder the construction of his martial edifice, that would pose a significant dilemma. After all, the past is irrevocable, while the future remains malleable. According to the patriarch of the Yang family and the two fourth-tier guests, the fourth-tier Tianguan realm emphasizes breaking through the physical barriers, creating the Tianguan bridge, allowing the internal organs to connect with the cosmos. This enables the practitioner to wield vast true energy, yielding immense power with every gesture. The Tianguan bridge serves as the conduit for true energy circulation, and its quality is of utmost importance for warriors in the Tianguan realm. Overthinking serves little purpose. It is prudent to first fully upgrade the most critical visualization technique. Resolving his thoughts, Yi Li focused his mind, and the immense malevolent points surged into the panel. Ding! Beginning to expend malevolent points to continuously upgrade the level of visualization technique. Oceanic tides. As you open this long-cherished volume of visualization techniques from the Yang family, a breathtaking illustration of visualization captures your gaze, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. The artwork is indeed remarkable, yet it fails to offer any insights into transcending the fourth tier. Thus, you resolve to bypass the illustration and focus on the textual content, only to find yourself utterly bewildered, as if confronted with an inscrutable tome. Drawing upon your previous experience of tackling challenging problems, you decide to skip over the sections that elude your understanding, and in less than 2 minutes, you complete the entire text. With no other recourse, you return to the captivating illustration, at least finding solace in its visual appeal. After expending 2,000 points of malevolent energy, you finally immerse yourself in the illustration, experiencing a sensation akin to facing the rising tide of the ocean, with no other feelings to accompany it, save for a sudden craving for an ice-cold soda. Seemingly sensing your struggles, the spirit of the Yang family patriarch appears beside you, imparting the ancestral wisdom regarding this visualization technique. After listening intently, you nod slightly, gaining some understanding, and request that he elaborate further. You receive a boon. Your cultivation speed increases by 150. Is it truly possible? Yili gazes in astonishment at the words materializing on the panel, in contrast to the unadorned increase provided by the indestructible gold soul. The mechanism of spirit control and soul unification has already bestowed upon him several surprises. When the deceased speaks, compelling enemies to labor for him, and now even augmenting his attributes. What other functions might this skill possess that he remains unaware of? Moreover, considering this trajectory, it seems his future endeavors may be rather formidable. Enemies can accumulate malevolent energy while alive and, upon death, must continue to serve him, dedicating their entire life as achievements for his benefit. It is a perfect symbiosis of consumption and acquisition. Yili chuckles to himself, finding this approach aligns well with his expectations and feels entirely justifiable. He considers himself a principled individual. Those he can bring to their demise will naturally pose no moral quandary when he puts them to use. Extracting the value from his enemies is, in essence, a form of respect towards them. As for their willingness, why concern himself with such matters? He need only remain true to his conscience. It must be said that the potential of martial talent at this level is astonishing. The two martial talents at his disposal have barely advanced a few levels, yet they instill in him a confidence to face most crises. Once he elevates spirit control and soul unification to its maximum level, the power he will wield is beyond imagination. Yili's gaze flickers with determination as he redirects his attention back to the panel, where the luminescent display continues to shift and transform. After expending 5,000 points of malevolence, you have gleaned a modicum of profound understanding from this visualization. Even with your eyes closed, the so-called tidal chart of the ocean can vividly manifest in your mind, yet a flicker of inspiration remains elusive. Upon consuming 15,000 points of malevolence, you have finally seized that elusive essence within the visualization. Now, as you peruse the textual components of the ancient tomes, what once appeared obscure and incomprehensible now seems annotated, facilitating a remarkable comprehension. You have mastered the technique of simulating your entire essence as the tides of the ocean. With the divine thought transformed into gravitational force and your essence perceived as water, you can effortlessly conjure an environment within your body that assails the celestial thresholds. As the tides rise and fall, utilizing this technique, you have now qualified to challenge the celestial threshold. Amidst the swirling text, Yili perceives an influx of memories within his mind. The blood within him, aglow with golden radiance, can surge forth with but a single thought, flooding into his organs and assaulting the celestial threshold. Yet, it is insufficient, it remains inadequate. The gravitational pull of his divine thought is not potent enough, rendering the generated tidal scale insufficiently grand. A bridge forged from such minor tides cannot be deemed a treasure among celestial bridges. What Yili desires is a majestic bridge propelled by colossal tides, comparable to a catastrophic tsunami. System, reveal to me your limits. As Yili internally urged, the text upon the luminous screen began to pulsate with fervor. With a chime, after expending 25,000 points of malevolence, your understanding deepens, allowing you to create increasingly formidable tidal scales. However, should the scale surpass a certain limit, your control will noticeably wane. If one were to forcibly unleash the great tides against the celestial threshold, it could inflict significant harm upon the body. Yet, within the confines of the limit, your mastery over the tides has transcended your previous capabilities. Having consumed 35,000 points of malevolence, the scale of the tides you can command continues to rise, drawing ever closer to the grand tides recorded within the visualization technique. According to the head of the Yang family, the celestial bridge you will construct in the future will undoubtedly surpass that of the Yang ancestors, reaching heights unattainable by countless celestial beings. Pursuing the pinnacle of perfection, however, demands a lifetime of dedication, a reality you regard with disdain, believing the so-called Yang ancestors do not warrant comparison to your own prowess. With such conditions at your disposal, to not strive for the utmost quality would be sheer folly. Is not the pursuit of malevolence points solely for the sake of achieving the ultimate? Embracing such thoughts, you continue to immerse yourself in the comprehension of visualization methods. Your unwavering belief compensates for any shortcomings in innate talent to a significant extent. Gain, reduction of cultivation consumption by 80. After expending 40,000 points of malevolent energy, the long-awaited state of perfection, which initially seemed distant, is now achieved in a time frame far shorter than anticipated. The once uncontrollable ebb and flow of tides can now be commanded effortlessly at your will. Oceanic tides, perfection. Byproduct, water command. Water command, tread upon the water, glide across it, and exert control over the currents within a certain range. When amidst vast lakes and oceans, this ability is greatly enhanced. Byproduct, a significant elevation in the quality of true energy, allowing for terrifying destructive power akin to that of colossal tides in your swift movements. Comment. This enhancement has required the expenditure of 40,000 points of malevolent energy and reflects an improvement equivalent to 160 years of arduous training. Through such rigorous practice, you have fully comprehended this highly demanding visualization method.